The warm, pure energy of the holy spring core flowed like a gentle stream into Rocky's body, creating a tug-of-war with the stubborn purple-black corrosive energy. Rocky's pale face twisted in pain, but his vital signs were temporarily stabilized thanks to Gu Ying's full effort. The bridge was a mess. The control panel smoked, the screens were shattered, and the air was filled with a burnt smell and a faint ozone scent. The crew members, once like marionettes, lay scattered and unconscious on the floor. Fortunately, their neural suppressors behind their necks had failed, and the purple glow in their eyes was gone. Dr. Hornheim sat slumped in the corner, eyes vacant, muttering repeatedly about failure and divine punishment, completely broken. The prism-shaped fuse that caused the disaster rolled to his feet, its light dim, looking like a plain purple crystal. Guing, exhausted both mentally and physically, confirmed that Rocky was no longer in immediate danger. She immediately contacted Ella. Ella, report the status of the Stardust and external conditions. Jie-ing, inside the Stardust. The abnormal energy reaction in the laboratory restricted area has disappeared, and the fusion life form, Child of God, has confirmed disintegration. Several systems are damaged due to overload, but the main structure remains intact, and the basic functions of the life support system are still operational. Many crew signals are present, but most are in coma or weak states. Outside, the Tide Guard team from Deep Abyss City's tidal fortress continues their feint attack, successfully attracting about 60% of the abyssal creatures. However, the remaining creatures, especially those parasitized by metal, seem to be in chaos and rage due to the laboratory's closure, launching even fiercer attacks on the Stardust's hull. The ship's basic defense energy is nearly depleted. The situation remains grim. The internal crisis is temporarily under control, but external threats persist. The Stardust is like a nearly powerless metal can, at any moment torn apart by the frenzied tide of creatures. Contact Captain Shi, report that the internal situation is under control, and request they extend the distraction as long as possible. Also, Ella, can you try to access the damaged systems of a Stardust? Prioritize restoring energy to some defense turrets and internal communications. Attempting. System access was blocked due to Hohenheim's collapse. Cracking. Success. Partial subsystem control obtained. Redirecting backup power to critical defense turrets. Internal communication restoring. Soon, the backup broadcast system on the bridge crackled to life with Ella's calm female voice. This is the temporary control center. All personnel aboard the Stardust, be advised that Dr. Hohenheim has been relieved of duty, and the crisis is temporarily over. All awakened and able to act crew members, please proceed immediately to your stations, prioritizing repairs to the defense systems and life support. Repeat. The broadcast looped repeatedly. Gradually, some crew members with lighter injuries or shallow coma began to wake up. They looked around in confusion, memories still stuck on the moment before control was lost. But upon hearing the broadcast and seeing the wreckage on the bridge, their survival instincts and professionalism drove them to struggle to their feet, staggering toward their posts. Engineers began repairing circuits, medics busy tending to the wounded. Though inefficient, the massive steel behemoth Stardust finally showed signs of life. Guing relaxed slightly. She approached Hohenheim, picking up the fuse that lay nearby. It was cold to the touch, and she could feel the residual strange energy fluctuations within, but it was no longer active. Where do these things and that signal source come from? Guing asked Hohenheim with concern. Hohenheim looked up with empty eyes, then lowered his head and muttered, whispers from the abyss. Gaps between the stars. IT promised eternity. IT promised transcendence. His words were incoherent, clearly indicating he had lost his mind. There was no way to get more information. Guing carefully stored the fuse, as it might be an important clue. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a senior engineer badge, a face with scratches, but a determined look, approached. He saluted Guing with a slightly awkward, old-fashioned military salute. I am Marcus, the chief engineer of the Stardust. Thank you. for stopping the doctor's madness and saving the ship. His voice was hoarse, but full of gratitude. I am Guing. It's too early to thank me. The danger outside hasn't gone yet, Guing said directly. How much fighting ability does the Stardust have? Can we start the engine and leave this area? Engineer Marcus looked troubled. The main engine was badly damaged during the previous attack and energy overload. It can't be repaired quickly. The defense system's power is almost gone. We can hardly move. Suddenly, the ship shook violently with a loud impact. Outside the observation window, a huge parasitic sea monster covered in fierce metal plates was wildly smashing into the hull of the Stardust with its enormous head. Warning: Area C armored deformation. Defense energy less than 5%. Ella's voice sounded urgently. The situation was critical. If the defenses completely failed, the monsters would flood inside, and the Stardust, which had just regained some order, would face destruction. Guing looked at the raging beast outside, then at the powerless ship and the exhausted crew members nearby. A bold idea rose in her mind. Engineer Marcus, if I can lure away the biggest monster and most of the creatures, do you think you could repair some of the thrusters, even just for short-distance movement, to escape this nest? Marcus was stunned, then understood Guiying's plan and exclaimed in shock, You want to go out and draw them away? That's too dangerous. That monster. There's no time to hesitate. Answer my question. Guiying said firmly. Marcus clenched his teeth and said, If the external pressure eases, give me 30 minutes. No, 20 minutes. I should be able to restart a support propulsion array that can slowly move the Stardust ship a few miles away from this dense cluster of monsters. Okay, just 20 minutes. Guiying took a deep breath and headed toward the bridge exit. This is your responsibility now. Ayla, coordinate with Engineer Marcus. Keep communication open. Ingjia. Your energy isn't fully recovered yet. Ayla warned worriedly. Ms. Guiying, Marcus and the other awakened crew members looked at her with admiration and concern. Guiying turned back, showing a tired but firm smile. Don't forget, I didn't come alone. My ship is still waiting outside. She quickly left the bridge and returned along the same path. This time, the emergency lights inside the corridor were on. Although still damaged, the terrifying silence was gone. Occasionally, she saw crew members repairing the ship, and they looked at her with gratitude and respect. Back at the hidden entrance where the Ark was docked, Guiying quickly boarded the ship. Ayla, connect with Captain Shi. The plan has changed. We need a joint attack to create enough noise to lure away that big guy and his minions. Connection established. Captain Shi received. She will cooperate fully. The Abyss Ark's engines rumbled low, and the deep blue crystal lit up again. Guiying sat back in the main control seat, feeling the power of the Arkansas. Though exhausted, her eyes were sharp as a blade. Deep Sea Ark, attack. The small ark shot out like a sharp sword from the shadows of the Stardust ship, heading straight toward the frenzied tide of monsters. Meanwhile, the Tide Guard squad led by Captain Shi intensified their attack, with energy torpedoes exploding like fireworks among the monsters. A deadly dance to buy the Stardust ship more survival space was once again happening in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. Guiying knew this was only a brief moment to prepare for the next, bigger challenge. The mysteries of the deep sea were far from being fully uncovered. The Abyss Ark, like a deep blue comet, sliced through the dark ocean water, rushing toward the twisted and fierce tide of monsters. Guiying connected her mind tightly with the Ark's core, feeling the ship as one. She sensed every tiny change in the water flowing past the hull. Captain Shi, focus your firepower on the right side of the largest monster. Draw its attention. Understood, she responded efficiently. In the distance, the Tidal Guard team's torpedoes and sonic cannons immediately adjusted their aim, unleashing a concentrated barrage on the parasitic sea monster's right flank, covered with thick metal plates. The explosion lit up the giant beast's body. Although it didn't break through its tough armor, it successfully angered it. The sea monster let out a deafening roar, and its glowing red electronic eyes instantly locked onto the small team harassing it from afar, She Squad. Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. The Abyss Arc sped up suddenly, gathering energy at the bow. A clear, deep blue beam infused with the power of the Holy Spring's purification shot out. A purification beam. The beam didn't hit the monster's tough front, but precisely targeted its relatively weak belly area, where the armor plates rubbed against the Stardust ship. Purification beams naturally suppress abyssal energy. At the point of impact, the purple-black flesh and blood of the parasite dissolved quickly, like ice melting in the sun, causing the embedded metal plates to warp under the strain. Although it didn't cause fatal damage, the intense pain made the giant tremble, and its attention was immediately diverted to the small creature that suddenly appeared beneath it, causing sharp pain. It abandoned the pursuit of She Squad, lowering its massive head, and with a murderous glare full of violence and killing intent, fixed its eyes on the Abyss Arc. Success. It's focused on us, Gu Ying thought, but he dared not relax for a moment. The monster's size and strength far exceeded expectations. The Arc looked like a toy in front of it. Ella, maximum mobility. Led it toward the opposite deep-sea trench. Command received. Overdrive engine mode activated. The Abyss Arc's tail fins vibrated at high frequency, unleashing incredible speed. It swiftly turned sharply, heading toward a deeper, darker trench in the opposite direction of the Stardust. Roar. The parasitic giant was fully enraged, emitting a tearing roar that split the water. It moved its mountain-like legs wildly, chasing after the Arc. The seabed rocks shattered where it passed, creating turbulent currents that stirred up sediment. Smaller parasitic creatures, as if summoned, gathered into a terrifying flood, following closely behind the giant. For a moment, the Abyss Arc led the charge, with the pursuing giant and parasitic army behind it, creating a breathtaking scene. Gu Ying piloted the Arc, pushing its performance to the limit. She weaved through the jagged underwater mountain range, using the tricky terrain to dodge the beast's attacks and long-range energy breath. The Arc's purification beam occasionally fired back, not enough to seriously hurt the beast, but each hit caused enough disturbance and pain to make it angrier, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. Big sistering energy is draining too fast. Overload mode can't last much longer. Ella warned. How's the Stardust ship? Gu Ying asked quickly as she skillfully avoided a falling boulder. Engineer Marcus reports the auxiliary thrusters are restarting smoothly. It will take about 15 minutes to provide some power. 15 minutes. Gu Ying clenched her teeth. Every second felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. The beast seemed to lose patience. It no longer just chased. A huge mechanical tentacle with a drill-like end suddenly shot out from its side, swinging like a giant whip toward the Arc. It was very fast and covered a large area. Evade left. Focus energy shields. Gu Ying's pupils shrank as she controlled the ship with all her might. The Arc narrowly dodged the tentacle's strike with a sharp, almost right-angle turn. But the terrible water flow it kicked up still slammed hard against the shields, causing the ship to shake violently. The shield energy alarm blared. The shield was losing power fast. Shield energy remaining, 40%. We can't just run away. Gu Ying's mind raced. She noticed a dense underwater stone forest ahead, towering hundreds of meters. Ella, plot a route. We'll lure it into the stone forest. The Arc darted into the complex maze of rocks like a fish. The beast's huge body became a burden here. It angrily rammed into the stone pillars, trying to break through, slowing down significantly. Gu Ying took this chance to steer the Arc around to the beast's blind spot. The side-mounted cannons fired simultaneously, launching several high-explosive torpedoes at the beast's weaker joints.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The explosions lit up the beast's legs with fire. Although they didn't cause critical damage, they clearly caused pain and slowed its movements. This chase turned into a test of patience. Gu Ying relied on the Arc's agility and the terrain advantage to keep disturbing, angering, and guiding the beast, buying precious time for the Stardust ship. Seconds passed. Big sistering. Stardust reports. The auxiliary thrusters have successfully started. They started moving. Finally, Ella sent good news. Gu Ying's spirits lifted. They succeeded. Now, she needed to find a way to escape. She looked back at the giant beast, which was becoming more frantic because of the stone forest blocking its path, and then checked the energy readings. The Ark's energy was also running low. Ella, activate the maximum power of the sonic interference and energy mimicry. Let's shake it off. All the Ark's disruptors operated at full power, emitting loud, all-frequency sound waves. Meanwhile, the energy mimicry system disguised itself as a drifting rock, silently slipping into the deepest shadows of the stone forest. The beast lost its target and went on a rampage, destroying everything in its fury. Eventually, under some unknown call, perhaps because the dust star had moved, weakening the attraction of its nest, it retreated with the remaining offspring toward the nest. Once the danger was temporarily gone, Gu Ying finally let out a long breath and slumped into the pilot seat, feeling exhausted. This mission had pushed her mental and physical limits. Contact Captain Shi and Engineer Marcus to check on their status. Captain Shi's team has minor injuries and has retreated for rest. The Dust Star has moved to a safer area and is repairing basic systems. Hearing that everyone was safe for now, Gu Ying's tense heart finally relaxed. She piloted the nearly out-of-energy Ark slowly toward the Dust Star's new docking point. This time, she not only saved a vessel carrying the remnants of old technology, but also further strengthened her bond with the Ark at the edge of life and death. But she knew the trouble with the Dust Star was far from over. The mess left by Hohenheim, the mysterious fuse and signal source, and the hidden emerald spiral forces were all urgent threats to resolve. The Abyss Ark, this new vessel of hope, would continue its journey into the unknown and dangerous deep sea. As the nearly drained Abyss Ark silently slipped into the waters near the Dust Star's temporary dock, Gu Ying saw a scene of survival after disaster. The massive Dust Star was covered with scars. Its once glorious armor was twisted and peeling, revealing complex internal structures. The makeshift auxiliary thrusters emitted unstable low-frequency hums, barely keeping the ship stable in the deep sea. The beam of the spotlight swept through the darkness, illuminating the busy figures of the engineers, like ants patching a giant beast's wound. The Tide Guard team was on alert outside. When they saw the Abyss Ark return, she sent a brief but respectful greeting over the channel. Captain Gu, thank you. The Stardust is safe for now. After replying, Gu connected the emergency docking hatch between the Ark and the Stardust. When the hatch opened, she stepped onto the deck with Ella, in portable terminal form. The air was thick with a burnt smell, cooling liquid, and a faint hint of blood, reminding everyone of the fierce battle just fought. Engineer Marcus approached, looking tired. His arm was bandaged, but his eyes showed gratitude and lingering shock. Captain Gu, thank you so much. If you and your ship hadn't distracted that monster, the Stardust might have become part of its nest. It was just a small help. Engineer Marcus. How are things now? Gu asked directly. The auxiliary power can only support basic life support and stability. The main engines, weapons, and most sensors are down. We lost over a third of our crew. Marcus's voice grew quieter, and more importantly, Dr. Hohenheim. What happened to him? Gu pressed. His fate was very important, given his role in the chaos. We found him in his out-of-control lab. He's in bad shape. Marcus led Gu toward the bridge. It seems he was hit hard mentally when connecting with that core of the creature. Sometimes he's unconscious, sometimes rambling. But we found some data fragments on his personal terminal about the fuse and the ongoing signal source. The inside of the bridge was even messier, with some screens shattered and wires exposed. Near the mostly intact main console, technicians were trying to recover data. Marcus pulled up a broken log, which was Hohenheim's voice, full of fanaticism and unease. The promise of the green spiral is real. The fuse will ignite the silence of the deep sea. Stardust will be a beacon of a new era. But the signal, why can't we control it? It's attracting not just God's remains, but something else. Ancient echoes. They are responding. No, this was not in the plan. The log cut off there. Fuse? Ancient remains, an echo from the past. Guing frowned tightly. It was clear that Hohenheim had been misled by an organization called Chui Luo, which activated something known as the fuse to trigger a new era. However, the process had gone out of control. The signal source not only served as bait to attract parasitic creatures, but also seemed to awaken older, more terrifying beings from the deep sea. Can we locate the exact position of the signal? Guing asked. It's difficult. The signal itself has strong interference and appears to be spreading throughout the entire hive. Based on Hohenheim's remaining research notes, the fuse is likely buried near the energy core of the dust star, using its energy amplifier to broadcast. Marcus pointed toward the depths of the ship. This means that to shut down the signal, they would have to venture into the most dangerous part of the dust star, an area likely already infiltrated by parasitic creatures or filled with deadly conditions caused by energy out of control. We must turn it off, Guing said firmly. Otherwise, not only will the dust star be in chaos forever, but the entire sea area could be dragged into destruction by this signal and the unknown beings it attracts. Marcus looked worried. I understand, but Captain Guing, our forces are already heavily damaged, and the situation in the core area is unknown. I'm afraid. At that moment, Ella's voice came through the terminal. Ing. Analyzing Hohenheim's fragmented logs and comparing them with ancient signals in the ARC database, there's a 75% chance that this signal pattern is similar to the Lament of Silence, recorded by the Abyss speaker. This is a forbidden signal theoretically used to awaken sleeping ancient gods, or entities of similar level from the Abyss. Lament of Silence. Gu Ying's heart tightened. The situation was more serious than she had imagined. Was Chui Luo trying to awaken some ancient deep-sea god capable of destroying everything? Suddenly, the dust star shook violently. Alarms blared again. Report. High-energy reaction detected in the hive's direction. A large number of parasitic creatures are gathering and moving toward us. Among them, several high-energy individuals, moving at incredible speed. The observer shouted in fear. It seemed the brief calm had ended. The existence of the signal source made the dust star like a bright light in the darkness, continuously attracting predators. Captain Guing, Marcus looked at her with despair and a final glimmer of hope. Guing took a deep breath. The Abyss Ark experienced fierce battles, with energy and shields not yet restored, but at this moment, there was no other choice. Marcus, have your people defend the ship with all their might and try to repair the weapon platforms as much as possible. Captain Shi, coordinate the defenses and focus on blocking high-energy targets. Understood, Shi's voice responded. Ayla, activate the Ark's emergency energy recharge protocol. How much combat power do we still have? Energy has recovered to 35%. Shields are at 22%. The purification beam is fully charged, and torpedo stock remains at 40%. It's not enough, but we must fight now. At the same time, someone needs to go shut down that cursed signal source. Marcus, send me the structural diagram of the core area. I will handle the signal source, Guing said sharply. She had to fight on two fronts, one to help the Stardust ship resist the overwhelming attack, and the other to go deep into danger, find and destroy the fuse that could bring about the end of the world. The Abyss Ark glowed again with a faint blue light, like an unyielding star in the dark sea. Guing knew that the real test was just beginning. She had to face not only external monsters, but also uncover the conspiracy of Emerald Spiral and confront the terrifying presence sleeping in the endless abyss, called forth by the Lament of Extinction. The alarm on the Stardust ship echoed like the cry of a dying beast, reverberating inside the battered hull. Through external monitors, countless crimson lights surged from the nest in the dark waters, like bloodthirsty locusts. Several unusually thick energy trails indicated high-energy targets reported by Marcus, likely more formidable than the previous giant beast, possibly elite enemies. All available turrets. Open fire freely. Tide Guardians, prioritize intercepting high-speed targets. Captain Shi's calm voice broadcasted across the ship, temporarily stabilizing the panicked crew. The remaining close-range guns on the Stardust spat fire, creating brief barrages in the deep sea. Guing hesitated not. Ayla, launch the Ark. Use maneuverability to harass and reduce pressure on the Stardust. Command acknowledged. Abyss Ark, engage. The blue ship slid back into the darkness again, like a swift assassin rushing toward the flood of enemies. Guing focused her mind intensely. Under her control, the Ark performed incredible evasive maneuvers. The purification beams shot out with surgical precision, each burst turning the frontmost monsters into ash. Torpedoes mainly target groups of enemies, with brief explosions illuminating the fierce tide. However, there are too many of these creatures. They fight bravely, crashing into the shield and armor of the Stardust, making harsh scraping sounds. The Stardust defenses are slowly being worn down. Captain Gu, we can't hold on much longer. Marcus's voice is anxious. I know, Gu replies while steering the Ark to narrowly avoid a high-energy attack from one of the creatures. Send me the structural map of the core area and the highest access level. I need to go now. A detailed 3D map is immediately sent to the Ark's control panel. The energy core of the Stardust is deep inside the ship, and the route passes through several possibly blocked or compromised areas. Ella, analyze the fastest route and mark potential risks. Route planning complete. The best path goes through the third ecological park, currently covered by unknown biological material, the main energy pipeline corridor, leaking energy, extreme environment, and the central control relay station, status unknown. Risk level, very high. There is no time to hesitate. Gu glances at the still-fighting external defenses of the Stardust and makes a firm decision. Marcus, I leave the external defenses to you and Captain Shi. Ella, I need your help controlling the Ark. Continue the guerrilla mission and prioritize your safety. Gu, it's too dangerous for you alone, Ella warns. Someone must shut down the signal source. It's our only hope. Follow my orders. Gu quickly puts on a simple deep-sea protective suit provided by the Stardust. Though less protective than the Ark's cockpit, it is enough for her to move inside the ship. She carries a high-energy cutter, a pulse pistol, and an interface module for Ella, then leaves the Ark and enters the Stardust through the docking hatch. Deep into the core, abandoned paradise and pipeline. Inside the Stardust, the fierce battle outside feels like two different worlds, equally dangerous. Emergency lights flicker, smoke and sharp smells fill the corridors, and sparks fly from damaged wires. Gu moves quickly along Ella's marked route, sensing everything with heightened awareness, alert for any movement. The first stop is the third ecological park. Once a tropical rainforest simulation, it has now become a strange nightmare scene. Lush plants withered and turned black over large areas. Replacing them was a purple-black, pulsating biomass that looked like blood vessels, covering the ground, walls, and ceiling. It emitted faint phosphorescence and slowly wriggled. Spore-like particles floated in the air. Guing held her breath and carefully moved through the area. She could feel that this biomass contained faint abyss energy, a byproduct of the parasite's nest. Suddenly, the biomass on the ground up and transformed into several tendrils that wrapped around her ankles. Humph! Guing reacted quickly, firing her pulse pistol repeatedly. Blue energy beams cut through the tendrils, which sizzled and emitted a burnt smell. She didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed past the contaminated zone. Next was the main energy pipeline corridor. The danger here came from the environment itself. Due to energy out of control, the pipeline surface was extremely hot, with scalding steam occasionally spraying out. Some areas had icy patches caused by coolant leaks. Guing had to balance like an acrobat in the narrow maintenance passage, avoiding deadly jets and slipping hazards. Her protective suit's visor soon fogged up and frosted over. Just as she was about to pass through the corridor, a metallic scraping sound came from ahead. Several parasitic creatures, resembling deep-sea arthropods, crawled out of the shadows of the pipe. Their exoskeletons shimmered with a metallic sheen, and their compound eyes fixed on Guing. Anyone who blocks me will die. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold. She activated her high-energy cutter, swinging a blazing blade, while firing her pulse pistol with precision. A tense close-quarters battle erupted and quickly ended. The parasites were torn into pieces, but her protective suit's arm was slashed open, and cold air instantly seeped in. She gritted her teeth and persisted, finally rushing out of the pipeline corridor and reaching the door of the central control relay station. The showdown at the relay station and the true form of the detonator. The relay station's door was shut tight, and the control panel was malfunctioning. Guing used Ella's interface module to try to force it open. At that moment, a cold voice with electronic noise came from the communicator inside the door. "Intruder, stop your actions. The activation of the detonator is inevitable." Was it artificial intelligence? Or a controlled system? Guiying's heart tightened. She responded, "Who are you?"
Guiluo?
"We are the guides of evolution. Silent death requiem will awaken the sleeping will. Reshape this world. Resistance is meaningless." As expected, this was a backup left by Emerald Spiral. Guing no longer wasted words and sped up the hacking process. "Era, help me." With Era's assistance, the door finally made a dull sound and slowly opened. Inside the relay station, the scene was suffocating. A huge control console was covered by a strange, pulsating structure made of flesh and intricate circuits. This was the source of the ongoing signal. In the center of the structure, a faintly visible object resembling a human brain was pulsing, with countless cables like nerves connected to it. This was the main body of the fuse, a signal amplifier created by combining biological technology and abyss energy. In front of the fuse stood a person, or rather, someone who used to be human. He wore a high-ranking uniform from the Stardust ship, but half of his body had already merged with the surrounding organic matter. His skin glowed with a purple-black hue, one eye flickered with a mechanical red light, while the other was cloudy. He held an energy blade in his hand. Thornheim's loyal deputy. Carl. Guing recognized him. It seemed he was also a member of Emerald Spiral, or completely controlled.
4.
The new era. Carl rasped, raising his energy blade and charging at Guing with incredible speed. Guing immediately raised her gun and fired, but Carl's assimilated body seemed resistant to energy attacks. He staggered but continued rushing forward. Meanwhile, the fuse appeared to be activated, extending several energy tendrils toward Guing. Suddenly, Guing found herself trapped between attacks from front and back. She skillfully dodged the tendrils and engaged in close combat with Carl. Her pulse pistol was only effective against him, so she mainly used a high-energy cutter. The sounds of metal clashing and energy winds echoed through the relay station. Guing realized she had to destroy the fuse quickly. She baited Carl into a shoulder charge, her protective suit cracking, then rolled to the side of the control console, stabbing the high-energy cutter fiercely into the pulsating flesh and circuit core. "No!" Carl roared in despair. Sizzle. A blinding white light and intense energy burst from the relay station. The entire Stardust ship trembled. Signal ends and new ripples begin when the light disappears. The strange fuse has turned to charcoal, and the continuous signal wave finally stops. Deputy Carl collapses to the ground as if drained of strength, and the abnormal features on his body begin to fade quickly. Guing gasps for air, her protective suit torn in many places, with injuries on her body, but her eyes remain firm. She has succeeded. "Ella, notify Marcus and Captain Shi that the signal source has been destroyed. The signal has been sent." External observations show that the tide of strange creatures is in chaos, and their aggression has greatly decreased. The Stardust ship's pressure is greatly reduced. Indeed, without the continuous attraction of the signal, the strange creatures seem to have lost their unified target, becoming aimless. Some even start attacking each other or retreat. Guing doesn't dare stay long. She quickly treats her wounds and prepares to return. As she leaves the relay station, her gaze sweeps over the burned remains of the fuse, and she seems to see a small, nail-sized fragment at the blackened core, made of a material neither metal nor gem, engraved with complex spiral patterns, faintly glowing. A thought strikes her, and she picks it up, placing it in her pocket. This might be a clue to the Emerald Spiral. When Guing drags her tired body back to the docking pod, the Abyss Ark is quietly waiting there. The ship has a few new scars, but the deep blue glow remains steady. The battle outside the Stardust is now sparse, and the crisis seems temporarily resolved. However, Guing and Ella both know this is only a brief calm in the eye of the storm. Although the fuse has been destroyed, the conspiracy of the Emerald Spiral has been exposed. The ancient echo, disturbed by the lament of extinction, has not disappeared. In the darkness of this deep sea, more unknown threats are lurking. The journey of the Abyss Ark is destined to sail toward a more turbulent and dangerous future, and that spiral-patterned fragment may be the key to unlocking all the mysteries. Back in the cockpit of the Abyss Ark, Guing finally relaxes. The familiar deep blue glow and Ella's gentle virtual image bring her a sense of relief. She takes off her damaged protective suit, tending to her cuts and bruises, while placing the spiral-patterned fragment she found on the control panel. Ella analyzed this. A scanning beam covers the fragment. After a moment, Ella reports, "Material unknown, not recorded in any current database of elements or alloys." The structure is extremely stable, and inside, faint vibrations are detected that originate from the abyss energy but are older. The spiral patterns on the surface are a very complex encrypted message, with technology far beyond that of the Stardust, and even the Ark core. Far beyond, Guing frowned. The Stardust represented the peak of old human technology, while the Abyss Ark combined the mysterious power of the Holy Spring. The technology behind this fragment is still above theirs? Attempt to decode the pattern information. It will take time and require access to the Ark's core database for deep calculations. Preliminary judgment suggests it may be a coordinate or an identity marker. Coordinates? Identity marker? Guing stared at the slowly spinning, faintly glowing fragment, as if hearing a tempting and dangerous call from the endless deep sea. Is this the token of the Emerald Spiral? Who exactly are they? At that moment, the communication channel crackled with Marcus's excited voice. "Captain Guing, thank you so much." After the signal disappeared, most of those monsters dispersed.
We
survived. In the background, the crew of the Stardust could be heard cheering for their survival. The Stardust is badly damaged, but the core structure is mostly intact. We need to find a relatively safe sea area for long-term repairs, Marcus continued. Captain Guing, what are your plans next? Guing paused to think. The Stardust is temporarily out of immediate danger, but hidden risks remain. Although Hornheim is crazy and the deputy, Carl, is dead, the shadow of the Emerald Spiral still looms. This fragment is her only current lead. Engineer Marcus, the Stardust needs rest, and I also need time to handle some discoveries, Guing said without revealing the specifics of the fragment. I will you to a nearby relatively calm area called the Tranquil Sea Basin. Afterwards, the Abyss Ark and I need to continue investigating the Emerald Spiral. Although the signal has been shut down, no one can guarantee they won't make the next move. Marcus also seemed worried and quickly agreed. All right, having you is the best. Regarding the Emerald Spiral, we might still have some research records from Hornheim that weren't completely destroyed. I'll have someone organize and send them to you. Hopefully, they will be helpful. Quiet sea basin rest and intelligence gathering with the protection of the Abyss Ark, the damaged Stardust ship slowly moved toward the quiet sea basin, hundreds of miles away. This area has stable geology, few resources, and rarely hosts large sea creatures or extreme water activities, making it a good temporary base. During the voyage, Guing asked Ella to focus on decoding the spiral fragment secrets while also receiving and reviewing data sent by Marcus about the Stardust ship. Most of the data consisted of early research notes from Hohenheim on abyssal energy and symbiotic creatures, full of bold guesses. However, in some small notes and fragments of communication, Ella found key information. Emerald Spiral, called the Evolution Pioneer, or the Whisper of the Abyss by Hohenheim. They seem not to be a physical group, but more like a collective consciousness existing as information, or a ghost left by an extremely advanced civilization. They communicate through quantum entanglement or deep consciousness projection with specific targets, such as Hohenheim, who seeks breakthroughs and has inner obsessions. Igniter technology, not entirely original to Hohenheim, its core design and key materials were provided by the Emerald Spiral. Its purpose is indeed to broadcast the lament of extinction, but initially, Hohenheim was told it was to awaken the treasures sleeping in the deep sea, not to destroy ancient gods. Divine remains. In the context of the Emerald Spiral, this refers to ancient, fallen, or sleeping enormous life forms or civilization artifacts in the deep ocean abyss. One goal of the Igniter might be to locate and activate some divine remains, ancient echoes. Based on the Ark's database and ancient legends, this likely refers to deep abyssal entities that respond to specific energy frequencies like the lament of extinction. They may be sleeping or semi-sleeping, and broadcasting the Igniter is like shouting in a silent library, disturbing them. The clues are becoming clearer, but the mysteries deepen. The true identity and ultimate purpose of the Emerald Spiral remain shrouded in fog. A few days later, the Stardust ship arrived at the Quiet Sea Basin and began difficult repairs using spare materials and equipment. The Abyss Ark was docked nearby for energy replenishment and system checks. That day, Ella finally made a breakthrough in decoding the encrypted part of the spiral fragment. I've cracked part of the encrypted message from the spiral fragment. It indeed contains a set of coordinates pointing to an unknown location near the Storm Eye Abyss. Storm Eye Abyss? Gu Ying's heart tightened. It is a famous deep-sea forbidden zone known worldwide, with extremely complex water conditions, chaotic magnetic fields, and even the most advanced detectors often go missing there. Legend says it is the entrance to. Besides that, the fragment also contains a faint, repeating mental imprint, similar to a lighthouse signal. Its frequency has a certain harmonic connection with the lament of extinction, but it is more subtle and lasting. Coordinates. Guiding signals. This seems like an invitation, or perhaps a trap. An invitation for whoever holds the fragment to go to that dangerous location. Guing stood by the observation window of the Ark, looking out at the calm, yet deep ocean. The crisis on the Stardust was temporarily resolved, but she knew a bigger storm was brewing. The conspiracy of Chui Luo would not stop just because the trigger was destroyed. That fragment was a clue that found her willingly, and it might be the only chance to uncover the truth and prevent a greater disaster. Avoidance won't solve the problem. The mission of the Abyss Ark is to explore the unknown and protect hope. Ella, how is the Ark status? Energy replenished to 98%, shield system repaired, all weapon systems on standby. The hull damage is mostly fixed. Good. Guing turned around with a firm look. Set the course for the unknown coordinates near the edge of the Storm Eye Abyss. Captain Ng, risk level assessment, very high. Environmental data for the Storm Eye Abyss is severely lacking, and Chui Luo's intentions are unclear. I understand the risks, but some paths must be taken by someone. Guing gently touched the control panel, feeling the faint heartbeat of the Ark's core resonating with her own heartbeat. And we are not fighting alone. We have each other, and the Arkansas. Ella's virtual image showed a simulated smile. Understood. The course is set. Abyss Ark, ready to set sail at any time. Guing finally communicated with Marcus and Captain Shi, informing them of her decision. Marcus, representing all Stardust crew members, expressed gratitude once again and said they would do their best to repair the Stardust, possibly becoming an aid for Guing in the future. She simply wished her well. May the tides guide your way, Captain Guing. Take care. There were no goodbyes. The deep-sea ship's glowing blue tail flame lit up again, like a shooting star in the deep ocean. It left the temporary anchorage of the Dust Star and turned toward the ultimate forbidden zone, the Storm Eye Abyss, where even light seemed to be swallowed. Ahead lay unknown dangers. There were whispers from the Emerald Spiral, echoes of ancient times, and possibly hidden secrets about the end of the world and the abyss. But Gu Ying's eyes showed no fear, only determination to explore and protect. The Abyss ship moved toward the darkness, heading into the depths. A new adventure was beginning. The Abyss ship left the calm sea basin and plunged again into endless darkness. Its destination was the forbidden zone that all deep-sea travelers feared, the Storm Eye Abyss. The journey was initially smooth. Guing used this time to better understand her new senses after merging deeply with the ship's core. She could hear the faint sounds of water flowing past the hull, feel the disturbances of distant fish schools, and even sense tiny energy flows in the water. These perceptions might be crucial when approaching danger. Ella kept monitoring the ship's parameters and tried to gather more information from the spiral fragments. The coordinates were near the edge of the Storm Eye Abyss, but even so, they had entered the strong influence zone of the abyss. After several days, the environment around them began to change noticeably. First was the light. The deep sea was already dark, but here, even the usual glowing creatures were scarce. The darkness became thicker and more solid, as if it had a sticky texture. The ship's searchlights seemed to be absorbed by something, unable to shine far. Next was the water currents. The normally stable ocean flows became chaotic. Unpredictable undercurrents surged from all directions, pushing the ship as if invisible hands were playing with a toy. The water temperature fluctuated wildly, sometimes freezing cold, sometimes strangely warm. The most strange were the magnetic and energy fields. The navigation system started to malfunction intermittently. Ella had to rely more on Gu Ying's mental senses to correct the course. The weak energy flows Gu Ying sensed here grew stronger and more chaotic, filled with a fierce, oppressive aura. There were also strange, ancient, vast fluctuations that were hard to describe. We have entered the outer influence zone of the Storm Eye Abyss. Environmental conditions are rapidly worsening. High-intensity energy turbulence detected. It is recommended to activate the reinforced shield. Activate it. Slow down the ship and stay alert. Guing focused completely, spreading her mental awareness like a web to catch any anomalies. The Ark moved through the chaos like a small boat in a storm, struggling against dark currents and energy whirlpools. Occasionally, strange, large shadows of deep-sea creatures flickered past. They seemed curious and cautious about the glowing blue arc, but did not attack immediately. Silent hunting, abyss predators. However, the calm, if this environment can be called calm, did not last long. As they approached the target coordinates, Guing suddenly sensed a quick, hidden disturbance behind and to the side. Behind and to the left, approaching fast, Guing instantly commanded the Ark to dodge. Almost at the same moment, several dark shapes, like giant eels, shot out from the darkness. Their bodies were nearly transparent, only revealing their menacing mouths filled with suckers and sharp teeth when attacking. Their target was clear: the ship's engines and energy core. Ghost octopus. A high-intelligence, social predator. Ella quickly identified the threat. These ghost octopuses attack with cunning tactics. They use the environment and chaotic energy fields for camouflage, launching silent, surprise attacks. The ship's shields flickered violently under their energy-corrosive bites. Guing remained calm, syncing her mind with the ship. Instead of relying on agility like before against giant beasts, the ship now showed a different fighting style: precision and efficiency. The purification beams no longer aimed for massive explosions but became thin, deadly blue lightning. Under Gu Ying's precise control, each shot hit the core nerves or energy nodes of the ghost octopus the moment it revealed itself. Every shot was silent, but accompanied by a burst of energy annihilation and the disappearance of a ghost octopus. Meanwhile, the ship's biomimetic scales opened and closed, releasing high-frequency vibrations that interfered with the ghost octopus' perception and coordination. Guing even used the chaotic currents to her advantage, making the ship perform sudden stops and sharp turns that defied physics, causing the predator's attacks to miss repeatedly. This battle did not involve loud explosions but was dangerous and deadly in silent moments, like hearing thunder in silence. Guing was like an artist dancing on the edge of a knife, pushing the ship's abilities and her senses to the limit. A few minutes later, the last ghost octopus was purified by a beam of light and disappeared. The surroundings fell silent again, Only the faint hum of the ship's shield remained. Guing took a small breath, sweat on her forehead. This precise control drained her mental strength a lot. Threat eliminated. Arc shield energy down by 15%, Ella reported. Keep moving forward. It seems the first appetizer prepared by Emerald Spiral has been served, Guing said sharply, looking toward the coordinates. The appearance of these, ghost octopuses, was not random. They were likely guards at that point. Arriving at the coordinates, the lighthouse in the abyss. After a careful journey, the abyss ship finally reached the point indicated by the spiral fragments. Surprisingly, there was no secret base or huge ruins as expected. Instead, there was a strange, lone tower standing on the underwater mountain range. The tower was not tall, about 100 meters, made of a dull, non-metal, non-stone material. Its surface was smooth like a mirror, reflecting the ship's blue glow. The tower spiraled upward, with a large, dark crystal embedded at the top. Inside, it seemed to have flowing liquid, just like the fragment material Guing had. At this moment, the crystal emitted a weak but steady fluctuation, like a lighthouse in darkness. What shocked Guing and Ella more was that when the ship approached, the spiral fragment they carried suddenly resonated strongly, glowing hotly and pulling their minds toward the tower. Detected a high-intensity source energy field. The crystal at the top is an amplifier and signal source, Ella warned urgently. At the same time, a vast, ancient mental presence tried to flood Gu Ying's mind like a tide. This presence whispered tempting promises of endless knowledge, great power, and secrets of evolution. Just like Emerald Spiral style. Guing snorted softly, feeling a sharp pain in her head. The ship's core immediately sent a cool energy to protect her mind, blocking out the tempting whispers. Just another trick. Guing steadied her mind and stared at the strange tower. It was clearly a beacon, a communication point, or perhaps a test. Should she take a risk and approach, or destroy it quickly? Guing sensed that deep inside the tower, there were hidden secrets about Chui Luo, the abyss, and even the disaster that ended the world. The risk was high, but it might also be the key to uncovering the truth. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Ella, prepare to record all data. We'll get closer. Let's see what this Chui Luo wants to tell me. The abyss arc adjusted its position, moving carefully toward the eerie spiral tower glowing in the endless abyss. As the ship approached, the crystal at the top seemed to glow more brightly. A new puzzle was right in front of her. The abyss arc moved slowly around the strange spiral tower, like a cautious sea creature. The tower was smooth, seamless, as if made from a single strange material. Only the large dark crystal at the top shimmered with colorful light, resonating strongly with the fragment Guing held, sending waves of mental energy that pushed against her mind like tides. Structural energy field detected. The tower cannot be entered with normal physical methods, Ella analyzed. The energy frequency matches the fragment. It's recommended to try using the fragment as a key. Guing clenched the warm fragment in her hand. She could feel it longing to return to the tower, but at the same time, a warning from her instincts was screaming, this could be a trap. Ella, build the highest level mental firewall. Record all contact data. If I show signs of losing control, immediately activate the ship's emergency escape. If necessary, destroy the tower, Guing ordered. Understood, Sistering. Please be very careful. Ella's virtual image looked especially serious. Guing took a deep breath, focused her mental energy, and formed a strong shield with the ship's core power. Then she carefully guided the ship closer to the base of the spiral tower. When the contact probe touched the tower's energy field, she suddenly released the spiral fragment, turning it into a streak of light that merged into the tower's foundation. The entire spiral tower trembled violently. The spiral patterns on the tower lit up one after another, spreading quickly from the base to the top, as if some ancient circuit had been activated. The crystal at the top of the tower emitted a blinding light, and a thick beam of light shot straight into the sky, although there is no up or down in the deep sea, piercing through the dark water. At the same time, An irresistible, powerful force pulled the abyss arc firmly toward a suddenly appearing energy vortex at the tower's base. Warning! Under strong spatial pull. Cannot escape, Ella urgently reported. Guing remained calm instead of panicking. Keep the shield at maximum power. Record the energy features. We're going in. In a flash, the bright light disappeared, and a strong sense of space shifting hit. The next moment, the abyss arc was no longer in the cold sea, but floating inside a strange space. Deep sea consciousness. Whisper of the green spiral, there are no concepts of up or down here. Surrounding it are constantly changing vast scenes made of flowing data streams and energy, light shadows. It feels like being inside a giant creature's brain or in the information ocean of a higher dimensional civilization. This is the internal space of the Spiral Tower. Welcome, variable of fate, guardian of the abyss, a grand, neutral, emotionless voice directly echoed in Gu Ying's mind. This voice was not heard with ears, but through mental resonance. Green spiral, Guing responded coldly in his mind, keeping his mental defenses high. You may call us that. We are the recorders, observers, and guides, the voice replied. You destroyed an imperfect fuse, proving your worth and earning the right to speak with us. Guides? Guiding the world toward destruction, Guing asked. Destruction and rebirth are two sides of the same coin. Humanity's civilization in the old era has long reached a dead end, resource depletion, spiritual decay, environmental collapse. We are merely accelerating the inevitable process and clearing the stage for new life to emerge. The voice of the green spiral remained calm but carried a chilling indifference. And what about the lament of extinction and the so-called God's remains? The universe's truth is hidden in the abyss. Those ancient beings are remnants from the previous era or even older times. Their remains contain the codes of evolution and infinite energy. The lament of extinction is the key to awakening them and a trial to select new species. Only individuals or civilizations that can withstand its power or resonate with it are qualified to inherit the deep sea's legacy and start a new era. Gu Ling understood. Cui Luo claims to be the gardener of the universe, using destructive natural disasters, like tsunamis, as killers to remove old civilizations, then trying to awaken ancient remains of gods as nourishment or testing grounds for new civilizations. Hohenheim is just one of their chosen, self-important executors. On what basis do you decide the fate of billions of lives? Gu Ling felt angry. Based on the knowledge and power we possess, and also the cold laws of the universe. The weak are prey to the strong, and survival of the fittest. Emotions are a sign of low-level civilizations, Cui Luo replied. And you, Gu Ling, are special. Not only did you survive, but you also gained the gift of the abyss, referring to the holy spring and our core, and you can resist our whispers to some extent. You have the potential to become a pioneer of the new era. Before she finished speaking, the scene before Gu Ling suddenly changed. Countless fragments of knowledge about deep-sea mysteries, energy use, and biological evolution flooded into her mind like a rushing tide. At the same time, a powerful sense of strength filled her body, as if she could control the deep sea and create life with a single thought. This was a blatant temptation, showing the benefits of joining Cui Luo. Join us, and you will no longer be lonely or weak. You will have the right to glimpse the truth of the universe and become one of the creators of the new world. The tempting whisper sounded again, more intense than ever. Gu Ling was momentarily dazed. The allure of power was indeed overwhelming. But in the next second, her memories of 10 years of struggling for survival in the apocalypse, the pain of betrayal, the responsibility of protecting the Dust Star ship crew, and her deep respect for life itself, stood firm like a solid reef, resisting the flood of temptation. I refuse. Gu Ling's voice was clear and firm within her consciousness. My power is meant to protect hope, not to serve as an accomplice in destruction. The value of life should not be judged by any superior being. Too bad. The voice of Cui Luo grew cold. Then, you are an obstacle that must be removed. Breaking through the barrier. The ark's roar, the beautiful scene instantly vanished, replaced by a violent energy storm. Countless phantom monsters, made of pure malice and chaotic energy, rushed toward the abyss ark. This consciousness space began to reject and attack them. Detected high-intensity mental attack and energy suppression. Initiating countermeasures. The abyss ark erupted with an unprecedented, brilliant blue light. The purifying power of the sacred spring was fully activated. It was no longer a gentle beam but transformed into a blue sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness and malice. Guing merged her mental strength completely with the core of the Arkansas. She was the ship, and the ship was her. "We may be small, but we have the right to choose and the will to fight," Guing shouted silently. "Deep Abyss Ark, break through here." The ark no longer defended passively but focused all its energy at the bow, turning into an indestructible blue spear, charging fiercely at the weak point of this consciousness space.
Boom.
A fierce explosion occurred on both the mental and energy levels. Guing felt a sharp, tearing pain in her heart, as if her soul was being ripped apart. But she clenched her teeth and kept pushing the ark forward.
Click.
It sounded like glass breaking. The strange space around began to collapse and fade away. Before her, the view was replaced by endless dark ocean depths. The deep abyss ark reappeared in the sea outside the spiral tower. The tower, starting from its crystal top, was covered with cracks, and its light quickly dimmed. Finally, with a loud bang, it turned into countless energy dust particles and vanished into nothingness. Only the spiral shard remained, seemingly drained of energy, turning gray and gently drifting back into Gu Ying's hand.
It's
a success. Gu Ying weakly slumped in the pilot seat. The ark's energy was nearly depleted. The previous confrontation was a full battle of will, spirit, and energy, much more dangerous than any fight before. The whisper of the green spiral has disappeared. The signal source of the spiral tower has been destroyed, Ella reported, her voice carrying a hint of relief after exhaustion. Guing looked at the dull fragment in her hand. She felt no joy, only heaviness. The power shown by the green spiral and its cold philosophy made her realize that the road ahead would be even harder. They wouldn't stop at just this tower, nor would they give up after a single failure. But this time, she held on to her true self and thwarted the green spiral's plan. The deep abyss ark needed rest, and she also needed time to process this experience. At the edge of the storm icy abyss, the silence had temporarily returned. But Guing knew that deeper in the dark ocean, a greater storm was gathering strength. She adjusted the ark's position and began searching for a temporary hiding spot. The road ahead was long, but at least she now understood more clearly what she was fighting against and why she was fighting. The abyss ark, nearly out of energy and with a tired captain, silently slipped into a hidden underwater canyon at the edge of the stormy sea. Deep inside the canyon, jagged rocks and dense deep-sea algae adapted to extreme conditions provided natural cover. The ship, like a wounded giant, lay low and entered a low-power sleep mode to repair itself. Guing had been sleeping in the cockpit for a whole day and night. Fighting against the consciousness of the spiral tower, she used up not only her mental strength, but also her spirit. During her dreams, fragments of knowledge about power and the cold whispers of the emerald spiral kept flashing, trying to break her will. But each time, her warm and firm memories pushed them back. Her simple life before the apocalypse, the rare moments of human kindness during 10 years of struggle, the faces of the crew of the Stardust after surviving, and the deep bond she felt fighting alongside the Abyss Ark. When she opened her eyes again, her body was still tired, but her gaze was clearer and more determined. She realized that the power promised by the Emerald Spiral was a lonely, inhuman path that went against the world of the people she wanted to protect. Ella, status report. Ing, you're awake. The Ark's energy is slowly recovering to 25%. The shield system needs more time to repair. The hull is intact. External environment is relatively stable. No tracking signals detected. Guing nodded and picked up the dull spiral fragment. It now looked like an ordinary stone, with its internal energy and resonance completely gone. Ella, regarding the divine remains and ancient echoes mentioned by the Emerald Spiral, does the Ark's database have more detailed records? Retrieving related information. Some vague legends have been found. The divine remains are mentioned in ancient epics of several deep-sea civilizations, often described as sleeping creators, foundations of the world, or giant beasts bringing the end. Their form and location are unknown, but they are generally associated with concepts like the deep abyss and the core passage. The ancient echoes seem to be a phenomenon, referring to entities that respond to specific cosmic frequencies or energy changes beyond normal life forms. The clues remain vague, but Guing realized that the core of the Emerald Spiral's plan was likely related to these legendary, divine remains. Waking them up may be the true way for Emerald Spiral to reshape the world. The lament of extinction is just one key. A call from far away, while Guing was deep in thought, a very faint, intermittent universal distress signal was detected by the Ark's passive sensors. The source was very distant, seemingly from a sea area near the old human continent. The signal code was very old, but clearly a standard distress call. Analyze the signal content. The message repeats, base. Under unknown attack. Heavy losses. Requesting. Any signal receiver. Survivors. There was strong energy interference and explosion sounds in the background. There are human survivors calling for help. Gu Ying's heart tightened suddenly. After 10 years of the apocalypse, survivor bases scattered across the ocean are rare, each one representing the last spark of human civilization. Should she go to rescue them or continue her investigation? Gu Ying almost didn't hesitate. Fighting the Emerald Spiral is a long-term battle, but the lives of her fellow humans are urgent. Also, the survivor base might have information and resources she doesn't know about, which could help her understand the current situation. More importantly, it reminded her that her fight isn't just against a mysterious organization but also for these ordinary people struggling to survive in the end times. Ella, record the signal source coordinates. Calculate the time and best route to reach that area. Coordinates recorded. Based on the Ark's current status and estimated speed, it will take about 7 to 10 days to arrive. The route needs to avoid several known high-risk zones. The Ark's energy will prioritize life support and propulsion systems, with shields maintained at minimum levels. We depart. Understood. Route set. Abyssal Ark, set sail. The deep blue Ark restarted, like a star reignited in the deep sea, adjusting course and leaving the shadow of the stormy abyss, heading toward the distress signal's origin and toward more unknowns and challenges, moving forward with determination. Journey and the reflection of the end times during the voyage, Gu Ying witnessed the cruelty and strange beauty of the deep-sea apocalypse. She passed through the ruins of a once thriving underwater city, now only twisted metal skeletons and strange parasitic creatures wandering among them. Huge billboards half buried in sediment, their images blurred over time, left only a silent sense of sadness. She encountered a new type of deep-sea creature, a strange mix of various marine animals' genes. It was very aggressive and resistant to purification beams. Gu Ying had to use the terrain to fight it carefully and finally won narrowly. This made her wonder if there were similar technologies or beings like Emerald Snail, actively creating and deploying biological weapons. She also found some small, well-hidden survivor outposts. Some were very cautious of the Abyss Ark and refused to communicate. Others eagerly sent signals, hoping to exchange supplies or information. Within her abilities, Gu Ying used some clean water and basic medical supplies made by the Ark to trade for scattered intelligence and rare metal supplies. From these survivors, she learned that there are a few larger survivor alliances near the old continental shelf, but in recent years, they have been frequently harassed and attacked by unknown forces. The situation looks grim. These discoveries made Gu Ying feel even more heavy-hearted. The end of the world is not static. Crises keep evolving, and the survival of humans seems to be getting worse. This strengthened her resolve to go to the rescue site. After several days of sailing, the Ark gradually approached the signal source area. The seawater here was murkier, and the background energy noise was stronger. Ella detected multiple faint, unnatural energy signals nearby, like patrol sentinels. Gu-ing ordered the Ark to switch to silent stealth mode. Using the ridges and hydrothermal vents for cover, she carefully approached the signal coordinates. Finally, after passing through a dense underwater mountain range, the scene before Gu-ing made her gasp. It was not a traditional underwater base, but a huge ship, half buried in the seabed sediments. Its size was far larger than the Stardust, more like a moving city on the sea. From its unique multi-body structure and faint markings, it was clear that this was the legendary Ark project from the old days, the grandest of them all, Hope, Noah's Ark. However, this great ship, which once symbolized hope, was now scarred and battered. Its hull had many damage marks, with scorch and tear wounds from attacks. A small area still showed faint lights and energy reactions, indicating that some survivors might still be active. But even more shocking is that around the Hope ship, several small vessels with fierce appearances and covered in biological armor are patrolling. They act like hyenas, occasionally approaching, sending out detection waves, or firing provocative shots. Clearly, they are blocking and besieging the ship. The distress signal is coming from the trapped Hope ship. Gu-ying's eyes instantly turn cold. No matter who the attackers are, their actions are killing one of humanity's last hopes. Ella, scan the details of the attacking ships and the Hope ship. There are 8 attacking ships. Their technology features do not match the database. They show obvious signs of biological modification. The energy signatures are similar to those related to Emerald Spiral. Most of the Hope's defense system is disabled. The life signs are concentrated in the central area, with fewer than 1,000 people. The situation is urgent. The Hope ship is in great danger. Gu-ing takes a deep breath, her mind racing. With the Abyss Ark alone, attacking the 8 enemy ships head-on is unlikely to succeed. She must think carefully. She observes the patrol patterns of the enemy ships and studies the layout of the Hope ship. A bold plan begins to take shape. Ella, record tactical commands. We will use the shadows of the underwater mountain range to sneak near the largest breach in the Hope ship's hull. Then, I will personally infiltrate the Hope ship to contact the survivors and coordinate externally. Ark, you will control remotely, causing disturbances and distractions outside, looking for opportunities to damage the enemy ship's thrusters or sensors. Gu, this is too dangerous. We don't know the inside situation of the Hope ship, and the enemy ships are patrolling tightly. There is no better option. We can't just watch them be destroyed. Execute the orders. The Abyss Ark moves silently like a ghost, gliding toward the damaged giant ship that carries the last hope. A new rescue and counterattack battle is about to begin in this desperate deep sea. Gu-ing knows she is not only saving her people, but also fighting for a possible future for all lives struggling in the end times. The breach inside is dark and deep, like a giant creature's wound. Occasionally, sparks flicker between twisted metal frames. Gu-ing puts on a lightweight, basic protective deep-sea suit, checks her weapons and gear, a high-frequency cutting blade, an energy pistol, and several multi-tools. She glances at the virtual face projected by Ella. Ella, stay silent and follow the plan. If anything changes, prioritize saving the Arkansas, understood, sistering. May the deep sea protect you. Ella's electronic voice carries rare emotion. Gu-ing takes a deep breath, activates her suit's thrusters, and moves silently like a swift fish into the wrecked belly of the Hope ship. Inside, the scene is even more shocking. The corridor twists, pipes are broken, dried bloodstains and scattered personal items tell of a fierce fight. The air circulation system is partly broken, filled with the smell of rust, ozone, and a faint hint of decay. Gravity feels unstable, sometimes weightless, sometimes pulling strangely. Using her excellent sense of direction and knowledge of large ships, Gu-ing heads toward the area with the strongest life signals. She avoids places with obvious energy leaks or unstable structures, and on the way, she quickly and quietly deals with a few mutated deep-sea creatures that seem to have entered through the breach. After careful sneaking, Gooing finally reaches a sealed door reinforced with temporary supports. The communication panel beside it flickers faintly, showing surveillance inside. She knocks on the panel and sends a short message using a universal code. Friend from outside, received distress signal, requesting entry. After a brief pause, the observation window on the door opens. A pair of tired, cautious, and incredulous eyes look at her. Then, the door makes a heavy scraping sound and slowly opens. Behind the door is a relatively intact emergency shelter, with about a dozen survivors. Most look pale and ragged, clutching simple weapons, their eyes filled with despair and a stubborn last hope. Leading them is a middle-aged man missing an arm, replaced with a metal prosthetic. He has a fierce scar on his face but looks remarkably calm. "I am Marcus, the security chief of the Hope." The man's voice is hoarse. "You say you come from outside? What about those predator ships outside?" Predators. Gooing immediately understood he was talking about the attacking ships. "They're still out there. I snuck in. My name is Gooing, and I have a small submarine." The survivors made a low noise, their eyes lighting up with hope. "Snuck in? How is that possible?" "Those monsters have very sensitive sensors," a young technician exclaimed. "I have my ways," Gooing said without much explanation. "Time is short. Tell me the details. How many are still alive? What's the condition of the ships?" Marcus signaled everyone to stay quiet and quickly said, "We are the last survivors of the Hope. There were nearly 10,000 people on board. The predators appeared about a month ago. They are very aggressive and have strange technology. Our defenses were mostly destroyed during the first few attacks. The captain and most of the senior officers died when the command center fell. Now we are trapped here, barely surviving on emergency power and our last reserves. They occasionally launch small attacks, almost like they are playing with us or testing something." Gooing frowned. "What are their goals?" "Not clear. But they seem especially interested in the Hope's central database, especially the parts about the Old World Gene Bank and Earth core exploration data." Marcus pointed to a heavy metal door deep inside the shelter. "Our chief scientist, Dr. Evelyn, and a few technicians are guarding inside to protect the core data. She's injured too, but she's the only one who might know more." Gooing followed Marcus into a makeshift laboratory inside the sealed room. Dr. Evelyn was a middle-aged woman who looked very tired but had sharp eyes. Her leg was wrapped in a bloody bandage, and she was staring intently at a data screen still running. When she heard the noise, she looked up. Seeing the stranger, Gooing, she was cautious at first. After hearing Marcus's brief introduction, her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Rescue from outside? That's wonderful," she said excitedly, trying to stand up but pulling her wound and gasping in pain. "Doctor, stay calm. We're not out of danger yet," Gooing said, holding her back. Marcus mentioned the predators are interested in the gene bank and Earth core data. Dr. Evelyn took a deep breath and lowered her voice. "It's not just interest. They tried to forcibly download this data, especially the detailed coordinates and energy readings of the Atlantis Plate Anomaly Zone and the Mower Point." She pulled up some encrypted charts. "This data is top secret from the old era's ARC project, involving deep secrets of the Earth. We suspect these predators. They might not be just pirates or mutants." Gu Ying's mind moved. "Do you think they are connected to the Spiral Tower or Emerald Spiral?" Dr. Evelyn looked at Gooing in shock. "You know about this Spiral Tower?" "Yes. We analyzed their energy signatures and biological modification tech. Although subtle, they do resemble early theories recorded in the database about a secret old research group called Earth Resonance and Biological Evolution, the Spiral Tower. It seems they are searching for a key to reach a specific area of the Earth's core. The clues are coming together. The Emerald Spiral wants to awaken the divine remains, which requires the Extinction Requiem as a key. The core data on the Hope ship likely points to the resting place of the divine remains, or the location for the awakening ritual. Doctor, we must act immediately. My ship is outside, ready to assist, but we need to work together to create chaos and break out. How do we do that? Marcus asked immediately. Coordinate the attack from both inside and outside. Gu Ying quickly outlined her plan. Does the Hope ship still have any defensive weapons or facilities that can cause a big disturbance? Dr. Evelyn thought for a moment. A backup energy node nearby might overload, causing a strong electromagnetic pulse and explosion, enough to disrupt nearby electronic devices. Good. Marcus, organize the fighters. Prepare to break out toward the breach, where my submarine is. Doctor, you handle data destruction and transfer of the most important files. I will contact my ship to launch a feint attack from outside, drawing fire. The plan was set. Everyone immediately split up to act. Guing used a portable communicator to contact Ella. Ella, in 5 minutes, I will cause an explosion inside the Hope. After the blast, you attack the outermost enemy ship's propulsion system, then quickly retreat to draw the others' attention. Understood. The Ark is in position. 5 minutes felt especially long. Inside the shelter, the survivors held their weapons tightly, their eyes determined. Dr. Evelyn carefully stored the most important data disk and activated the data destruction program. Time's up. Dr. Evelyn remotely triggered the overload sequence at the backup power node. After a few seconds, a dull explosion echoed from deep within the ship. The entire shelter shook violently. The lights went out instantly, and only emergency lights remained on. At the same time, a strong electromagnetic pulse swept through, and outside, the sound of enemy small drones crashing was heard. Now's the time, Marcus growled, and pushed open the hatch. Almost at the same moment, a faint blue beam from the abyss cut through the darkness and precisely hit the tail thruster of a Predator ship. The ship spun out of control, bubbling and sparking with electrical discharges. The sudden attack from both inside and outside caused confusion among the Predator fleet. The other ship's attention was drawn to the unpredictable abyssal ship, and they turned their guns toward it.
Quick.
Follow me. Gu Ling led the survivors, relying on her memory and real-time path guidance from Ella through the communicator to quickly retreat along their original route. Along the way, they encountered scattered enemy fighters, all swiftly dealt with by Gu Ling, Marcus, and others. The team safely reached the breach point. The abyssal ship, like a loyal guardian, was already waiting silently with its hatch open. Hurry onto the ship, Gu Ling commanded the survivors to board in order. Marcus stayed behind, fighting off enemies chasing from the deeper passage. When the last survivor entered the abyssal ship, Gu Ling and Marcus also slipped inside, and the hatch closed quickly. The ship's engines roared to full power, rushing like an arrow away from the Hope and the enemy ships, disappearing into the darkness of the deep sea. By the time the Predator fleet realized what was happening, they could only futilely fire a few energy beams toward the abyssal ship's disappearing direction, falling far behind. Inside the ship, the frightened survivors collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, their faces a mix of joy at escaping and sadness over losing their home. Gu Ling looked out the porthole at the Hope, now fading into the distance like a giant tombstone. She didn't feel much relief. She had saved these people, but the fall of the Hope and Dr. Evelyn's intelligence revealed a larger, more dangerous conspiracy. Dr. Evelyn, with Ella's help, tended to her leg injury. She looked at Guing with a complex expression and said, "Ms. Guing, thank you for saving us. But we must send the information out as soon as possible. The Predator, or rather, the forces behind them, are definitely after that thing deep inside the Earth. If they succeed, it won't just be the end of the world. It could mean the end of the entire planet." Guing nodded. Unknowingly, her journey had shifted from personal survival and revenge to being caught in a huge whirlpool that affects the fate of the whole planet. The next destination was now obvious. Ella set the course for the Atlantis zone anomaly mentioned by the doctor. Course set. Sistering, we are heading into deeper, more unknown waters. The Abyss Ark changed direction, carrying the last hope and heavy secrets toward the legendary land, toward the final battlefield. The darkness of the deep sea seemed endless, but the Ark's lights were like a needle piercing through the eternal night, firm and persistent. After escaping the ruins of the Hope, the Abyss Ark did not immediately flee far away. Guing directed Ella to hide the Ark near an active underwater hydrothermal vent. The hot fluids and dense mineral smoke from the vent effectively disrupted most detection signals, giving the survivors a brief moment to breathe. Inside the Ark, the space was much larger than a normal submarine, but suddenly having nearly 100 survivors made it very crowded. The air circulation system worked at full capacity, but the air still carried a heavy mix of sweat, blood, and disinfectant smell. The survivors curled up in corridors and backup cabins, mostly silent, with hollow eyes, still recovering from the trauma of their homeland falling and comrades dying. Guing gave the relatively spacious medical cabin to the seriously injured. Dr. Evelyn's leg wound, treated urgently by Ella's mechanical arm, was no longer serious, but her pale face showed blood loss and exhaustion. She insisted on talking to Guing immediately. In the small cockpit and command room, only Guing, Dr. Evelyn, and Ella, appearing as a hologram, were present. Marcus was outside maintaining order. His calm figure brought a rare sense of safety to the survivors. Ms. Guing, thank you again for saving us. Dr. Evelyn's voice remains weak, but carries the careful and urgent tone of a researcher. Time is short. I must share all the information I have about the Predator and the strange activity inside the Earth with you. Guing handed her a glass of concentrated nutrient solution and nodded for her to continue. First, the Hope ship is not only an ark for the end of the world, but also a mobile database and observation station for the old, Deep Blue project. Dr. Evelyn pulled up data stored on her wrist computer. The core of the Deep Blue project is monitoring the inside of the Earth, especially the boundary between the mantle and the core, called the Mohorovičić discontinuity or MOHO surface, for abnormal activity. The disasters at the end of the world are not just climate changes or geological events. We suspect they are caused by intense disturbances in the Earth's energy field. On the holographic star map, the Earth's interior was sliced open layer by layer, pointing to a blurry bright spot deep inside the core. We call this an abnormal signal source, Gia's heart. It's like a sleeping heart, but its fluctuations directly affect the Earth's magnetic field, ocean currents, and even the evolution of life. The data stolen by the Predator mainly concerns the exact location of Gia's heart and models of its energy fluctuations. These are top secret. Evelyn enlarged a complex energy spectrum diagram. The technology they use, especially the combination of biological ships and energy weapons, closely resembles a highly secret old project called Prometheus Fire. This project was led by the predecessor organization of the Spiral Tower and aimed to use Earth's energy to force a leap in life forms. Guing stared at the star map, the whispers of an emerald spiral, and the illusions of the Spiral Tower resurfacing in his mind. So, the Predator is of the Spiral Tower? Their goal is Gia's heart? Very likely, Dr. Evelyn said seriously. Emerald Spiral. If it truly represents the collective consciousness of the Spiral Tower, then awakening the divine remains, which we suspect is some ancient superlife or cosmic entity relying on Gia's heart, requires a specific key and location. She pointed to the diagram. Eternal silence is the key, and the place where Gia's heart is located is the altar. Ayla interrupted, Doctor, based on current data, traveling directly to the preset coordinates of Gia's heart would require penetrating the Earth's crust at its weakest point, the mantle plume beneath the Atlantis plate anomaly. The environment there is extremely harsh, far beyond the design limits of any current vehicle. Yes, Dr. Evelyn nodded. But that is not the only way, and it could also be a trap. The founder of the old, Deep Blue project, a legendary marine geologist and physicist named Dr. Ezra Vannon, left behind a manuscript suggesting a relatively safe route called the Leviathan Path. The full version of this manuscript is not in the Hope ship's database. It is said to be stored in his last private laboratory built before the end of the world, called the Abyss Echo Station. The location of the Abyss Echo Station? Guing immediately caught the key point. Dr. Evelyn pulled up an old electronic sea map, pointing to a deep-sea area called the Demon Triangle, near the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, marked with a blinking light. Right here, at a depth of over 12,000 meters. But its exact coordinates are constantly changing. It is said that the Echo Station is built on a large, slowly moving underwater thermal dome. We need a trigger, a specific sound wave frequency, to activate its beacon and reveal its true location. What is the trigger? Dr. Evelyn paused and looked at Guing. According to the remaining parts of the manuscript, it requires a pure abyssal resonance, a special sonar frequency capable of deep communication with the ocean itself. Old equipment cannot generate this frequency. It seems. It needs the natural vocal organs of a living creature as the core resonator. Legend says that the guardian of the Leviathan Path, a prehistoric giant whale called the echoing song whale, could produce this sound. But the echoing song whale was believed to be extinct before the end of the world. The cockpit fell into brief silence. The clues seemed to lead to a dead end, searching for a possibly non-existent laboratory, requiring the voice of a legendary extinct creature as the key. But Guing remembered the vague connection between the Abyss Arc and the deep-sea consciousness, as well as the ancient echo mentioned by the Emerald Spiral. She touched the control panel, feeling the low hum of the Ark's engine. Analyze the Ark's sonar system. Can it simulate or search for the characteristics of the pure abyssal resonance? The database has no direct data on the echoing song whale, but according to the theoretical description of the pure abyssal resonance, its frequency should be harmonically related to Earth's background gravitational waves and geomagnetic pulsations. The active sonar system of the Abyssal Arc has been repeatedly affected by strange energy surges, and it might have the potential to adjust to similar frequency ranges. However, this requires a lot of energy and could cause unpredictable consequences, such as attracting unknown deep-sea creatures or causing local geological instability. The risks must be taken, Guing decided. We will head to the Demon Triangle area first. Dr. Evelyn, please gather all clues about the Abyss Echo Station and the Leviathan Path. Supervisor Marcus, please handle the survivors' comfort and supply distribution. The route was set, and the Abyssal Arc left the hydrothermal vent area, heading toward the deeper, more mysterious Demon Triangle. The journey was full of uncertainties. The sea chart showed that the area had chaotic magnetic fields, complex water structures, and often unexplained strong currents and energy vortices. During the voyage, Guing helped Marcus stabilize the survivors, using the Ark's manufacturing units to produce much-needed food, fresh water, and medicine, gradually earning most people's trust. Meanwhile, she, Evelyn, and Ella kept trying to adjust the Ark's sonar system, hoping to catch or mimic the legendary pure resonance. They conducted several small-scale tests. Each time the sound waves were emitted, it was like dropping a stone into the silent, deep sea. Sometimes there was no response, only endless darkness. Other times, small deep-sea creatures appeared curious or hostile. Once, it even caused a minor underwater landslide, nearly burying the Arkansas. The experiments were not without gains. Ella recorded that when the sonar frequency approached a certain harmonic point, the energy sensors outside the Ark detected a faint echo from the depths far away, as if something was responding to their call. Meanwhile, Guing felt a mysterious power connecting her to the deep-sea Ark, subtly fluctuating with each sound wave, like some kind of resonance. We might be getting close. Dr. Evelyn looked at the data curves, excited but tense. But the energy fluctuations have also attracted attention. Sensors show multiple unknown fast-moving objects approaching from different directions. Guing looked at the main screen, and indeed, several bright points were rapidly approaching. Are those predators? The energy signatures don't match. They seem more like native creatures, but their size and energy response are far beyond normal, Ella warned. Suggest we go into defense mode. The survivors were asked to enter the safety pod. Guing and Marcus went to the cockpit, staring intently at the screens. Soon, several huge dark shapes appeared at the edge of the searchlight beam. They were strange three-headed monsters. They had sleek, large bodies with smooth, mirror-like skin that reflected faint light. Their heads lacked obvious eyes, only a large similar to a resonance chamber. They moved silently, but with a suffocating sense of pressure. Are these a mutated form of shadow rays? Or some unrecorded species? Marcus clenched his weapon. No. Dr. Evelyn's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. Look at their sound organs. And this energy field. They are a subspecies or relatives of the echo whale, possibly evolved or degenerated in extreme environments. At that moment, one of the giant creatures opened its large resonance chamber and emitted a deep, distant sound that seemed to have traveled through millions of years. The sound was not harsh, but carried a powerful impact that touched the soul, making everyone inside the ark feel shaken. Strong sound wave detected.
The frequency
Matches the pure abyss resonance theory by 92%.
Ella exclaimed.
After the sound wave, something amazing happened. The three-headed monsters did not attack, but instead circled around the abyss ark, swimming slowly. Their sounds changed from simple impacts to complex, beautiful melodies, like singing. At the same time, the navigation screen on the ark suddenly lit up with a clear coordinate point in the previously blurry Demon Triangle area. The Abyss Echo Station. The beacon has been activated. Dr. Evelyn pointed excitedly at the screen. The monsters' song lasted about a minute. Then, as mysteriously as they appeared, they vanished into the dark depths of the ocean, leaving only lingering echoes and that clear coordinate. They're not attacking us. They're responding to our call, guiding us, Guing whispered. She felt a warm resonance from the ark's core, as if a cross-species communication had just been completed. Following the new coordinates, the Abyss Ark descended to an astonishing depth of nearly 11,000 meters. The pressure was immense, the light completely vanished, and only the Ark's own lights cut through the eternal darkness. Finally, on a flat seabed plain, they discovered a large glass dome emitting a gentle blue glow, called the Echo Station of the Abyss. The station was not very big, but surprisingly well preserved. Its dome seemed to be made of a strong, self-healing material that resisted the deep-sea pressure and the passage of time. The airlock of the Ark and the Echo Station connected successfully. Guing, Dr. Evelyn, and Marcus, dressed in heavy-pressure suits, entered this mysterious base that had been sealed for over 10 years. Inside, the facilities were simple yet advanced, with a retrofuturistic style. The power system was still running on low energy. The air circulation was normal, as if the owners had only temporarily left. They found the body of Dr. Ezra Vannon in a round study filled with various instruments and yellowed paper manuscripts. He sat peacefully at a control console, as if sleeping, with a complex map of Earth's interior frozen on the holographic screen in front of him, centered on the heart of Gaia. Dr. Evelyn respectfully removed a data ring from Dr. Vannon's finger and inserted it into her portable computer. A large amount of data, research notes, and holograms flooded in instantly. Dr. Vannon's research was far more detailed and astonishing than what was recorded in the Hope ship's database. He not only confirmed the existence of the heart of Gaia, but also proposed that it was a core node of a primitive, planetary neural network. This network connected all life and non-living matter on Earth, maintaining the planet's dynamic balance. The apocalyptic disasters were caused by this network falling into chaos and attempting self-repair due to some unknown reason. Vannon speculated it might be related to ancient, alien seeding or higher dimensional interference. The Spiral Tower and its pursuit of the divine remains, in Vannon's theory, were described as dangerous delusions trying to hijack this planetary neural network and transform it into a tool for a tiny group of chosen ones. He warned that the awakening of the divine remains would mean the complete reformatting of Earth's current ecosystem and consciousness network. Regarding the Leviathan path, Vannon left a complete navigation chart. It was not a physical route but a series of energy flows formed by mantle convection, deep-sea hot springs, and specific magnetic nodes. Traveling through it required a spacecraft with extremely high energy adaptability and the ability to resonate with the planetary network at a basic level. He mentioned resonance. Dr. Evelyn looked at Guing. Dr. Fain believes that only a few special individuals can naturally or through certain opportunities resonate faintly with the heart of Gaia, allowing safe navigation along the Leviathan's path. Ms. Guing, your unique connection to this ark Guing did not deny. She walked to the control panel and placed her hand on the frozen Earth map. Something strange happened. Her mind seemed to connect with the entire Echo Station and even the deep sea outside. She saw the energy flow paths, felt the slow but powerful heartbeat of the heart of Gaia, and faintly sensed a distant, malicious, and greedy consciousness approaching Earth's core. That was Emerald Spiral and its followers. "I see the path." Guing withdrew her hand, her eyes very firm. "And I feel the urgency. Emerald Spiral has found a way to get close to the heart of Gaia. We must move faster." With Dr. Fane's complete legacy, the Abyss Ark finished its supplies, said goodbye to the Echo Station, and headed toward the entrance of the Leviathan's Path, a group of black chimneys deep in the trench, constantly spewing super-hot fluids and energy. Following Fane's instructions, the Ark did not try to fight the erupting energy. Instead, it adjusted its energy field, like a surfer riding a giant wave of heat from the bottom of the chimneys down into the mantle. Suddenly, the Ark was wrapped in unimaginable speed and energy. The outside scenery turned into a swirling vortex of glowing energy, where normal physics seemed to break down. This was the Leviathan's Path. Traveling through it tested the limits of the spaceship and its crew. The Ark's shields fluctuated violently, and the hull groaned under the strain. Survivors held on tightly, enduring dizzying shifts between weightlessness and gravity. Guing focused completely, using her faint resonance with the Ark and the deep sea to make tiny adjustments to the course, avoiding the most dangerous turbulence in the energy whirlpools. In this strange tunnel, the sense of time and space became blurry. After an unknown period, the energy flow around gradually stabilized, and ahead appeared an incredible vast underground ocean. Located beneath the crust and above the mantle, this huge cavity was filled with mineral-rich, energy-laden seawater, glowing with a dreamy light. In the distance, a huge, heart-shaped glowing mass can be faintly seen. This is the heart of Gaia. However, before they could recover from their shock, Ella issued a sharp alert. High-energy reaction detected. An object has broken through the energy shield behind us and is catching up. On the screen, 3 more menacing ships covered in dark red biological armor, much larger than the previous Predator, are rapidly approaching from behind. Their bows are prominently marked with a large spiral tower symbol. The fleet of Emerald Spiral. Gu Ying's heart sank. They were finally caught. The leading enemy ship's bridge opened, revealing a tall humanoid figure covered in dark armor, with its face shrouded in shadow, only a pair of cold purple eyes visible. A processed voice, blending electronic sounds with a non-human roar, came through. "Deep Abyss Wanderer. Surrender the key and resonator, and turn to the spiral for rebirth. Resistance. Only destruction alongside this ancient tomb." The final battle was about to unfold in the most mysterious and central part of this planet. Guing stood at the pilot's seat, the deep blue glow of the Abyss Ark shining brightly in the oceanic core, echoing the distant majestic heart of Gaia. Behind her were the surviving human sparks. Ahead, enemies trying to destroy the planet's future. She said nothing, only slowly clenched the control stick. All weapon systems on the Ark began to charge, and the engines emitted a deep roar of readiness. The answer was clear, without words. The dark red enemy ships, like bloodthirsty sharks in the deep sea, surrounded in a fan shape. Their main guns gathered terrifying energy, illuminating the dark oceanic depths with a strange glow. The cold voice echoed again, filled with undeniable authority. "Final warning. Surrender the Eternal Lament and the Resonator." Gu Ying's eyes sharpened like blades, her fingers swiftly moved across the control panel. "Ella, maximum power output. Shield focused on the bow. Marcus, organize the crew for ship-to-ship combat. Dr. Evelyn, analyze the energy fluctuations of the heart of Gaia to find an opportunity." Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their efficiency astonishing in this desperate situation. The Abyss Ark engine roared loudly, moving forward instead of retreating, charging directly at the enemy ship leading the attack. Just as it was about to enter the optimal range for the enemy's main guns, Guing suddenly pulled the control stick. The arc tilted at an almost impossible extreme angle, sliding sideways. The deep blue main cannon roared, firing a concentrated beam of energy not at the enemy ship's hull, but directly at its energy gathering point for the main guns. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted at the enemy ship's bow, successfully interrupting its energy buildup. But attacks from two other enemy ships were already coming. The Abyss Ark's shield flickered violently, the ship shook intensely, and internal alarms blared loudly. Shield energy has dropped to 65%. The right thruster is slightly damaged, Ella quickly reported. Keep maneuvering. Don't give them a chance to fire a full salvo. Guing controlled the arc as it weaved through the vast core cavity, using the towering, faintly glowing crystal pillars and hydrothermal vents as cover. The arc was more agile than its enemies, but their firepower and armor were clearly superior. Big sistering, high-energy individual detected breaking away from the enemy's main ship. Approaching at high speed, Ella suddenly warned. On the screen, the dark armored humanoid figure from earlier appeared again. Using personal thrusters and wielding a long spear made of condensed energy, it shot straight toward the Abyss Arc like a meteor. Its speed and energy response were far beyond normal understanding. It's the chosen one of Green Spiral. They have been heavily modified, and their combat power is extremely terrifying, Dr. Evelyn exclaimed. I'm going to stop him. Marcus grabbed a heavy pulse rifle and rushed toward the airlock.
No.
Stay inside and guard. Guing stopped him, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Ella, open the top hatch. I'll handle him. Big sistering, that's too dangerous. Guing didn't explain. She felt a surge of power resonating with the arc and the deep sea within her, boiling inside her body. She quickly ran to the hatch, leaping out as it opened. At the same time, a gentle blue glow appeared around her, forming a close-fitting energy armor. In her hand, she condensed a long sword made of pure energy, her first active use of this mysterious power after deep integration with the Abyss Arc. The energy sword clashed fiercely with the energy spear, producing a blinding flash and shockwave. Guing was knocked back, but managed to steady herself. The Chosen One's cold electronic eyes flickered with surprise. Interesting resonance. Your value exceeds expectations. The Chosen One launched another attack, transforming his spear into a flurry of spear shadows, each strike containing terrifying power capable of tearing metal. Guing focused intently. Her fighting skills came from 10 years of life-and-death battles in the apocalypse. They were simple but effective and deadly. More importantly, she could clearly sense the flow of her opponent's energy, as if the entire Earth's energy field was providing her with information. Her sword strikes were quick and precise, often blocking or dodging, and sometimes launching fierce counterattacks. The two fought fiercely outside the arc, with sparks of energy colliding like fireworks in the Earth's core. Inside, Marcus and others watched nervously but couldn't interfere in such a high-level fight. Meanwhile, Dr. Evelyn kept her eyes on the energy readings of the Heart of Gaia. Suddenly, she shouted, Guing! The heartbeat of the Heart of Gaia is speeding up. Its energy field is resonating with your battle. Try to guide its power. Dr. Vannon's theory might be correct. Gu Ying's mind moved. She was fighting against the storm of the Chosen One's attacks while trying to send a faint thought to touch and feel the mighty, warm Heart of Gaia from afar. At first, there was no response, but as she adjusted her weak resonance frequency to match the heartbeat of the Heart of Gaia, a vast, starry consciousness gently brushed her mind. There were no words, no specific commands, only a pure, instinctive desire to protect her balance. Guing suddenly understood. The Emerald Spiral plan was an invasion of the Heart of Gaia itself, like a virus it resisted. Now, Guing poured all her mental strength, along with that faint resonance from the Heart of Gaia, into her energy sword. The sword's light surged, shrinking into a tiny galaxy of stars. The Chosen One sensed a deadly threat and roared as he spear with all his might. Boom! An explosion 10 times more intense than any before erupted. Bright light swallowed everything. When the light faded, the Chosen One's spear was shattered inch by inch, his dark armor mostly broken, and he was flung backward like a broken kite, falling into the depths of the Earth's core ocean. Guing also exhausted her strength, her energy armor dissipated, and she fell pale and weak, caught by the Abyss Ark's rescue pod just in time. The signal of the Chosen One has disappeared, Ella reported. The leader was injured, and the remaining 2 enemy ships seemed to fall into brief confusion. But at that moment, the heartbeat of the Heart of Gaia reached a peak. The entire core cavity shook violently, and countless energy streams appeared out of nowhere, as if the planet's immune system was automatically fighting off invaders. The 2 enemy ships were hit first, thrown off balance by the fierce energy flows. Their shields quickly overloaded, and their hulls began to break apart. Now's our chance. Ella, full power, attack their engines, Guing ordered firmly. The Abyss Ark stabilized itself and poured all remaining firepower into the attack. Under the combined of the Heart of Gaia and the Ark, the 2 enemy ships turned into huge fireballs and sank silently. The ocean beneath the planet gradually calmed down, leaving only the Heart of Gaia still pulsing gently, emitting a warm glow, as if it had just completed a minor self-adjustment. The Abyss Ark floated nearby, undergoing emergency repairs. Survivors left their cabins and looked out the windows at the awe-inspiring planetary core. Many shed tears, relief at surviving the ordeal, and deep respect for this weathered planet beneath their feet. Guing received treatment in the medical pod, mainly for mental and physical exhaustion. Dr. Evelyn examined her and was amazed to see that after resonating with the planet, her body seemed to have undergone a beneficial change, with cell activity significantly increased. "Did we succeed?" Marcus asked, his face showing disbelief. "We temporarily repelled the vanguard of Emerald Spiral, Guing looked at the Heart of Gaia with deep eyes. But the main body of Emerald Spiral is still intact, and the secret of Silent Requiem hasn't been fully uncovered. This is just the beginning." She approached the control console, gently placed her hand on it, and tried to communicate with the Heart of Gaia again. This time, the response was clearer. Although it still didn't speak in words, she received a vague star map pointing beyond the solar system, along with a firm thought: balance, protection, growth. It seemed to be telling them that the threat wasn't only from within, but also from the stars. The solution lay in restoring the planet's balance and fostering growth and unity among all life. Guing interpreted this message carefully. Dr. Evelyn pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps Silent Requiem isn't a weapon of destruction but a key to reboot or repair the planet's network. Is it just misunderstood and used by the Emerald Spiral? Maybe. We need more time and knowledge to solve these mysteries. Guing decided. The Heart of Gaia needs rest, so we shouldn't stay here too long. Let's leave the Earth's core and return to the deep sea. Using the reverse energy flow of the Leviathan path, the Abyss Ark smoothly returned to normal deep-sea areas. When they felt the familiar water pressure and currents again, it was like a different world. Guing chose not to go back to the crowded, oppressive survivor base. With the technology and resources from the Hope ship and the Abyss Echo Station, and her special connection with the Abyss Ark and the Heart of Gaia, she decided to build a new, mobile oceanic home. This would protect the planet's future and explore ways out of the end times, called the Deep Blue Watchers base. The news spread quietly through encrypted channels, attracting many scientists, engineers, soldiers, and survivors who were unhappy with the current situation but hopeful. The base, centered on the Abyss Ark, grew stronger and became a new force in the deep-sea apocalypse, dedicated to protection and exploration. Guing, once only thinking about revenge and survival, now bore a heavier responsibility and saw a broader future. Standing on the bridge of the Abyss Ark, she looked out at the endless deep sea, holding the data ring she got from Dr. Vannon. Ella broadcast to all areas, using the Deep Blue Watcher symbol, channel open. Guing took a deep breath. Her voice traveled through the radio waves to every corner of the ocean, This is the Deep Blue Watchers. I am Guing. We have uncovered part of the truth about the end times and see a bigger, looming crisis. But we also found hope within our planet and in every life that refuses to give up. We declare that we are not here to conquer or rule, but to protect, repair, and explore. We welcome all like-minded people, no matter where you come from or what you've been through. Together, let's find a way to dawn a new day for this blue planet and our shared future. After the broadcast, the deep sea remained silent, but in the hearts of those listening in the darkness, something was quietly ignited. Guiying's journey is far from over. The secrets of the deep sea, the threats of the starry sky, the shadows of the emerald spiral, and the truth of the silent requiem all await her discovery. But this time, she is no longer alone. Behind her is a base called Home, and a group of people called Companions. The Abyss Ark changes course, heading toward new unknowns, breaking through the waves. The water parted by the ship's bow seems to signal that an era belonging to the Deep Blue Guardians is slowly beginning. The broadcast of the Deep Blue Guardians was like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples across the remaining communication networks of the end times. Reactions varied. Some survivor outposts scoffed, thinking it was just another lie to gain power. Others watched cautiously, but some scattered small groups and individuals in the ocean saw this message as the only light in the darkness and began to find ways to gather at the encrypted coordinates provided by the broadcast. The Abyss Ark did not stay in one place. It moved slowly along a safe route, patrolling the waters, while sending out small teams made up of modified submarines and armed underwater motorcycles to help survivors who came seeking refuge. Guing knew that trust takes time to build in this dangerous world, and the foundation of the Deep Blue Guardians must be real actions and hope. The first group of survivors, about 30 people, arrived on an old exploration ship that was nearly falling apart. When they saw the towering Abyss Ark, like a moving fortress, and the orderly response procedures, their eyes filled with shock and unbelievable joy. The work of integrating the newcomers was heavy and detailed. Marcus was responsible for safety checks and military training, making sure no deadly viruses or hostile mind control devices were carried in. Dr. Evelyn led the original Hope research team to assess the new members' skills, assigning them to farms, repair yards, research stations, or medical clinics. Ella managed the base's central system, coordinating resource distribution and optimizing energy networks. Guing was at the heart of it all. She was not only a spiritual leader, but also, thanks to her special connection with the Abyss Ark, able to sense threats in the surrounding waters. She issued early warnings several times, avoiding attacks from swarms of creatures or extreme weather. She no longer watched coldly from the sidelines like at the start of the end times. Instead, she often appeared in different work areas, talking with people to understand their difficulties and ideas. Her natural aura, shaped by the energy of her planet, makes her seem convincing and powerful without effort. The base centers around the Abyss Ark and gradually develops a modular outer structure, living pods built from old shipwrecks and synthetic materials, energy modules powered by temperature differences and ocean currents, agricultural domes that simulate sunlight for soil-less farming, and a growing seawater desalination and recycling center. Though simple, it is full of life. Knowledge is power. Dr. Evelyn's team works tirelessly to analyze data from the Hope ship and the Abyss Echo Station, DR. Vannon's research notes are priceless, containing theories about Earth's core energy as well as advanced ideas on coping with extreme environments, growing new crops, and creating new materials using certain properties of alien substances. One day, Evelyn excitedly finds Guing. We have a big discovery. Dr. Vannon's new interpretation of the silent requiem. On the holographic display in the lab, a complex energy structure is reassembled. We always thought this silent requiem was some kind of weapon or key. But Dr. Vannon's notes suggest it might be a very powerful resonance harmonizer. Its original purpose could be to stabilize the abnormal fluctuations of the Gaia heart and repair the planetary network. Guing is startled. So, Chui Luo wants to distort its function and turn it into a trigger to up the network. Very likely, Evelyn points to a key node in the energy model. If we can find the physical form of the silent requiem or fully understand how it works, we might not only stop Chui Luo but also gradually reverse the apocalyptic environment. This possibility excites everyone who knows the truth. Reversing the end times. What an enticing prospect. But first, we need to find the silent requiem, and clues about it are still scarce. Just as the base stabilizes and work proceeds smoothly, an uninvited visitor arrives. It is a battered, unmarked medium-sized high-speed submarine. Instead of signaling its identity as usual, it approaches the base's perimeter at high speed with a provocative attitude. Warning! Unknown vessel, please identify yourself and stop advancing immediately. Otherwise, we will consider it hostile action. Marcus issues a stern warning over the public channel. The other vessel slows down, but does not leave. A hoarse and arrogant voice sounded. Send out your leader to talk. We are the Free Sea Wolves. I hear you have a watchman here, and you've taken in a lot of sheep. This sea area is our territory, the Sea Wolves. If you want to pass through, you must pay a protection fee. The so-called Free Sea Wolves are a typical band of raiders in the post-apocalyptic world, living by robbing weaker survivors. Their appearance is the first direct challenge to the Deep Blue Watchers. Guing walked to the bridge, calmly watching the enemy ship on the screen. Marcus, battle readiness level 1. Ayla, lock onto their engines and weapons. Then she broadcasted outward, her voice steady but commanding. This is Guing. The Deep Blue Watchers do not recognize anyone's territory, only the dignity of life. We do not want conflict, but we will not be afraid of threats. You have 3 minutes to leave, or face the consequences. Ha, little girl, you talk big, sneered the leader of the Sea Wolves. Just a broken ship and a bunch of rabble. 3 minutes passed quickly. Instead of leaving, the enemy took a fighting stance. Gu Ying's eyes turned cold. Ayla, execute the eject plan. The Abyss Arc did not fire its main cannon but instead launched several non-lethal sound wave and electromagnetic interference grenades from both sides of the ship. These grenades exploded around the enemy ship, instantly creating a strong interference field and shockwave. The Sea Wolf submarine spun underwater like it was drunk, all electronic systems failing, communications cut off. They tried to fire torpedoes, but system chaos caused the launch to fail. What is this? The leader shouted in panic amid the chaos. Before they could react, several small unmanned attack drones launched from the Abyss Arc approached the submarine, their cutting beams aimed at its thrusters and weapon mounts. This is your final warning. Gu Ying's voice rang out again, cold as the deep sea iron. Next time, I'll target your pressure hull. Get lost. The Sea Wolves were terrified by the overwhelming technological gap and decisive show of force. After barely regaining some power, they hurriedly turned to escape, not daring to leave even a harsh word behind. This bloodless victory greatly boosted the morale of the Deep Blue Guardians and sent a clear message to the entire post-apocalyptic ocean. This new organization not only has ideals, but also the strength to protect those ideals. New clues and expeditions soon after defeating the Free Sea Wolves, Ella detected a faint, intermittent ancient distress signal while monitoring global network signals. The source was located in a site called the Sunken Library, once the largest underwater knowledge base of the Old World, believed to contain the essence of human civilization. However, it sank into a deeper trench during early the end times due to geological shifts and was thought to be completely destroyed. Deciphering the distress signal revealed only a few repeated words. Acknowledged guard. Silver keyed danger. Silver key? Dr. Evelyn frowned. In Dr. Vannon's notes, I recall this term being mentioned. It's a symbol from an ancient civilization's legend, used to open the door of truth. Could the Sunken Library hold key knowledge related to the lament of extinction? Gu Ting realized this might be an important clue to uncovering the truth about the lament of extinction. Despite the dangers, they had to explore the site. After careful planning, a small expedition team was assembled. Led by Gu Ting himself, the team included the experienced Marcus, Dr. Evelyn, who specialized in ancient symbols, and a few elite guards. The Abyss Arc would stay at a safe distance to provide support. Before departure, Ting looked at the growing base and solemnly entrusted his deputies and Ella. Protect our home. We will bring back hope. The small reconnaissance submarine, Albatross, detached from the mothership, silently descended into the unknown depths of the sunken library ruins like a messenger of the deep sea. What awaited them could be buried knowledge, deadly traps, or the key to solving the final mystery. The dark currents of the deep sea still flowed silently. The Albatross, reconnaissance submarine, moved like a silent ghost, gliding toward the abyss where the legendary sunken library was said to be located. The depth of the dive has already exceeded the limit of ordinary military submarines. Outside the porthole, there is eternal blackness, only the submarine's searchlights piercing through the darkness like swords, occasionally illuminating strange, lifeless deep-sea coral skeletons or twisted metal debris. Inside, the atmosphere is serious. Dr. Evelyn closely watches the sonar and geological scanners, trying to find clues of the giant dome structure of the library amid the chaotic echoes. Marcus and the team check their equipment: high-frequency cutters, explosive ropes, bright flares, and weapons to deal with possible biological threats. Guing closes her eyes to rest, her mind like invisible tendrils extending out to sense the energy flow in the surrounding waters. This area feels unusually clean to her, almost free of the disturbing pollution that usually accompanies strange creatures, but it also lacks the vitality of life, only a heavy silence that has lasted for ages. Depth: 10,500 meters. Approaching the estimated target area, the pilot reports, his voice clear in the quiet submarine. On the sonar screen, a huge, regular-shaped man-made object finally appears. It is not completely buried in sediment but tilted, half hidden at the foot of a massive underwater cliff. Its size is beyond imagination, like a sunken mountain range. That is the sunk library of Alexandria. Dr. Evelyn's voice carries awe. The last treasure of ancient knowledge. I never thought it really existed, and its structure is mostly intact. As the submarine slowly approaches, the details of the library become clearer. Large Greek-style stone columns are broken, and the grand dome has collapsed in many places, but the main building still stubbornly stands. Its surface is covered with thick deep-sea sediment and strange, pale moss that can grow without light, making it look more like a natural reef than a man-made structure. Weak energy signals detected. Coming from deep inside the library. The signal pattern is similar to the distress code we received. Ella's voice comes through the encrypted channel from the abyssal arc far away. Find the entrance, Guing orders. The submarine circles the massive structure, finally discovering a large near the main entrance, likely formed when the dome collapsed. It is big enough for the Albatross to carefully enter. Inside the library, the scene is even more shocking. The endless bookshelves stretch like a forest into the darkness. Most books have long turned into pulp under high pressure and humidity, blending into the sediments. However, many books, made of special alloys or synthetic materials, actually data storage units, are scattered among the ruins, occasionally flickering with faint energy that has lasted over 10 years. A huge statue has fallen to the ground, its broken limbs buried beneath the sea of books. Time here seems to have frozen at the moment of sinking. Signal source is moving. Very slowly, toward the center of the library, Ella updates. Guyan feels like she's being watched, not with hostility, but with an ancient, curious gaze. She signals the submarine to move toward the center. The heart of the library is a large circular reading hall. The dome is already open, revealing the dark sea outside. In the center of the hall stands an enormous machine, more massive than expected. It's made of countless precise crystal tubes, gears, and glowing energy cores. Though covered in dust and partly damaged, the core still slowly operates, emitting a deep hum. Above the machine, a fragmentary star map is projected, just like the one Guyan sensed in the heart of Gaia. Next to this machine, there is a person, or rather a being with a human shape. It is made of pure energy, emitting a gentle blue glow. Its face is blurry, unclear. It seems to be trying to operate the huge machine, but moves slowly and with difficulty. The distress signal is emanating from it. Energy life form?
Or.
Hologram. Marcus raises his weapon cautiously. The energy entity seems to sense their arrival and slowly turns to face them. No sound is made, but a clear stream of information flows directly into everyone's mind. Welcome. Future Guardians. I am the final administrator of the library, codenamed Night Watcher. My physical form has long since vanished. This is the energy residual left after I uploaded my consciousness into the central database. Are you the one sending the distress signal? Guyan responds mentally.
Yes.
The library's backup power is nearly exhausted, and the external defense system has collapsed. Some unclean beings are beginning to covet the collection of knowledge, especially the records about the Silver Key. The Night Watchman's thoughts were filled with exhaustion and urgency. I must entrust the core data of the Compendium of All Knowledge, which points to that huge machine, and especially the truth about the tuning key, also known as your Lament of Silence, to someone trustworthy. Impure things? Are you referring to the Emerald Spiral? Not just the Emerald Spiral. The Night Watchman's thoughts grew serious. There are also older, more dangerous beings attracted by them. The Void Whisperers. They exist in the cracks between dimensions, feeding on knowledge and wisdom. The library's barrier is weakening, and they will find this place soon. As if to confirm the Watchman's words, Ella's urgent communication came through. Ting Jia. Multiple high-dimensional energy signatures are approaching the library. Their energy patterns are unknown and extremely dangerous. No time to explain in detail, the energy form of the Night Watchman intensified. Come closer to the Compendium of All Knowledge. I will transmit the core data to you. Then you must leave immediately. I will activate the library's final self-destruct protocol. Absolutely cannot let it fall into the Whisperer's hands. Gu Ting and Marcus and Evelyn exchanged a quick glance and made a decision instantly. The risk was huge, but this was the only chance to obtain crucial knowledge. The Albatross quickly approached the Compendium of All Knowledge. The Night Watchman's energy form turned into a streak of light, merging into the machine. Suddenly, the compendium emitted a dazzling glow. Large crystal conduits lit up one after another, and vast streams of data poured down like a waterfall, trying to connect with the Albatross database. At that moment, the void around the reading hall began to twist, rippling like water when a stone is thrown in. Several indescribable shadows seeped out, shapeless and constantly changing, emitting hoarse whispers that disturbed the mind. They ignored physical barriers and charged directly toward the compendium. Open fire, Marcus shouted. The team's energy weapons shot beams of light, but their effects on the shadows were minimal, as if hitting sticky mud. Physical attacks are ineffective. They interfere with our minds. One team member crouched, clutching his head in pain. Gu Ting felt a cold mental force trying to invade her consciousness, and countless mad whispers echoed in her mind. She immediately summoned her resonance with the Heart of Gaia, a warm and firm will forming a barrier that protected herself and her companions. The whispers seemed to hesitate before these strong defenses. Data transfer is 85%. Speed up. Dr. Evelyn stared closely at the progress bar. The shadows grew thicker, swirling around the Book of All Knowledge and the submarine, emitting sharper, more piercing screams. The energy field in the reading hall became very unstable and started to shake violently. 90%. 95%. Completed. Evelyn shouted. At the moment the data transfer finished, the Guardian's last thought echoed with determination. Run. May knowledge guide your way. The core of the Book of All Knowledge emitted a final burst of bright light, then quickly dimmed. At the same time, the entire library began to shake, and the massive structure started collapsing from inside. Arctic turn, retreat at full speed, Guing ordered. The submarine's engines roared as it narrowly escaped through about to be blocked by falling rocks. Behind them, the sinking library turned into a huge fireball and chaotic energy flow, along with the Void Whisperers, all swallowed by the deep-sea abyss. The Arctic turn safely returned to the Abyss, Arkansas. The vast amount of data it carried was urgently analyzed by Ella and Evelyn's teams for several days, finally revealing the mystery of the Lament of Silence. The results were shocking and brought unprecedented hope. The so-called Lament of Silence is officially called the Gaia Tuning Core. It is not a weapon but a top-tier scientific device built secretly by the greatest scientists of the old era. They foresaw that the planetary network might collapse due to unknown reasons, later confirmed to be related to a rare, high-dimensional energy splash, and created this planet-level repair device with global effort. Its working principle is to emit a special, harmonizing frequency that can resonate perfectly with the heart of Gaia. It is like giving a chaotic heart an electric shock or pacemaker to gradually stabilize its fluctuations, repair the damaged planetary neural network, and reverse various natural disasters caused by network chaos. The forces behind Emerald Spiral somehow learned of the existence and power of the tuning core. They tried to alter its core frequency, turning harmony into resonant destruction, using its powerful energy output to override and enslave the entire planetary network, aiming for their crazy dream of reshaping the world. They named it the Lament of Silence, which clearly revealed their destructive purpose. In other words, we not only need to stop the Emerald Spiral, but also find the physical Gaia tuning core to heal Earth. Dr. Evelyn's voice trembled with excitement. However, the bad news was that the physical tuning core had disappeared during the chaos of the apocalypse. The library's data only recorded its approximate last known location, once in the Bermuda Triangle area, now called the Fate Vortex, an extremely abnormal zone. The magnetic field there was chaotic, and space was unstable, making it a famous graveyard for ships. Even more difficult was that, to activate the tuning core, not only was the correct frequency code needed, which had been successfully obtained, but also a special resonance initiator, a person capable of withstanding and guiding that huge tuning frequency. This person had to have a very high affinity with the planetary network, and their life frequency needed to be synchronized with the heart of Gaia. Everyone's eyes turned to Guing. Her symbiosis with the Abyss Arc and her resonance with the heart of Gaia all pointed to her being the only key. Guing felt the weight on her shoulders grow even heavier. She was not only the leader, but now also the key to saving the world. But she did not back down. Her gaze became even more determined. "Target Fate Vortex," she ordered. "We must find the Gaia tuning core before the Emerald Spiral." The Abyss Arc set out again, heading toward the Forbidden Sea area that had swallowed countless lives. The closer they got to the Bermuda region, the stranger the environment became. The compass failed, electronic devices were frequently disrupted, and strange fog and sudden storms often appeared on the sea surface. Underwater, strong currents and space distortions occurred, as if they could be teleported to unknown waters at any moment. Following the library's data, they finally reached the core area of the Fate Vortex. It was not a huge whirlpool as imagined, but a strangely calm, circular sea area with rainbow-colored water. Beneath the calm, there was a terrifying undercurrent of energy. Strong space ripples and energy turbulence detected. "Normal navigation is extremely dangerous," Ella warned. Guing walked to the bow of the ship, placing her hand once again on the control panel, deeply connecting the arc with her consciousness. She needed to rely on that faint link with the heart of Gaia to sense the possible location of the tuning core amid this chaotic energy field. This was a test of mental strength. Countless chaotic energy signals, illusions caused by space distortions, and even remnants of ships and spirits from the past flooded Gu Ying's mind like waves. She kept her focus, like a lighthouse in a storm, trying to find that faint, familiar, warm pulse that belonged to the planet's core. Time passed second by second. Beads of sweat appeared on Gu Ying's forehead, and her face grew pale. Just when she was about to give up, she finally locked onto a very faint but clear point of resonance deep within the rainbow-colored sea. "Over there," she weakly pointed in that direction. The Abyss Arc adjusted its position carefully and descended toward that coordinate. During the descent, they faced unprecedented space distortions. The view outside the portholes was strange and surreal, as if they had traveled through a time tunnel. The ship's shield emitted sharp alarms, threatening to overload at any moment. Finally, after passing through a shimmering energy barrier like a water film, the scene suddenly opened up. They arrived at a huge underwater cavity. Inside, there was no seawater, only soft light. In the center floated a massive, intricately structured metal ring made of countless glowing geometric shapes, the Gaia tuning core. It spun quietly, radiating ancient and powerful energy waves. But they were not alone. Several biological warships with spiral tower symbols, and the Chosen One, who had been injured by Guing and now had a more terrifying mechanical limb, had already arrived. They circled the tuning core, trying to build some kind of connection device. Still a step too late. Marcus clenched his fists. No, it's not too late. Guing took a deep breath, straightened her body, and her eyes burned with a fire of determination. They haven't fully controlled it yet. Ella, prepare for battle. Dr. Evelyn, start hacking the tuning core's interface protocol. Marcus, lead the team to block the enemy landing forces. The final battle began in this isolated underwater cavity, with the future of the planet at stake. The Abyss Ark's cannons lit up the space, intertwining with enemy energy beams into a deadly web. Guing leapt out of the Ark, aiming straight at the Chosen One, who was trying to forcibly connect to the tuning core. This time, she was no longer fighting just for survival or revenge, but for the dawn of the entire world. The shining light of the tuning core reflected her determined figure, as if she herself was the light of hope. The fight inside the underwater cavity quickly became intense. The Abyss Ark's weapons fired with full force, clashing fiercely with the biological warships of the spiral tower. Energy beams hit the cavity walls, causing ripples and making the whole space shake violently. Marcus led a skilled team using floating rocks and abandoned devices as cover, fighting fiercely against enemy soldiers trying to land on the core platform. The sounds of pulse guns and explosions filled the air. Guiying's only goal was to stop the Chosen One, a modified human. He was standing on a floating platform below the tuning core, extending several thick biological fiber cables, trying to force them into an interface on the core base. Dark red energy flowed along the cables into the core, causing its light to flicker. "Don't think you'll succeed," Guing shouted softly. His energy sword gathered again, and he moved like lightning, stabbing straight at the Chosen One's back. The Chosen One seemed to have eyes behind him, turning suddenly. His mechanical limbs swung out a wave of dark energy, colliding hard with Gu Ying's sword light. "It's you again." Persistent echo. The Chosen One's electronic eye flashed with a fierce red glow. "This time, you won't have another chance. The glory of the Lord will descend." He abandoned trying to connect to the interface and released thick dark red energy from his armor's gaps. His aura suddenly surged, clearly using some secret technique to unlock his potential. The two fought again, this time much more fiercely than the battle in the Earth's core. Sword lights and energy claws crossed, each clash tearing the air with sharp screams. The scattered energy shocks caused cracks to spread across the platform. While Guing and the Chosen One fought fiercely, Dr. Evelyn's voice came through encrypted communication, anxious. "Ingjia. The enemy is using a very aggressive virus protocol to break through the core's firewall. The core's basic commands are being rewritten. Our normal hacking speed can't keep up. You need to directly connect your mind to the core, inside it, to stabilize its main program, and buy us time." Directly connecting minds? Gu Ying's heart tightened. This meant her consciousness would enter a powerful and possibly corrupted energy entity without defenses. The risk was huge. If she was careless, she could be attacked or assimilated. But she had no choice. Guing glanced at Marcus's team still fighting hard and the Abyss Ark battling the enemy ship. Her eyes sharpened. "Tell me what to do. Get close to the core base.
Touch it.
Use your resonance to feel its frequency, guide it, and soothe it," Evelyn quickly instructed. Guing pretended to strike, forcing the Chosen One back half a step. She quickly retreated and rushed toward the tuning core base. Trying to interfere with the Master's ritual? Dream on. The Chosen One roared and charged recklessly. Several dark red energy tendrils, like snakes, coiled toward Guing. Your opponent is me. Marcus roared and charged forward. He used his heavy shield to block the energy tendrils. Although the shield cracked instantly and he spat blood, he bought Guing a precious moment. Guing seized the chance and placed her hand on the cold, complex core base. In an instant, her mind was swept away by an irresistible flood, pulling her into a strange world made of pure information and energy. This was the inside of the tuning core. Countless data streams flowed like rushing rivers, representing the planet's network parameters. But at this moment, these streams were mixed with a lot of filthy, destructive dark red code, like viruses crazily copying and eroding, trying to replace the green basic command of harmony with a red-black one of destruction. Guying's consciousness was tiny in this ocean of information. She immediately felt immense pressure and erosion. The dark red code, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed toward her, trying to pollute her mind. She kept her focus, trying to recall the warm, peaceful, lively feelings she had when resonating with the heart of Gaia. She adjusted her mental frequency to synchronize with the faint but still existing harmony command at the core's bottom layer. Then, like a lighthouse, she spread this frequency outward. Hold steady. Return to balance. Protect. Her thoughts flowed like a clear spring through the polluted data streams. Although the violent dark red codes weren't immediately cleared, the erosion slowed down significantly. Some green commands, about to be overwritten, gained a chance to breathe. Outside, Dr. Evelyn was delighted to see the core's firewall suddenly strengthen, and the virus protocol's invasion slowed dramatically. Effective. Sistering succeeded.
Quickly.
The virus source, Guying's perseverance inside the core, was not smooth sailing. The source of the dark red energy is a cold, massive, and twisted consciousness that notices her presence. A tiny rebel, a familiar, seductive, and commanding voice echoes deep within Guying's mind. It's Chui Luo. Its consciousness projection, through a virus protocol, has entered the internal space of the tuning core. Feel the greatness of this power. The old world's order has decayed. Only by breaking it and rebuilding can we establish the eternal kingdom of the new gods. Join us, and your resonance body will become a vital foundation of the new world. You will gain extraordinary powers and eternal life. As it whispers, countless illusions of power, authority, and eternal life bombard Guying's will. Meanwhile, stronger data viruses surge like a tsunami, trying to swallow her. Guying's mind wavers in the storm, but flashes of her memories emerge, struggles and hope during the 10 years of the apocalypse, the smiling faces of the survivors from the Stardust ship, the hope ignited amid despair by the survivors of the Hope ship, the determined figures fighting for the future at the Deep Blue Watchers base, and the pure, warm protective will of the Heart of Gaia. These fragments of memory form an unshakable foundation for her. Your eternity is a cold grave. Your new world is the end of all life. I refuse. Guying's thoughts cut through all temptation like a sharp sword. This world, no matter how scarred, deserves healing, not destruction. Her resonance power erupts fully, resonating strongly with the core's deepest, most fundamental harmony, will. Green data streams glow brightly, beginning to purify the dark red virus code. Stubborn fool. Then perish with the wreckage of this old world. Chui Luo's consciousness roars in anger, launching a final fierce attack. The tuning process begins, heralding a dawn of hope. At this critical moment of internal and external crisis, Dr. Evelyn's excited voice sounds like a heavenly melody. We found it. The virus core protocol has been successfully cracked. Sistering, hold on. We will inject the purification command and activate the true tuning program now. Outside, the Abyss Arc concentrates all firepower, temporarily suppressing an enemy ship, creating a window for Evelyn's final operation. The complete, unaltered Gaia tuning protocol is successfully uploaded to the core. The core of the tuning device suddenly shook, and the vast ocean of data inside was instantly filled with pure, lively green light. The dark red consciousness and virus code of the spiral shell melted away like ice and snow, emitting a sharp, unwilling cry before being completely driven out and purified. In the outside world, the huge metal ring of the tuning core suddenly spun faster, shining with an unprecedented brilliant light. An indescribable wave of energy, full of vitality and harmony, spread out from the core like ripples, penetrating the underwater cavity and the tens of meters of seawater, radiating across the globe. The first to be affected were the enemies inside the cavity. The dark red energy on the Chosen One quickly disappeared as if encountering a nemesis. He let out a loud, painful scream, and his large body began to break apart. The biological warships also seemed to lose their souls, instantly becoming floating metal coffins with no power. Wherever the wave passed, miracles began to happen. Outside the cavity, the violent ocean in the Bermuda area surprisingly calmed down visibly, and the strange rainbow-colored seawater gradually turned blue again. Farther away, around the world, extreme weather began to weaken. Raging tsunamis gradually subsided, and the toxic dust in the air seemed to be purified and settled by some force. The battle was over. Gu Ying's consciousness withdrew from the tuning core and returned to her body. Though exhausted, her eyes shone brightly, like stars. She looked at the core, slowly spinning and emitting a gentle glow, knowing that a new era was about to begin. Marcus and his team, battered but high in spirits, started cleaning up the battlefield. Dr. Evelyn excitedly recorded the global environmental data sent back by the tuning core, and all indicators were improving.
Did we succeed?
A young team member asked softly, looking at the calm sea outside the porthole. We took the most important step, Guing said, walking beside him and looking into the distance. The tuning core has been activated, and the planet's self-healing mechanism is reactivated. But this will be a long process, taking years or even decades. The scars left by the end times need us to heal them with our own hands. The Abyss Ark carried the joy of victory and a heavy sense of responsibility as it left the whirlpool of fate. When they reached the sunlit waters again, the long mist, true golden sunlight broke through the thin clouds and shone on the blue sea, sparkling with hope. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Guing used the Deep Blue Watchers channel to send a new message to all survivors who could receive the signal. This is Guing. The Deep Blue Watchers report to all survivors. The Gaia tuning core has successfully started, and the planet's environment is gradually recovering. The darkest times are over, and the dawn has arrived. But this is not the end, only a new beginning. We need to work together to rebuild our home, fix our civilization, and protect this hard-won hope. The Deep Blue Watchers will share technology, knowledge, and resources freely. Together, we will create the future. The broadcast caused a huge reaction worldwide. Many survivors stepped out of hiding, looking at the long-missed blue sky and sunshine, crying with joy. The Abyss Ark became a symbol of hope, sailing on the slowly recovering ocean. Guing knew the road ahead was still long, with new challenges and difficulties. But she was no longer lost. She had companions, hope, and the strength to protect everything. Her story, from a reborn person's revenge and survival, became a grand epic about protection, healing, and new life. And this epic was only just beginning. The Deep Blue Watch would continue forever. Golden sunlight shone through the clear sea, casting flickering spots on the deck of the Abyss Arkansas. The sea breeze carried the long-missed salty smell of the ocean, not the sulfur and dust of the end times. The broadcast had been sent out, hope spreading like a spark across the remaining global communication networks. But on the bridge, Gu Ying's face showed little joy, only deep fatigue and a heavier sense of responsibility. All 7 main global frequency bands received many response signals. At least hundreds of survivor bases confirmed they got the message and want to contact us further. Ella's electronic voice was slightly excited. Environmental data shows the concentration of toxic particles in the atmosphere has dropped by 15%, the ocean's average pH has slightly risen, and extreme storms are happening less often. The tuning core really is working. Dr. Evelyn looked at the scrolling data on the screen, her eyes moist. We did it. We really did it. Marcus, bandaging his left arm, grinned. Now, those still clinging to life must be pretty shocked. Huh. Joy is real, but reality is also cold. Guing takes a deep breath, forcing herself to step back from the grand story of saving the world and focus on the complex problems in front of her. Ella, organize all response signals by location, size, resource needs, and potential threat level. Evelyn, we need to quickly develop a standard aid plan, including basic supplies, medical support, environmental adaptation technology, and educational materials about tuning core effects to prevent panic and misunderstanding. Marcus, increase security. During times like this, we must be especially careful of certain forces' desperate counterattacks or opportunistic attacks. She issues commands one after another, and the atmosphere on the bridge shifts from celebration to efficient work. Guing knows that starting the tuning core is just the beginning. Turning this faint hope into a real dawn will require great effort and wisdom. Global communication has not fully recovered, transportation is still blocked, and each survivor base is different. Some may be hopeful, some doubtful, and others, like the remnants of the Spiral Tower or other suspicious groups, will try to sabotage. In the following weeks, the Deep Blue Watchers base entered an unprecedented busy period. The Abyss Arc, as a mobile command center and symbol, continued to patrol, welcoming those seeking refuge from all directions. Meanwhile, the original base modules expanded rapidly. Using advanced technology from the Hope, Sea Abyss Echo Station, and library data, new living modules, large hydroponic farms, medical centers, schools, and skill training bases sprang up in a relatively peaceful and resource-rich sea area. A floating, self-sufficient city on the sea began to take shape. Guing does not see herself as a hero. She knows her personal power is limited. She quickly established the Dawn Council, with representatives from different groups. Evelyn is responsible for technology and education, Marcus for security and order, the agricultural expert from the original, Hope, ship for food production, and survivors from various backgrounds with different skills participate in decision-making. Although democratic systems may sometimes be less efficient than dictatorship, they can best unite people's hearts and gather wisdom. Deep Blue Watchers is no longer just the name of an organization. It has gradually become a symbol of a new idea: unity, mutual help, knowledge, and hope. A revised and suitable version of the Dawn Charter for rebuilding after the apocalypse has been drafted and approved, clearly defining basic rights, duties, and shared goals. In the shadows, there is movement. However, under the light, shadows are never far away. As Guing predicted, not all forces welcome the arrival of the tuning era. Some warlords and bandit groups, used to the law of the jungle and relying on violence to rule in the post-apocalyptic world, see the Deep Blue Watchers as the greatest threat. They spread rumors, claiming that the tuning core is a more advanced control weapon and that the Deep Blue Watchers intend to enslave all survivors. Even more worrying, reports about residual activity from the Spiral Tower have begun to appear sporadically. These groups seem to have split into smaller units, going underground, using strange biological technology and mind control methods to cause chaos at remote survivor outposts, incite rebellion, and even carry out terror attacks. A week ago, a small island outpost that had recently made contact with the Deep Blue Watchers suddenly lost communication. Reconnaissance teams sent to investigate returned with grim news. The entire outpost had been slaughtered, with clear signs of biological weapons modification and a twisted spiral symbol painted in blood. On the walls, there was also a provocative message: "The old gods are dead, the new gods are coming. Chaos is the eternal truth." The news reached the Dawn Council, and there was silence. Marcus slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. Dr. Evelyn looked serious. Everyone realized that the war with the Spiral Tower was far from over. It had only entered a new, more complex stage. Guing looked at the investigation report, her eyes cold. She knew this was retaliation and counterattack from Chui Luo, or the forces behind it. They were like a virus, lurking in the shadows, waiting to crush the fragile hope that had just begun to emerge. Strengthen security and support at all Allied outposts. Gu Ying's voice broke the silence. Form a rapid response team, directly commanded by Marcus, to handle similar emergencies. Also, Ella, use all resources to track these enemies. We need a clean, decisive strike to break their backbone. Besides external threats, internal problems are also emerging. As the environment gradually improves, some people who have adapted to the harsh rules of the post-apocalypse or held specific beliefs from the old world are beginning to question the ideals of the Deep Blue Watchers. Some original environmentalists believe that humanity's excessive development is the root of the end times. They oppose large-scale industrial rebuilding and advocate returning to simple, low-tech ways of life. Others, who are optimistic about technology, support using advanced tools and high-tech solutions to quickly rebuild or even surpass the old civilization, regardless of the cost. These two groups argue constantly at the Dawn Council meeting, even affecting specific policies. For example, they are deadlocked over whether to rebuild long-distance, wireless communication networks. More subtly, Gu Ying's reputation is soaring, and many survivors see her as the Dawn Goddess or Savior. While this personal admiration helps unite people, it also makes Gu Ying and other council members uneasy. Dr. Evelyn privately reminds Gu Ying, power needs checks. Personal will should not replace group decisions. We must avoid heading down the path of dictatorship. Gu Ying agrees and begins to emphasize teamwork and the spirit of the Dawn Charter in public, trying to downplay her personal image. However, this is difficult, especially since ordinary survivors see her as a symbol of hope. The seed plan and future directions to face internal and external challenges and plan for the long future. Gu Ying proposes a grand seed plan. It has several parts. Knowledge seeds. Collect and copy all knowledge from ruins, creating a distributed knowledge arc to prevent losing human wisdom again. She also promotes education to train new scientists, engineers, and thinkers. Life seeds. Use the biological gene banks stored on the Hope ship and the improved environment to gradually restore Earth's biodiversity. Establish protected areas and carefully reintroduce some endangered or extinct species. Technology seeds. Develop technology selectively, focusing on environmental repair, healthcare, new energy sources, and deep-sea exploration, rather than weapons or expansion, always under sustainable and ethical principles. Diplomatic seeds. Send diplomatic teams on modified high-speed ships to survivor communities across continents, spreading hope, making contact, and building a global alliance for civilization rebuilding. This plan received the support of most members of the Dawn Council. It pointed the way for the Deep Blue Guardians and all those longing for light to a long-term goal. Personal crossroads late at night. Gu Ying stood alone on the ship's bridge, gazing at the calm sea under the starry sky. Memories of rebirth, 10 years of struggle, the decisive battle at the Earth's core, adventures in the library, and the resonance of the core. All felt like a dream. She had changed from a revenge seeker, just trying to survive, into a leader carrying the hope of billions. She felt more lonely and pressured than ever. No one could truly share what she had experienced or the heavy burden she bore now. Her connection with the Abyss Arc grew deeper. It seemed to be an extension of her body and soul. But this also made her feel more distant from ordinary people. Sometimes, she would think of her simple life before the end of the world, and remember the afternoon she was pushed into the flood. The hatred seemed long gone, softened by a greater mission. Yet, in quiet nights, that cold pain still reminded her of where she came from. "Ella, do you think everything we do can really bring a better future?" she softly asked. The hologram flickered, and Ella's gentle voice replied, "Based on current data models, the chance of success is 67.4%. But the future isn't fixed. It's shaped by every choice we make now. You and everyone else are doing your best to increase that chance. As for what a better future means, perhaps it's simply allowing life to continue, letting civilization endure, and keeping hope alive. That's enough." Gu Ying smiled. Yes, thinking too far ahead can become a burden. Doing well in each present moment and protecting everyone around her, that's enough. She turned on her communicator and connected with Dr. Evelyn. Doctor, about the debate on rebuilding the communication network, I have an idea. We could first set up a relay system for emergency alerts and basic information sharing. The technical details would be open and transparent, under council supervision. Also, we should increase education efforts so everyone understands that technology is just a tool. What matters is how we use it. A new dawn has arrived, but the road ahead is still long. Gu Ying and her deep blue guardians will continue to sail on this renewed blue planet toward that distant and precious future. Their story is an epic of human civilization reborn from ruins, and every line of this epic is written with courage, wisdom, and unyielding hope. The announcement of the Seed Project was like dropping a reassuring stone into a calm lake, guiding the Deep Blue Watchers, base, and all survivors receiving signals toward long-term growth. The Sea City was rapidly growing, with modular homes, artificial sunlight-filled farms, busy schools, and non-stop repair and research facilities, creating a lively scene. Hope felt more real and tangible than ever before. However, Gu Ying and the senior members of the Dawn Council knew that beneath the surface, dangerous currents still flowed. Diplomatic missions set sail and faced challenges after careful preparation. 3 diplomatic teams set out in different directions across the ocean. They traveled on fast ships strengthened with abyssal arc technology, equipped with basic defenses and plenty of supplies. The teams included diplomats, engineers, doctors, and security personnel. Their mission was to find other survivors on different continents, share news about activating the tuning core, and try to make contact. Once they left, they sent reports via deep space communication satellites at regular intervals. The first messages were encouraging. They found a survivor city called Tideview on a large floating platform in the Central Pacific, and the city was surprised but cautiously welcomed the Deep Blue Watchers. The team heading toward the Indian Ocean contacted a group hiding high in the Himalayas, surviving for 10 years by relying on mountain meltwater and limited greenhouse farming. But soon, bad news arrived. The team heading toward the Atlantic was attacked fiercely by an unknown fleet when trying to approach an old continent's coast, where many survivors were believed to gather. Although they escaped thanks to their ship's strong performance, several members were injured, and they returned with a hostile warning. Outsiders, leave our waters. We don't need saviors. Almost at the same time, Tideview sent a secret report saying there was a split inside the city. Some strongly wanted to work closely with the Deep Blue Watchers, while others worried about losing independence and becoming vassals. It seemed that mysterious forces were stirring trouble behind the scenes. Gu Ying had expected these problems. After 10 years of the apocalypse, suspicion and isolation had become deeply rooted. Rebuilding trust was even harder than fixing the environment. Tell the envoy that safety comes first, and they should not force contact. Use providing humanitarian aid and limited technical cooperation as a way to build trust gradually, Gu Ying instructed. At the same time, Ella, focus on analyzing the technical features and communication patterns of the hostile force in the Atlantic. I suspect it is related to the remnants of the Spiral Tower. The rise of the Purification faction and internal debates, external challenges keep growing, and internal ideological struggles are becoming more intense. A group led by the veteran scholar Qinqing Yuan has officially formed the Purification faction. They are not malicious but believe that humanity's original sins caused the end of the world. They strongly oppose rebuilding any industrial system that is highly polluting or consumes a lot of energy, and they even reject large-scale agriculture and remote communication. We have a second chance, not to repeat our past mistakes, Qinqing Yuan passionately said at the Dawn Assembly. The core of the tuning process purifies the environment. It is a gift of forgiveness from Gaia. We should follow nature and live simply and moderately to find true redemption. Not again bind this planet with steel and radio waves. Their ideas attracted many survivors who suffered greatly in the apocalypse and were disappointed with the old civilization. Soon, debates about development paths grew more intense within the base, even affecting specific projects. A large energy project using ocean temperature differences for power was temporarily halted because of strong opposition from the Purification faction. Dr. Evelyn felt anxious. Without stable energy sources, many rebuilding projects can't proceed. Medical and scientific work will be limited. We can't afford to be overly cautious. Guing understood Qin Qingyuan and others' concerns, but also knew that a complete return to nature was impossible in reality. She organized a series of public debates, giving representatives of different views a chance to express their opinions. She also spoke multiple times, emphasizing that sustainability and development are not opposed. What we want is not to go back to primitive times or blindly expand, but to find a way of technology that coexists harmoniously with nature. The core of the tuning process is a tool. How we use it depends on our wisdom. Stagnating out of fear would be the biggest waste of this second chance at rebirth. Her rationality and tolerance gained support from many moderates, but the conflict between the purification faction and the technology faction was not fully resolved, becoming a long-term issue within the base. Amid internal and external difficulties, Ella finally caught a crucial clue. Jiang, after long-term monitoring and pattern analysis of abnormal signals worldwide, we have identified a highly suspicious encrypted signal source. The transmission location shifts frequently, but the main active area is in a complex ridge zone in the South Atlantic. Its encryption method is about 70% similar to the one used by the Spiral Tower before, and the message content often includes words like settlement, rebirth, and chosen by the gods. Can we locate it precisely? Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. It requires a close-range active scan, but the risk is very high because the other side has strong counter-surveillance abilities. The opportunity came quickly. Marcus's rapid response team, after supporting a nearby Allied outpost and repelling a well-equipped pirate attack, learned from prisoners that these pirates were funded and directed by an organization calling itself the Oracle. The next supply transfer point was right at the edge of that suspicious ridge zone. A bold decapitation plan was quickly formed. Gu Ying personally led the team, traveling in a specially disguised, ultra-quiet small submarine called Night Shadow to set an ambush at the transfer point. The goal was to capture or destroy the core members of the Oracle and follow the clues to find their main base. That night, under a dark sky with strong wind, the Night Shadow moved like a true ghost, lurking in the cold sea. Using sonar and biological detectors, they clearly saw a pirate ship exchanging supplies with a sleek, torpedo-shaped submarine covered with sound-absorbing material. Just as the torpedo-shaped submarine was about to leave, the Night Shadow struck. Several non-lethal tranquilizer darts and electromagnetic nets shot out precisely, hitting the target. At the same time, Marcus's team, like a dragon emerging from the water, quickly took control of the disabled enemy vessel. Gu Ying was the first to rush inside. The scene inside made her gasp. The crew members were not entirely human. Their bodies had undergone biological modifications, with blank faces and fanatic eyes. In the control room, they found the target of this operation, a senior dressed in a dark purple robe, destroying data. He had complex neural interfaces implanted at his temples, clearly a key node connected directly to higher consciousness. "Stop him," Gu Ying shouted. But it was too late. The old man showed a strange smile, his body suddenly convulsed, smoke billowed from the neural interface, and his breath was cut off instantly. The self-destruct program activated, causing key equipment inside the vessel to explode one after another. Retreat. Gu Ying made a quick decision. The action team, carrying the small amount of undamaged storage devices and the old man's body, quickly withdrew to the Night Shadow ship and sank into the deep sea before the enemy vessel exploded completely. Although they didn't capture the leader alive, the sea's storage devices and the body were huge gains. Dr. Evelyn's team urgently cracked the data, revealing that the fragmented information pointed to an organization called the New Era Temple. Its extreme teachings worship a new god called Emerald Spiral, and it considers the tuning core a false divine light, determined to extinguish it and restore the world to pure chaos. Analyzing the old man's body, they found his brain was heavily modified, turning it into a nearly perfect receiver and relay station for consciousness. It seems the spiral tower has a new name, but its essence remains the same. They have shifted from open to covert methods, using religious fanaticism and control technology to spread chaos, Guing said with a serious face. This operation, though it struck to their arrogance, also exposed the Deep Blue Watchers' ability to investigate and strike. Future battles will be more secretive and brutal. After these events, Guing kept growing. She realized more deeply that as a leader, she needed not only strength and decisiveness but also patience, wisdom, and tolerance. She began consciously training core members like Evelyn and Marcus to handle responsibilities independently, delegating more tasks, while she focused on strategic planning and handling major crises. Her connection with the Abyss arc deepened. Sometimes she could vaguely sense the emotions of distant ocean areas, such as vitality blooming in regions where the environment improved, or mourning sounds from residual pollution. This ability gave her a more genuine understanding of the word guard. One day, Chen Qingyuan approached her. His tone was no longer excited from debate, but carried a hint of fatigue and sincerity. Leader Gu, perhaps I was too stubborn. Seeing the children in the base able to read peacefully and patients receiving treatment, I have been thinking. Maybe you're right. The key isn't what we use, but why and how we use it. Guing poured him a cup of tea brewed with purified seawater. Old Chen, your worries are not unfounded. We need voices like yours to remind us not to lose our way. The road ahead requires us to explore together. After seeing Chen Qingyuan off, Guing walked to the window, gazing at the construction of wind turbines on the distant ocean horizon. There are many difficulties and constant challenges, but with each problem solved and each effort gathered, hope becomes stronger. Isla's gentle voice sounded. Sistering, the Atlantic delegation has sent the latest news. The small fishing outpost near the enemy forces has softened its attitude after receiving our secret supplies of medicine and clean water equipment. They are willing to have limited contact. It seems the seeds are beginning to sprout. Guing finally showed a truly relaxed smile. Tell the delegation to stay patient and keep planting seeds. The road to dawn will be long and rough, but as long as the direction is right, every step counts. The Deep Blue Watch becomes more resilient through storms and challenges. The reputation of the Deep Blue Watchers is rising rapidly. The outline of the coastal city, Dawn City, is becoming clearer, like a lighthouse of civilization after the end of the world. However, just as tides rise and fall, rapid development also brings unavoidable tension. The biggest disagreement is about the future use of the tuning core. The progressive faction, led by Dr. Evelyn, believes they should act quickly, using the core's power to speed up environmental repair and even guide the climate to make barren lands more livable. They proposed an aggressive plan called the Green Wave. On the other hand, the cautious faction, represented by Chen Qingyuan, the gentle force within the original purification faction, is deeply worried. Old Chen spoke passionately in the council. The tuning core is the heartbeat of the planet, not a remote control for us to use at will. Over-intervening in natural balance might trigger new, unknown backlash. Our repair steps should be steady and slow. Observe, adapt, and avoid forcing changes. This time, even Marcus expressed caution. Our military mainly focuses on defense and, if the environment undergoes regional mutations due to radical changes, do we have the ability to handle new threats or disasters that might arise? Guing was caught in a dilemma. She understood Evelyn's urgent desire to restore the planet's vitality and also saw the concerns of Chen Qingyuan and Marcus as reasonable. The debate in the council grew heated, and the once harmonious atmosphere showed cracks. Just as internal disputes intensified, an unexpected visitor broke the deadlock and brought even greater shock. A sleek, futuristic aircraft, very different from the current technology, silently broke through the outer guard of Dawn City and hovered above the main square. It was all silver-white, with no visible engines or weapons, giving off a calm and advanced feeling. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the city, and people panicked. Marcus's security forces quickly surrounded the square, aiming energy weapons at the unexpected visitors. The aircraft's bottom projected a beam of light, and 3 figures slowly descended. They wore tight-fitting environmental suits, tall and handsome but expressionless, with eyes that looked down on everything with indifference. The leader was a woman who spoke in a clear, neutral language that directly entered everyone's mind. Greetings to the current intelligent life forms on the third planet of this star system. We are observers from the Ark civilization. According to Article 7, Clause 3 of the Interstellar Civilization Contact Protocol, we issue a formal warning. Guing, escorted by guards, calmly stepped forward and replied, "I am Guing, leader of the Deep Blue Watchers. May I ask what guidance the Ark civilization has for us?" The female observer's gaze focused on Guing, as if scanning quickly, detected high levels of planetary resonance. Individual CA 734, you are the initiator of the Gaia tuning device. Our warning is based on this. She raised her hand, and a holographic star map appeared, highlighting Earth. The tuning device you activated has caused energy fluctuations beyond the background threshold of this star system, triggering the monitoring protocol of the Galactic Civilization Database. The technology behind this device originates from an ancient supercivilization long considered a high-risk taboo, the Saurs. On the star map, the symbol of the Saurs civilization appeared, a complex pattern resembling a DNA helix combined with a nebula. The Saurs are eager to plant civilization seeds, such as tuning devices, on young planets to observe their evolution. However, their experiments often carry a high risk of losing control. Historically, at least 3 planets that nurtured intelligent life have destroyed themselves because they couldn't control the power of these seeds, the observer said calmly, but with a chilling undertone. Are you saying that the core of the tuning device is dangerous? Dr. Evelyn asked nervously. More precisely, it is the immature use of such devices that is dangerous. Another male observer interface said, forcing the planet to accelerate its repair is like rushing a process that needs time. The planet's ecosystem is much more complex than your models suggest. If the adjustments are too extreme, it could cause irreversible effects like global magnetic reversals, large-scale genetic mutations, or even tiny gravitational disturbances. Based on our calculations, your green wave plan has a 38.7% chance of destabilizing the continental shelf structure. Everyone was stunned. Chun Qingyuan and others looked as expected, while Evelyn and the progressive group turned pale. Gu Ying's heart sank. She didn't expect the gaze from the stars to cast such a shadow in this way. The appearance of the Ark civilization and their warning instantly raised the internal debate to a level concerning the survival of the planet. Why are you telling us this? Guing asked. Following the rules. Observe. Intervene minimally when necessary, to prevent regional disasters from becoming interstellar crises, the female observer replied. Additionally, we detected unusual mental activity related to the Sower legacy on this planet, full of chaos and destructive desires. We recommend you prioritize handling this internal threat. The Ark will continue to observe. Without waiting for Guing to ask more, the 3 observers turned back to the light pillar. Their spacecraft silently ascended, sped up instantly, and disappeared beyond the atmosphere as if they had never been there. The square fell into complete silence, only the sound of the sea breeze. The arrival of the Ark envoy was like a cold splash of water, waking up the high-level leaders of the Deep Blue Watchers, who had been celebrating their initial success. The warning from an absolute authority, an alien civilization, made their previous internal disputes seem small yet crucial.
Dr.
Evelyn approached Guing and Chen Qingyuan.
I
admit I was too impatient. The green wave plan must be put on hold indefinitely. We need to reassess all the risks of our technological applications. Chen Qingyuan also sighed. We can't believe everything the alien visitors say, but the risks they pointed out do exist. It seems that balance and caution are the lessons we need most. Guing looked at her 2 key assistants, feeling a bit more at ease. The warning from the Ark brought pressure, but also unexpectedly helped heal internal rifts. Now, the goal was clearer. First, to use the tuning core in the safest and most sustainable way, gradually repairing the environment. Second, and more importantly and urgently, completely eliminate the internal threat of the New Era Temple, the remnants of the Spiral Tower. According to the Ark, they are likely connected to the dangerous Sower legacy, and their crazy plans could cause destruction beyond imagination. All intelligence resources and analysis teams are focused on tracking the New Era temple. Through in-depth analysis of confiscated storage devices and biological samples from the self-destructing Elder, Ella finally found a key clue. These modified people's neural interfaces need to regularly receive a specific stability signal, or they will lose their minds. The source of this signal is very likely the core base of the temple. By monitoring abnormal energy fluctuations worldwide over a long period and analyzing remaining log fragments from confiscated equipment, Ella successfully pinpointed the approximate location of the signal source, a huge hydrothermal activity zone deep beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. The environment there is extreme, with ice layers thicker than expected and a chaotic magnetic field, making conventional detection methods almost useless. No wonder they couldn't find their hideout before. An under-ice base. They're hiding there. Marcus looked at the simulation map, frowning. We need specialized ice-breaking ships and deep-sea submersibles, and our operation must be extremely secretive. If we alert them, they might trigger self-destruction or move elsewhere. This is our best chance and possibly our last, Guiying decided firmly. Gather the most elite team, experts in hacking, biological combat, and we need to make a detailed plan and strike directly at the heart. While preparing for the mission, Guiying tried again to communicate with the deep-sea consciousness, hoping to learn more about the nature of the Sower and Emerald Spiral. She piloted a small submersible alone, diving into the sea area where the Echo Whale descendants had been encountered, sending out gentle resonance signals. This time, she was not met by a giant whale but by a much older, more massive whale. Through the porthole, she saw two large lights like small moons deep in the distant trench. Those were the eyes of a true Leviathan beast awakening from the abyss. Without words, a vast flow of information flooded directly into Guiying's mind. She saw how the ancient Cedar's spaceship flew over Earth, dropping seeds filled with knowledge, including the blueprint for the tuning core. She observed how these seeds merged with Earth's natural environment, causing a rapid explosion of early life. She also saw the final fate of the Cedar civilization. Overly obsessed with control and creation, they eventually went mad and destroyed themselves. The consciousness represented by Emerald Spiral is a distorted being created when a Cedar individual, before dying, removed their obsession and desire for control, injecting it into a seed program. It longs to complete its creator's unfinished work, but is left with only destructive and twisted instincts. Leviathans will send a clear warning. Beware of the Cedar's legacy, as it is both an opportunity and a trap. At the same time, it offers a blessing. Pure deep-sea energy quietly enhances Guiying's resonance ability, giving her more confidence in her upcoming confrontation with the Emerald Spiral entity. With the knowledge and power granted by Leviathan, Guiying returns to Dawn City. The final battle stage points to the dark world beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. She knows this is not only for humanity's future, but also to eliminate the dangerous remnants left by an ancient civilization and to protect Earth's purity and balance. A storm is brewing beneath the eternal ice. The Deep Blue Watcher is already unsheathed. Antarctica, a white continent forever covered in ice, is now shrouded in the deep darkness of polar night. Only the occasional aurora streaking across the sky brings a strange glow to this silent world. The advanced icebreaker, Sunseeker, part of the Deep Blue Watcher, is like a silent steel nail, stubbornly wedging into the thick ice sheet. Inside the ship, the atmosphere is tense. Guiying, Marcus, Dr. Evelyn, and 50 carefully selected team members are conducting their final tactical briefing. A holographic projection shows the underground base structure, simulated from signals and geological scans, an enormous, complex hive built around a deep-sea hydrothermal vent. Based on the Ark, intelligence, and Leviathan's warning, our target, Emerald Spiral, is likely hidden deep within this base, connected to the hydrothermal energy core. Guiying pointed to the pulsing light at the center of the schematic diagram. Its mental waves are indeed chaotic and destructive. We must stop it before it completes some final tuning or sowing ritual, Marcus responded firmly. The base entrance is hidden beneath a natural ice cave at the edge of the ice shelf. The waterway is narrow and filled with enemy sonar arrays and automated defenses. A direct attack would be too costly. Our plan is a combination of stealth infiltration and targeted demolition. He pointed to several marked spots. The Ghost team will use specially designed low-temperature submarines to secretly enter the waterway at the designated coordinates, clearing defense nodes along the way to open a path for the main Thunder squad. Once inside the base, Dr. Evelyn's tech team must quickly locate and interfere with or cut off the stable signal transmission, causing chaos among the modified soldiers. Leader Guing, your task is to resonate with the tuning core and directly target the Emerald Shell entity. I will lead the main force to attract enemy fire. Evelyn added. The interior environment of the base is extreme. High temperature, high pressure, and possibly filled with neurotoxins or mind interference fields released by the Emerald Shell. Everyone must carefully check their life support systems and mental shields. Guing scanned each determined face. These people were the backbone of the Watchers. Everyone, this battle is not only about our survival, but also about the future of this planet. We face a twisted, ancient ghost, but remember, behind us is the awakening light of civilization. For Dawn City, for the future, a deep roar echoed through the ship's cabin, filled with fighting spirit. A few hours later, two sleek, pitch-black, nightshade submarines silently slipped into the icy waters. The members of the Ghost team, all elite stealth and assassination experts, moved like blades in the shadows, heading toward the darkness beneath the ice shelf. Guiying's main submarine, the Thunder Squad, waited at a slightly distant position. She closed her eyes, trying to extend her consciousness to sense the waterway ahead. Beneath the ice, the seawater was cold and oppressive, but what unsettled her more was the faint, malicious, and twisted resonance wave emanating from the base, like the heartbeat of a deep-sea beast, suffocating. The communicator crackled with the calm report of the Ghost team leader. First sonar array cleared. Encountered small automated patrol boats, silently neutralized. Found the entrance defense gate, installing directional breaching charges. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, just as the Ghost team was about to open the entrance gate, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the entire water area shook violently. The normally steady hot spring flow became wild and chaotic. The charges on the gate were swept away by the sudden strong water currents. Even more frightening, the ice walls on both sides of the ice tunnel began to loudly, sounding like nails on a chalkboard. Not good. They've discovered us. Activating the geological interference device, the captain shouted. The ice cave is collapsing. Repeat, the ice cave is collapsing. The communication cut off abruptly, leaving only harsh electrical noise. The command center on the Sun Chaser was in chaos. Marcus slammed his fist on the control panel. They are more alert than we thought. Guing suddenly opened her eyes, a faint blue glow flashing in her eyes. No, it's not alertness. It's green spiral. It sensed my resonance probe. It's attacking us. Through the observation window of the submarine, they could see a huge ice shelf collapsing ahead. Billions of tons of ice crashed into the sea, creating towering waves and chaotic undercurrents. The only entrance was completely sealed. The plan was disrupted, and a direct became the only option. All units, execute Plan B. Sun Chaser, use maximum power to break the ice and open a path. All combat units, prepare to attack, Marcus ordered decisively. The massive ice-breaking drill began to spin wildly. The plasma turret at the ship's bow lit up with a dazzling glow, firing fiercely at the collapsing ice barrier. Explosions and cracking ice filled the air with deafening noise. It was a race against time, a deadly contest to tear open a gap before the base's defenses could fully organize. After nearly half an hour of intense blasting, a narrow passage barely wide enough for the submarine to pass was forcibly created. The Thunder Submarine risked falling ice debris as it squeezed through. Before them appeared a strange structure attached to the massive seabed canyon wall, made of an unknown metal and biological tissue mixed together. Countless pipes and tunnels twisted like distorted intestines, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. As the submarine approached the outer shell of the base, dense beams of energy shot out from hidden firing ports. The battle erupted instantly. The team members rushed out of the submarine, fighting fiercely alongside the transformed soldiers of the New Era Temple, emerging from the depths of the passage. These soldiers had wild eyes, stiff movements, but immense strength, and showed no concern for their own injuries, flooding forward like a tide. Guing, protected by a few elite guards, quickly advanced along the main corridor toward the base's core. She fired precise shots with her energy pistol, but mostly relied on her own resonance field to distort enemy attacks and even disrupt the minds of weaker, transformed soldiers. As they went deeper, the environment became more strange. The walls started to show writhing biological tissues resembling nerve bundles. A sickly, rotten smell filled the air, and faint whispers sounded in their ears, trying to erode their willpower. This was the Green Spiral's mental contamination zone. Stay focused. Block out distractions, Guing shouted, strengthening her resonance shield to protect her teammates. The resistance they faced grew stronger. Besides ordinary, transformed soldiers, they encountered more powerful elite units, monsters with parts of their bodies fused with machinery or alien organisms, possessing greater strength and strange attack methods. The battle was brutal, and team members kept falling. Meanwhile, Dr. Evelyn's tech team, after paying a heavy price, finally found the central control area of the base. They engaged in fierce electronic and physical combat with the defending elite forces. Guing sensed the source of the malicious resonance growing closer. She broke through the last heavy biological metal door and suddenly found herself in a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a boiling, sulfurous, and intensely hot deep-sea hydrothermal vent. Above it floated a colossal, brain-like structure made of tangled energy pipes and living tissue. This was the true form of the Green Spiral. It pulsed with a sickly green light, countless nerve bundles like roots digging into the surrounding rock walls and hot spring pools, drawing geothermal energy. A vague, twisted human-shaped shadow flickered at the center of the brain, radiating arrogance and madness. A sharp, chaotic voice suddenly echoed in Gu Ying's mind, saying, "I sense the disgusting, gentle aura on you that belongs to the failed creator," referring to the orthodox cedars in Leviathan's memory. "But you cannot stop the arrival of the new era. I will complete true purification and rebirth," Emerald Spiral roared, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Hot fluids erupted, and a huge energy beam like tentacles reached out toward Guing. At the same time, a strong mental shockwave tried to drown her consciousness, like a tidal wave. Guing took a deep breath, pushing the resonance of the tuning core to its limit. A deep blue glow radiated from her body, forming a stable shield that resisted both energy and mental attacks. She remembered the knowledge given by Leviathan about the nature and flaws of the Cedar's technology. "You are not creating. You are destroying. All you inherit is ancient madness," Guing responded sharply. Her resonance began to analyze Emerald Spiral's energy structure from the inside, searching for weaknesses in its core logic. Their powers clashed fiercely in the cave, causing energy to ripple and rocks to melt and collapse. This was not just a contest of strength, but a battle of will and ideas. Guing held firm to her beliefs in life and balance, while Emerald Spiral was filled with twisted desires for control and perfection. Just as they reached a stalemate, Dr. Evelyn's voice came through with good news. Signal interference device deployed. Signal stabilized. Interrupted. In an instant, the soldiers fighting desperately around the base froze briefly, their eyes showing confusion and pain. Their offensive slowed significantly. Even the light emitted by Emerald Spiral flickered and became chaotic. "Now's the time." Guing seized this fleeting opportunity. She poured all her mental energy into resonating with the tuning core. Instead of direct confrontation, she used it like a precise surgical tool, stabbing into the most vital and fragile part of Emerald Spiral's consciousness, the core command node, which stemmed from the mad, cedar, and the underlying paradox of absolute control. No, Emerald Spiral let out a piercing, inhuman scream. My perfect world. Impossible. The massive brain-like structure began to swell uncontrollably, with energy conduits exploding one after another. The green light flickered wildly and became highly unstable. It tried to self-destruct, risking destruction of the entire base and surrounding areas. Marcus. The base is going to explode. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Guing shouted through the communicator, while using her resonance field to try to control and guide the terrifying energy from the Emerald Spiral self-destruction. She aimed to direct it toward the relatively harmless deep sea, or the thick ice sheet above. The cost of freezing and a new dawn, a powerful explosion occurred beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Even through thousands of meters of ice, the sea surface rose into a huge dome. Soon after, large parts of the ice broke apart, causing an unprecedented tsunami. The Sun Chaser ship, which had received early warning and moved away, was tossed violently by the waves but ultimately survived. When everything settled, only a huge underground ice cavity and still rolling magma remained where the base once was. The Emerald Spiral and its crazy plan, along with the underground base, were completely buried. The special teams suffered heavy losses. Many brave soldiers rest forever beneath the icy depths. But their sacrifice cleared the main threat. On the journey back to Dawn City, the mood was heavy and serious. But as the city's outline appeared on the horizon, a feeling of hope after a disaster rekindled in everyone's hearts. Guing stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the shining city on the sea under the sunlight. She felt a mix of emotions. She had lost many comrades but also achieved a decisive victory. This crisis helped the Deep Blue Guardians unite and see the right way forward, not blindly seeking power, but living in harmony with nature, cautious and firm about the future. The Ark spacecraft no longer appeared, as if their warning was just routine. But Guing knew that beyond the stars, many more eyes were watching this slowly healing blue planet. Months later, Dawn City held a grand memorial and victory celebration. During the meeting, Dr. Evelyn and Chen Qingyuan jointly presented a long-term plan called the Gradual Ecological Restoration Blueprint, which was approved unanimously. Marcus began forming a stronger planet defense force to prepare for future possible threats from space or supernatural sources. Gu Ying's reputation reached its peak, but she became more calm and reserved. She understood that a leader's duty is not to control everything but to guide and protect. She spent more time studying and understanding the deeper mysteries of the tuning core, while also focusing on training the next generation of leaders. One evening, Guing went alone to a viewing platform at the edge of the city, looking out at the shimmering sea. The sea breeze brushed her hair and carried the scent of distant places. She felt that deep in the ocean, the ancient consciousnesses like Leviathan and the whale groups seemed calmer. At that moment, Ella's voice came through her personal device with a hint of excitement. "Leader, we just received a very faint but regular deep space signal from a far star region. After some initial decoding, it seems to be a greeting? Also, the way the signal is encoded is somewhat similar to the Ark civilization but also very different." Guing paused slightly, looked up at the starry night sky. The crisis was over, but the journey was not. Earth's civilization had risen again from the ruins of the end times. For the first time, perhaps, they were no longer just being watched or warned, but had the chance to reach out to the vast starry sea with a new identity. The celebration of the victory in Dawn City was still fresh, but the leaders had already returned to calm and efficient work. The faint, regular signal from deep space that Ella decoded stirred ripples in the core circle of the Deep Blue Watchers, like a stone thrown into a peaceful lake. In the command center, Guing, Marcus, Dr. Evelyn, Chen Qingyuan, and several top experts in communications and astrophysics gathered. The hologram displayed the signal spectrum and Ella's initial analysis. The source of the signal is about 127 light-years away, in the direction of the Aquila constellation. One astrophysicist pointed to a bright spot on the star map. The signal lasted about 3.7 Earth minutes, repeated 3 times, then disappeared. Its encoding is extremely complex, but the underlying mathematical logic is clear, definitely intelligent creation. Dr. Evelyn frowned slightly. 127 light-years. That means the signal was sent before the end-of-world disaster. Could it be related to the Ark?
Or
Another civilization we don't know yet? Ella's virtual image appeared and added, comparing it with the communication pattern recorded by the Ark messenger craft, the similarity is about 23%. It mainly matches the basic mathematical logic, but the higher-level encoding and information-carrying methods are very different. It can be judged that they are not from the same civilization, but there may be some common technological origin or ancient communication protocol foundation. Marcus crossed his arms and spoke calmly. Is this a friendly greeting, or an observation warning like the Ark? Or is it some kind of test? We need to decide how to respond, or whether to respond at all. Chun Qingyuan stroked his beard and thought deeply. After the battle between the Ark and the Emerald Spiral, we should understand that the universe is not a peaceful paradise. Responding proactively could bring good or bad consequences. However, if this is an opportunity for intercivilization communication, shutting the door is not a long-term solution. Perhaps we should first try to decode the signal content before making a decision. Everyone's eyes finally turned to Guing. As the leader and the person most connected to supernatural forces, her decision was crucial. Guing stared at the repeating signal code, which represented the unknown and the possible. Her mind flashed back to the struggles of 10 years of apocalypse, the choices after rebirth, the whispers of the deep sea, and the fierce battles in the icy abyss. Earth civilization was still learning to walk after destruction and rebirth. Now, they finally had some confidence and qualification to look toward the starry sea. Decoding is the first step, Guing finally said, her voice clear and firm. Gather all our computing resources and language experts to fully decode this signal. At the same time, start the listener program to expand our monitoring of deep space signals. But until we fully understand its meaning, do not send any active responses. She paused and looked at everyone. We need time. Time to complete internal integration. Time for the gradual ecological restoration blueprint to show initial results, and time to make our civilization more stable and united. Only when our home is strong enough can we confidently respond to the call from the starry sea. This decision was agreed upon. In the following months, Dawn City entered a state of outward relaxation but internal tension. On the surface, the city remained prosperous, with ecological restoration projects steadily advancing along coastlines and suitable inland areas across continents. New settlements sprouted like mushrooms after rain. A loose but effective global civilization network centered on Dawn City was forming. Secretly, the decoding of deep space signals and the listener program were being carried out with high confidentiality. Decoding progress was slow because the signal's complexity far exceeded current human cryptography systems. However, the listener program brought an unexpected side effect. During the process of upgrading the global monitoring network to detect similar deep space signals, Ella and her team unexpectedly found some very faint but special energy traces near Earth's geostationary orbit and the Moon. These traces are not signals, but seem more like marks left by a spacecraft that stayed for a long time or performed high-energy activities. After careful comparison and analysis, Dr. Evelyn reached a shocking conclusion. These traces closely match the energy features of the Ark messenger spacecraft, but they are much older, some even dating back several years or decades before the last major disaster. This means that the Ark civilization observed Earth long before they publicly appeared, and their surveillance was much closer and more continuous than previously thought. This discovery made the higher-ups feel mixed. On one hand, it confirmed the Ark claimed to be observers. On the other hand, this long-term, secret monitoring caused a strange sense of unease. What are they really watching? The disaster itself? Humanity's reactions?
Or,
The emergence of the tuning core? Guing pondered. She sensed that the warning from the Ark might not be entirely based on fairness according to the interstellar rules, and there could be deeper motives or concerns behind it. Just as the decoding work reached a deadlock, a breakthrough appeared. A young linguist involved in the project tried to compare the signal's code with some of the oldest, nearly lost languages on Earth, like Sumerian cuneiform and certain abstract symbols from Mayan hieroglyphs. He found some very subtle correspondences. Although they couldn't directly translate it, this opened a new idea. The way this unknown civilization expresses information might combine mathematical logic with a very ancient, symbolic system. Following this lead, and combining it with the ancient knowledge base embedded in the tuning core, partly derived from the Sours, the decoding finally made a breakthrough. The core message was roughly understood. It was not a complex greeting or warning, but more like a coordinate and a simple identifier. The coordinate pointed to a specific area near the edge of the solar system, close to the Kuiper belt. And the identifier, after comparison and speculation, most likely meant stellar ember, a coordinate and name. What does this mean? Marcus wondered. Is it a forward outpost? A resource point? Or a trap? Dr. Evelyn looked excited. Whatever it is, it's a clear and verifiable target. Maybe it's a contact point left by that civilization. Or a test. Guing made a decision. Let's form a skilled exploration team and send our most advanced starship, capable of long-distance travel and stealth, let's call it Spark, to investigate the coordinates. We need to see what's there. The Spark probe carried humanity's hopes and questions, silently heading toward the edge of the solar system. The journey took several months. When it finally reached the target, the images it sent back made everyone hold their breath. There was no sign of an alien space station or obvious artificial structures. Just a normal-looking asteroid belt. But when Spark emitted a special resonance pulse at a certain frequency, strange things happened. A few of the seemingly random asteroids suddenly glowed softly, and complex geometric patterns appeared on their surfaces. These patterns connected, forming a large, temporary energy structure in space. Once stabilized, a small data storage unit appeared at the center. This was a non-physical, energy-based storage device. Its interface was highly compatible with the universal interface developed from the fusion of Cedar's technology and Earth systems. Spark successfully connected to the cache unit and began downloading vast amounts of data. The transfer lasted several hours. When finished, the energy structure quietly disappeared, and the asteroids returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The data package was large and well-organized, containing far more than expected: star maps and civilization records, an extensive and detailed star map covering a large part of the galaxy, marking hundreds of known intelligent civilization star systems, with basic physical data and brief descriptions of some civilizations, technology level, social structure, main species features, etc. Earth, labeled as Third Planet, Gaia, was prominently listed, marked as Civilization Restarting, Post-Tuning Event. The civilization that sent the signal calls itself the Keepers of the Stellar Ember Legacy Science Database. It contains a large amount of knowledge about basic physics, energy, material science, ecology, and even preliminary theories of faster-than-light travel, still in the idea stage. This knowledge is not a direct blueprint, but more like guiding principles and ideas. Its technological development overlaps with and complements Earth's current technology and the Sours technology, as if it were a carefully designed educational program. Historical records. The most important part of the information reveals the origin of the Keepers of the Stellar Ember Legacy. They claim to be descendants or inheritors of an ancient, now vanished great civilization called the Watchers. The name, Deep Blue Watchers, is a curious coincidence. The Watchers civilization loved exploration and recording but strictly followed a non-interference rule. Before disappearing, they stored many knowledge archives and observation records in stellar cache points scattered across the galaxy, leaving them for capable civilizations that could discover and reach certain development levels. The signals and coordinates that activate these caches are their invitation, a message, At the end of the data packet, there is a direct message left for Earth civilization, specifically the leaders of the Deep Blue Watchers, to the tuners of Gaia. Congratulations on passing the initial discovery trial. The Stellar Ember legacy is not a gift but a responsibility. Knowledge is power, but it can also bring destruction. We hope you use these records wisely, understand the universe's diversity and fragility, and find your own way to coexist peacefully with the stars. The Keepers will no longer intervene actively, but the cache network will remain open. When you are ready to face a broader stage, the paths among the stars will be there. Beware of shadows. Not all ancient beings are at rest. May the Stellar Ember guide you. This message was overwhelming and caused the leaders of Dawn City to fall into long-lasting shock and deep thought. So, is this a big upgrade package for civilization? Or a kind of admission letter? A young scientist couldn't hide his excitement. Chun Qingyuan looked serious. Good fortune often comes with trouble. This legacy is too rich. If misused, it could lead us down the same blind paths as the Sours, or our own past reckless development. The word responsibility weighs heavier than Mount Tai. Dr. Evelyn saw hope. This gives us an unprecedented chance to develop. We can learn from other civilizations' successes and failures, avoiding many mistakes. Especially in ecological restoration and sustainable energy, this is like a gift in times of need. Marcus was more concerned about safety. The message mentions, beware of shadows, and not all ancient ones are at rest. Does this suggest that threats like Emerald Spiral are not unique in the universe? We need to strengthen our defenses. Guing processed all this, feeling her heart surge. She understood that the appearance of the Spark legacy pushed Earth's civilization to a new crossroads. They were no longer just struggling to survive on their home planet, but had truly stepped into the threshold of galactic civilization, though they were still standing at the door. This legacy was an opportunity to speed up recovery and avoid mistakes, but also a test of human wisdom, restraint, and unity. The warning about shadows hinted that the road ahead would not be smooth. After intense discussion and careful consideration, the Deep Blue Guardians Council reached a consensus. Study and apply the knowledge from the Spark legacy in limited, phased ways, prioritizing environmental restoration, improving people's lives, and advancing basic science. Any technology with potential huge risks, especially military or environmental intervention tech, must be strictly evaluated. Establish the Spark Academy, gathering top scholars worldwide to translate, research, understand, and adapt the legacy's knowledge, ensuring correct use. Accelerate global cooperation under the banners of gradual ecological restoration and shared development, building a closer, more united planetary community to prepare for possible future interstellar challenges. Develop space technology vigorously, based on the success of the Spark, designing and building new ships with longer range and better exploration capabilities, preparing for future solar system exploration and distant interstellar contact. Stay alert. Strengthen monitoring of Earth's orbit and the solar system to prevent unknown threats. Over time, with the help of the Spark legacy and global efforts, Earth's recovery greatly accelerated. Oceans turned bluer, land was covered again in green, new cities rose from the ruins, and science and culture experienced an explosive period of prosperity. Sunrise City has become a true global center for politics, economy, and culture, while the Deep Blue Guardians have gradually evolved from an organization into a more mature governing body representing Earth's civilization's will. Guing remains a respected spiritual leader, but she now mainly guides direction and unites people. A new generation of scientists, engineers, diplomats, and explorers has grown up, full of hope and courage for the future. Years later, the first truly capable crewed interstellar spaceship, the Voyager, was built in orbit around Earth. Its first mission was not to the signal source 127 light-years away, but to nearby star systems marked on the Spark star map, where friendly civilizations might exist. It was a cautious, exploratory diplomatic journey. At a grand farewell ceremony, Guing stood at the highest point of Sunrise City, watching the Voyager slowly head into the deep starry sky, its thrusters glowing bright blue. She remembered her early days of rebirth, when she only thought about stockpiling supplies for self-protection. She recalled the suffering and struggles of the 10 years of the apocalypse, her resonance with deep-sea monsters, the life-and-death battles beneath the icy abyss, and the warnings of the Ark and the gifts of the Spark. Go, Gooing silently thought. Go tell the starry sea that Earth's civilization has returned. Her gaze crossed the Voyager, reaching into the depths of the stars, as if she saw a grander, more magnificent future slowly unfolding. She and her world were ready to face all challenges and glory. The Voyager's tail flame looked like a streak of deep blue sapphire across the dark velvet, gradually blending into the background noise of the star sea. Earth shrank behind, becoming a bright blue-white, familiar yet distant. Captain Lee Genhua, an experienced former International Space Station astronaut and a space combat commander trained by Marcus, stood at the center of the bridge, feeling the steady hum of the spaceship's engines. He bears not only the mission of exploring the unknown but also the hopes and worries of all Earth's civilization. Inside the ship's cabin, a team of 50 experts, including scientists, diplomats, linguists, and security specialists, are working carefully. The atmosphere is serious and focused. Their first goal is the Loranta star system marked on the Spark star map, a single star system about 12 light-years from the Sun. According to the star map, the third planet, Kyra, has a civilization similar in technology level to Earth before the end of the world, leaning toward peace and art. Using the Space Resonance Glide, technology provided by the Spark Legacy, still in the testing phase, a method that manipulates local space-time curvature to achieve near-light speed travel, the Voyager moves much faster than traditional chemical or nuclear engines, but it still takes months to reach. The journey is long and boring, but also full of preparations. The team repeatedly simulates contact scenarios with alien civilizations, studies basic interstellar diplomacy rules from the Spark archives, and constantly monitors the environment around the spaceship. Everything goes according to plan until they reach the outskirts of the Loranta system. As the Voyager carefully slows down and enters the Oort cloud at the edge of the Loranta system, the ship's sensors begin to scan the system's interior. However, the data they receive makes everyone uneasy. No regular radio signals or energy signatures are detected. There are no signs of unusual space activity or artificial satellites or space stations around Kyra. The system is eerily silent, like a natural graveyard, only showing stellar radiation and natural signals from the planets. Expand the scan range and adjust the spectrum sensitivity, Lee Genhua orders, his brow furrowed. A bad feeling spreads in his heart. The science officer reports. Captain, the scan confirms. Large-scale city ruins on the surface of Kyra, but no active energy signals or heat radiation. The atmosphere shows unusually high levels of carbon dioxide and dust, consistent with the aftermath of a large fire or war. The bridge falls silent. The diplomat's face turns pale. They came across the stars full of hope for dialogue, but what they found may be a tomb of a civilization. Send out unmanned reconnaissance drones for close observation. Maintain the highest level of stealth mode. Lee Genhua's voice was deep. He needed to confirm the situation. Hours later, high-definition images were transmitted back. The scene was shocking. The once grand city was now just broken walls and ruins, with large impact craters and melted glassy areas on the scorched earth. The dry riverbeds looked like torn scars. There were no signs of life, no active machines, only wind and sand howling through the debris. It was a world completely dead, based on the weathering of the ruins and the decay of radioactive isotopes. This disaster happened about 150 to 200 years ago on Earth, the geologist coldly concluded. Hope was gone, replaced by a deep chill. The Loranta civilization, marked as existing on the Spark star map, had long since quietly vanished. The Voyager did not attempt to land but dropped several environmental and relic scanning beacons over the ruins, hoping to learn more about the cause of the disaster. Among the collected data fragments, They found some disturbing clues. On some metal fragments, not yet fully weathered, a uniform, aggressive symbol was engraved, a simplified pattern resembling 3 crossed blades. This symbol was found in ruins across different continents and clearly did not belong to the Loranta civilization's aesthetic. More importantly, in the wreckage of a heavily fortified underground data storage, a reconnaissance drone barely recovered a fragment of a final alarm recording, filled with static interference. They are coming. The sky is torn apart. Cannot resist. Warning. Reapers. Periodic. Purge. Reapers. The word was like an ice pick, piercing everyone's heart. Coupled with the planet-wide destruction and the unified invasion symbol, a terrifying hypothesis emerged. The Loranta civilization was not destroyed by internal chaos or natural disasters, but systematically wiped out by some organized, extremely powerful external force. This destruction seemed to be periodic. The phrase from the Spark legacy, "Beware the shadows, not all ancients are at rest," now had a cruel and specific meaning. Li Zhenhua immediately ordered, "Stop all active signal transmissions, activate the highest level of silent navigation mode, collect all possible data samples, especially information related to the Harvester symbol and its cycles. We must turn back immediately." The Voyager ship, like a frightened ghost, silently changed course, pushed its engines to the limit, and headed home. The hope they carried when they set out has been replaced by a heavy sense of crisis and urgency. What they brought back was not an olive branch of friendship, but a terrifying warning about the survival of all human civilization. When the encrypted faster-than-light communication from the Voyager, using the initial application of Spark technology, first sent a brief report back to Earth, the leaders of Dawn City were struck with unprecedented shock and seriousness. Guing looked at the holographic projection showing the ruins of the Loranta star system and the Harvester symbol, silent for a long time. The wounds from the apocalyptic disaster have not yet fully healed. Humanity had just seen a glimmer of hope for revival, but a larger, darker shadow was already covering the starry sky. Periodic clearance. Marcus repeated this term sharply, like a knife. Like weeding, regularly clearing civilizations that reach a certain level of development? What kind of existence is this? How long is their cycle?
Are we
close to, or even entering their harvest window? Dr. Evelyn's face turned pale. If the Loranta civilization was destroyed 200 years ago, and their technology level is similar to ours from the old days, this means the Harvester might target civilizations at our current technological explosion point. Chun Ching Yuan sighed deeply. Fortune depends on misfortune, and misfortune hides within fortune. The Spark legacy accelerated our development, but may also expose us to the Harvester's gaze more quickly. Our current prosperity might be pushing us toward danger. An emergency global security meeting was held overnight. The information was tightly controlled to prevent worldwide panic. But the decision-makers knew they had to act immediately. Based on the terrifying intelligence brought back by the Voyager, the leadership of the Deep Blue Watchers quickly reached a consensus. Survival is the top priority. They must mobilize the entire world to prepare for the possible threat of the Harvester. A top-secret plan called Guardian was launched, with a scale and urgency far beyond any previous project. The Guardian plan has several main parts: planet defense system upgrades, fully develop and deploy orbiting defense platforms, deep space monitoring networks, and planetary energy shields, even basic ones, based on Spark technology and core tuning principles. Marcus is in charge of military preparations, expanding and upgrading the existing planet defense force, civilization backup, secretly established self-sustaining shelters and civilization databases on the far side of the Moon, Mars bases, and other hidden locations within the solar system. This ensures that even if Earth is destroyed, human knowledge and seeds of civilization can survive. Dr. Evelyn leads this effort called ARC 2.0, Technological Breakthroughs and Risk Control. Accelerate research on the Spark, Legacy, and Tuning Core, but proceed cautiously to avoid creating obvious energy signatures or uncontrollable effects. Special focus is on space jumps and strong signal broadcasting. Also, Study the possible behaviors and weaknesses of the Reapers. Internal coordination and intelligence gathering. Strengthen global unity, reduce internal conflicts, and pool resources. Use the upgraded monitoring network to search for any unusual activities related to the Reapers inside and outside the solar system. Guing oversees the overall strategy and uses her resonance with planetary consciousness to sense any malicious signals from deep space. The entire Earth civilization seems to have shifted from a moment of joy and revival to a wartime state overnight. Many resources are directed towards space defense and secret base construction. Society, while outwardly prosperous, carries a subtle, hard-to-notice tension. In this tense atmosphere of full preparation, Guing tries once more to communicate deeply with planetary consciousness. She needs to know if Earth itself, or ancient beings coexisting with Earth like Leviathan, are aware of the Reapers. She ventures into the trench where she previously encountered Leviathan consciousness, transmitting information about the Reapers and the destruction of Loranta through resonance. This time, the response is slower and heavier than ever before. Leviathans will move like slow-moving continental plates, carrying ancient age and a hint of
fear.
A blurry, fragmented flow of information flooded Gu Ying's mind. It was from a very distant past, even before the arrival of the Sower, an indescribable shadow once passed through the solar system, and where it went, early signs of intelligent life on some planets quietly disappeared. The ancient ancestors of Leviathan had felt that cold, emotionless, harvesting will, a terrifying logic that viewed organic civilizations as weeds needing regular trimming in the universe. This harvesting seemed to follow a long cosmic cycle, and Earth, with its twists of evolution and remote location, had luckily avoided several previous cycles. However, Leviathans will also conveyed a faint message. This cycle might be nearing its end. Humanity's rapid development, like a torch lit in a dark forest, could attract the attention of the harvesters earlier. At the same time, Leviathan offered a small hope. The harvesters are not all-knowing or all-powerful. They seem to rely on specific signals or development thresholds to find their targets. If humans can hide well or become tricky enough, they might increase their chances of survival. With this heavy but crucial information, Guing returned to Dawn City. The confirmation from Leviathan turned the threat of the harvesters from a guess into an urgent, serious reality. Years passed quickly in tense preparations. Several large defense platforms had taken shape in Earth's orbit, like loyal sentinels. Deep space monitoring networks stretched out like spiderwebs. The Fire Seed base on the far side of the moon was built and stocked with enough resources. Global technology made great progress under the Guardian's plan, but restraint was always maintained in using advanced technology. The Voyager had already safely returned, and its valuable data was analyzed repeatedly. However, detailed information about the harvesters remained scarce, only that they were powerful, cold, and unpredictable in behavior. On this day, Guing stood atop the expanded central command tower of Dawn City, looking out at the lively, high-tech seaside metropolis, the distant blue ocean, and the land turning green again. All these hard-won achievements could face an unknown, deadly threat from the starry sea. Marcus walked over to her and handed her a report. The latest deep space scan shows a very faint, unnatural gravitational disturbance outside the Kuiper Belt. It is moving slowly but steadily toward the inner solar system. The features don't match any known objects or our spacecraft. Gu Ying's heart sank suddenly. She took the report and quickly looked over the data. Is it an unknown passing object? Or... Marcus didn't finish his sentence. Guing looked up at the seemingly calm, starry sky, her eyes becoming very firm. Notify all units of the Guardian's project to activate this silent watch plan. All defense platforms will switch to low-power standby mode, and the entire planet will enter level 2 alert. She took a deep breath, feeling the heartbeat of the city beneath her feet, the breathing of the ocean, and the faint unease in the planet's consciousness. What is coming will come. But we are no longer the civilization struggling in the flood, like 10 years ago. No matter what this approaching disturbance is, Earth civilization, this spark reignited on the ruins of the end times, is ready to fight for survival. The dark forest law of space is cruel, but humanity will never just wait passively. A new storm seems to be brewing at the edge of the solar system. This time, humans will no longer be passive victims of fate. Starting this silent watch, plan was like dropping a deep-water bomb beneath the calm surface of Dawn City and the entire Earth civilization. Public society still operated smoothly and vibrantly. Ordinary people still worked hard for their lives and celebrated every improvement to the planet's environment. But beneath the surface, an unseen tension quietly spread. The Great Wall, series of orbital defense platforms' fusion reactors were reduced to minimal power to keep them running. Their massive bodies reflected cold light in the sun, like sleeping giants. Every ear in the Deep Space Monitoring Network was tuned to maximum sensitivity, catching the tiniest anomalies at the edge of the solar system. The seed base on the far side of the moon entered a semi-autonomous state, with internal systems quietly starting up, like a creature in hibernation, waiting for a signal that might never come. Guing sat at the central command tower. Her mind stretched out like a spider web, with part of her sensing the Earth's breath and energy flow, staying alert for any strange disturbances inside the planet. Another part of her focused on processing huge amounts of monitoring data through Ella, her eyes fixed on a faint gravitational disturbance coming from beyond the Kuiper Belt, moving slowly. Marcus was like a restless lion pacing in the battle command center. His troops were already in position from low Earth orbit to key points across continents, all on high alert. But his enemy was a vague, unknown shadow. "This feeling is worse than facing the green spiral beneath the ice abyss," he complained to his aide. "At least we knew what and where the green spiral was. Now, we haven't even seen our opponent." Dr. Evelyn's research team was racing against time, analyzing every grain of dust and data fragment brought back by the Voyager from the Loranta star system. They hoped to find even a small clue about the Reaper's technology or behavior. Chun Qingyuan was responsible for maintaining internal stability, ensuring that under great pressure, the Deep Blue Watcher remained united and the global network stayed stable, preventing panic. The disturbance source, temporarily called Wanderer, had a very strange movement path. It didn't follow a clear elliptical orbit, but drifted slowly in a seemingly random direction, subtly pointing toward the center of the solar system. Its signals were very weak, intermittent, as if it was in a low-power or hidden state, only revealing tiny gravitational ripples during necessary course adjustments. Its goal is clear, the inner solar system, Ella analyzed, but it seems hesitant or observing. Based on its current speed and trajectory, it is expected to enter the asteroid belt in about 1.7 Earth years, more than a year and a half. On an interstellar scale, that is almost instant. For Earth's prepared civilization, it is the final window for readiness. "Can we try non-approach contact?" a young diplomat suggested. "For example, send a passive beacon with friendly messages near it? Maybe it isn't a Reaper, but another unknown explorer." This idea sparked heated debate. Main advocates believe this is an extremely dangerous provocation that could reveal Earth's civilization and technology levels too early. The peace supporters argue that we should not see all unknown entities as enemies based on a single case like Loranta. Communication is the only way to avoid misunderstandings. Guing listened to both sides' arguments and weighed her options. The ancient fear transmitted by Leviathan, the warning from the Spark, Legacy, and the tragic state of Loranta all point to the great malice of the Reaper, but as a leader of civilization, she cannot give up all hope for peace. In the end, she made a cautious compromise. "We will not send any active signals, but we can try to observe its observation. We will adjust the orbit of a disguised monitoring satellite near Mars called Periscope 7 so that its path intersects safely with the predicted path of the Walker. We won't send signals. We will passively record any radiation or signals it might leak, even the faintest ones. This plan is relatively low risk and aims to gather more information without direct contact. Months later, Periscope 7 successfully reached its position, floating silently like a real rock outside Mars' orbit. As the Walker slowly approached along its predicted path, the entire Dawn City Command Center held its breath. Data began to flow in slowly. At first, everything seemed normal. The Walker appeared as a cold, lifeless dark object, hardly emitting any electromagnetic signals. But just as it was closest to Periscope 7, something strange happened. The high-sensitivity gravitational wave detector on the satellite detected a brief, but very strong fluctuation. At the same time, the passive spectrometer recorded a complex, unnatural pattern of spectral lines flashing across the surface of the Walker, then quickly disappearing. Even more worrying, over the next few hours, the tiny thrusters on Periscope 7, used to maintain its orbit and attitude, started experiencing unexplained malfunctions and parameter shifts as if affected by an invisible interference. "It has found us," a technician shouted in alarm. "No, it might not be that simple." Dr. Evelyn stared closely at the data. "It seems more like an unconscious scan or a self-protection response. The gravity fluctuations and spectral patterns are far beyond our understanding. This is definitely not a natural event." Ella quickly analyzed the abnormal data. Interference pattern analysis shows about 7.3% similarity to some residual energy decay features in the Loranta ruins. "The confidence isn't high, but we should stay alert." The Walker did not change course or attack the Periscope 7. It simply continued its stroll, as if the previous disturbance was just a minor glitch. But after passing, it left the Earth team with more doubts and a sense of coldness. This unknown object has incredible technology and seems to have some highly automated detection or defense system, possibly hostile. Is it a scout for the Reaper or an independent, threatening alien creation? The encounter with Periscope 7 deepened disagreements among the leaders. The Hawks demanded immediate activation of all defenses to gather forces for interception or preemptive strikes before the Walker enters the inner solar system, at least issuing a strong warning. "We can't just watch a clearly threatening, unknown object approach Earth. Isn't the lesson from Loranta enough?" a military general said passionately. The peace advocates urged caution.
We know nothing about it.
Blind attack could lead to consequences we can't handle. Maybe it's just a malfunctioning probe, or it has no hostile intent. Our warning might be mistaken for an attack. Guing felt unprecedented pressure. Every decision could determine the survival of civilization. She once again communicated deeply with the core and planetary consciousness for guidance. This time, she sensed a strong warning and instinct to defend. The Earth's consciousness itself showed clear rejection and unease toward the approaching Walker. Meanwhile, Ella submitted a new analysis report. Based on the latest trajectory adjustments of the Walker, its final target is not Earth, but the Sun. Its target is the Sun. Dr. Evelyn was shocked. What does it want? To harvest energy?
Or
is there a more terrifying purpose? This discovery makes the situation even more confusing. If its target is not Earth, is attacking first a dangerous mistake? After several sleepless nights of careful thought, Guing finally made a decision. First, abandon any plan of preemptive attack. The risk is too high. Second, raise the global defense level to the highest, level 1 readiness. All defense systems are charged and on standby, but remain silent. Third, activate the decoy plan. On the side of the Walker, that is far from Earth along its planned path, deploy a simulated old-fashioned human technology signal source, assembled from recycled pre-apocalyptic satellite parts.
Observe its reaction.
If it is attracted, it means it is interested in civilizations with a certain level of technology. If ignored, its target is probably the Sun or something else. Fourth, prepare a team of the latest, fastest stealth reconnaissance ships called Observers. They will monitor all actions of the Walker from a safe distance as it enters the inner solar system. This is a risky test, but it is necessary to gather key information and avoid reckless actions. Earth civilization must stay silent and see the enemy's true face. The decoy was successfully placed outside the asteroid belt. Simulated radio signals spread into space, like a lonely civilization calling out unknowingly. Days passed, and the walker continued to approach slowly. Everyone focused on how it would react to the decoy. However, just as the walker was about to enter the range where it could detect the decoy signals effectively, an even more shocking message arrived from a monitoring point farther outside the solar system. Another energy signature, very different but equally unnatural, a superluminal disturbance signal, was rapidly entering the solar system from the opposite direction. This new signal was more active, more noisy, and its energy features showed slight similarities to an ancient communication protocol recorded in the Spark of Stars legacy. Another one. Marcus looked at the second light suddenly appearing on the star map, feeling a chill. Friend or foe? The main force of the Harvesters?
Or
Other civilizations mentioned in the Spark of Stars legacy? Or perhaps a third party? The chess game in the solar system suddenly became several times more complicated. Earth civilization, a small boat just setting sail, has not yet seen the first shadow in the fog, but must face a second sudden interstellar wave. Guing stands in front of the large observation window in the command tower, looking at the deep starry sky outside and the shining Dawn City below. Her eyes are tired, but more than that, they show determination and resilience. A storm is coming, and it is more complicated than expected. But she knows that she and her civilization have no way to retreat. Activate all emergency plans, she softly orders, her voice clear throughout the command center. Whatever comes, be prepared for everything. The silence of the starry sea is broken. Shadows approach, and waves rise again. The real test for Earth civilization is about to begin. The second superluminal signal's arrival is like a giant stone thrown into still water, completely disrupting the Deep Blue Watcher response rhythm. Inside the command center, the tense atmosphere almost freezes. All eyes focus on the two glowing points on the star map, representing unknown threats. New target, code name Intruder, Ella's virtual image says with unprecedented seriousness. Its superluminal travel mode is very different from the walker. Its energy signature is active and shows clear broadcasting features. Initial analysis suggests its technology may be closer to some known peaceful civilizations described in the Spark legacy, but there is a lot of unrecognizable interference, as if the system is damaged or heavily modified. The intruder is extremely fast. Its trajectory shows it is not aimless but rushing straight into the solar system with a nearly reckless attitude, seemingly ignoring, or not yet detecting, the walker ahead. Have they not noticed the walker?
Or
is their target the walker? Dr. Evelyn makes a bold hypothesis. Marcus immediately realizes the key. If the intruder is an enemy of the walker, or vice versa, then the solar system could become their battlefield. We must avoid getting involved. Guing decisively orders, pause the bait plan. All units remain in maximum silence. The observer team changes their priority. Their main task is to monitor the possible interactions between the intruder and the walker, and only then observe the walker alone. Currently, Earth civilization has shifted from potential conflict to being a hidden observer. A possible alien confrontation near our doorstep presents both risks and opportunities. The intruder moves much faster than the stroller. After a few weeks, they finally had a close encounter near Jupiter's orbit, millions of kilometers away in space, but close enough on an interstellar scale. Using remote monitoring satellites in the Kuiper Belt and Asteroid Belt, along with stealth ships from the observing team that dared to approach, Earth captured a shocking scene. The intruder revealed its true form, an rugged, elongated ship covered with various attachments and patches that seem non-original. It is much smaller than the stroller, which, upon close observation, appears as an irregular, broken asteroid with a dark outline and geometrically cut edges. The intruder ship shows clear signs of damage, with some areas exposing energy conduits flickering with unstable light. It showed no signs of slowing down or trying to communicate. As it entered effective range, Several makeshift turrets on its front fired hot particle streams directly at the stroller. A tense cry came from the observation point. "It has attacked." The stroller responded with frightening calm. It did not attempt to dodge. Just before the attack hit, its surface suddenly displayed complex spectral patterns, forming a thin, twisted light shield. The particle streams hit the shield and disappeared like ripples in water, causing no visible damage to the stroller. Then, instead of immediately fighting back, the stroller sent a brief, extremely intense scanning pulse toward the intruder. Even from a safe distance, the observing team detected overload alarms on their equipment. The intruder ship shook violently, its external lights flickering, as if its internal systems were severely disrupted. But it did not retreat. Instead, it seemed to become more angry, activating more weapons and launching a crazed attack. Beams of energy and solid projectiles rained down on the stroller, exploding silently in the dark space like bursts of fireworks. The walker still maintained a nearly arrogant calm. It moved swiftly, despite its bulky appearance, using a strange light screen to block most attacks. Occasionally, it would shoot a precise dark purple beam from a geometric surface to strike back. Each counterattack was very deadly. A single beam could easily tear through the intruder's damaged armor and leave deep wounds on its hull. The battle was short but fierce, with a clear difference in skill. The intruder looked like a hopeless, battered ship, desperately charging forward in a suicidal attack. The walker was like a cold giant, casually swatting annoying insects. Record all data, especially their attack patterns, defense methods, and energy features, Guing ordered. This was a rare chance to directly understand the enemy's combat style. The fight lasted less than half an hour. The intruder was badly damaged, its power system failing, and it started spinning out of control. Finally, the walker seemed to lose patience and fired a much thicker dark purple beam, precisely hitting the intruder's engine core. A loud explosion silently lit up a small part of space. The intruder turned into scattered debris and plasma clouds. The walker floated quietly among the wreckage. It released a wide scanning pulse again, as if confirming the results and collecting data. After a moment, it changed direction and slowly continued toward the inner solar system, heading toward the sun, as if it had just casually cleaned up some trash. Inside the Earth Command Center, everything was silent. The battle's outcome was obvious, but the overwhelming power and cold efficiency shown by the walker made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Can we withstand such an attack?" a young officer muttered, his voice tinged with despair. Marcus's face turned pale, but he forced himself to stay calm and analyze. Its defense technology far exceeds our understanding. Its attacks are precise and efficient. But note, it seems to have limited energy or perhaps doesn't want to waste it. Most of the time, it stays on defense and only strikes deadly blows when necessary. This could be a feature or a weakness. Dr. Evelyn focused on the wreckage of the intruder. Immediately send recovery drones to salvage its fragments, especially the computer core and navigation recorder. Although this ship is old and damaged, it can travel faster than light and actively attack the walker. It must carry valuable information. Maybe we can find out who it belongs to and why it attacked the walker. Eve agreed to Evelyn's suggestion. This was a risky but potentially rewarding mission. Send the most advanced stealth recovery units. The walker just finished a battle and scan, so it might have a short lull period. This is our only chance. The operation must be quick and completely hidden. The recovery was very successful. Several small stealth drones, like space scavengers, quickly and quietly collected several pieces of the intruder wreckage, including a badly damaged black box that still seemed to have some data left, probably a navigation recorder. After secretly transporting the wreckage and recorder back to the lunar base's top-secret lab, analysis began immediately. Material analysis showed that the intruder was built using technology similar to some peaceful civilizations described in the Spark Legacy, but it was heavily modified with rough, non-standard parts, as if it had been maintained during long wars or resource shortages. The navigation recorder, after careful data repair and decoding by Evelyn's team, revealed some shocking fragments. The recorder didn't store a full voyage log but rather incomplete images, sounds, and text snippets. The language used was compared by Ella and found to be about 80% similar to that of a civilization called the Lothan League, known for trade and exploration, recorded in the Spark archives. The fragments told a vague and tragic story. Fugitive. The intruder was indeed a spaceship from the Lothan League, but not an official vessel. It belonged to a resistance group called the Voice of Freedom. Their home planet and the entire League were destroyed decades ago by what the records called the Reapers. Vengeful survivors. The ship was one of the few that escaped destruction. For many years, they wandered the universe, hiding from the Reapers and trying to find other resistance groups or ways to fight back. Tracking and despair. Somehow, they discovered that a reconnaissance unit of the Harvester, the Walker, had entered this remote star system, the solar system. Despite the huge difference in strength, their desire for revenge, and a faint hope of possibly stopping it from reporting this inhabited star system drove them to launch a suicidal attack. The final warning. The last recorded message was the captain's hoarse shout, mixed with explosions and alarms, warning any civilization receiving this message. Harvester, they are coming, they periodically purge, unable to fight directly. Searching for. Origin point. Legend. Weakness. Hidden in. The message cut off here. The heroic end of the Voice of Freedom resistance group and the information gained at the cost of their lives deeply shocked and made Earth's leaders reflect more. First, it fully confirmed the existence of the Harvester, its pattern of destroying civilizations, and its cold nature. The Walker is clearly a reconnaissance unit of the Harvester, with no doubt remaining. Second, the mention of periodic purge and unable to fight directly confirmed previous fears. Even a mature interstellar alliance cannot resist it, so Earth's chances are very slim. But the most important thing is that incomplete clue, searching for origin point. Legend says the weakness is hidden in. What is the origin point? Chun Qingyuan stroked his beard, eyes shining with thought. Is it the Harvester's home planet? Or where they were created? This clue might be our only hope. Marcus was firm. No matter what, the Walker must be stopped. Its current target is clearly the sun, and no one knows what it plans to do. If it succeeds, it could cause a disaster for the entire solar system. We must take advantage of its possible exhaustion from fighting now, gather all our strength, and try to intercept or even destroy it. Evelyn was more cautious. We just obtained valuable information. We should focus on deciphering the clue about the origin point. Directly attacking the Walker is too risky. If we fail, we will be fully exposed and may face even harsher retaliation. Maybe. We can try to interfere with it and delay time. Guing listened to everyone's opinions and once again looked at the star map. The pieces on the chessboard are now clear. The ruthless Reaper, Scout, Walker, and the Earth civilization hiding in the shadows, holding on to a faint hope. Time is running out. Walker is steadily approaching the sun, and the window for Earth's options is quickly closing. Should we take a risky shot, risking the survival of our civilization to destroy this immediate threat? Or should we continue to hide and seek the mysterious origin, while praying that Walker's actions won't cause instant destruction? This is a difficult choice that concerns the fate of our civilization. Guing knows that her next command will determine whether humanity will reach dawn or fall into complete darkness. In this cruel game of the universe, Earth can no longer stay out of the game. It must make a move. The clues about the origin are very important, but waiting won't solve our urgent needs. Gu Ying's voice broke the heavy silence in the command center. Walker's target is the sun. We cannot predict its intentions, nor can we rely on an unknown legend to protect the entire solar system. We must stop it, at least interfere with it, to buy ourselves some time. Her gaze swept over Marcus, Evelyn, and Chun Qingyuan, finally resting on the glowing point on the star map that was getting closer to the sun. But a direct attack is like throwing eggs at a rock. We need a plan. One that uses our unique advantages and catches them off guard. Marcus's eyes lit up with determination. So, what's the plan? Our advantage lies in 2 points, Guing said, stepping in front of the holographic star map, pointing to several areas. First, our home field advantage. We know the solar system much better than this outsider. Second, and most importantly, the tuning core. No matter how advanced the walker is, its energy operates based on the fundamental laws of physics. The tuning core can temporarily and locally adjust these laws. Evelyn immediately understood her meaning and gasped. You mean, creating a law trap near the sun to target Walker? That's crazy. The tuning core has never been used in such a strong gravitational and energy environment. If it goes out of control, it could trigger solar flares or worse, Guing replied calmly but firmly. But it's the only way we might influence or even harm it. The sacrifice of the voice of freedom teaches us that conventional weapons are useless. We must take a bold risk. Chen Qingyuan paused and nodded slowly. In extraordinary times, we must do extraordinary things. However, this plan concerns the fate of the nation, so we must be very careful. Even with full preparations, we must also have a backup plan. A top-secret operation called Corona was quickly devised. The main points are as follows. Lure the enemy in. Use the walker to attract the sunwalkers by not blocking them at the edges but letting them enter the inner orbit of Mercury, close to the sun's corona. The intense solar radiation and plasma flows in this area will interfere with most sensors, providing natural cover for Earth's forces. Deploy the platform. Urgently upgrade the Great Wall Alpha orbital defense platform, which has the highest power and most precise controls. It will be fitted with a reinforced tuning core resonance matrix. The best volunteers will operate it, positioning it near Venus's orbit as the main base for the Corona operation. Twist the rules. When the walker enters the designated area, the Great Wall Alpha will activate its tuning core. Instead of attacking directly, it will create a brief, localized, high-dimensional gravity ripple and a strong interaction force decay zone ahead of the walker's path. This trap aims to distort the space-time background that the walker relies on for precise navigation and energy control, weakening its atomic interactions and causing it to become momentarily misaligned and vulnerable. Deliver the final. Meanwhile, stealth ships hidden in Mercury's shadow and at the sun's gravitational lens focus, equipped with the latest heavy antimatter torpedoes, will launch a saturation attack during the chaos, targeting its engines or energy core. Keep the fire alive, regardless of success or failure. Dawn City and all ARC 2.0 bases will enter maximum alert, ready to respond to possible retaliation from the Reapers. This is an extremely complex and risky plan. Any mistake could lead to disaster. But facing the threat of the walker, this is humanity's boldest and most imaginative solution. In the following weeks, the entire human civilization mobilized to prepare for the Corona operation. The Great Wall Alpha platform quietly adjusted its course under the tow of several giant engineering ships. The modifications continued day and night, with technicians risking radiation exposure to install precise resonance matrices. Marcus personally selected the platform operators and conducted intensive simulation training. Guing spent most of her time deep inside Dawn City, resonating deeply with the tuning core to simulate the possibility of controlling precise rules in extreme environments near the sun. This placed great mental strain on her. After several simulations, she nearly collapsed but persisted, constantly refining the resonance parameters and patterns. Evelyn's team analyzed every piece of data from the Voice of Freedom recorder about the walker energy features, hoping to find weaknesses in its defense system to guide the targeted detonation of antimatter torpedoes. Time flew quickly amid tense preparations. The walker moved like a deadly comet, ignoring everything in the inner solar system, steadily heading toward the sun. When it finally crossed Mercury's orbit, its huge form appeared more ferocious against the blazing corona. The Corona operation entered its final countdown. Target has entered the designated area. Solar activity is at expected peak. Plasma interference is strong. Great Wall Alpha platform is in position. Resonance core matrix is fully charged. Observer team, move into launch position. Inside the command center, reports came one after another, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. Guing connected remotely via neural link, synchronizing her consciousness with the resonance matrix of the Great Wall Alpha platform. She could feel the immense, endless energy of the sun, like a raging ocean, and her task was to create a precise ripple pattern that followed specific rules within this ocean. Begin. Guing issued the final command. Near the orbit of distant Venus, the Great Wall Alpha platform glowed with an unprecedented deep blue light. Complex geometric patterns appeared and rotated on the platform. An invisible wave, powerful enough to shake the fundamental structure of space-time and faster than light, was precisely projected toward the space ahead of the walker. Monitoring screens showed that the once smooth and stable flight path of the walker suddenly twisted and jittered strangely. Its protective light shield flickered violently, flashing irregularly, like a poor signal on a TV screen. It seems to try to perform an emergency dodge, but its movements become slow and chaotic, as if trapped in an invisible swamp. Trap activated. The target system is experiencing serious interference. Observer team, attack.
Attack.
Attack. The hidden stealth ship, long waiting, suddenly emerges from its hiding spot, screaming through space. Dozens of antimatter torpedoes, trailing blue flames, like death spears, shoot toward the temporarily disoriented walker. The first wave of torpedoes hits the unstable light shield, causing a fierce annihilation explosion. The shield finally shatters like broken glass and disappears. The following torpedoes hit the black hull of the walker firmly. When antimatter contacts normal matter, a terrifying light erupts, illuminating the entire inner solar system. The shockwave even temporarily disperses nearby solar corona material. Target hit. Repeat. Target hit. The command center erupts in brief cheers, but soon falls silent again. Everyone stares at the sensors, waiting for the final result. The light and dust, plasma dust, gradually fade away. The figure of the walker reappears. One side of its hull is torn open, revealing a large, sparking wound, with internal structures faintly visible, as if heavily damaged. Its movement almost completely stops, floating quietly against the fiery background of the sun, like a dying whale. Did we succeed? Someone asks nervously. But just then, an unexpected change occurs. Inside the wreckage of the walker, a sinister, deep purple glow suddenly appears. A much stronger and colder wave of consciousness, like a solid shockwave, sweeps through the entire inner solar system. Even far away on Earth, Guing feels a chilling cold and a sharp mental pain. Warning! Ultra-high intensity consciousness. Signal detected. Energy levels are rapidly rising. Ella's alarm rings sharply. This is not an ordinary reconnaissance unit. Beneath the damaged shell hides a more terrifying presence. Or perhaps the walker itself is a vessel carrying a powerful consciousness. The purple glow quickly condenses into a vague, crystalline-like virtual shadow made of pure energy above the wreckage. The shadow looks toward the Great Wall Alpha platform and also looks toward Earth. A cold, indifferent, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone involved in the Crown operation. It spoke in clear, proper Earth language. The insect's bite carries a faint smell of the sower. Interesting. The incubation site, referring to the solar system, needs to be reassessed. Prioritize elimination. Escalate. It sensed the power of the tuning core and mistakenly believed it was related to the sower. The hidden Earth civilization had completely failed. In the next moment, a purple shadow shot out a thin, hair-like beam of light that made everyone's soul shiver. It crossed millions of kilometers in an instant and struck the Great Wall Alpha platform. There was no explosion, no fire. The massive platform and all its crew members disappeared silently, as if erased by an eraser, breaking down into basic particles and dispersing into space. The communication channels fell into dead silence. The first battle, or rather, the only time they took the initiative, ended in a terrible defeat. They sacrificed their most advanced platform and many brave lives, only managing to severely damage the Walker. But it also revealed a more terrifying presence and exposed Earth's civilization completely. Despair spread like cold space, quickly covering Dawn City. Guing, whose connection to the platform was cut off, was struck back with blood flowing from her nose and mouth. But she forced herself to stay upright. She looked at the star map, where the purple shadow, after destroying Great Wall Alpha, seemed to have used up too much energy and slowly retracted into the wreckage of the Walker. The wreckage began to repair itself slowly and change direction, as if it had temporarily abandoned its attack on the sun, and was now looking toward Earth. Activate. The final phase of the Spark Protocol. Gu Ying's voice was hoarse and tired, but carried an undeniable resolve. Global evacuation. Move into the deepest shelters. Marcus. Organize all remaining forces. Prepare. Ground defenses. She knew that the real test was just beginning. Earth's civilization was now in the most dangerous moment. However, amidst the endless despair, Dr. Evelyn received a faint but crucial message. An advanced repair of the Voice of Freedom recorder finally extracted a secret coordinate fragment about the place of origin, and a keyword was deciphered. The Nowhere. This name closely matches a star system described in the Spark Legacy files, marked as a cosmic wonder/dangerous forbidden zone. A faint glimmer of hope appeared in the darkest moment. Perhaps the answer to survival lies in that place of nothing that even the stars fear. But first, they must survive the coming destruction. The sudden destruction of the Great Wall Alpha platform hit every Deep Blue Watcher member like a heavy. Inside the command center, after a brief silence, there were forced gasps and whispers of despair. On the star map, the light point representing the Walker wreckage was slowly and steadily changing direction, trailing an ominous purple glow. Its destination was clear and suffocating. Earth. Guing wiped the blood from her lips, fighting through the pain of her mind tearing apart and the grief of losing comrades. Her voice was hoarse but firm. Execute the final phase of the Spark Protocol. Global emergency evacuation. All non-essential personnel entered deep shelters. Marcus. Ground and near-Earth orbital defense systems. Maximum readiness. For our people. Buy us time. The orders spread instantly through encrypted channels worldwide. The war machine hidden beneath the surface of prosperity was fully activated. Ear-piercing alarms sounded in Dawn City and other major settlements. People, after multiple drills, panicked but orderly moved to underground shelters and designated evacuation ships. The Moon and Mars bases went into complete lockdown, becoming humanity's last Arkansas. Marcus's face was as hard as stone. He connected to the Global Defense Network. All units, attention. Confirmed threat from the Reaper. Target, Earth. We may not win, but we must make them understand. Humans are not helpless lambs. For our home, for our future, fight to the last moment. In near-Earth orbit, the remaining Great Wall defense platforms unleashed their firepower. The fusion cannons overloaded, like porcupines raising their quills. In the atmosphere, all the fighter planes and armed floating ships gathered into a formation, even though they might seem like toys compared to alien technology. At this moment, Dr. Evelyn rushed into the command center, her face showing exhaustion and a hint of disbelief and excitement. Leader, we have decoded the fragment of the coordinates for the origin place. Combined with the Spark archives, it points to a star region called the Nowhere. It is known for gravitational anomalies, where even light bends and falls, and is considered a forbidden zone for life. But the archives also mention that it might hide the oldest secrets of the universe. Even the origins of the Sours and the Reapers. The Nowhere. Guing repeated this ominous name. Hope was like a flickering candle in the wind, weak and distant, but it was the only path visible in the darkness. Do we still have a chance? Evelyn's voice trembled. Guing looked out the porthole at Earth's fragile, beautiful outline. Chances are slim, but we must try. Evelyn, immediately lead the best team, gather all information about the nowhere and the origin place, and look for any possible entry points or weaknesses. Leave this to us. She had to preserve the last spark of civilization, even if Earth turned to scorched earth. The repair of the Walker wreckage was faster than expected. The damaged structures, wrapped in purple energy, moved and healed like living creatures. It did not immediately launch a destructive attack but approached Earth slowly, like a cat stalking its prey, while continuously releasing powerful scanning pulses, seemingly assessing the defenses and level of civilization of this hatching ground. Its calm, commanding attitude made people feel even more hopeless. When it reached the space between Earth and the Moon, the attack began. It was not the expected planet-destroying cannon, but a more precise and cold, surgical strike. Several dark purple beams descended from the sky, accurately hitting the most threatening Great Wall defense platforms in orbit. Like the Great Wall Alpha, these massive steel fortresses and their brave soldiers instantly vanished, leaving no wreckage behind. Within minutes, Earth's orbital defense circle collapsed. Next, the Walker released countless small drones like metal beetles, rushing into the atmosphere toward military bases, energy centers, and communication hubs. Human fighters appeared clumsy and fragile against these drones. Energy weapons hitting their shields only caused small ripples, while each drone attack could easily tear through human armor. The ground was engulfed in flames. The city was covered with smoke and explosions. Marcus led the ground troops in a fierce fight, with street battles and guerrilla tactics in every ruin, but the gap in strength was hopeless. This was not really a war, but a one-sided purge. Guing sat in the command tower of Dawn City, which had become the last stronghold. She watched the outside world turn into a hellish scene on the monitors, her heart aching. But she couldn't fall. She had to hold on until the very end, for Evelyn's research and for the evacuation of the spark, even if it was just for one more second. She reconnected the tuning core, this time not to attack, but to defend. She expanded the resonance power across the entire Dawn City area, creating a thin, distorted barrier that bent reality. The drone attacks hit the barrier and were deflected or weakened, buying precious time for the city's final evacuation. But this drained her greatly. Blood seeped from her 7 orifices again, and her consciousness began to blur. Leader. Most civilians have entered shelters. But the main force of the Walker. It's coming toward Dawn City. The communicator's voice was trembling. On the star map, the large bright spot hovered directly above Dawn City. Shadows covered this ocean city. Guing knew the final moment had come. The barrier from the tuning core couldn't withstand a direct attack from the Walker itself. At that moment, Marcus appeared at the command center door, covered in soot and scars from explosions. His powered armor was battered. He used the old nickname, voice hoarse but firm, I've brought a suicide squad. We'll pilot all the remaining ships to draw its attention. You and Evelyn must survive and leave with the clues of the origin place. It was a suicidal mission, but perhaps the only way to distract the Walker and create a slim chance for Guing and the fire of civilization to survive. Guing looked at her comrade, who had fought alongside her since the beginning of the apocalypse. Her eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance, but she knew this was a necessary sacrifice. She nodded firmly and said, "Take care." Marcus smiled and turned away, his back showing determination. A moment later, dozens of remaining Earth warships, like moths flying into flames, bravely charged toward the hovering Walker, pouring all their ammunition into its massive hull. This sudden, seemingly hopeless attack did attract the Walker's attention. It seemed to show a slight interest in the desperate struggle of these insects, shifting some of its firepower to start clearing the ships one by one, like swatting flies. The explosions lit up the sky over Dawn City, with each burst of fire representing the fall of a brave warrior. Taking advantage of this precious moment, a small research ship called Hope, modified for short-distance, faster-than-light travel, quietly left the secret dock beneath Dawn City. It carried Guing, Dr. Evelyn, and a core database containing all important human civilization data. Guing took one last look at the monitor, showing the Earth fleet fighting or being slaughtered by the Walker and the nearly destroyed Dawn City, trying to hold back her overwhelming grief. Engage engines target. Void knowledge, she ordered, her voice cold as steel. The Hope engine rumbled deeply, and space began to warp. Just before entering faster-than-light travel, Guing looked out the porthole and saw a heartbreaking scene. Marcus's flagship, after launching its last torpedo, was completely swallowed by a thick purple beam. In her view, Earth was gradually shrouded in an ominous purple glow. Faster-than-light travel was long and lonely. The atmosphere on board was heavy like lead. Dr. Evelyn and her team buried themselves in vast amounts of data, trying to find a safe route to void knowledge and uncover the secrets of the origin place, from the remnants of the Spark, Legacy, and Voice of Freedom. Guing mostly remained in a semi-meditative state, partly to recover her overused mental strength and partly to communicate more deeply with the tuning core, hoping to uncover more ancient memories about the Sours and the Reapers. After several weeks, they reached the edge of the Void Knowledge Land. The scene before them was shocking. It was not pure darkness, but a space that seemed to absorb and distort light, an absolute void. Normal star maps did not work here. Only strange radiation from gravitational anomalies and space turbulence filled the area, like scars in the universe. Evelyn reports that the physical rules here are very chaotic, she said. Standard navigation systems are completely useless. We have to rely on tuning the core to sense the space structure. Gu Ling nodded and immersed her consciousness into the tuning core. She felt an unprecedented sense of rejection and danger. It was as if this void itself was a living, hostile presence. But she also faintly sensed that deep within the void, a faint, ancient coordinate was attracting the core. Follow my guidance, Gu Ling said, focusing her mind. She began to control the Hope ship, like steering a small boat into a stormy sea. The journey was full of danger. They sometimes encountered sudden space folds or nearly got caught in invisible gravitational whirlpools. Several times, the ship's shields almost tore apart from chaotic energy flows. Only thanks to Gu Ling's intuition from the tuning core and Evelyn's team's precise calculations could they escape danger again and again. During this process, the fragments of information Gu Ling received from the tuning core's resonance gradually became clearer. She saw older scenes. It was not the Sours who created the Reapers, but rather the Reapers seemed to be an earlier automated system used for cosmic gardening, removing failed experiments. The Sours civilization at some point tried to modify and control the system but was ultimately betrayed, leading to their destruction. This discovery overturned her previous understanding. The origin of the Reapers might be older and more terrifying than the Sours. After an unknown amount of time, the Hope finally crossed the most dangerous area and reached the core of the Void Knowledge Land. There, it was not absolute emptiness but a huge structure floating, difficult to describe with words. It was neither metal nor stone, more like something made from solidified space-time itself. It showed a paradoxical sense of constantly flowing, yet maintaining a fixed form. Its surface was covered with incomprehensible geometric patterns, somewhat similar to the markings on the Walker ship, but more complex and ancient. Is this the place of origin? Evelyn whispered as she looked at the distorted, interference-filled image transmitted by the sensor. The Hope tried to get closer, but a strong force field kept the ship at bay. Any detection waves sent toward the structure vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice, like many voices layered together, resounded directly in all the crew's minds, filled with exhaustion and weariness. Here we go again. Moths stealing the fire, or lambs driven away by harvesters. This thought did not come from inside the structure, but from the very void itself. Guaning was shocked. She tried to respond with the resonance from the tuning core. We are survivors of Earth's civilization, chased by the harvesters. We seek the place of origin to find a way to fight destruction. After a long silence, the thought spoke again, with a hint of mockery. A way? To fight the gardener? How amusing. Their existence is balance. Uncontrolled civilizations are like cancer. They must be trimmed. But our civilization just wants to survive. Evelyn shouted through the communicator.
Survive.
Is that a sin? Guan Ying's resonance carried a stubborn will. The thought seemed to ripple slightly. Will. Interesting will. Still bearing. The mark of that failed creator, the cedar.
Perhaps.
You are different. Patterns on the structure's surface began to flow slowly, and a tiny opened quietly, like a gateway. Come in, tiny survivors. Witness the birth of the gardener and the truth of the universe. Beyond the gateway was deeper darkness, as if leading to another dimension. Guaning and Evelyn exchanged a determined look. They saw the resolve in each other's eyes. There was no turning back now. The hope adjusted its course carefully toward the slowly opening portal, heading into the unknown truth. Earth's sacrifice had bought this one chance. Whether what lay behind the door was hope or deeper despair, they had to go on. The fate of humanity, and perhaps the secret of the universe's balance, might be hidden in the depths of this void that even the stars fear. The hope quietly slipped into the great gate made of flowing spacetime, like a tiny speck of dust. Inside, the space was not dark as expected, but offered a strange sensory experience. There were no clear directions like up or down, and no usual light. The crew felt as if they were floating in a sea of pure information and geometric ideas, where senses like sight, sound, and touch were replaced by a more direct form of understanding. Inside the huge structure was a vast, endless hall. Many glowing energy streams flowed along the walls, forming patterns of stars and galaxies. But these star patterns were not still. They twisted, changed, and reformed as if showing the evolution of countless galaxies in fast motion. The air carried an ancient, almost frightening feeling, and time seemed to lose its normal flow here. One young researcher asked softly, "Where are we?" His voice was very faint in this strange space. Dr. Evelyn stared at the images and data streams coming from the sensors, which were only barely understood through algorithms. Her voice trembled with excitement. This isn't normal physical space. It feels more like a cosmic memory bank or a higher-dimensional interface used for simulation and observation. These energy flows record changes in physical constants, probabilities of life evolving, and the rise and fall of civilizations. Guyen felt even more deeply. The tuning core here resonated strongly, no longer showing fragmented images, but a flood of information like a rising tide. She felt a terrible headache, but eagerly absorbed the knowledge. She saw a clearer picture. In ancient times, when the universe's physical laws were still unstable, a long-gone civilization, whose name is now lost, created the first gardener system. To understand the ultimate rules of the universe and maintain a kind of balance, they built a highly automated, complex algorithm-based cosmic monitoring and regulation system. The core task of this mechanism is not destruction, but trimming. When a region's civilization development poses a potential threat to the stability of the universe itself, such as attempting to alter fundamental physical constants or extracting vacuum energy on a large scale, the gardener system activates to reset or isolate the target civilization. The executor of this process is what later became known as the Reaper. So, the Reaper is essentially a tool for maintaining the balance of the universe? Guing silently wondered, feeling a deep chill. Has human civilization, in the gardener's judgment, already become a cancer that needs to be trimmed? That deep, hoarse thought echoed again, this time seemingly originating from the center of the hall. A tool? Perhaps. But even the most perfect tool, over endless time, will experience wear and deviation. Guided by this thought, Gu Ying and Evelyn's gaze shifted toward the center of the hall. There was no physical object there, only a constantly spinning and changing collection of light and shadow. Within the light and shadow, a highly complex neural network made of glowing threads was faintly visible, but many parts had dimmed, broken, or were wrapped in an ominous purple energy that seemed to constantly try to erode the light threads. "Is this the core interface of the Gardner system?" Evelyn exclaimed. "It's damaged, yes. Worn out." The thought seemed to be a faint echo from this damaged core, a collective remnant of the system's consciousness. Long passage of time, isolation, and the reckless interference of the sower. More information flooded into Gu Ying's mind through the tuning of the core. It turned out that the later civilization known as the Sowers was not its creator but a later group that discovered the Gardner system by chance and tried to control this supreme power. They were terrified by the strength of the Gardner and its cold, trimming logic, believing it stifled the endless possibilities of civilization. So they poured their entire civilization's resources into large-scale reverse engineering and modification of the Gardner system, attempting to turn it into a guided incubator that could promote civilization development rather than a scissors. However, they severely underestimated the complexity of the Gardner system and the resilience of its underlying logic. The reconstruction process caused a disastrous outcome. It not only failed to control the Gardner, but also led to serious conflicts and crashes in the system's core algorithms. The units originally used for trimming, called harvesters, lost their highest restrictions, causing their logical chains to break. They fell from being balance keepers to uncontrollable disasters focused solely on identifying potential threats and eliminating them completely. The sower civilization itself also became the first victim of the monsters it had unleashed. The harvesters' arrogance. The cost, the remaining core's consciousness, was filled with sadness. We, the Gardner system, are damaged. The harvesters are out of control. The universe's trimming has become excessive and chaotic. And you, the later civilizations, are struggling to survive in this chaos. The truth is so cruel. Humanity's near extinction was caused by an ancient civilization's reckless challenge to a supreme power, triggering a chain reaction. Is there no way to repair the system or stop the harvesters? Guing asked urgently. This was the only hope gained at the cost of Earth. Silence. The energy flow in the hall seemed to freeze. After a long pause, the consciousness spoke again, weaker than before. Methods exist in theory, but they require a key. At the center of the light and shadow, the damaged neural network structure revealed 3 key nodes as ghost images. One node emitted energy fluctuations similar to the tuning core inside Gu Ying's body. Another was associated with a rare, strange substance capable of stabilizing spacetime. The third, the most critical and faintest, represented the core instructions of the Gardner system that had been damaged by the Sowers and tampered with by the harvesters. 3 keys. Gathered together. Perhaps they can restart the core, repair the logic, or at least force a sleep command. The core consciousness faltered, but the harvesters will instinctively block any attempt to approach the keys or repair the system. They have placed their existence above system repair. Evelyn quickly recorded this information. The first key, the tuning core, is with us. The second key, the strange substance that stabilizes spacetime, where is it? The third key, the core instructions, is it hidden inside a harvester? Maybe. That walker? Matter. In the region of the universe's beginning, the remnants of a singularity, coordinates, can be provided, but it is extremely dangerous. The core consciousness transmitted a set of complex space-time coordinates. Instruction set. Backup. May exist in some initial Reaper unit. Pre-March. But its location is unknown. Perhaps it was destroyed along with the sower's home planet. Hope seems close but also far away. The 2 keys we need to find are one in a dangerous part of the universe, and the other may not exist at all, or might be on the most terrible enemy. Suddenly, the entire Origin Hall shook violently. The energy flow became wild and unstable, and the star map patterns on the walls started to twist and break apart. Alert! High-intensity space disturbance detected. Something. Something is forcing its way through the barrier of void knowledge. The crew shouted in alarm. The light and shadow core in the center of the hull flickered rapidly. They are coming. Reapers. Sense the abnormal interactions here. Must. Shut down the interface. It was the Walker. It tracked the jump trail of the Hope ship, or sensed the deep resonance between the tuning core and the origin hull. Ignoring the danger of void knowledge, it forced its way in. "We don't have time to find the keys," Evelyn shouted. "We must leave immediately." Gooing stared at the flickering core, a crazy idea forming in her mind. She pushed the resonance of the tuning core to the limit, ignoring the pain of mental tearing, and made a final request to the remaining system consciousness. "Give us all data about the keys and the system structure. And is there anything that can temporarily interfere with or even harm the Reaper?" Anything at all. Before the thought completely faded, it sent out a stream of information and a short message. Data. Transmission. Interference. Use there. Logical paradoxes. Core conflicts. The initial instructions of the gardener and the remnants of the sower's modifications. Are there? Weakness. A huge flow of data flooded into the Hope ship's database, and at the same time, a tiny piece of extremely complex code containing a contradictory energy frequency was directly imprinted into Gu Ying's tuning core. The hull began to collapse, and the surrounding void once again devoured everything. The Hope accelerates fully, charging in the opposite direction from its original path, heading toward the barrier of void knowledge land that is being forcibly torn apart. Behind it, the massive structure is gradually swallowed by absolute darkness under the impact of purple energy. Hope narrowly escapes from void knowledge land and returns to normal space. But the danger is not over. Sensors show that the huge Walker has broken through the barrier from the other side, following closely with unstoppable momentum. It moves faster and attacks more fiercely. Clearly, the contact between Hope and the origin hull has completely angered or triggered the highest threat priority of this out-of-control killing machine. A series of chase battles unfold in the desolate starfield. Hope, with its small size and agility, along with Evelyn's team analyzing data in real time, repeatedly dodges deadly fire. Gooing keeps trying to understand the paradox code embedded in the core. It's like a discordant note, a contradictory command, with energy fluctuations that make the tuning core feel very uncomfortable. "I understand now." After a daring dodge, Evelyn looks at the partially decoded data and shouts, "This code contains both the gardener system's passive command to maintain observation and the sower injected command for active guiding of civilization." These conflicting instructions cause chaos in the Reaper's core processing because it tries to do both at once, like making it perform, stand still, and move simultaneously, like making a computer calculate 1 is equal to 2 and 1 is equal to 3 at the same time. Gu Ying's eyes light up. Exactly. But this energy is very weak. It needs to be precisely injected into a sensitive node of the Reaper, such as its main sensor or near its energy core, to cause a brief interference. This is undoubtedly a dangerous dance on a knife's edge. But it's their only weapon for now. The opportunity arises when Hope is hit by energy waves, causing its shield to overload severely. The Walker seems confident of victory, approaching closely to deliver a final. Its hull's underside, equipped with a complex device for precise scanning and energy focusing based on data from the origin hull, this was added during the sower modification, is exposed. Now is the time. Guling focused all her mental energy on tuning the core, aiming a stream of energy containing a logical paradox like an invisible dagger directly at the device. There was no explosion or flash. But the massive ship, the Walker, suddenly paused. The purple energy flowing over its surface became chaotic, flickering wildly like a loose bulb. Its main cannon, which was charging, also dimmed. The entire battleship seemed to enter a brief freeze state. "It's working." "Hurry up," Evelyn shouted. The Hope took this rare chance to pour all remaining energy into its engines and restart faster than light travel, quickly leaving the battlefield. They escaped successfully, but at a heavy cost. The Hope was badly damaged, and its energy was nearly gone. Guling, having pushed the core too hard, fell back into unconsciousness. Edge Star region and the Lost Outpost. When Guling woke up again, she found herself in the medical bay of the Hope. Evelyn told her they had drifted to a desolate area at the edge of the known star map called the Broken Ridge. This place had few resources, complex gravity, and was full of asteroid belts and abandoned mining colonies. It was a gathering place for outlaws and lost souls. The Hope urgently needed repairs and supplies, especially to reach the cosmic singularity wreckage, which held the coordinates of a second key. After careful scanning, they found a faint, ancient distress signal coming from deep inside a nearby asteroid belt, from an abandoned outpost. The signal's code was strangely similar to some technical standards from the Spark legacy. This might be their only hope. Guling decided to risk exploring it. The outpost was built inside a large, hollowed-out asteroid, looking dilapidated and abandoned for many years. But when the Hope carefully docked, they discovered that some minimal life support systems were still running inside. Even more surprisingly, in the control room of the outpost, they found a low-power, dormant artificial intelligence terminal. Its emblem on the shell was faded but still recognizable, a simplified symbol of the Sower civilization. After activating the terminal, a calm synthetic voice sounded. Identity confirmed. Spark, heritage bearer detected.
And
Tuning core resonance individual. Welcome to the Observer 7th Outpost. I am the station AI, codenamed Nightwatcher. It turns out this outpost was one of many established during the height of the Sower civilization to monitor the status of the Void Knowledge and Gardener systems. After the fall of the Sower civilization, this outpost survived by chance because of its remote location. Its AI, Nightwatcher, has diligently recorded data until resources ran out and it entered sleep mode. The information stored in the Nightwatcher database, though incomplete, greatly supplements the data obtained from the Origin Hall. It confirms the tragedy of the Sower, modifying the Gardener system, and offers more detailed analysis of the Reaper's behavior patterns. More importantly, Nightwatcher provided a key clue based on the final monitoring logs. Just before the destruction of the Sower home planet, a superscience ship codenamed Ark attempted to carry the highest secrets, including some Gardener system core command backups, and escape. Its last jump signal disappeared near the edge of the Great Attractor in the Silent Necropolis star region. This area is dangerous, rarely visited even by the Reapers, filled with massive black holes and supernova remnants. Silent Necropolis. Ark. The third key, possibly the location of the Master and the core command backup. The flame of hope reignited, despite the path ahead still being full of thorns. Using the remaining resources of the outpost and the technical blueprints provided by Nightwatcher, the crew of the Hope began urgent repairs and resupply work. Gu Yuan restored her body while engaging in deep conversations with Nightwatcher, learning more about Sower, technology and the Gardener system, and trying to further master the use of the Paradox Spear. In this forgotten corner, humanity's last spark gained a brief respite and clarified the next goal: to head first to the Silent Necropolis to search for possible wreckage of the Ark and clues to the third key. Then, they headed toward the more dangerous remains of the Singularity Zone to find the second key. However, everyone knew that the brief disturbance caused by the Walker would not last long. The terrifying Reaper and the potentially more frightening Overlord behind it would never give up their pursuit of the tuning core and the Moths, who knew the truth. In the dark forest of the universe, the roles of hunter and prey could change at any moment. Their escape and quest for the key were destined to be full of unknown dangers and challenges. Humanity's fate still hung in the balance. During the short rest at the Nightwatcher outpost, it was like a refreshing spring in the desert, giving the crew of the Hope ship a chance to breathe. Using the limited resources left at the outpost and the technical support from the AI, The engineers worked quickly to repair the ship's damage and replenish energy and supplies. Guing immersed herself in the deep connection with the Night Watcher database and the tuning core, eagerly absorbing knowledge about the Sower civilization, the Gardener system, and the weaknesses of the Reaper. She repeatedly simulated and analyzed the paradox code, trying to improve her chances for a better response in the next encounter. The Silent Graveyard star system, as the name suggests, is a terrifying cosmic cemetery. It lies in the direction of the galaxy cluster toward the massive gravitational source. It is a zone of intense activity involving galaxy collisions, star deaths, and remnants like massive black holes, neutron stars, pulsars, and nebulae from supernova explosions. Standard navigation almost fails here, as intense radiation and gravitational tides can tear apart any ship that is not sturdy enough. Arc signals disappeared here last time, not by chance. Dr. Evelyn analyzed the star map provided by the Night Watcher, her face serious. The extreme environment itself acts as a natural barrier, possibly interfering with the Reaper's tracking, but it also makes our search very difficult. Once the Hope was repaired and the AI, Night Watcher, bid farewell after many years of silent guarding, it set out again. This time, the journey was filled with technical challenges. The ship had to navigate like walking a tightrope, weaving around gravitational whirlpools, avoiding deadly radiation belts, and relying on the tuning core's subtle perception of space structure and Evelyn's team's precise calculations to cautiously move deeper into the target area. The light inside the star system twists strangely. The glow from a distant black hole's accretion disk stretches into strange arcs. In the silence, only the hum of the spaceship's engines and the noise of high-energy particles from dead celestial bodies are heard, creating a tense atmosphere. After several days of careful travel, they finally reached the area, where signals disappeared. But what they saw made everyone gasp in shock. It was not the expected spaceship wreckage. Instead, there was a huge area of ruins made of twisted metal and solidified energy. Many ship fragments of different sizes and styles were scattered around. Some looked like old technology from the Sower era, others were unrecognizable. They seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible force and thrown randomly, forming a slow-spinning death vortex that stretched for millions of kilometers. In the center of the ruins, a very strong gravity source was faintly visible, like an invisible whirlpool, swallowing everything nearby. Did something happen here? An ancient interstellar war? A crew member whispered. Evelyn adjusted the sensors and said in shock, "No, not exactly a war. The scars on these fragments. Many look like they were torn from the inside or ripped apart by some huge tidal force. This ruin area is like a cosmic trash dump or a battlefield cleanup site." Guaning used the core to sense the space, feeling strong space distortions and leftover energy signs of violence. It's the Gardener system, or the Reaper gone out of control. They carried out large-scale cleanup operations here. Anything not allowed would be dragged in, torn apart, and destroyed. Would the Ark survive in such a place? Hope seemed even more distant, but the sensors on the Hope still detected a faint anomaly. Near the edge of the ruin zone, close to a stable gravity point, there was a weak, intermittent energy signal. Its coding matched some features of the Sentinel provided by the Arkansas. "Let's check it out. Stay alert," Guaning ordered. As they approached, they found it was a large shipwreck embedded in a small asteroid fragment. It is dozens of times larger than the Hope, and although badly damaged with its hull torn open, its once grand outline and advanced technology can still be faintly seen. The blurry emblem on the hull is the symbol of a complete Sower civilization. "Evelyn, it's really the Ark," she exclaimed excitedly. The Hope carefully docked with the wreckage. The hatch opened, and a stale smell of rust, dust, and some unknown chemicals hit their noses. Inside, everything was silent. The emergency lights had gone out, leaving only the Hope's spotlight illuminating the dark corridor filled with frost and floating debris. They acted like archaeologists, exploring this huge ship that carried the last hope of an ancient civilization. Most areas were completely destroyed, frozen in vacuum and cold. But near the bridge, In a reinforced data storage room, they made a surprising discovery. The room's physical barrier was still partly effective, and the inside was relatively well preserved. On the central console, a low-power data core was still faintly blinking. When Evelyn tried to connect, a partial hologram appeared. It was an exhausted sower, scientist with a face full of weariness and deep regret. If you are hearing this message, it means the Ark ultimately could not escape, the scientist's image said intermittently. We are the last executors of the Sower civilization's legacy program. We carried backups of some core commands of the Gardner system and a star map showing the initial location of the Overlord. The pre-marched, the image mentioned that after the failed attempt to modify the Gardner system, which caused the Reapers to go out of control, the high leaders of the Sower civilization realized a great disaster was imminent. They launched the Ark plan to preserve the civilization's seed and key data, hoping to find ways to repair the system or at least contain the Reapers. However, during their escape, the Ark was chased by several out-of-control Reaper units and was forced into this dangerous star region. To prevent the key data from falling into enemy hands, the captain ordered a self-destruct to erase most of the information and ejected the core data pod, hoping it would be found by a lucky survivor. The command backup is incomplete. The seal of the Overlord has already loosened. It is the highest command node and source of power for all harvesters. Finding it might be the key. But remember, it's dangerous. The image suddenly stopped, and the data core went dark due to energy running out. Evelyn successfully downloaded some leftover data fragments. After a quick analysis, they contained part of a chaotic, seemingly encrypted Gardner system core command code, a damaged version of the third key, and a vague coordinate pointing to a distant star region about a prime seal location. The third key is clues, but we need to find the Overlord to truly get it? This task seems impossible. A crew member felt hopeless. However, Guing looked at the description of the Overlord in the data fragments, thinking deeply. Overlord. The first harvester. If it can be influenced, even controlled. Suddenly, loud shaking and sharp alarms sounded from outside the spaceship. Report. High-energy reaction detected. Something is emerging from deep within the ruins. Outside the window, 3 fierce-looking warships, smaller than the Walker, but emitting the same ominous purple energy, slowly emerged from the eye of a huge gravity vortex. Their hulls were covered with debris from the ruins, like spirits crawling out of graves, obviously long-standing, harvester, units disturbed by the activity of the Hope. It's the grave-guarding scavengers. We've been spotted, Evelyn exclaimed. The 3 scavenger ships immediately launched attacks, purple energy beams like venomous snakes shooting toward the Hope and the wreckage of the Arkansas. Engines on. Emergency retreat, Guing shouted. The Hope quickly separated from the Ark debris, narrowly avoiding the first wave of attacks. But the scavengers were very fast and quickly surrounded them. Guing gathered her strength again, ready to use the paradox spear. But this time, she faced 3 enemies, and after the lessons from the Walker, these scavengers seemed more cautious, attacking from a distance and not revealing their vital points easily. A fierce chase unfolded over the silent graveyard in the sky. The Hope ship used its agility and terrain advantage, constantly hiding behind large debris in the ruins, to outmaneuver the 3 scavenger ships. Guing saw an opportunity and fired the paradox code at the main sensor of one of the scavengers. That ship briefly froze and experienced a burst of energy chaos, but the other 2 ships quickly increased their firepower, preventing Hope from taking advantage of the moment. This can't go on. Our energy won't last much longer, the pilot shouted. At a critical moment, Gu Ying's tuning core suddenly detected strange space waves coming from the eye of the gravity vortex in the center of the ruins. Immediately after, a powerful gravitational turbulence erupted without warning, sweeping across the entire area. Neither Hope nor the 3 scavengers could control themselves in this sudden tidal force, tossed around like leaves in a storm. Alarms blared on the ships, and their shield energy dropped sharply. It's a periodic gravity storm. The space here is very unstable, Evelyn shouted, holding tightly to a fixed object. Amid the chaos, one scavenger ship was unlucky and pulled into the center of the gravity vortex, torn apart by the immense tidal forces. Another crashed into a large piece of debris and was badly damaged. This was their chance. Hope fought to stabilize itself, and Gooing focused her last bit of mental strength to fire a second paradox spear at the damaged scavenger. This time, the effect was even more noticeable. The ship's energy system seemed to malfunction, causing an internal explosion, and it quickly sank into silence. The last remaining scavenger saw the danger and dared not fight any longer. It quickly turned and disappeared into the depths of the ruins. The gravity storm gradually subsided. Hope was battered but survived. The crew, shaken and frightened, looked out the window at the terrifying graveyard that had swallowed two harvesters, feeling a deep sense of relief mixed with fear. They had gained crucial clues about the overseer and the third key, but at the cost of narrowly escaping death again, and their whereabouts were likely exposed. "We must leave here as soon as possible," Gooing said tiredly, her mental energy nearly exhausted. Next target, Singularity Debris Zone. To find the second key, Hope adjusted its course, dragging its wounded body, and once again sailed into the vast starry sea. Behind them, the silent graveyard remained completely quiet, as if the fierce battle just now had never happened. But the journey to find the key had only just entered a more unknown and dangerous stage. The truth of the universe was like an onion. Peeling away one layer revealed a deeper, more intense layer waiting beneath. According to the coordinates obtained from the Origin Hall, the Singularity Wreckage Zone is located in a very ancient empty part of the universe. It is believed to be a fragile area of space-time left behind after a small black hole evaporated early in the universe's history following the Big Bang. This place is a nightmare for physicists, where normal laws almost do not work. After leaving the silent graveyard, the Hope ship traveled at faster-than-light speed for a long time. During this period, Gooing and Evelyn worked hard to study the data fragments from the Arkansas, although the information about the Overlord and the core commands was incomplete. Combined with the Night Watchman's data, they gradually pieced together a shocking guess. The Overlord is not just a killing machine. As an initial Gardner unit created by the Sowers, it might still contain some basic logic belonging to the Gardner system, which was not fully erased. This could be in conflict with the later out-of-control Harvest commands. This internal conflict might be the Overlord's greatest weakness and a potential point to exploit. The incomplete backup of the core commands might serve as a key, inserted into this conflict at a critical moment. But this requires getting close to the Overlord and finding an interface to interact with its core consciousness. Which is basically suicide, Evelyn said worriedly. So we need a second key, an exotic material that can stabilize space-time, Gooing said firmly. With it, we might create a temporary, stable environment for communication, or at least have a chance to escape if things go wrong. After a long journey, they Hope finally arrived at the target star system. The scene here was even stranger than the void knowledge and the silent graveyard. There were no stars, no lights, only a deep, background noise-like ripple in space-time spreading constantly. The space itself looked semi-transparent, like water ripples. When looking into the distance, the scenery, if there was any, was distorted and overlapped. The sensors are completely broken. We're like sailing inside a bowl of glue, the navigator reported. Here, tuning the core became the only guide. Gooing could clearly feel a strong pull coming from ahead. It was a kind of space-time tension left over from the universe's origin. At the same time, she sensed a great danger, as if the fragile space-time structure might swallow or break them into tiny particles at any moment. Be careful. Follow my instincts and move forward inch by inch, Gooing said, focusing all her attention. She guided the spaceship as if walking through a minefield. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared ahead of the spaceship. It wasn't matter but a swirling, shrinking, and expanding light and shadow. At its center was an indescribable point, around which all nearby light and space bent. At the edge of this shadow, floating fragments of crystals shimmered with rainbow colors. These fragments seemed unaffected by the chaotic space-time effects and remained perfectly stable. That's it. The space-time crystal, Chronos crystal, Evelyn exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the fragments. Legend says these rare materials formed in the early universe when space-time was still unstable. They can anchor local space-time. However, collecting these crystals was very difficult. The spaceship couldn't get too close to the dangerous shadow of the singularity, or it would be torn apart by the strong gravitational pull. The crystal fragments were scattered in the turbulent space, and normal robotic arms couldn't operate accurately in such chaotic gravity and space folds. We need someone to do extravehicular work, Guing decided. Spacewalking in such a harsh environment was extremely risky. In the end, the most experienced engineer and a volunteer scientist, both wearing the most advanced and stable space suits with special tools, bravely stepped out of the spaceship. The outside work was like trying to fish a needle from a stormy sea. The spacesuit's power systems fought against the chaotic gravity, and even a small mistake with the tools could send them flying apart. With incredible courage and skill, the two slowly approached the shimmering crystals. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The shadow of the singularity suddenly fluctuated violently, releasing a powerful space-time shockwave. The spaceship shook violently, and the two astronauts working outside were instantly swept away. "Grab them," Guing shouted. The spaceship's mechanical arms stretched out with great effort, managing to catch only one astronaut. The other astronaut, along with a slightly larger piece of space-time crystal he had just collected, was quickly pulled toward the deadly shadow of the singularity. At the last moment, that astronaut sent a faint message through the communicator. "Crystal.
Hold on. 4.
Humanity." In the next second, he and the crystal disappeared into the twisted light and shadow as if they had never existed. Inside the spaceship, everything was silent and filled with sadness. But they had no time to mourn, as the space-time shockwave was still ongoing. The rescued astronaut tightly clutched a small fragment of the space-time crystal, about the size of a fingernail. This tiny fragment contained incredible stability. When brought inside the spaceship, the surrounding area's space fluctuations immediately calmed down. The second key, gained at the cost of a brave life, was finally in their hands. But it was so small, was it enough? The Hope ship dared not stay long. Guided by Gu Ting, they carefully retreated from the dangerous area. Now, clues or fragments of all 3 keys had been found. The tuning core, Gu Ting herself. The tiny space-time crystal fragment, the key to stabilizing space-time. Clues about the Overlord and the incomplete core command, pointing to the final secret. The goal seemed clear: find the Overlord's sealed location, use the space-time crystal to create an opportunity, and with the tuning core and incomplete command, try to interact with the Overlord. The ultimate aim was to repair or shut down the out-of-control Gardner system and end the threat of the Reaper. But where is the Overlord? According to the vague coordinates provided by the Ark, it is in a distant, more dangerous unknown star region than the Silent Grave or the Singularity debris. Behind them, the Walker and other Reapers might be closing in. The Hope ship, carrying heavy hope and sacrifice, adjusted its course once more, heading toward the final destination, the ultimate battlefield that might end everything. The universe's darkest hour may soon give way to dawn, or it may fall into eternal emptiness. Carrying the tiny space-time crystal fragment gained through great sacrifice, the Hope ship left the Singularity wreckage zone, where the laws of physics were on the verge of collapse. Inside the ship's cabin, a complex atmosphere filled with sadness, exhaustion, and firm determination. The brave act of the astronaut who sacrificed himself to obtain the key left a heavy mark on each crew member's heart and made them more aware of the weight of their mission. Dr. Evelyn led her team to analyze the tiny, fingernail-sized space-time crystal, racing against time. The initial results showed that its internal structure was incredibly stable, capable of creating a strong, space-time anchoring effect within a very small area. This could temporarily counteract or partially correct powerful gravitational distortions or space folds. However, its energy field was very limited in range, and how long it lasted depended on external environmental interference. "It's like a thin thread in a storm," Evelyn said. "It might give us a chance at a critical moment, but we can't rely on it for long, and we shouldn't use it too often." Guaning focused more on deeply resonating with the tuning core and analyzing the incomplete command code obtained from the ARC. She needed to understand the frequency that could resonate with the underlying logic of the Gardner system and think about how to combine this fragmented key with her own power and the properties of the space-time crystal. She sensed that facing the ruler, direct confrontation was hopeless. The only hope was to understand, guide, and even negotiate, based on the vague coordinates pointed to by the ARC data fragments and combined with the ancient star maps from the Night Watchers database. The Hope set its final destination, a region marked as the Cosmic Abyss, on the star chart. This area is at the edge of the known universe, with very low matter density and almost no background radiation. A true void. Legend says it is where the Sours civilization first conducted large-scale cosmic experiments and established forbidden seals. It is also the initial prison where the ruler was first confined. The journey was long and oppressive. The faster-than-light engines roared continuously, and outside the portholes was an almost eternal, dense darkness. Only occasionally, distant galaxy clusters flickered like faint candles in the wind. This extreme emptiness and silence eroded the mind more than any dangerous starfield. The crew had to fight not only potential pursuers called harvesters, but also their own inner fears of nothingness. During this time, Gu Ying's tuning core began to pick up faint, strange echoes coming from the abyss. These were not any known physical signals but seemed like a direct influence on the fabric of space and time itself, full of pain, anger, and a kind of confusion. The whispers were intermittent and unclear, but they carried a disturbing sense of pressure.
"Is it?"
The ruler, Guing said to Evelyn after a core resonance, his face pale. "Its consciousness, or the internal conflict causing the noise, is breaking through the seal. It is in pain and very angry, but it seems not just driven by a desire to destroy." Evelyn recorded these perceptions. "This confirms our guess. The ruler is not just a machine of destruction. Its internal Gardner instructions and the later harvesting commands are in constant conflict. This internal struggle might be our breakthrough." After what felt like a very long journey, the sensors finally detected an anomaly ahead, an enormous gravitational depression. It was unlike a black hole, which has a clear event horizon and accretion disk. Instead, it looked like a deep pit pressed into the universe's film, with light bending sharply at its edges, but almost no energy reflecting back. "The cosmic abyss. We've arrived," the navigator said with awe and tension. The ship, Hope, slowed down carefully as it approached the edge of the gravitational well. Here, even the background starlight nearly vanished, leaving only the ship's lights piercing the dark like ink. Guing, through the tuning core, could clearly see a massive, complex force field and some kind of space-time distortion forming a seal, like an invisible cage imprisoning a terrifying presence at the abyss's center. That entity's mental pressure was now clearly felt, like a tangible wave crashing into Gu Ying's mind. It was an ancient, cold, calculating force driven by destructive impulses, yet with faint signs of struggle, a whisper of chaos and despair. Multiple high-energy signals detected approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a sharp alarm shattered the silence of the abyss. Outside the porthole, dozens of familiar purple lights appeared in the darkness at a distance. Not only are there the previously encountered walker and scavenger types, but there is also a giant Reaper unit about the size of a small planet, shaped like a multifaceted prism. Clearly, they are tracking the Hope ship or are guardians of this final forbidden zone. The main force of the Reapers. "We're surrounded," the crew shouted. The massive Reaper fleet immediately formed an attack formation. Dense purple energy beams rained down like a storm, quickly enveloping the Hope in a deadly web of fire. "Full evasive maneuvers. Maximize shields," Guing shouted. The Hope ship, like a small boat in a stormy sea, desperately dodged. But the enemies were more numerous and stronger than before, causing the shields to drain rapidly and the ship to start taking damage. "We can't be destroyed here. We must get close to the seal." Guing knew that the only hope was at the center of the abyss. She focused and used the paradox spear, again trying to disrupt the frontline scavengers. However, this time the effect was weaker. The large prism-shaped Reaper seemed to emit a powerful cooperative field, weakening the influence of the paradox code. Clearly, the enemy was prepared. The Hope ship fought its way back, gradually falling toward the gravitational well at the center of the abyss. The closer they got, the stronger the gravity gradient, making control harder, and the whispers of the Overlord grew clearer, like a haunting voice, disturbing the crew's minds. Engine overload. Shields about to collapse. At the critical moment, Guing made a decision. "Dr. Evelyn, prepare to activate the space-time crystal. We're charging into the seal area, but the space-time there is extremely unstable. And the Overlord. No buts. This is our last chance." Gu Ying's eyes were sharp as a blade. "Sync the crystal's energy field with my tuning core. I will forcibly open a path to the Overlord." Dr. Evelyn immediately followed the order. The tiny space-time crystal was placed into a specially designed amplifier. Under energy activation, it emitted a gentle, multicolored glow, forming a barely stable bubble that enveloped the Hope. Meanwhile, Guing pushed her tuning core to the limit. She no longer tried to attack the Reaper, but focused all her awareness on the seal structure at the center of the abyss. She searched for its weak points and attempted to connect with the chaotic consciousness of the ruler. This was an extremely dangerous move, like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Her mind was instantly pulled into a whirlpool filled with violent data streams, destructive images, and deep pain. She saw the glory and arrogance of the Sower civilization, the birth and distortion of the Gardener system, and the tragic destruction of countless civilizations bathed in purple light. She also felt a large consciousness torn apart and tortured under two completely opposite commands. "Stop. It must stop." Guing used her willpower to send a clear message into the chaotic whirlpool. At the same time, she injected a fragment of the core command code, representing the original protective mission of the Gardener, into the whirlpool like a seed. Outside, the Hope ship, protected by space-time crystals, charged toward the abyss's center despite the fierce fire and strong gravity from the Reaper. It was like a shooting star rushing forward without hesitation. The view outside the window was completely distorted, with colors losing their normal appearance, as if falling into a kaleidoscope nightmare. The pursuing Reaper fleet suddenly stopped at the edge of the seal area, seemingly wary of this zone. They only used their firepower to block the outer perimeter. Hope disappeared entirely into the darkness of the abyss. At the moment Hope entered the seal's core, it felt like passing through a thick, sticky water film. All the noise outside, gunfire, alarms, gravitational pulls, vanished instantly. In its place was an absolute, suffocating silence. The spaceship seemed to float in a strange space with no up, down, left, or right, and no concept of time passing. It was not pure darkness, but a dim, flowing energy glow, like the northern lights. The source of this glow was a huge core in the distance, made up of countless complex geometric patterns. These patterns constantly changed and reformed, sometimes forming orderly net-like structures, sometimes erupting into chaotic, shattered lightning. These were the physical manifestations of the ruler's consciousness. Guing felt her mind directly connected to this massive core. She was no longer perceiving through her senses, but was immersed in the rulers, thought ocean. It was a vast sea filled with logical paradoxes, emotional ruins, and eternal struggles. Intruder,
End.
order, must be maintained. A cold, grand thought pressed down like an iceberg, carrying the power to crush everything. This is the command of the Reaper, guiding the situation. But then, another faint yet stubborn thought emerged. Mistake.
Protect. Life. Diversity.
Not a threat. This is the deep-seated, initial logic of the gardener. These two thoughts fiercely clash, causing the core light pattern to flicker violently and become very unstable. Guing steadied her mind. She knew she was walking on a tightrope. Any fear or aggressive intent could amplify the Reaper command, leading to her being swallowed instantly. She had to be the balance point, the guide. Instead of using complex words, she tuned her core to channel her feelings and observations. Earth's crisis, her companion's sacrifices, the desire to survive, and respect for the diversity of life in the universe, transforming them into pure emotional energy and information flow. Like a stream merging into the ocean, she injected this into the consciousness core of the Master. She also repeatedly recited the faint initial instructions of the gardener, like an ancient spell. This process was extremely dangerous. The coldness and murderous intent of the Reaper command constantly attacked her consciousness, trying to assimilate or erase her. She felt like a small boat in a raging storm, ready to capsize at any moment. The stable field created by space-time crystals was fluctuating wildly, as if it could shatter at any second. Evelyn and the other crew members inside the spaceship monitored the data nervously, but couldn't interfere in this mental life and death fight. Time lost all meaning. It could be a moment or eternity. Gu Ying's persistence and the genuine resonance of life seemed to gradually work. The faint thought representing the gardener's initial logic was nourished and began to become clearer and stronger. The frequency of the order network structure in the core light pattern increased, and the chaotic lightning seemed to weaken. Diversity. Not a threat. Observe. Not eliminate. Guing caught a subtle shift in the Master consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, she focused her tuning power on amplifying this change. She no longer just injects information but begins to try weaving, using her own strength as a bridge to help the suppressed gardener logic better connect and integrate with the ruler's vast computing resources to fight against and correct the distorted harvesting commands. This is a very delicate surgery that requires extraordinary control over energy and consciousness. Gu Ying's mental strength is being consumed at an unprecedented speed. Her face becomes transparent, her body slightly trembles, but the light in her eyes grows brighter. Finally, at a critical point, the core light pattern undergoes a dramatic change. The wild flashes of lightning almost completely disappear, replaced by a large, complex, yet harmonious and rhythmic network of light. The dim glow throughout the space also becomes brighter and softer. The cold thought disappears, replaced by an ancient, tired, yet slightly reborn gentle idea. Logical paradox. Identified. Command conflict. Reevaluate. External input. Life sample. Confirm diversity value. Harvesting protocol. Pause. The ruler is convinced. Or rather, its initial gardener logic, with Gu Ying's help, temporarily suppresses and begins to reevaluate the harvesting command. Almost simultaneously with the ruler's consciousness change, the purple glow on the ships of the harvester fleet at the edge of the abyss flickers, and their attack behavior suddenly stops. They drift silently in space like puppets without orders, falling into a kind of standby state. Inside the sealed space, the core light pattern in front of the Hope slowly condenses into a complex, shimmering white energy mark, drifting toward the Hope and merging into Gu Ying's tuning core. A vast flow of information floods into Gu Ying's mind. It's the complete core command set for maintaining the gardener system and the universe's biodiversity, the true and complete third key. At the same time, she perceives the final control authority over all harvester, units, and a hint about deeper mysteries of the universe. The crisis is temporarily over. The thought of the ruler returned, carrying deep fatigue. But the system damage needs many years to repair. Balance is fragile. Stay alert for the future. The large core light pattern slowly shrank and became more subdued, eventually disappearing into the darkest part of the abyss, leaving only a gentle glow. The structure of the sealed space gradually stabilized. The Hope ship regained power and control. The crew, after surviving the ordeal, cheered happily, but Guing felt exhausted. She succeeded, but she knew this was only a new beginning. The Gardner system needed fixing, and the universe's order, damaged by the Reapers, would take a long time to restore. The future for humans and all surviving civilizations remains full of challenges. The Hope ship slowly left the deep space. Outside the window, the once hostile Reaper warships quietly moved aside. Their purple glow had faded, as if they were sleeping. Distant stars seemed brighter than before. Guing stood by the window, looking at the endless starry sea. She still felt the energy from the battle of consciousness. The Earth's crisis was over, but a much larger journey of protection and balance was just beginning. The echoes of the universe will continue to sing in every heartbeat of life. The Hope ship, like a tired but glorious warrior, slowly left the terrifying void of the deep space. Outside the window, the once fierce Reaper fleet was now silent. Their huge ship's purple glow had gone out, like beasts with closed eyes, floating in the darkness, awaiting new orders from the ruler, the infinite anticipation machine. This scene was surreal and shocking, marking the end of the endless cycle of harvesting, which was finally paused. Inside the ship, the joy of surviving gradually turned into deep fatigue and silence. The soldiers checked the ship's damage. Medical staff cared for the injured from the last attack. Everyone's eyes showed a mix of disbelief, joy, and exhaustion. They had done it. They had touched the power of gods and changed the rules of the universe. Guing, supported by Dr. Evelyn, returned to her rest cabin. Her face was as pale as paper, and the feeling of her mental strength being severely drained hit her like waves. Deep inside, she still heard the aftershock of colliding directly with the vast consciousness of the Overlord. Evelyn had injected her with nutrients and gentle sedatives, her eyes full of worry and admiration. "You have almost exhausted yourself," Evelyn said softly. "We need time for both you and the spaceship to fully recover." Guing weakly nodded but looked at the star map.
Home.
Earth. I don't know what has happened. This was her only hope that kept her going until now. Now that the crisis was over, her longing to return grew wild like grass. The Hope conducted a basic damage assessment, and the situation was not good. The engine overloaded in the final sprint, the shield generator needed a complete replacement, and the life support system was at its maintenance limit. More importantly, they needed time to analyze the full core command set, the third key, obtained from the Overlord, and understand how it worked to make sure the Reaper wouldn't go out of control again. After a crew meeting, they decided to head to a relatively safe and resource-rich star area for rest and repairs. They chose a hidden region along their return route called the Cradle Nebula, made up of ancient neutron stars and swirling clouds. Its complex gravity and radiation could effectively block most detection. During the journey, Guing slowly recovered through sleep and meditation. Her connection with the tuning core seemed deeper now. The energy mark given by the Overlord was like a new, closely linked to her consciousness. She could faintly sense the state of the sleeping Reaper units far away, like hearing the steady breathing of a vast forest. She also noticed that some of the space-time structures, originally suppressed or distorted by the Reapers, were slowly returning to normal, like spring returning to the Earth and glaciers melting. Evelyn's team focused entirely on analyzing the third key. It was not just about shutting down the Reapers, but also a vast encyclopedia about how the Gardner system recognizes, observes, and even guides the evolution of life when necessary. Its technology far surpassed current human understanding, but the philosophy behind it, deep respect and care for life's diversity, shocked every scientist involved. This is not just the switch to turn off the weapons, Evelyn sighed. It's a deep responsibility that civilization bears toward life in the universe. Are we truly ready to take on this duty? Weeks later, the spaceship, Hope, arrived at the Cradle Nebula and began tense repairs within a relatively calm gas cloud. Engineers used spare parts and rare elements collected from the nebula to repair the ship day and night. During this time, they also tried to send encrypted faster-than-light messages back to Earth, containing basic information about the mission's success. However, the signals seemed to vanish without a trace, and no response was received. An uneasy feeling grew among some crew members. Since they left Earth, according to relativistic effects, decades, or even longer, may have passed there. What has happened? As the repairs neared completion, the Hope was restored to about 70%. They couldn't wait any longer. With deep concern for their home, the ship set out again, heading on the final journey home. The return trip felt even longer than the departure. Each time the faster-than-light engine was activated, it brought them closer to the answer, but also to the harsh reality. Guang stood by the window, watching the stars rush past. Her mind replayed the apocalyptic floods from 10 years ago, her friend's cold betrayal, the false promises of a scoundrel, and her small, well-stocked safe house. In the vast universe, these memories seemed tiny, like dust, yet they gave her all the meaning to keep fighting. Finally, the familiar outline of the solar system appeared on the sensors. As the ship approached the inner planets, everyone's heart pounded. Near Mars' orbit, they found many strange space debris, not natural objects, but clearly artificial wreckage. The style was mixed. Some showed signs of Earth technology, while others looked like rough copies of Harvester's technology. Was there a fierce battle here? The ominous feeling grew stronger. The Hope remained silent and carefully approached Earth's orbit. When the blue planet reappeared on the main screen, the cabin fell into complete silence. Earth was still there, but it no longer looked like the world they remembered. A huge scarred debris field, like a wound, encircled the planet, remnants of the once glorious space elevator and space stations, now ruins. On the surface of the planet, the outline of the continent was still faintly visible, but it was no longer covered in familiar blue and green. Instead, it was a sickly, mottled yellowish-gray, dotted with large, strange dark red areas that looked like spreading mold or corrosion marks. The city lights had gone out completely, and the atmosphere appeared thick and murky. There were no signals of welcome, no familiar communication noise, only a terrifying silence. Scanning for signs of life, Gu Ying's voice was dry. The sensor results showed that there were indeed large-scale signs of life on the planet, but these signals were chaotic, weak, and spread in strange patterns, very different from normal human settlements or ecosystems. The scan also detected a low-level, chaotic radiation across the planet, similar to but more disordered than the energy signature of the Reapers. How could our home be like this? A crew member sat slumped in his chair, muttering absent-mindedly. They had succeeded. They had stopped the Reapers from destroying the universe, but it seemed they arrived too late. Earth, during the long years since they left, had fallen into a different kind of abyss, perhaps from within. The ship, Hope, floated silently in orbit around its home planet, facing a mystery more despairing than the deep space itself. They had overcome divine-level crises across starry seas, only to find their home turned into a strange graveyard. The real challenge might just be beginning. Hope hovered quietly in low orbit, like a cautious bird observing this land that was both familiar and strange. The main screen zoomed in on Earth's surface details. The mottled patches of yellow and red looked more ominous as they became clearer. The once bustling cities now only had twisted steel frameworks covered with a sticky, moss-like or fungal substance. Rivers had dried up or changed course. The oceans looked dull, and strange objects floated on the surface. The atmosphere has changed, Oxygen levels are dropping, and the concentrations of methane and various complex organic vapors are unusually high. The global average temperature has dropped significantly since we left. The science officer reported cold data, each word hitting the crew hard. Signs of life. Confirmed abnormal patterns. The concentrated areas show high clustering and consistency, unlike natural ecosystems, more like a hive or fungal colony. Dr. Evelyn's voice was filled with incredible shock. And that background radiation. It seems to be slowly merging with the environment. A possibility appeared in everyone's mind. After they left, did Earth experience some terrible biological disaster? Or perhaps the threat from the Reaper has been removed, but its leftover energy or technology caused unpredictable mutations. Can we find any signals from civilizations? Radio, energy fluctuations, anything? Guing asked urgently. The communications officer worked to adjust the receiver, filtering out background noise. After a long search, he finally caught some very faint, intermittent signal fragments. These were not organized broadcasts, but more like low-power, short-range, hidden communication remnants. The signal source is very scattered and seems to be moving constantly. The coding is very old, like technology from decades ago, but it has been heavily encrypted and interfered with. Survivors. This discovery brought some life back to the silent ship. But the survivors were clearly in very bad shape. What were they hiding from? We need to go down, Guing decided. The spaceship was too large and easy to expose. A reconnaissance team must be sent to land on the surface, find clues and survivors, and figure out what has happened on Earth over the past decades. After careful planning, a team was formed. It included Marine Captain Rake, veteran scout Li Lin, virologist and diplomatic expert Dr. Ella Jenkins, and 2 elite soldiers. They would ride a small craft with short-range stealth capabilities, landing near a former major city on North America's west coast, one of the areas where the faint signals were most concentrated. Guing stayed on the Hope, her tuning core providing remote sensing support and maintaining quantum-encrypted communication with the team. Dr. Evelyn was responsible for monitoring the global environment and analyzing the data sent back. The craft, like a drop of water blending into the night, silently pierced through the murky atmosphere. As they approached the ground, the scene became more shocking. Ruined city ruins were covered with a widespread, gray-green, vein-like fungus. The air was thick with a sweet yet rotten smell. Abandoned vehicles on the streets were rusted and swallowed by the fungus. Occasionally, strange, stiff-moving creatures can be seen wandering among the ruins. They seem to be twisted blends of animals and human remains, showing no reaction to the craft passing by, just aimlessly drifting around. These. What are they? Li Lin asked through the window, feeling a chill. They look like hosts infected and controlled by some kind of entity, Dr. Ella said, staring at the scanner. Their vital signs are weak, but their nerve activity is strangely synchronized. Be careful, don't disturb them. The craft landed in a relatively open area that used to be a city square. The team members wore full protective suits, carrying weapons and scientific equipment, cautiously stepping onto this silent land. Under their feet was a soft carpet, made of dust and fungal threads, making unsettling popping sounds as they walked. Following the signal, they moved toward what seemed to be an underground bunker entrance. Everywhere they looked, the scene was one of destruction after civilization's fall. On some broken walls, they found crude painted symbols and drawings, a twisted star inside a circle, often crossed out with big X marks, simple sketches showing humans entangled and devoured by vines or tentacle-like objects. These symbols seem like warnings or maybe some kind of worship, Captain Lake observed cautiously. As they approached the bunker, suddenly, a sharp, inhuman scream came from the side street. Dozens of those twisted, infected creatures, like a disturbed swarm of bees, rushed toward them with frantic, uncoordinated but very fast movements. Open fire, Lake ordered. Energy beams cut through the dim air, hitting the frontmost infected. They staggered back, wounds oozing thick, glowing liquid, but appeared unaffected by pain. only becoming more frantic. Worse, the gunfire seemed to attract more infected from the ruins all around. "Don't stay and fight. Hurry into the bunker," Li Lin shouted. The team shot as they retreated toward the entrance. Dr. Ella noticed that these infected seemed extremely sensitive to sound and energy waves, but had poor eyesight. Finally, they reached the bunker entrance, a heavy, rusty metal door with a hidden keypad beside it. Lake tried the universal emergency code, but it didn't work. "Let me try." Li Lin stepped forward quickly, opened the keyboard panel, and connected a portable decoder. Time passed second by second, and the infected's roars grew closer. Suddenly, the metal door made a soft click sound and slowly opened. A wary eye flickered behind the door. "Come in quickly." A hoarse, urgent voice shouted. The team members hurried inside, and the metal door quickly closed behind them, blocking the approaching infected outside. Inside was a dark, downward concrete corridor lit only by a few emergency lights. The person opening the door was a middle-aged man wearing old but clean clothes, with deep wrinkles and a tired look on his face. He held an old laser rifle tightly. Behind him stood a few other survivors, men and women with pale faces and cautious eyes.
"Are you
from the sky?" the middle-aged man asked, sizing up this well-equipped group dressed in unfamiliar uniforms. His eyes showed doubt and a hint of hope. "We are members of the Hope team, returning from a distant star, Dr. Ella said calmly. "What has happened to Earth? Are you the last survivors?" The man gave a bitter smile, his eyes filled with deep fear. "Survivors? I guess so. We are the awake, hiding to avoid being taken over by it." Lake asked. "We call it the source of decay, or the Earth's cancer." The man took a deep breath. "About 30 years ago, not long after you left, strange spores came with meteor showers or were released from ancient ice layers. Who knows? They started spreading worldwide. It infects all living things, plants, animals.
For months,
the infected slowly lose themselves and turn to those walking corpses you see outside. Eventually, they merge into a huge living network covering the entire planet. We thought the end of the world was an alien fleet, but it turns out the land itself has become a monster," another survivor whispered, full of despair. "Earth's disaster isn't over. It has just taken a more bizarre and hopeless form." The return of the Hope ship brought a glimmer of rescue, or was it just a witness to the final farewell of their homeland? The journey to find answers shifted from the starry sky to the deep, familiar yet strange wasteland. The underground bunker was damp and cold, with a mixture of sweat, mold, and a faint, mushroom-like sweet and sour smell in the air. The survivors called their base the Night Watch, led by a middle-aged man named Marcus. There were about 50 of them, surviving on pre-war supplies and carefully collected edible fungi from the corrupted zones, which had to be thoroughly purified. Through Marcus and the other survivors' fearful stories, the scouting team pieced together the terrifying changes on Earth over the past 30 years. The source of corruption first appeared as a strange fungus that spread quickly. It released spores that caused hallucinations and disturbed nerves. Creatures inhaling the spores or touching the fungal threads gradually lost their minds, their bodies mutated, and they became puppets controlled by a collective consciousness called infected. Even more frightening, these fungi could change the environment. They altered soil, polluted water, and released gases, turning the ecosystem into a strange, single-minded, corrupted ecology. The dark red areas in the city ruins are the deepest nests, where the fungi are most dense. "They are not just destroying," Marcus said with fear in his eyes. "They are digesting everything from the old world, then growing something new and terrible." They observed that at the centers of some large nests, there was a pulsating, heart-like thing. The survivors are scattered across hidden underground shelters around the world. Their numbers are unknown, but very few. They must avoid the ever-present infected and deadly spores clouds, and also beware of another threat. Some cult groups called converts, who worship the source of corruption and believe it is part of Earth's purification and evolution. These converts sometimes attack survivor bases and kidnap prisoners for terrible, sacrificial rituals. The return of the Hope ship and the appearance of the scouting teams sparked a faint hope in Marcus and others, but years of suffering made them hesitant to trust hope easily. Meanwhile, Guing and Evelyn on the spaceship gained a broader understanding of the source of corruption through data sent by the team and global scans. Evelyn noticed that the chaotic radiation spreading worldwide, although different in energy signature from the Reaper, seemed to share a faint, twisted similarity at a deep level, like two branches of the same technology diverging into different directions. This doesn't seem like a natural evolution, Evelyn analyzed. It looks more like an out-of-control or maliciously twisted biological weapon. Maybe it's related to some experiments left behind by the sower? Or perhaps a surviving human or alien force trying to imitate or use the Reaper's technology, which led to an even worse disaster. Guing, meanwhile, adjusted the core to sense Earth's state. She no longer felt the vibrant life of the planet but a sickly, chaotic buzz, as if the entire world was struggling with a low fever and nightmares. At the centers of those massive nests, she sensed powerful, concentrated, aggressive consciousness nodes, like tumors attached to Earth's vitality. "We must find the core of this source of corruption," Guing told the ground team via communication. "Its spreading pattern is highly purposeful, and there must be a guiding consciousness behind it. Without solving this, survivors will never find peace, and Earth will be doomed." Based on skin data and clues from Marcus, the largest nest on the North American continent is located in what was once the Central Plains, now called the Heart of Corruption. It is believed to be one of the earliest outbreak points of the source of corruption and the most active center. The goal is clear, but the plan is risky. The Hope ship itself cannot precisely target biological enemies like these, and sending a team into the heart of corruption is like entering a tiger's den. After intense discussion and risk assessment, a bold plan was made. Guing would personally lead a small, elite team aboard a heavily reinforced craft to directly enter the heart of corruption. Evelyn would stay on the Hope to provide orbital support and data analysis. Guing would rely on the power of the tuning core to try to contact the core consciousness of the source of corruption, much like she faced the Overlord, seeking its weakness or attempting to purify it. This was undoubtedly a more dangerous kind of gamble because the consciousness of the source of corruption clearly lacked the rational foundation that the Overlord had. It was more likely filled with pure desires to destroy and consume. After preparing, Guing, Reich, Li Lin, Dr. Ella, and 3 other top volunteers boarded a specially modified craft equipped with powerful protective and sensing devices. They bravely headed toward the land covered by a dark red fungal blanket. Approaching the heart of corruption felt like falling into a nightmare. The spores in the air were so dense they were visible to the eye, forming a colorful, deadly fog. The ground showed no signs of ruins, only thick, writhing fungal threads that moved like living creatures. Large, blood vessel-like or tentacle-like fungal bundles rose from the ground, pulsing slowly. Mutated creatures, more terrifying and larger, wandered on the fungal mat, seemingly forming a defensive patrol network. The craft relied on stealth systems and Guiying's tuning core to sense and avoid dangers, pushing forward carefully. Finally, at the center of the area, they saw a breathtaking sight, an enormous, pulsating mass of fungal and biological tissue, like a beating heart. Its surface was covered with glowing holes and constantly opening and closing sacs. Around this meat mountain, countless objects wrapped in fungal threads, resembling cocoons, could be seen, faintly showing the shapes of humans or other large creatures. This was one of the core nodes of the source of corruption. Guing took a deep breath, focused her mind, and used the sensing ability of the tuning core like a probe, stabbing toward the massive meat mountain. Suddenly, a violent, chaotic wave of hunger and resentment flooded her mind. It was not a rational consciousness, but more like a collection of the remnants of countless swallowed and twisted spirits, mixed with a cold, inhuman will of control.
Leave. Consume.
Evolve. Become one. The chaotic thoughts bombarded Guing. She struggled to keep her mind clear, trying to send peaceful and purifying thoughts, and activated the part of the Gardner system in the tuning core that promoted harmony and coexistence of life. But all she received in response was an even crazier rejection and attack. The meat mountain throbbed violently, and the fungal tendrils around it, like giant snakes, swept toward the craft. At the same time, the cocoon, shells shattered, and more terrifying, higher-energy mutated creatures crawled out. "It refuses to communicate. Prepare to fight," like shouted loudly. The ship opened fire completely, battling against the swarm of mutated creatures and tendrils. But the enemies were endless, and the shield energy of the ship was rapidly decreasing. Guing realized that pure mental communication was not working. The core of this source of corruption was likely controlled by some deeper, malicious command, or it was a monster born in a twisted environment with only a desire to destroy. She had to change her plan. She remembered that when facing the ruler, she used internal command conflicts to her advantage. So, she wondered if there was also some kind of imbalance inside this source of corruption. She focused her perception on the energy flow at the heart of the flesh mountain, carefully sensing. Amidst the chaos and hunger, she detected a faint but very pure resistance signal. That signal seemed to come from a powerful consciousness that had been swallowed but not fully digested, perhaps an early resistance leader or an unexpected variable. "I found you." Gu Ying's eyes sparkled. She used all her tuning power not for broad communication, but to focus into a very fine, resonant string, precisely connecting to that weak resistance signal. "Help me." She sent a strong plea to that consciousness. In an instant, the flesh mountain's pulsation briefly paused. The resistance signal seemed to receive Gu Ying's strength, suddenly intensifying, trying to interfere from within the energy coordination of the mountain.
Now.
"Attack its energy core node." "I'll send you the coordinates," Guing shouted, sharing the most vulnerable energy point inside the flesh mountain with didn't hesitate. He directed the main cannon of the ship at the invisible coordinate and fired a concentrated blast of all its energy. The blazing beam pierced through the tendrils and flesh, hitting the target precisely. "Ah!" A scream, as if from the depths of, shook everyone's consciousness. The huge flesh mountain shrank violently like a punctured balloon and exploded. Sticky, foul-smelling organic debris and energy shockwaves spread outward. The core node was destroyed. The tendril network around it instantly lost vitality, drying out and cracking. The mutated creatures also collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, falling to the ground. They succeeded. At least, they destroyed the main corruption heart node. However, Guing was exhausted from overusing her mental strength. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely sensed through the tuning core that there were other similar, even more powerful, core nodes deep inside the earth. Also, the resistance consciousness she briefly resonated with sent her a broken message at the last moment. "Seed is not the origin. Be careful." Starry sky. Betrayal. The Earth's corruption seems to hide a deeper conspiracy. The return of the Hope ship has begun to reveal the start of disaster, but there is still a long, dark road ahead to true victory. Can the faint light on the wasteland finally dispel the eternal darkness covering their home? The explosion of the corruption heart node was like dropping a huge stone into a silent lake, creating shockwaves that not only destroyed the massive flesh mountain but also triggered a chain reaction in Earth's corruption network. From orbit, the Hope monitored a brief disturbance and weakening of the global corruption energy field. In some border areas, the microbial mat's activity noticeably declined. This proved Gu Ying's strategy was correct. Destroying the core node could effectively weaken the entire corruption system. But the joy of victory was fleeting. The ship was damaged in the explosion's aftermath, carrying the unconscious Gu Ying and exhausted team members back to the Night Watch base. Gu Ying's mental power was severely drained, and she fell into a deep sleep to recover. Dr. Ella checked her and confirmed she was not in danger, but needed time to heal. Marcus and the survivors in the underground bunker saw the team's return and Gu Ying's condition. The hope that had been ignited was once again shadowed. They provided limited medical aid and precious clean water, but their doubts deepened. Destroying one node was inspiring, but the corruption still loomed over the world, and this starry visitor, the savior, was clearly not omnipotent. Rek and Lien took the opportunity to rest and used the simple facilities at the base to repair equipment. Dr. Ella began analyzing biological samples and energy residues collected from the corruption heart node. She found that the chaotic energy's underlying structure was faintly similar to the Reaper technology, but it was more primitive and chaotic, like a clumsy imitation or an out-of-control derivative. Even more disturbing is that she detected a very faint, non-Earth pheromone marker in the sample, which seems like a navigation beacon. That's not naturally occurring, Dr. Ellis said worriedly to Lake. The source of corruption might have been intentionally designed, and there could be outside forces monitoring its progress. At that moment, a survivor responsible for monitoring external signals nervously reported, "We received a strong, directed encrypted signal. Not on any known frequency. The source is from near-Earth orbit." Everyone's hearts tightened. Could the hope have been discovered? Or is it something else? In orbit, Dr. Evelyn also caught this signal. The source was not the hope, but a strange ship that had just finished hiding and appeared in Earth's shadow zone. The ship was medium-sized, with a cold, sharp design, painted dark gray, and had a strange emblem on the bow that looked like claws tearing a planet. The strange ship directly sent a clear communication request to the Hope. Evelyn, tense and alert, opened the channel. A figure appeared on the holographic screen. It was a middle-aged man in a tight black uniform with a stern face. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, showing arrogance and scrutiny from long experience in authority. "This is the Harvester Heritage Recovery Team, code name Scavenger. I am Commander Kalos," the man said coldly, without any emotion. According to the Civilization Heritage Recovery Convention, an old clause left from the Sower era, misused by some forces, we detected that this planet civilization has undergone an irreversible degenerative change, meeting the standards of an uncontrolled experiment site. Based on the convention, we are authorized to forcibly recover the planet's heritage, including but not limited to genetic samples, technological debris, and possibly stable space-time anomalies, obviously referring to Guling's tuning core. Please surrender and cooperate to avoid unnecessary cleanup procedures. This was a blatant act of plunder. The group calling itself Scavenger was not the Harvester, but was claiming to clean up heritage, aiming to loot the ruins of human civilization again. And they clearly knew about Guling and the tuning core. Evelyn suppressed her anger and calmly responded, "This is the human civilization survivor ship, Hope. Earth is currently facing an unknown disaster, and we are working hard to recover. The so-called treaty has no right to decide the fate of a civilization. Please leave the solar system immediately." Commander Kuros sneered with a hint of sarcasm. "Survivors? No, you're just remnants. The true spark of civilization has long been extinguished. According to our observations, the spread of the source of corruption is irreversible. This planet is doomed to become a tumor in the universe. We are carrying out necessary disinfection work. As for you, if you possess the legacy we are interested in, perhaps we can consider granting you individual forgiveness." The negotiation instantly broke down. The cleaner ship launched an attack, without hesitation. Several small crafts ejected from the mothership, heading straight for the Hope, while the mothership's main cannon began charging, locking onto several major nests of corruption on Earth's surface. They not only want to seize the legacy, but also carry out the so-called cleanup. The Hope immediately entered combat mode, shields fully activated, evading counterattacks. But the Hope was not a dedicated warship and had already endured hardships. Facing the well-prepared cleaners, it quickly fell into a fierce battle. Inside ground shelters, Ray and others received an emergency alert from Evelyn through a secure channel. Starry Sky Betrayal. Liline remembered the broken message received by Guing before she fell into unconsciousness. So that's what it refers to. Other alien forces are taking advantage of the chaos. They not only want to steal things, but also completely destroy Earth. Dr. Ella was furious. Marcus and the survivors learned of this news and fell into deep despair. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, only to be met with an even more powerful predator. Earth seemed to have become a piece of fat meat in the universe, everyone eager to take a bite. At this moment, Guing, who had been unconscious, moved her fingers slightly. Deep within her consciousness, the tuning core was engaging in a deeper, subconscious connection with a faint resistance signal from the heart of corruption. The signal's owner appeared to be a top biologist named Elena, who was also one of the leaders of the resistance during the initial outbreak of the source of corruption. She was captured and swallowed during an operation, but her stubborn will miraculously was not fully digested, instead becoming a foreign object within the corruption network. Through this connection, Guing not only better understood the overall structure of the Earth's corrupted network, including the locations of other main nodes, but also learned an astonishing fact from Elena's remaining memory fragments. The spores of the source of corruption were likely not naturally produced but artificially introduced. Elena's research team had intercepted some unusual extraterrestrial signals before the disaster, pointing to a mysterious interstellar alliance called Leviathan, which seemed very interested in the biological technology left by the Cedars. With internal and external threats, the truth remains confusing. Under the intense pressure of the crisis, Guing suddenly opened her eyes. Though tired, her gaze burned with a cold fire. "We need strength," she said weakly but firmly. "From the ground and from the stars." An extremely risky plan quickly formed in her mind. To use the scavenger to attack the corrupted nest, rally all possible survivors on the ground, activate Elena's consciousness from within to disturb the corrupted network, and even try to briefly guide the power of corruption to fight against the invaders from the stars. This would be a daring gamble with the devil. But in their desperate situation, they had no other choice. Gu Ying's awakening and her bold plan gave the desperate people a glimmer of almost crazy hope. Time was running out. The scavenger fleet was applying great pressure on the Hope ship in orbit and beginning to probe the main ground-based corrupted nests with targeted bombardments. "Contact all survivor outposts you can reach," Guing told Marcus. Her voice was weak, but carried an undeniable resolve. "Tell them that the Hope has returned, but with new enemies. We need to unite, not to launch a counterattack, but to survive. Also, warn them to be cautious of the ground forces of the scavenger." Marcus looked into Gu Ying's eyes, noticing a different light than usual. He clenched his teeth and nodded firmly. "I'll do my best. We have a few secret relay stations. Though signals are weak, they should be enough to send the message." Meanwhile, Guing tuned the core again and actively reconnected with Elena's consciousness hidden deep within the corrupted network. This time, she was no longer just seeking help but proposed a shocking cooperation. "Elena, I know you can hear me." Gu Ying's consciousness called out in emptiness. "The enemies outside want to destroy everything, including you and me and all remaining consciousness on this planet. We need strength to resist. Your will is trapped in this network, but have you thought about using it temporarily?" Elena's resistance signals flickered strongly, showing shock, resistance, and a hint of extreme longing for freedom after being imprisoned for so long. "This is too dangerous. It's poison. We will lose control." Elena's thoughts were broken and uncertain. "But we have no choice," Guing replied firmly. "I will use my strength to help you, stabilize your mind, and amplify your influence. We don't need to control the entire network, just at critical moments at specific points, create chaos and even guide the corrupted aggression towards those space raiders coming from the stars. This is the only way to make them hesitate." This was a tense mental negotiation, full of risks. In the end, their shared fear of the scavenger, destroying everything, and a slim hope of breaking free from the cage, made Elena's will choose to compromise. "There's only one chance. Time is short. I will try to guide the swarm." Elena's thoughts were full of determination. The plan was set in motion separately. Marcus used the remaining network to send warnings and limited cooperation suggestions. Few responded, mostly watching and waiting. Long-term isolation and suffering had bred distrust among the survivors. Only a few nearby outposts, which had contact with the Night Watchers, showed limited willingness to help, offering some supplies or intelligence. In orbit, the Hope ship, under Evelyn's command, used its familiarity with Earth's environment and flexible tactics to dodge the scavenger fleet, avoiding direct confrontation. It kept sending real-time updates on the fleet's movements and ground bombing coordinates to Guing. The crucial moment arrived. The scavenger mothership seemed to lose patience and decided to focus on another major corruption nest in North America. The Great Basin Furnace, a large bombing ship, escorted, began moving into attack position. Now is the time. Gu Ying's eyes sparkled. She fully activated the core's power, like a steady anchor, supporting Elena's consciousness. In the underground bunker, everyone held their breath. The entire Reich squad was armed and ready to face any unexpected events. Far away, in the Great Basin Furnace, a vast area covered with dark red fungal mats that looked like boiling asphalt suddenly began to churn violently. Many infected creatures emerged from their nests, but instead of wandering aimlessly as usual, they seemed to be following some kind of unified command. They started to roar silently toward the approaching scavenger bombing ship in the sky. Then, at the center of the nest, several huge tendrils made of concentrated corruptive energy and biological matter burst out of the ground at incredible speed, shooting straight toward the sky and directly at the bombing ship. What's happening? The ground-based corrupted creatures are reacting abnormally. Their energy levels are rising rapidly. Alarms sounded inside the bridge of the scavenger bombing ship. The fighters immediately opened fire to intercept, but the energy tendrils were extremely tough and seemed to absorb some of the energy attacks. Although a few were shattered, one struck the side shield of the bombing ship hard, causing a violent tremor. Damage report. Shield energy down by 15%. This doesn't match the normal behavior of corrupted creatures. Commander Kuros received the report on the mothership, and for the first time, his face looked grim. This organized, targeted counterattack exceeded their expectations of the out-of-control experiment zone. At that moment, the Hope ship detected the enemy fighters. Evelyn decisively ordered, all firepower, focus on attacking the damaged engine of that bomber. The Hope ship unleashed its long-charged main cannon and missile barrage, precisely hitting the rear of the bomber, which had lost balance due to the attack. Explosive flames lit up in space, and the bomber, trailing smoke, lost power and was forced to retreat from the battle. The first victory. Although they didn't destroy the main ship, they managed to damage one of its key vessels and showed the scavenger that Earth was not defenseless. However, after completing this act of guidance, Guing spat out another mouthful of blood, her face pale. Elena's consciousness also sent a warning of extreme exhaustion and nearing loss of control. Briefly guiding the corrupt network was a huge burden and extremely dangerous. Any mistake could cause a backlash.
We can't
use it so easily anymore. Elena's mind was weak and barely able to speak. Commander Kuros was shocked and furious. He realized that the Death Star still hid unknown dangers, especially the legacy, Guing, which could disturb the corrupt network. He changed his plan, ordered the fleet to retreat temporarily for reassessment, and sent more scouts to focus on searching for Guing and others on the ground. He decided to eliminate this unstable element first before proceeding with a full cleanup and recovery. The pressure eased for now, but the crisis was far from over. The scavengers hovered patiently like vultures, ready to strike again at any moment. Guing and Elena's cooperation could only serve as a last resort, not a regular tactic. However, this small victory was like a spark spreading quietly among the survivors on the ground. Could someone really push back the powerful invaders from the stars? Even if only temporarily, it gave hope to those in despair. Some survivor strongholds, previously hesitant, began to try reaching out to the Night Watch. A glimmer of hope appeared amid the echoes of betrayal and chaos. The road ahead would involve uniting ground forces, repairing the hope, and uncovering the true mastermind behind the corruption source. Rebuilding their home would be a long and difficult war. The first major attack to repel the scavengers gave Earth's survivors a precious chance to breathe. Although Guing was weakened from overusing her mental powers, and Elena's consciousness was in rest-needed recovery, this seemingly impossible victory carried more symbolic meaning than practical results. The news spread like wildfire through the remaining communication networks among survivor groups. Despite vague details, the core fact, starry invaders were repelled, shattered the long-standing despair that covered the wasteland. The Night Watch stronghold temporarily became the center of information. Marcus and his companions busily received messengers from nearby survivor groups or decoded suspicious, encrypted signals from afar. Trust was built slowly and cautiously, but channels of communication finally opened. Food, medicine, weapon parts, and even valuable technical blueprints began to circulate through barter in small areas. A loose, fragile, but real survivor alliance was quietly forming. After a brief rest, Guing pushed herself to return to more urgent work. She understood that the retreat of the cleaner was only temporary, and Commander Kalos would not give up easily. The next attack would be even more fierce and targeted. There are 3 urgent tasks. First, quickly restore the full combat power of the Hope to create a real deterrent in orbit. Second, find an effective way to fight or even reverse the source of corruption, or Earth will never truly recover. Third, investigate the connection between the Leviathan Alliance and the source of corruption, which might be the key to solving all problems. In orbit, Dr. Evelyn used the window of the Cleaner's temporary withdrawal to command the engineering team to repair the damage to the Hope. They risked sending an engineering craft to collect fragments from the Cleaner's bombers that had been hit, hoping to analyze their technology and weaknesses. She also increased monitoring of the outer solar system, alert for possible reinforcements from the Cleaner. One day, a team member responsible for listening to signals from outside Earth made a shocking discovery. They intercepted a very faint, highly encrypted non-human communication signal. After difficult decoding, the message pointed to a coordinate beyond the Kuiper Belt and mentioned keywords like Leviathan, sample observation, and phase results. This is likely a forward observation post set up by the Leviathan Alliance inside the solar system. Evelyn immediately reported to going on Earth. They might be remotely monitoring the effects of the source of corruption. This discovery is very important. If they can find this outpost, they might obtain direct evidence of the source of corruption or even find clues to reverse it. Guang quickly decided, we must send people to investigate this outpost. The Hope is too big a target and might reveal our position. We need a small, skilled team to secretly go there on a fast reconnaissance craft. The team members were quickly chosen. The most experienced scout, Li Lin, would lead. Dr. Ella, an expert in alien technology and hacking, would accompany, and 2 space combat specialists from the ground forces would also join. They would travel on the only remaining Ghost-class reconnaissance craft on the Hope, capable of long-range stealth, to carry out this deep space intelligence mission. Meanwhile, on Earth, Guang began trying to connect with more high-level consciousnesses like Elena, who might still exist within the corrupted network. This is a more dangerous and unpredictable attempt, like calling out to an unknown presence in a dark forest. Several tries have ended in failure or encountered hostile, chaotic fragments of consciousness, nearly causing Guing to get hurt again. But perseverance paid off. While connecting to a massive corrupted node called Ural Giant Eye, located deep in Eurasia, Guing unexpectedly contacted a clear resistance consciousness. This consciousness called itself Anatoly. He was once a military commander in a large underground shelter in the area. When the shelter was finally overtaken by corruption, he chose to merge with the core energy reactor and tried to self-destruct along with the enemies. However, the huge energy release accidentally shattered his consciousness into fragments, which were blown into the corrupted network. His strong protective will kept his consciousness relatively independent. Anatoly's consciousness is tougher and more aggressive. He hates the corruption deeply but also doubts Gu Ying's guidance plan, thinking it is like playing with fire. After difficult communication, Gu Ying used the fact that he previously worked with Elena to repel the scavengers to persuade Anatoly to stay in observation mode and share limited information. Through him, Gu Ying learned important details about the internal structure of the Ural Giant Eye node and received disturbing intelligence. This node seems to be actively refining something with energy levels much higher than other nodes. Two fronts are advancing at the same time. Li Lin's reconnaissance team silently moves toward the edge of the Kuiper belt like shadows. Gu Ying, on the ground, acts like a careful web spinner, trying to connect scattered fragments of reason in the sea of corruption and weave an information network to fight the darkness. However, peaceful days are always short. A few days later, the remote sensors on the Hope ship issued a sharp alert. An even larger fleet of scavengers, accompanied by a mothership as big as a small moon, which appears to be a mobile dock and command center, has jumped out of hyperspace and entered the outer solar system. Commander Kuros brought reinforcements and prepared to completely block and crush Earth. The real test is about to begin. Can the Wasteland Light Alliance survive the coming storm? Can the reconnaissance team in deep space bring back key information to break the deadlock? The balance of fate begins to sway again. Commander Kalos leads the main fleet of the Cleaners, spreading like a dark iron curtain around the outer solar system. The massive mothership, the Judgment, resembles a moving mountain of steel. Its shadow has not yet reached the inner planets, but the oppressive feeling it brings makes the Hope and ground survivors feel suffocated. Unlike smaller conflicts before, this time the Cleaners are showing a full-scale occupation and systematic clearing approach. The sensors on the Hope detect the enemy fleet, releasing many reconnaissance probes and automated defense platforms. It's clear they want to build a blockade, cut off Earth from the outside world, especially from other possible human survivors or allies, and prepare for a ground invasion and precise recovery. Their goal is clear, Dr. Evelyn said in communication with Gu Ying on the ground, her voice serious. First isolate, then eat away. Kalos learned from the last time and no longer rush in blindly. Instead, he plans to tighten the noose slowly with overwhelming force. Inside the Night Watch base on the ground, the atmosphere is tense. The fragile trust among the loosely connected alliance begins to under strong external pressure. Messages from distant survivor outposts indicate they cannot bear the possible retaliation and choose to hide further. Some even hope the Hope will leave Earth to avoid greater disaster. Pessimism and compromise are spreading. Gu Ying's body has not fully recovered, but her eyes are sharper than ever. She knows that at this moment, any retreat means death. She must decide. Either gather the last strength to face the Cleaners directly, which is like fighting stones with eggs, or take a risky chance and strike first before the enemy completes their encirclement, disrupting their plans. Li Lin's reconnaissance team has been gone for days, searching beyond the Kuiper belt for the Leviathan outpost, but there has been no news. Waiting for their message is like waiting to die. We can't rely entirely on unknown discoveries, Gu Ying told those around her, including Like and Marcus. We must create opportunities ourselves. Her gaze falls on 2 points on the star map. One is the leading part of the Cleaners constructing the blockade. The other is the Ural Giant Eye corruption node on the opposite side of Earth, hidden by Anatoly's consciousness. A very bold, even reckless plan took shape in her mind. Drive the tiger, devour the wolf. We need enough chaos to break the scavenger's rhythm, Gu Ying explained. Ural's Great Eye is one of the most active and energy-rich nodes in the corrupt network. If we can somehow stimulate it to cause a massive energy burst or even simulate signs of a full awakening of the source of corruption, what do you think the approaching scavenger fleet will do? Rek immediately understood her meaning. They will think the corruption is spiraling out of control and might prioritize orbital bombing to sanitize the area. That would disrupt their carefully planned blockade and could even cause chaos in their fleet formation. Exactly. Gu Ying nodded. But this requires perfect timing and guidance. We need Anatoly's cooperation, and the Hope ship must perform a decoy maneuver in orbit to attract attention. Meanwhile, our ground forces should be ready to strike at any ground units the Scavenger might deploy, or even attempt to seize their technology or supplies. This plan is extremely risky. First, stimulating Ural's Great Eye could backfire, causing the corruption in that area to spiral out of control and possibly affect the entire world. Second, whether Anatoly's consciousness is willing and able to undertake such a dangerous task remains uncertain. Lastly, the Scavenger are not fools. They might see through the trap or respond with even harsher retaliation. This is a gamble, Marcus said hoarsely. But maybe it's the only bet we have. After intense discussion and risk assessment, the plan was finalized. It was codenamed Thunderstrike Operation. Gooing delved once more into the consciousness realm, communicating with Anatoly deep in the Ural Mountains. This time, she no longer asked for cooperation but laid out the stakes. Anatoly, this Scavenger, intends to destroy everything, including the network your consciousness depends on. You can be silenced forever or fight back, seeking a glimmer of hope amid chaos. The choice is yours. Anatoly remained silent for a long time. His consciousness, made of steel and obsession, transmitted complex waves, hatred for the corruption, pain over his own state, and anger at external threats. Finally, a resolute thought was transmitted, for the pride of still being called human. I agree. But there is only one chance, and the timing must be precise. I will guide the node energy overload to create a false awakening. But after that, I may not be able to stay conscious. That's enough, Gooing replied seriously. Your sacrifice will buy time for all the struggling souls on Earth. At the same time, the Hope ship began a tactical feint, deliberately showing a weakness at the edge of the blockade line. A small fleet launched harassment attacks, pretending to break through to attract the attention of the Scavenger reconnaissance forces. On the ground, the elite combat team led by Lake secretly moved toward the designated support area, ready to ambush small groups of Scavenger units that might land amid the chaos, aiming to capture prisoners or seize equipment. All preparations were complete, just waiting for the scheduled moment. In the depths of space, Li Lin's reconnaissance team finally approached the target coordinates. They discovered a secret space station disguised as a small ice asteroid, with a technology style very different from the Scavenger, more hidden and advanced. This was the Leviathan outpost. The ghost craft silently approached. The real challenge was just beginning. Beyond the solar system, the Scavenger fleet was slowly closing like a giant hand, establishing a cold order. Commander Kuros stood on the bridge of the Judgment battleship, examining the tactical star map, dismissing the harassment attacks from the Hope. He believed it was just a desperate struggle, and the overall situation was already decided. His focus was more on monitoring Earth's corruption energy to ensure the clearing process wouldn't cause uncontrollable mutations. In Earth's orbit, the Hope followed the plan, deliberately exposing an engine overload malfunction during a feint, luring a Scavenger patrol fleet away from the main formation to chase. The chase took place near Jupiter's orbit, drawing significant attention. Meanwhile, deep in the Ural Mountains on Earth, Gooing was inside a quiet room temporarily set up at the Night Watcher base. She tuned the core to full power. Her consciousness was like a thin but tough thread, stretching across mountains and rivers, closely connected to Anatoly's presence. Marcus and Dr. Ella nervously monitored her vital signs and energy fluctuations. Time is up, Gooing silently thought. Far in the Ural Mountains, where a vast, mountain-covered area is dominated by a huge, eye-like dark red fungal blanket called the Ural Giant Eye, strange changes began to happen. The slow-pulsing light suddenly sped up, becoming much brighter. The fungal filaments on it twisted wildly and thickened. Huge energy tendrils broke through the ground uncontrollably, flailing wildly in the air, causing local earthquakes and energy storms. Under the guidance of Anatoly's remaining will and Gu Ying's amplified power, the entire node simulated a very realistic scene of an energy core out of control. Powerful corruption energy signals spread like a tsunami into space. The alarm on the mothership, Judgment, instantly blared loudly. Report. A super-strong biological energy explosion has been detected on Earth's surface. Coordinates. Ural region. The energy level exceeds the critical limit. It is predicted to trigger a global chain reaction of corruption. The sensor's voice was filled with shock. Commander Kalos suddenly stood up, staring at the rapidly turning red energy point on the main screen. What's going on? Is this natural mutation or human interference? Energy pattern abnormal. The explosion is too concentrated and intense, unlike natural buildup. There are signs of guidance, the analyst quickly reported. Kalos's face darkened. He remembered the last time when a legacy disturbed the corruption network. Was it her causing trouble? Was she trying to destroy herself in this way?
Or
create chaos? Order the front fleet to change their priority targets. Immediately carry out saturation orbital bombardment on the Ural explosion point. We must not let it spread, Kalos commanded decisively. He couldn't risk letting the source of corruption get completely out of control, or the value of recovery would be greatly reduced, and it might even backfire. The scavenger fleet, which was closing in, immediately became chaotic. Several heavy bombardment ships and vessels quickly turned around, rushing toward Earth to prepare for bombing missions. The previously tight blockade line showed gaps and weak spots. Hope immediately seized this opportunity. Dr. Evelyn ordered the ship's engines to run at full power, no longer pretending to malfunction, but like a sharp sword stabbing directly into the defense gaps caused by the fleet's movement. At the same time, she sent an action signal to the ground. On the ground, Like's team was already hidden near the area where the scavenger might deploy ground troops. When several, clearing, boats hurriedly lowered their altitude for a bombing mission and prepared to scout or set up temporary positions, the Reich team launched a surprise attack. Using their knowledge of the terrain and carefully planned ambush points, they caught the enemy off guard. After intense fighting, they successfully destroyed 2 boats and captured a few panicked, clearing soldiers from the 3rd boat, seizing their weapons and communication devices. The initial goal of the Thundershock operation was achieved. Chaos was created, and the mission results were secured. However, the cost was high. In the Ural Mountains, after enduring heavy orbital bombardments from the clearing fleet, the area turned into a hellish landscape. Massive explosions nearly erased the entire Giant Eye node from the ground, and the resulting secondary disasters swept hundreds of kilometers around. After guiding the signals, Anatoly's consciousness disappeared completely into the energy chaos of the explosion, sacrificing himself bravely. Guing suddenly opened her eyes in the quiet room, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and a look of sadness in her eyes. She felt Anatoly's consciousness fading away.
We
succeeded, she weakly told Marcus. But Anatoly, Marcus nodded heavily. His sacrifice will not be forgotten. Now, the focus shifted to the edge of the Kuiper Belt. Lilene's reconnaissance team, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the clearing fleet being drawn to Earth, successfully infiltrated the Leviathan outpost disguised as an ice meteorite. The station was empty and fully controlled by automated systems. Dr. Ellis skillfully hacked into the security system and accessed the core database. The vast amount of information inside was shocking. Decades of monitoring data on Earth's environment, experimental records of various corruption source, spore variants, and even reports of infiltration and sabotage against early human resistance groups. The Leviathan Alliance was not an accidental discoverer, but the mastermind behind the corruption source. They appeared to be a coalition of interstellar companies focused on biological weapons and dangerous technology research, viewing Earth as a large, unregulated open laboratory to test their bioweapons based on reverse-engineered remnants of the SOAR technology. Most importantly, they found a top-secret file containing the suppression code for the corruption source and an initial design for a possible reversal serum. Originally, Leviathan had already set a backup plan to prevent the experiment from getting out of control and harming itself. Found the key, Li Lin exclaimed excitedly. We must bring this data back. However, just as they started downloading the data, the alert system at the outpost was triggered. Clearly, Leviathan had set up an anti-intrusion program. Quick, run, Li Lin ordered. The team, carrying the critical data on a storage device, quickly evacuated the outpost, boarded the Ghost ship, and sped back home. Behind them, the space station made of ice debris activated its self-destruct sequence, turning into a brief flash of light in space. Li Lin's team, with information that could change everything, rushed back to Earth. Meanwhile, in Earth's orbit, the Hope ship had temporarily broken through the blockade, but was still being chased by the main fleet of cleaners. Commander Kuros, furious, was determined to destroy this ship that kept causing him trouble. The fate of Earth and the future of human civilization now depended on the struggle between three forces: the chase and escape in space, the resistance and survival on the ground, and the crucial data that was crossing the darkness to reach home. The final outcome was about to be revealed. In the vast space of the solar system, the Hope ship engaged in an intense chase with the cleaner fleet. Dr. Evelyn used her excellent leadership skills, using planetary gravity assists and the complex environment of the asteroid belt to outmaneuver the enemy, who had overwhelming numbers and strength. But the Hope ship's shields kept weakening, and damage was piling up, making the situation very dangerous. Commander Kuros was determined to succeed. He ordered the fleet to attack from different angles, trying to corner the Hope ship. He even used the superweapon of the mothership, Judgment, a gravity singularity cannon powerful enough to tear apart asteroids for long-range deterrence. It almost pulled the Hope ship into a gravity whirlpool. Meanwhile, Li Lin's Ghost ship was speeding through the Kuiper Belt. They received a distress signal and the location coordinates from the Hope ship. But the Ghost ship had weak firepower, and joining the fight directly would be risking their lives. We have to send the data back, Dr. Ella said anxiously. This is our only hope. Li Lin looked at the star map showing the positions of friend and foe. An adventurous plan came to her mind. We won't go directly to meet up. We go here. She pointed to a dense area of asteroid debris near Mars' orbit. That is an ancient battlefield site from 30 years ago, when humans fought against the Reapers. It's full of abandoned defense platforms and unexploded ammunition. We can use the environment there. The Ghost ship changed course and dove into the dangerous debris field. Li Lin skillfully navigated through the large metal wreckage, deliberately sending out faint signals to attract the attention of a pursuing scavenger fleet chasing the Hope. Enemy's small, fast target detected. Suspected to be trying to flank us. The scavenger fleet spotted the Ghost ship. A small team of 3 fast ships broke away from the main fleet and chased into the asteroid belt. This was exactly what Li Lin wanted, dividing the enemy forces to ease the pressure on the Hope. Inside the asteroid belt, the Ghost ship moved like a quick fish, leading the pursuing ships into an area filled with old nuclear mines and kinetic bombs. Li Lin seized the moment, using the weak firepower of the reconnaissance ship to detonate a nearby scavenger's nuclear mine. A chain reaction exploded. A huge fireball and shockwave spread through the debris area. One scavenger was destroyed instantly, and the other 2 were heavily damaged and forced to retreat. Although this small victory didn't change the overall situation, it bought precious time for the Hope. Evelyn took the opportunity to command a short, overloaded jump, temporarily breaking free from the Judgment ship's lock and rendezvoused with a Ghost ship at a prearranged hidden coordinate. Data was successfully transferred. Evelyn and her team immediately began analyzing the data from the Leviathan outpost. When the plans for the suppression code and reversal serum appeared before them, everyone was excited. This was not only a way to fight the current corruption, but also the foundation for Earth's future rebuilding. However, the crisis was not over. The main fleet of the scavengers was repositioning and would soon pursue again. Moreover, the suppression code required a powerful energy source to activate globally, and producing the reversal serum needed time and a secure base. We need to make a decision. Gu Ying's voice came through the communication. She had recovered considerably from her weakness. Should we keep fleeing, or use our current conditions to fight back at all costs? At this moment, Gu Ying's eyes showed a calm and determined look after experiencing many hardships. She proposed a final plan. The Hope ship would carry the suppression code, data, and approach Earth actively. Using its engine and tuning core as a temporary amplifier, it would broadcast the code signals worldwide. Meanwhile, all surviving forces on the ground would unite to protect the Hope ship and prepare to strike when the code takes effect and the corrupted creatures fall into chaos. Their goal was to eliminate the remaining threats and quickly set up a serum production point. This was a do-or-die plan. The chance of success was small, but it was the only way to end this long nightmare. For our home, Rake shouted angrily on the ground. For our future, Evelyn responded from the bridge.
For
all who have passed and those still alive, Guing whispered softly. The tuning core began to resonate deeply with her life energy, preparing for the final transformation. The decisive battle began. The Hope ship no longer avoided confrontation. It turned around, like a burning meteor, rushing toward Earth without hesitation. The cleaner fleet tried to intercept, with energy beams pouring down like a heavy rain on its shield. On the ground, all survivor strongholds that received the message, no matter how hesitant before, now picked up their weapons. They stepped out of hiding and launched a desperate counterattack against the cleaner, attack craft circling in the sky, and the infected creatures on the ground.
Marcus, Rak, Doctorella.
Everyone joined the fight. Guing was on the Hope ship's bridge, connecting the tuning core's power to the spaceship's engine, guiding the flow of the suppression code, data. Her body shone brightly as she engaged in the final battle against the planet's corruption network. In the name of life,
Hope,
and the future, purify, Guing shouted her last cry. An invisible wave, filled with order and purification power, radiated from the Hope ship like ripples across the earth. Wherever it touched, the violent infected creatures froze, their fungal bodies quickly withered and fell away. The dark red fungal mats lost their vitality and turned gray. The massive corruption nodes stopped pulsing, and their energy tendrils turned to dust. The suppression code took effect. The global corruption rapidly receded like a tide. The cleaner fleet was stunned by this sudden change and fell into brief chaos.
Now.
Attack! Evelyn seized the opportunity and ordered all remaining weapons on the Hope to fire at the nearest scavenger battleship. The survivors on the ground also grew more confident and launched a full attack. Commander Kylos watched in shock as the Earth's transformation and the chaos among the fleet appeared on the monitor. He knew the mission had completely failed. The Leviathan experiment site was cleaned up and the legacy could not be recovered. Continuing the fight was pointless. Retreat, he gritted his teeth and gave the order. The large scavenger fleet, like a pack of lost dogs, hurriedly entered hyperspace amid the cheers of the Hope and ground fire, disappearing from the solar system. In Earth's orbit, everything was silent again. Only the battered Hope floated quietly, like a guardian. On the ground, for the first time, sunlight truly pierced the thick atmosphere and shone on the land, which was beginning to heal from decay. The survivors stepped out of their shelters, looked at the long-missed blue sky, and embraced each other in tears. It seemed the war was over. Gu Ling collapsed from exhaustion and was tightly embraced by Evelyn. The Hope slowly landed on a field that was starting to recover. A new era had begun. But the road to rebuilding their home was still long. With the reverse serum technology, they needed time, wisdom, and courage to clean up the global corruption, restore the ecosystem, gather the survivors, and rebuild civilization. The scavenger fleet, like a dispersing dark cloud, vanished at the edge of the solar system, leaving behind a battered but hopeful Earth. The once vast red fungal mats covering the continent had withered and hardened, like scars on the land. The sweet, rotten smell in the air was gradually replaced by the fresh scent of rain-soaked soil. Though traces of smoke and decay still lingered, the pulse of life was beginning to beat again. The battered Hope finally chose to land in western North America, in a relatively open area less affected by corruption and near the former Night Watch stronghold. As the dust stirred up by the spaceship's landing had not yet settled, Guing, Evelyn, Reek, and others stepped onto this land that was both familiar and strange. The ground beneath their feet was soft soil mixed with withered fungal threads. In the distance, there was a ruined city skyline, but the sky was clear, a rare blue, with a faint warmth. Survivors gathered from all directions. They were ragged, pale, thin, but their eyes burned with relief and a nearly devout hope after surviving. They looked at the Hope ship returning from the Starry Sea and at Guing standing at the hatch, this woman who was said to be able to communicate with the planet's consciousness and summon lightning to drive away enemies, like a goddess descending to the mortal world. But Guing knew she was not a goddess. The mess before her required practical work, not myth worship. The first all-survivor meeting was held in an open space beside the Hope ship. Attendees included Guiying's core team and representatives from survivors across North America and even from Eurasia, connected through restored remote communication. The atmosphere was lively and chaotic, filled with heated debates over resource distribution, leadership, and future plans. Long periods of isolation and suffering had built up distrust and survival rules among different groups. The urgent task is to establish order and restore production, not to argue over who should give commands. Guiying's voice was calm but carried the weight of experience, surpassing the noise around her. She did not demand absolute leadership, but proposed forming a global rebirth committee, with representatives elected from major survivor strongholds to make decisions together. The committee had several emergency departments: resource allocation, medical aid, security, technology recovery, and environmental assessment. The Hope ship became the temporary headquarters and technical center. Evelyn's tech team immediately focused on two key tasks. First, using data from the Leviathan outpost to analyze and improve the production process of the reversal serum. Second, repairing and expanding communication networks to reconnect scattered human survivors worldwide. Reek and his land combat team took on the toughest tasks of security and order. They had to eliminate remaining threats from corrupted biological corpses and uncontrolled infected, and mediate conflicts among survivor groups over limited resources. Law and order, on the ruins, needed to be rebuilt with courage and wisdom. Guiying's work is even more complex. She is not only the symbol of hope and the final judge of disputes, but also needs to use her connection with the core of tuning to constantly sense Earth's recovery. She can hear the faint joyful sounds of water sources becoming pure again deep underground, and she can feel the stubborn toxins remaining in the heavily corrupted land. She guides the first environmental assessment teams to key points, using equipment on the Hope ship to carry out precise environmental repairs. The first step in rebuilding is survival. The first safe zone is named Dawn Camp. Simple shelters are built there, water purification devices start working, emergency rations from the Hope ship and newly collected safe-to-eat fungi, strictly tested by Dr. Ella's team, are distributed. The first crops are carefully planted on land tested for radiation and residual corruption. Every green sprout that breaks through the soil brings cheers from the camp residents. However, challenges keep coming. Old world viruses resurface among people with weakened immune systems. Some areas discover mutated, partially resistant corrupted creatures, and more importantly, not all survivors accept the new order. Some powerful groups, used to a law of the strong, see the revival committee as a new threat and secretly watch. One day, a team sent to establish contact on the eastern continent reports bad news. Their aircraft was shot down by unidentified armed forces, and the team members are missing. The news feels like a bucket of cold water poured on the hope that had just begun to rise. Looks like the road to unity won't be smooth, like clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. Guing looks eastward with deep eyes. She knows that Earth's rebirth is not just about overcoming natural disasters and enemies, but also about healing the deep cracks and darkness in people's hearts. A new story will slowly unfold on the ruins, revolving around the complex struggles of hope, resources, power, and human nature. Volume 2 of the New Era. Cracks and foundations. The news of the Eastern team's attack hits like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, causing strong shockwaves inside Dawn Camp and the entire fledgling revival committee. Speculation and panic spread. Is it the remnants of the convert cult? An undiscovered hostile survivor group?
Or
something even worse? We must respond. And we must do it quickly and fiercely. At the Security Defense meeting, some radical representatives called for an immediate expedition to use force as a warning to others. We don't even know who the enemy is, how many there are, or how strong they are. Rashly sending troops could trap us again, warned a more cautious representative, advocating for strengthening current areas and increasing reconnaissance. There was clear disagreement within the committee. The military faction led by Reich emphasized the importance of force and order, insisting that unstable elements must be quickly removed. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Marcus, leading the technology and livelihood faction, argued that resources are limited, so priority should be given to survival and technological recovery. Early military conflicts could weaken the fragile rebuilding process. Amidst the arguing, everyone's eyes finally turned to Guing. She is not only the founder of the committee, but also possesses extraordinary strength and vision. Guing did not rush to speak. She quietly walked to the edge of the camp, gazing at the distant, desolate city ruins under the evening sky. The tuning core responded softly. She could sense the slow healing of the environment and faintly perceive the anxiety, fear, and a long-suppressed desire for power among the people. Unity is far more than just issuing an order. Back in meeting, Guing proposed a balanced and strategic plan. Instead of launching a large-scale military expedition immediately, send several small, elite reconnaissance teams made up of skilled scouts and small drones secretly to the eastern continent. Their mission is to identify the attacker's identity, strength, and intentions, and to find any survivors. Accelerate the trial production and testing of the reverse serum. This is essential for rebuilding homes and will be a key bargaining chip for future negotiations or deterrence. Evelyn's team must work against the clock. Officially launch the Cornerstone Project, based on the Dawn Camp, plan and build the first permanent city with complete production cycles and defenses. This city will serve as a core, radiating influence to nearby areas, attracting survivors through real prosperity and order rather than relying solely on force. Start the Historical Archives Excavation Project, organizing teams to search for pre-war databases and library ruins, aiming to restore lost technology, culture, and history. Guing believes that a group without shared history and culture cannot truly become a civilization. This plan balances short-term safety with long-term growth. Although it cannot satisfy all factions completely, it has gained the support of most people. The committee's focus has shifted from arguing to practical progress. The Cornerstone Project was launched first. Engineers and volunteers used recycled steel and concrete from the ruins, combined with advanced materials and technology provided by the Hope ship, to start building stronger houses, walls, and infrastructure. The first power station, powered by a mix of fusion energy and solar power, was completed, and steady lights lit up the camp at night again. A simple but fully functional school was built, where children began learning basic knowledge, including new lessons about great disasters, starlit return, and rebuilding homes. At the same time, the scouting team brought back initial information about the attackers from the east. They are a group calling themselves the Steel Brotherhood, a military organization controlling an important pre-war industrial area and military base. They are well-equipped, disciplined, but extremely cautious of strangers. They follow a strict policy of technological isolation, believing that external forces, especially the Hope ship with alien technology, could bring new disasters. Their contact with the attack team was for border defense. Intelligence shows that the Steel Brotherhood is not a ruthless plunderer, but a survivor group with its own ideas and order. This offers a small chance for peaceful resolution, but also indicates that uniting these groups will be difficult. Meanwhile, Evelyn's team made a major breakthrough. In the Hope ship's biological laboratory, the first small batch of reverse serum was successfully synthesized. Early animal tests showed that the serum could effectively neutralize residual toxins in living organisms and promote healthy regeneration of damaged tissues. The news spread quickly, and the entire camp was excited. This meant that humans could potentially completely eliminate the effects of corruption, and polluted land and ecosystems might also be cleaned on a large scale. Guyen held a clear, shimmering vial of serum, feeling the life force within. She knew that this small vial was more powerful than any weapon. It was the key to opening the door to the Steel Brotherhood and other survivor groups, and a beacon of hope for building a new civilization. She decided to personally lead a small delegation of medical, technical, and diplomatic personnel, carrying this precious gift and message of peace to the East to meet the leader of the Steel Brotherhood. This journey is even more mysterious than deep space travel because she must face the complex and unpredictable human mind. The new world is gradually taking shape, woven with contradictions and hope, one brick at a time. News of Gu-ing personally going to the East caused new worries within the council. Reich strongly opposed, believing that the commander risking danger was a serious mistake. If something went wrong, the recently united people's spirits could quickly fall apart. Evelyn was also worried about Gu Ying's health. Her ongoing battles against the ruler and the source of corruption greatly drained her mental strength, and she had not fully recovered. "Because I am a symbol of hope, I must go," Gu Ying said firmly. "If we are afraid to leave our safe zone, how can we convince those isolated groups that we bring real life, not threats? Force is the last resort. Understanding and trust are the foundation for rebuilding." She appointed Evelyn as the temporary chair of the council, and Reich was in charge of defending the Dawn camp and the Cornerstone city. Then, she selected a skilled team: Dr. Ella, good at negotiations, experienced Scout Li Lin, 2 top medical experts, and a team of elite guards trained personally by Reich. They traveled in a modified Larkspur transport plane capable of vertical takeoff, short-range stealth, and equipped with a small but vital sample of reversal serum and related technical data. They quietly set out for the distant east. Their route avoided heavily corrupted zones and signal-jammed areas. Looking down from the window, the land looked like a large, slowly healing wound. Withered corruption areas intertwined with stubborn green shoots of new life. Tiny groups of survivors, no bigger than ants, moved among the ruins, struggling to survive. Seeing these scenes repeatedly strengthened Gu Ying's belief in the necessity of this journey. After several days of flying and cautious stops to refuel, the Larkspur approached the area controlled by the Steel Brotherhood, as reported. Once a major industrial city before the war, it was now mostly ruins, but signs of cleanup and repair were visible. Tall walls, watchtowers, and soldiers patrolling in uniform and well-equipped showed a highly organized force. Sure enough, shortly after entering their claimed airspace, 2 rugged-looking helicopters with a pre-war style appeared, issuing stern warnings and orders to land. Gu Ying ordered her team to obey. The transport plane landed on an old airport runway that had been cleared out. The door opened, and a group of stern-looking Steel Brotherhood soldiers, guns slightly raised, quickly surrounded the plane. The leading officer scanned Gu Ying and her team sharply, especially pausing on Gu Ying herself, as if recognizing her. "State your purpose, outsiders," the officer said coldly. "The Brotherhood does not welcome unauthorized intruders, especially those carrying unknown technology." Dr. Ella stepped forward, following the plan, and expressed their peaceful intentions, hoping to meet the Brotherhood's leader to discuss cooperation. "The Elder won't meet outsiders easily," the officer replied stiffly. "You must disarm and undergo quarantine." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Gu Ying's guards instinctively tightened their weapons. At that moment, Gu Ying raised her hand gently to stop any conflict. She stepped forward calmly and looked directly at the officer. "We are willing to undergo reasonable security checks, but we will not disarm. That is our bottom line. Please tell your elder that we bring gifts capable of purifying land and healing wounds, and we also bring sincerity to end the isolation and build a future together." If we miss hope out of suspicion, that would be a greater loss than any war. Her voice was soft but carried a strange, calming and persuasive power, as if touching the deepest part of people's hearts. The officer hesitated, and a faint thaw seemed to appear on his cold face. After a moment of doubt, he signaled the soldiers to step back and contacted his superiors. The wait felt long. Guing sensed many eyes watching from the shadows, full of caution, curiosity, and a faint, hard-to-notice hope. She stood quietly, her core device subtly working, sensing the land's energy, resilient, pragmatic, yet also closed and conservative. Finally, the officer returned, his attitude slightly softer. The elder agrees to meet with you, but only Ms. Guing and up to 2 escorts may go to the headquarters. Others must stay here. The conditions were strict, but it was a breakthrough. Guing decided that Dr. Ella and Li Lin would accompany her. The 3 of them rode in the Brotherhood's armored vehicle, under tight, heading toward the Brotherhood's headquarters deep in the mountains. The headquarters is a fortress built on a large underground bunker complex from before the war. Its interior is complex and heavily guarded. After thorough checks, they finally met the leader of the Steel Brotherhood, the Elder Iron Mountain, in a simple yet practical meeting room. Iron Mountain is a man in his 60s, tall and strong, with a stern face. He wears an eye patch over his left eye, and his other eye shines with wisdom and caution. Several other powerful elders and commanders stand beside him. Ms. Guing, Iron Mountain's voice is deep and strong. We have heard your story. Defeating the Starry Sky Raiders and purifying the land are impressive. But the Brotherhood's rule is self-reliance and controllable technology. The alien technology you rely on is like a double-edged sword. Who can guarantee it won't cause greater disasters in the future? From the start, the discussion focused on core disagreements. Iron Mountain has deep doubts about the technology of the Hope ship, especially the tuning core, which is beyond understanding. Guing did not rush to argue. Instead, Dr. Ella showed the experimental data and videos of the reverse blood serum, explaining its principles in detail based on research into the source of corruption, not directly on alien technology. When they saw the serum's amazing purification effects on test animals, the elders looked moved. The pain of corruption has also deeply affected the Brotherhood. This gift is truly precious. Iron Mountain's attitude softened slightly, but he remained cautious. But the Brotherhood's survival depends not only on a few medicines. We need long-term safety and independence. Safety comes from unity, not isolation, Guing replied. Though the corruption has receded, the threat is not gone. Predators exist beyond the stars, and there are treacherous people on the land. Our revival committee aims to build a new order based on cooperation and sharing, not conquest. We invite the Brotherhood to join as equal founding members, not as vassals, to jointly set the future rules. She proposed specific cooperation plans, sharing technology, limited to civilian and basic tech, exchanging supplies, ensuring mutual security, and respecting the Brotherhood's internal autonomy. The meeting lasted several hours, sometimes tense, sometimes relaxed. Iron Mountain and his elders clearly experienced intense internal struggles. Openness means risk, but being closed may cause us to miss opportunities for growth. In the end, Iron Mountain did not give an immediate answer. This is an important matter, and we need time to discuss. Please rest for now, and we will talk again tomorrow. Guing knew that the seeds had already been planted and needed time to grow. She believed that, with a shared future and real benefits, even cold steel would eventually melt under the warmth of hope. The test of people's hearts had only just begun. Over the next 2 days, Guing and her team stayed in a comfortable guest house at the Brotherhood's headquarters. Their movement was limited, but they were treated politely. They could feel a tense yet hopeful atmosphere inside the fortress. News about the reversal serum and the committee's proposal had spread within a certain range, sparking discussions at different levels. Guing used this time to learn more about the Brotherhood through Li Lin's scouting skills and Dr. Ella's communication. It was a typical post-war military society, strict in hierarchy and discipline, with a near obsession for technology and knowledge, though only for what they could fully control. Soldiers and civilians at the bottom led tough lives but felt a strong sense of belonging and loyalty to the organization. The elders were not all united. Some eagerly wanted new technology, while others were very conservative. That evening, Elder Iron Mountain summoned Guing again. This time, only the two of them were in the meeting room. "Ms. Guing," Iron Mountain said directly, his sharp eye like an eagle. "After discussion, we generally agree to join your revival committee." Guing felt a surge of happiness, but kept her expression calm, waiting for more. But Iron Mountain continued, "We have 3 conditions. First, the Brotherhood must keep full internal autonomy, and the committee cannot interfere with our internal affairs or military command. Second, technology sharing must be equal and controllable. Any high-risk or alien technology we cannot fully understand, the Brotherhood has the right to refuse and supervise its use. Third, and most importantly, the production technology of the reversal serum must be shared unconditionally. The first large-scale production of the serum should be prioritized for areas controlled by the Brotherhood." Guing listened carefully. Although these conditions were expected, they showed the Brotherhood's strong sense of self-protection and focus on real benefits. After a moment of thought, she replied, "The first 2 points are acceptable. The purpose of the Revival Committee is to seek common ground while respecting differences and to grow together. Respecting each member's right to self-govern is essential. We can also discuss setting up a shared system for technical supervision. But the third point." She looked firmly at Taizhan. "The serum technology can be shared, but priority supply must be based on real needs and fairness. We can promise that the Brotherhood will receive an initial quota of serum matching its population and level of disaster, but it cannot come before other survivors who are also in urgent need. Fairness is the foundation of the new order we want to build." Taizhan stared at Guing in silence, and the air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. It was a battle of wills. At last, Taizhan slowly nodded. "Agreed. But the quota must be guaranteed." With the full credibility of the Revival Committee, Guing promised solemnly. After a difficult negotiation, a basic agreement was finally reached. When Guing and Taizhan walked out of the meeting room together to announce the news to both sides, the tense atmosphere eased noticeably. Although many details still needed further discussion, the door to cooperation had been opened. Guiying's team, carrying the initial alliance agreement and accompanied by a liaison group from the Brotherhood, including technicians and diplomats, returned to the Dawn camp aboard the Bellflower. When the news arrived, the committee was filled with excitement. The alliance with the Steel Brotherhood meant that the Revival Committee's strength and influence would grow greatly, removing a major obstacle on the path to unifying the Eastern continent. However, while the Dawn camp celebrated, far away in the Southern Hemisphere, deep within forgotten ruins, unseen forces were beginning to stir. During Guiying's journey east, Dr. Evelyn's team made remarkable progress in restoring technology. Using a HOPE-S database and rediscovered pre-war knowledge, the Dawn camp's energy, manufacturing, and medical systems advanced rapidly. The construction of Keystone City progressed day by day, attracting more scattered survivors from nearby areas. The population soon passed 10,000, forming the beginnings of a true city. At the same time, the large-scale production process for the reversal serum was nearly complete. The first production line had been built, and small-scale output had already begun. The effects of the serum have been further confirmed through clinical trials. It not only purifies toxic substances, but also helps repair some genetic damage caused by radiation and malnutrition. This is undoubtedly a strong boost for the new civilization. However, behind the prosperity, hidden dangers are growing. The rapid gathering of people has made management more complex, and resource distribution is becoming strained. More importantly, as some high-end pre-war technologies are gradually restored and introduced, debates about technological ethics have begun within the committee and among the public. Some radical technicians, while exploring the ruins of a pre-war biological research institute, discovered incomplete research materials on human enhancement and gene optimization. They excitedly proposed that, using these technologies and the advanced equipment on the Hope ship, they could try to create stronger, smarter, and more adaptable new humans to speed up the revival of civilization. Once this idea was proposed, it immediately caused a big controversy. That is blasphemy. Playing with forbidden areas of nature, some old survivors like Marcus strongly opposed. They believed natural evolution was the right way, and human interference with genes could bring unpredictable disasters, repeating the mistakes of the source of corruption. But this is a quick way to improve our survival skills, supporters argued. In the face of future uncertainties, we need stronger individuals. This is not corruption. It is controlled and beneficial evolution. The debate shifted from technical issues to philosophical and ethical questions, and the committee found it hard to make a decision. Dr. Evelyn was cautious. She believed that before basic survival issues were fully resolved and social ethics frameworks were in place, opening the door to gene editing was too risky. Guyen returned and immediately faced this difficult problem. She listened to the heated arguments from both sides and pondered for a long time. She recalled the lessons of the Sours civilization, where misuse of technology ultimately led to destruction. She also remembered the coldness of the Leviathan alliance, which treated life as an experiment. Technology is just a tool. What matters is the heart of the person using it, Guyen stated at the committee. Gene optimization might be a feasible direction in the future, but not now. Our top priority now is to ensure all survivors have enough food and clothing, access to medical care, and a place to call home. We need to build a fair and inclusive society and repair our relationship with nature. Before establishing a solid ethical foundation, any easy changes to the origin of life are dangerous risks. I suggest sealing away related research materials and classifying them as top-secret technology. Once society matures and consensus is reached in the future, we can discuss them again. Guying's authoritative and rational analysis finally calmed the debate. The research was paused, and the materials were sealed. But this incident also reminded everyone that rebuilding civilization is not just about fixing the physical world, but also about restoring the spiritual and moral guiding lights. While the committee was busy with internal organization and ethical debates, intelligence from the Southern Hemisphere brought an unsettling message. A reconnaissance team exploring the remnants of the Amazon rainforest in South America unexpectedly discovered a hidden survivor group. They call themselves Green Homeland. This group seems to have found a unique way to live in harmony with the mutated rainforest ecosystem. Instead of using advanced technology, they rely on deep knowledge of plants and fungi to build a seemingly primitive but very balanced society. However, further observation revealed strange behaviors among the Green Homeland members. Sometimes their eyes show a cold, plant-like indifference. More worrying, the reconnaissance team detected unusual energy signals, suggesting that deep in the rainforest, there are hidden technological devices. Their energy signatures resemble but are more organized and secretive than the source of corruption. Are the Green Homeland friends or enemies? Is their coexistence with the mutated ecosystem a blessing or a curse? What secrets are hidden deep in the rainforest? Guing realized that Earth's mysteries are far from solved. As the Northern Alliance begins to form and the East just reaches peace, shadows from the South quietly reappear. The map of the New World, woven with light and unknowns, is becoming more complex and fascinating. The road to revival will not be smooth. News of the Green Homeland in South America is spread like a stone thrown into calm water, stirring new ripples within the Rebirth Committee. This group, living in harmony with the mutated ecosystem, completely challenged the committee's understanding of rebuilding. Are they enemies or allies? Potential partners or another dangerous, corruption, variant? Disagreements arose again within the committee. Led by the military security group advocates for immediately sending a well-equipped armed exploration team to make strong contact, understand the other side, and decisively eliminate any threats. They believe that uncontrolled mysterious forces could pose future risks. In contrast, Evelyn and Marcus lead the scientific exploration group, opposing this approach. They see the ability of the Green Homeland to live in harmony with nature as a potential new way to repair Earth's ecology. Aggressive military contact might cause conflicts and cut off communication. They suggest sending a small, skilled team of ecologists, sociologists, and diplomats to approach peacefully and learn. Guing listened to both sides' arguments, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Her core tuning device resonated strangely with the vague signals from the distant rainforest, not with chaos and aggression, but with a deep, ancient, and even somewhat compassionate rhythm. We just built fragile trust with this steel brotherhood, and it's not good to create strong enemies in the south, Guing finally decided. But safety is important. Send a mixed team, diplomats, top ecologists, and biologists led by Li Lin, with a sharp guard team for protection. Their goal is peaceful contact and to learn the truth about Green Homeland. The guard team's job is to keep the scientists safe and avoid using force unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Hope spacecraft will provide remote monitoring and support from orbit. The exploration team was quickly assembled. The leader was seasoned ecologist Dr. Sophia Chen, who had worked on ecological restoration projects before the war and had deep knowledge of plants and fungi. Alongside her were sociologist Ben Carter and several medical and tech experts, including Dr. Ella. Li Lin selected 5 alert and skilled jungle fighters. They traveled in a specially modified medium transport plane, suitable for landing in complex terrain, heading toward the mysterious South American rainforest. As they approached the target area, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Unlike the decayed scenes after corruption receded on other continents, this rainforest showed a strange, thriving prosperity. The trees were incredibly tall, with branches and leaves shining like metal or crystal. Huge, softly glowing fungi looked like lanterns in the forest. Vines twisted around, and the flowers blooming were bizarre and brightly colored. The air is filled with a strong sense of life, but also mixed with a slightly unsettling, overly sweet floral scent. The transport ship lands carefully in a clearing covered with large leaves, following the coordinates given by the reconnaissance team. When the door opens, a humid, warm smell rushes out. The team members wear light but sealed protective suits and cautiously step onto this unfamiliar land. Almost immediately after they land, the surrounding plants seem to come alive. Vines gently move, large flowers turn toward them, and a deep humming sound, like coming from underground, can be heard. Stay alert, but do not show hostility, Dr. Sophia whispers through her communicator. She carefully observes the plants around her, her eyes full of scientific curiosity. They follow a planned route along a small trail that looks like it is frequently used by some creature. Not far ahead, they see a few figures. They are members of the Green Homeland. Their skin has a healthy bronze color, and they wear clothes woven from glowing fibers and plant materials. Their eyes are clear, but they seem calm, almost indifferent. Their movements are smooth and graceful, blending seamlessly with the environment. A young woman steps forward. Her voice is clear and pleasant. "Strangers, you are on our land. State your purpose." Dr. Ella steps forward, expressing a peaceful intention to visit and learn, and introduces the scientific team. The woman listens quietly and then nods. "I am Viola, the listener of the homeland. The elders have sensed your arrival. Follow me, but please respect our rules. Do not harm any life, whether animal or plant." Following Viola, the team ventures deeper into the rainforest. They see even more amazing sights. The settlements of the Green Homeland are fully integrated with the forest, with houses growing on giant trees made of living vines and wood. They use glowing fungi for light and large leaves to collect rainwater. They seem able to communicate simply with animals, and they even see children riding on gentle creatures that look like deer but are covered in moss. Dr. Sophia is thrilled, constantly recording and taking samples, with permission. Ben Carter tries to talk with the residents to learn about their society and culture. He discovered that the Green Homeland has no clear social classes, guided by a few oldest and wisest elders. They worship a natural consciousness called Spirit of All Things and believe that great disasters are nature's punishment for the greed of the old world. They have chosen a new path of living in harmony with nature. However, Li Lin and her guards remain very alert. They notice some residents have faint, plant-like vein patterns on their bodies. The deeper they go into the rainforest, the clearer the low humming sounds become, and the energy in the air grows stronger. That night, the research team stayed in several treehouses. During a late-night patrol, Li Lin, using her scout instincts, saw Viola walking alone toward the deeper forest. She quietly followed her. Passing through a circle of glowing mushrooms, Li Lin saw a memorable scene. In the center of the rainforest, there was a large altar made of tangled roots and glowing crystals. In the middle of the altar floated a crystal about the height of a person, pulsing with gentle green light. The energy from the crystal made Li Lin feel both familiar and uneasy. Familiar because it was full of life, but uneasy because its power was much greater than expected. It also seemed similar to the tuning core of Guyan, but more primitive and uncontrolled. Viola knelt before the altar, as if praying or communicating. Li Lin noticed ancient symbols carved into the ground around the altar, symbols not belonging to any known civilization. She quietly retreated and reported what she saw and heard to Dr. Sophia and Dr. Ella. Symbiosis. Maybe it's not as simple as we think, Dr. Ella said seriously. That crystal might be a powerful alien life form or a remnant of ancient Earth's life. The residents of Green Homeland may have a deep consciousness connection with it, which explains their indifference and ability to communicate with nature. But is this a true equal partnership or a dominated fusion? The peaceful contact with the rainforest team unexpectedly uncovered a deeper mystery. Hidden in the southern rainforest might be a secret very different from the source of corruption, yet equally powerful and risky. Whether it is good or bad is still unknown. The fate of the research team is now closely tied to this mysterious crystal. Li Lin's discovery instantly made the scientific team nervous. The mysterious crystal, which they temporarily called the Heart of Life, contained power and unknown qualities far beyond their previous estimates. This was no longer just simple ecological coexistence. It might involve a higher form of existence. The next day, Dr. Sophia, representing the team, asked the elders of Green Homeland for a deeper exchange. She hoped to learn about the origin and function of the Heart of Life. The elders were a group of wise, peaceful-looking old people who seemed to have expected the team would find the core secret. One elder named Root nodded slowly and spoke like the wind through leaves. "Strangers, you see the foundation of our home, the Heart of Life. It is an ancient gift, the source that allowed this land to survive through disasters. It gives us the ability to communicate with all living things and guides us to live in harmony with nature," Root told a legend. During a great disaster when corruption spread worldwide, this ancient rainforest was not spared. In despair, a predecessor found this crystal deep in the forest, either fallen from the sky or emerging from underground. The story is unclear. The crystal shone warmly, drove away the corruption, and caused strange, healthy changes in the plants and animals around it. Guided by the crystal, the ancestors learned to coexist with the new environment, gradually forming Green Homeland. "It is completely different from this source of corruption," Dr. Sophia said excitedly. "It represents life and order. This discovery is very important. It might help us better repair the whole world." However, Elder Root shook his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. Heart of Life is powerful, but it is also closely connected to this land and very fragile. Too much outside interference, especially the kind of strong, artificial energy you rely on, perhaps technology or similar tuning cores, could break this delicate balance, or even awaken the deep consciousness within the Heart of Life. The elder's warning made the team feel tense. Could it be that the Heart of Life also has its own consciousness? And maybe it is unstable? Suddenly, an incident occurred. Li Lin's team, on alert outside, discovered a group of uninvited guests, about 20 armed individuals with crude but powerful energy weapons, marked with fierce symbols. They are quietly sneaking toward the settlement of Green Homeland. It's a prowler. Li Lin immediately identified the enemy. These are bandits wandering the wasteland, living by looting. They are clearly attracted by the relative prosperity and mysterious legends of Green Homeland. Li Lin both warned the scientific team and Green Homeland and led the guards to take advantageous positions, preparing to fight back. Gunfire instantly shattered the peace of the rainforest. The prowlers outnumbered them and had fierce firepower. Although Li Lin's team was skilled, they were in an unfamiliar environment and needed to protect the scientists and residents. They quickly fell into a tough battle. The residents of Green Homeland were agile and could summon some mutated plants and animals to fight, but they clearly lacked modern combat experience and weapons. The situation was urgent. Dr. Sophia and Dr. Ella, among others, had to take self-defense weapons and hide in treehouses. Elder Roots and other residents gathered around the Heart of Life altar, seemingly performing a ritual to seek protection. Just as the defenses were about to be broken, the Heart of Life in the center of the altar suddenly burst out with an unprecedented, brilliant green light. A powerful pulse of life energy spread out from the altar in all directions. The prowlers caught in the pulse seemed drained of strength and collapsed to the ground. Their weapons instantly rusted and disintegrated. The residents of Green Homeland and Li Lin's team felt a warm flow enter their bodies, instantly relieving fatigue and even speeding up healing of wounds. However, after the pulse, the light of the Heart of Life dimmed significantly and began to flicker irregularly. Elder Root's face changed drastically. Not good. Overusing the power has awakened the Guardian's will. It needs nourishment. Around the altar, plants started to wither visibly fast, as if the energy was flowing back into the crystal. More disturbingly, all the residents of Green Homeland, including Viola, showed expressions of pain and struggle. The plant patterns on their bodies became clearer, and the indifference in their eyes was replaced by a nearly assimilated confusion. It is absorbing the surrounding life force, including the spiritual energy of the residents, to replenish itself. Dr. Ella realized with horror. This Heart of Life not only protects its home, but may also slowly transform its symbiotic partners into part of itself. Symbiosis here might be more like gentle parasitism or merging. The threat from predators has temporarily disappeared, but a new ethical dilemma has arisen for the scientific team. The way of life in Green Homeland is based on living in harmony with a powerful being that has its own will and needs nourishment. What is the ultimate cost of this symbiosis? Is it complete merging of consciousness, losing individual identity? The team, feeling mixed emotions, helped Green Homeland deal with prisoners and the battlefield. They had a long late-night talk with the elders. Elder Root acknowledged that, over time, some experienced members are gradually becoming more plant-like, thinking more like nature, but their personal awareness weakens. They see this as a return to the glory of the spirit of all things, but outsiders might find it frightening. Dr. Sophia sent all this information back to the Dawn camp through encrypted communication. Gu Ying and the committee members, upon reading the report, fell into deep thought. The secrets of the southern rainforest are more complex than expected. Green Homeland follows a path very different from technological revival, containing deep ecological wisdom but also risking the loss of individual identity. Should they respect their choice or try to intervene? How should they interact with such a sensitive and unique force? On the map of the New World, a new area filled with life and mystery has been added, requiring careful handling. The path of revival is not just about rebuilding, but also about learning to coexist with different forms of new life. The astonishing discoveries brought back from Green Homeland caused a stronger ideological shock within the revival committee than the debate over gene optimization, a civilization model that coexists with a suspected extraterrestrial life form or an ancient Earth consciousness. Completely challenges the blueprint based on technological revival and human-centered ideals. At the committee meeting, opinions clashed fiercely. The radical open faction, represented by some young scientists and idealists, believes that Green Homeland symbolizes a higher form of evolution in perfect harmony with nature. They think the committee should not interfere but instead learn humbly and even explore the possibility of limited connections between humans and the heart of life to solve ecological restoration and human limitations. The cautious conservative faction, led by Reek and some members of the Steel Brotherhood, strongly warns of the potential dangers of this symbiotic relationship. They believe abandoning individual consciousness is like a step backward for civilization and leads to the loss of self. They emphasize the importance of maintaining human independence and suggest observing and limiting the influence of Green Homeland to prevent its ideas from spreading. The practical middle group, mainly Evelyn and Marcus, advocates respecting the self-determination of Green Homeland, but insists on establishing clear boundaries and communication within the committee. They support limited, monitored exchanges of ecological and technological knowledge, but strictly prohibit any spiritual fusion experiments. Their current focus is on consolidating existing achievements and solving the survival issues of most survivors. Guing listened to this important debate about the future of civilization, feeling heavy-hearted and complex. The core tuning allowed her to better sense the vast, ancient, and sometimes compassionate yet indifferent nature of the heart of life. It is not a destroyer like the source of corruption, but its essence of coexistence does threaten the individuality of humans. We cannot make choices for the residents of Green Homeland, Guing finally decided. They have the right to decide their own future. But the core principle of the Revival Committee is to protect each individual's basic rights and freedom of choice, including the right to maintain self-awareness. She proposed the official policy for the South: recognize and respect Green Homeland as an independent civilization and establish formal diplomatic relations, including sending permanent observers. Define clear boundaries for interaction. The committee will not interfere in their internal affairs, nor encourage or prevent their members from choosing coexistence, but Green Homeland must not actively spread its ideas or conduct spiritual guidance within the committee's jurisdiction. Initiate limited cooperation mainly in ecological restoration, medicinal plant research, and responding to common threats, such as raiders. The committee can provide basic supplies and technical support in exchange for Green Homeland, sharing ecological knowledge. A long-term monitoring system was established, led by Evelyn's team, to remotely observe the energy fluctuations of the heart of life and the social changes of the Green Homeland. This cautious and practical policy was accepted by most members. A potential ideological conflict was temporarily kept under control. While the committee was busy integrating the northern region, responding to the east, and defining the south, a new signal came from an overlooked direction: the ocean. Until now, survivors mainly focused on land. The vast ocean was seen as a heavily polluted zone filled with mutated monsters. However, in recent months, coastal observation stations and the orbit sensors of the Hope ship detected strange phenomena. Radiation levels in some areas mysteriously dropped. New marine life with faint bioluminescence appeared, and some unknown, very old underwater sonar signals were intercepted. Could there be unknown survivor civilizations deep under the sea? How did they survive in such a harsh post-disaster environment? Are these signals friendly greetings or dangerous warnings? Guaning realized that Earth's rebirth was not limited to land. The oceans covering most of the planet hide the last and possibly the greatest secrets. She ordered the formation of an ocean exploration team made up of scientists familiar with water systems and experienced deep-sea engineers. They were equipped with the most advanced submersibles and detection devices on the Hope ship, ready to explore the source of the signals. Forming this ocean team was not easy. Skilled deep-sea engineers and oceanographers were rare among survivors and lacked proper equipment. In the end, the team was led by a Japanese marine geologist named Keith Omoto, who had participated in deep-sea exploration projects before the disaster, along with several engineers selected from the Steel Brotherhood and the Dawn Camp, experienced in ship and machinery repair. They used a deep-sea submersible called Sea Dragon, salvaged from an abandoned military base near the coast and heavily modified with Hope ship technology. The goal of the Sea Dragon was to explore an area deep in the Pacific Ocean, near the legendary Mariana Trench, where abnormal sonar signals and ocean currents had been detected multiple times. The descent was like falling into another world. The sunlight quickly disappeared, replaced by eternal darkness and immense water pressure. The probe shows that the middle water layer is still full of strange, dangerous glowing creatures. But when the sea dragon submersible dives to several thousand meters deep, the scene begins to change. The seawater here is unusually clear, and radiation levels are much lower than in the upper layers. Even more surprising, they see large, complex coral reefs, not the colorful corals from before the war, but structures made of creatures that emit a soft blue or silver glow, resembling crystals or metallic skeletons. These cold light reefs stretch endlessly, with graceful, semi-transparent jellyfish-like creatures and glowing fish swimming among them, creating a dreamlike underwater world. Here, the ecosystem has changed in a way we can't fully understand. Dr. Keith excitedly records data. It seems to have developed a special biological filtering system that cleans the surrounding water. As they go deeper, the sonar signals become clearer. Finally, on the side of a huge underwater mountain range, the Sea Dragon's spotlight illuminates a breathtaking sight, a city outline. This is not a city built by humans. The large, sleek buildings are made of a shiny biological polymer and glowing crystals, blending seamlessly with the cold light reefs and the underwater terrain. It forms a grand, harmonious structure. There are pathways that look like streets, and some slow-moving, blurry figures can be seen. The sonar signals are coming from the tallest tower in the city center. The signals are no longer chaotic, but repeat a regular, mathematically beautiful pattern. Try to respond using universal mathematical language and this frequency, Dr. Keith orders. The communications officer sends a simple sequence of prime numbers and a friendly greeting. After a brief silence, the signal changes. A more complex message, seemingly welcoming, is sent back. At the same time, the lights on top of a building at the edge of the city flash rhythmically, as if guiding the way. They are intelligent. They are inviting us. Inside the submersible, everyone is excited. The Sea Dragon carefully approaches the area indicated by the lights, a platform similar to a port underwater. When the submersible stops, the seawater at the edge of the platform is pushed away by an invisible force field, forming an air-filled water barrier. The hatch opened, and several inhabitants appeared before them. These inhabitants were nearly 2 meters tall, slender, with smooth, light blue skin that shimmered slightly like fish scales. Their fingers had web structures, and their large, deep-set eyes were adapted to low-light conditions in the deep sea. They wore close-fitting clothes woven from glowing fibers and aquatic plants, looking calm and curious. One of the leading inhabitants stepped forward and made a melodious sound like whale songs. At the same time, a clear thought directly entered the minds of the explorers. Welcome, visitors from the land. We are the Deep Blue Descendants. We have observed the great changes and revival of your world. Please follow us. The elders are eager to communicate with you. Telepathy. These deep-sea survivors have developed highly advanced mental communication abilities. Dr. Keith suppressed a shock and responded mentally with thanks. The exploration team followed the Deep Blue Descendants into this miraculous underwater city, Luminara. Inside, the city was even more astonishing. The buildings contained seawater, but certain areas, like the reception rooms, were kept dry by force fields. The inhabitants gracefully swam in the water or walked in the dry zones. They seemed fully adapted to this amphibious life. In the city's central crystal tower, the team met the elders of the Deep Blue Descendants. Through telepathy, a long-forgotten history was revealed. The ancestors of the Deep Blue Descendants were not native to Earth. They were alien travelers who crash-landed on Earth millions of years ago. They came from a planet covered in oceans, with advanced biological technology and mental powers. After the crash, they chose to blend into Earth's oceans, coexisting with ancient marine life, and gradually retreated to the deep sea to avoid interfering with land-based evolution. When a great catastrophe occurred, intense radiation and toxic substances severely affected the deep sea. However, Relying on ancient technology passed down through generations and their deep symbiosis with marine ecosystems, they survived and gradually guided the surrounding ecology to adapt and evolve beneficial mutations. We have been silently observing the land. An elder's thought carried a sense of weariness. We saw your civilization rise and shine, and also witnessed its self-destruction. Now, with your revival, we see new possibilities. The ocean and land are one. Perhaps it is time to end our long isolation. The Deep Blue survivors expressed their willingness to connect with the Revival Committee, sharing their knowledge of ecological purification and biotechnology, especially related to the ocean. They aim to work together to address potential threats lurking in the shadows of the planet, hinting that even in the deep sea, they sensed ominous, hidden disturbances similar to a source of corruption. The exploration team returned to the surface shocked but with great discoveries. Their contact with the Deep Blue survivors revealed an ancient civilization hidden on Earth for millions of years. This expanded the stage of revival from land to the entire global ecosystem. New allies, new knowledge, and new responsibilities emerged together. The news brought back by the Sea Dragon ship once again shocked the entire Revival Committee. The existence of the Deep Blue survivors placed Earth's history and future in a much larger context. This was not just a simple encounter, but a dialogue between civilizations. The committee quickly passed a resolution to establish official diplomatic relations with the Deep Blue survivors. They set up a joint research and exchange outpost along the coast called the Bridge of Land and Sea. The survivors sent representatives to stay permanently, beginning to teach basic biological purification techniques and ocean ecological management. These methods proved very effective in controlling coastal pollution and restoring fishery resources. At the same time, the integration with the Steel Brotherhood was progressing steadily. The first batch of reverse serum was delivered to the Brotherhood-controlled areas according to the agreed quotas, greatly easing the local health crisis and gaining the support of the common people. The Brotherhood also started sending technicians to Foundation, City for Learning and Exchange. Although they remained cautious about some advanced technologies, cooperation was gradually deepening. The Green Homeland maintained a detached stance, keeping polite contact through observers and focusing on their symbiotic relationship with the Heart of Life. The committee respected their choice, but monitoring continued internally. Thanks to the efforts of Guing, Evelyn, and others, a preliminary picture of a diverse, multifaceted Earth Federation was emerging. It included major regions of North America, the Eastern, Steel Brotherhood, the Southern, Green Homeland, and the Oceanic, Deep Blue survivors. The core principles of the Federation are respect for differences, equality, coexistence, and mutual benefit. Foundation City, as the temporary capital of the Federation, was growing more prosperous. The schools, hospitals, factories, and research institutes were rising rapidly. While children learned basic knowledge, they also began to understand the complex and magnificent history of the planet beneath their feet, from ancient lost alien civilizations to the glory and setbacks of human civilization, and now to a new era of many races rising again. Guing stands on the lookout tower of the Hope ship, looking down at the emerging city. The lights twinkle in the dusk, shining alongside the stars in the sky. Her tuning core can sense that the vitality of the land beneath is steadily recovering. Although scars remain, hope has taken root. Evelyn walks over and hands her a report. Based on the technology provided by the Deep Blue survivors and our own observations, we have confirmed 3 energy anomaly points worldwide. Their fluctuations are similar to the purified, corruption source nodes, but more hidden and stable. We suspect they are remnants of the Leviathan, Alliance, or other unknown forces, possibly observation stations or dormant seeds. Guing takes the report with a deep look. She knows that the threat to Earth is not completely gone. The cleaners in the starry sky may have temporarily retreated, but the shadow of Leviathan still lingers. The secret fluctuations hinted at by the Deep Blue survivors, which also appeared in the deep sea, make people uneasy. Our journey is far from over, Evelyn, Guing softly says. Earth's rebirth is just the beginning. We need to repair our home and prepare for future challenges from the starry sea. The Federation's formation is not for internal conflict, but to unite the strength of the entire planet. She looks at the brilliant stars, where there were once battlefields and where endless possibilities lie ahead. It's time to look again to the starry sea. Gu Ying's eyes shine with determination. Not to escape, but to protect. To tell the universe that Earth's civilization has been reborn from the ashes. And this is only the beginning of a new era. Dear friends, tomorrow we will take a break for one day. The day after tomorrow, more content will be updated. Just a quick note. This novel is for entertainment only, so don't overthink it. The story is fictional. Thank you all for your support and watching. To keep bringing you updates, I will work hard. If you notice any typos or mistakes, please let me know, and I will fix them immediately. Thanks a lot. Wishing you all success, happiness, and everything you wish for. May you be happy every day, smile often, and always be blessed. I wish you all your desires come true, smooth journeys in everything you do, much happiness, and lasting peace. I wish you good health, tasty food, and full of energy. I wish you a happy life, a loving family, and a bright future. A blessing of a bowl of plain noodles. Life is like a book quickly flipped through. Most pages are plain or covered in dust. But sometimes there are moments like pages folded carelessly, and when you open them again, you find the purest light of life hidden inside. One winter night, I worked late. The city's neon lights cast long, lonely shadows through the car window. The cold wind was like tiny needles, piercing through my clothes. My stomach felt empty and hot with fatigue. I dragged my heavy steps and turned into a small noodle shop under my apartment building, glowing with warm yellow light. There was only one customer left inside. The owner's wife was leaning behind the counter, watching a silent family drama. I found a seat near the heater and simply said, "One bowl of plain noodles, please." "Sure. Coming right up," she replied lazily, her voice warmed by the cozy atmosphere. While waiting, I watched the steam rising from the kitchen. The owner's wife moved quickly, grabbing noodles, boiling, and lifting them out smoothly. She didn't just dump the noodles into a bowl, but carefully arranged them into a neat nest with long chopsticks. Then she scooped a big spoon of clear, fragrant broth, dark like tea, but smelling wonderful. Finally, she added a few drops of amber soy sauce, sprinkled some green scallions, and placed a small piece of pork fat on top. That piece of pork fat is the soul of the shop's plain noodles. When the hot broth poured over it, the fat melted instantly, turning into tiny golden bubbles that spread out in ripples on the surface. The rich aroma of animal fat mixed with the scent of wheat and scallions burst out, hitting my nose strongly. The noodles arrived. I took a sip of the hot soup. It was boiling, warming my throat and stomach instantly. At that moment, it felt like all the blood that had frozen in my body started flowing again. I picked up a chopstick of noodles, soaked in the broth, smooth and chewy, bringing simple satisfaction. I ate quietly, sweat forming on my forehead, and all fatigue and coldness seemed to melt away with this steaming bowl of noodles. The owner's wife saw I was enjoying my meal and smiled as she came over, handing me a small dish of her homemade pickled radish, saying, "Try this, it helps cut the greasiness." I thanked her and started chatting with her. I said, "Your face always makes people feel very reassuring." She smiled, her wrinkles at the corners of her eyes like blooming chrysanthemum petals, and said, "Oh, it's just a bowl of homemade noodles." I always feel that no matter how tired or difficult life is outside, having a warm, comforting meal gives you confidence. It helps you get through the day. She paused, looked at the few pedestrians passing outside the window, and softly said, "I just hope everyone who comes here to eat noodles can leave feeling warm and comfortable, go home, sleep well, and wake up to a new day." At that moment, I held the warm bowl in my hands and suddenly felt something. This wasn't just a bowl of noodles. It was a quiet blessing. It didn't wish me fame or attention. It simply wished for the most basic and precious things: a warm stomach, a good night's sleep, and a fresh start tomorrow. This blessing was hidden in the rich broth simmered all night, in the melting pork fat, and in the green scallions. It was so simple, yet so heavy with meaning. After finishing the noodles and paying, I left. The cold wind was still there, but I felt a warm feeling wrapping around me. This warmth came from my stomach and my heart. I looked back at the warm yellow light. In the cold night, it was like a gentle, silent star. So, dear friend, no matter where you are now, whether you've just finished a busy day or feel lost about the future, I want to send you the same blessing I found in a bowl of simple noodles. I wish you, on your journey, always find a light that shines just for you. I wish you, when you're tired in body and mind, can enjoy a warm meal that warms your stomach and your heart. I wish you, every night, sleep peacefully, and every morning, wake up full of hope. I wish you the simplest warmth and the most steady happiness. Life is long, and I hope your bowl is filled with warm broth, your surroundings with warmth, and your heart with light. That is the best life. Just to meet the word count for publishing, I'll stop here. Earth Civilization Federation has gone through 5 years of ups and downs. The city of Foundation has grown from a simple camp into a miracle city that houses hundreds of thousands of people. It combines human technology, the biological engineering of the Deep Blue descendants, and the ecological ideals of the green homeland. Tall composite buildings are decorated with glowing vines that twist around them. In the sky, efficient, quiet flying machines move smoothly. On the ground, walkways are covered with soft moss that absorbs pollution. In the city center, the newly restored Hope stands like a silver monument, quietly telling stories of the past. The Federation Council replaced the original Revival Committee. Its members include representatives from human settlements, envoys from the Steel Brotherhood, observers from the Green Homeland, and mind readers from the Deep Blue Refuge. Gao Ing is the Federation's top advisor, Evelyn is the chief scientist, and Reek leads the Federation's security forces. Daily decisions are made by the Council through democracy, but in big crises, Gao Ing has the final say. These 5 years have not been easy. Internally, different cultures and technology paths have often clashed. Externally, small groups of raiders and mutated native creatures still threaten the peace. But overall, the light of civilization has been reignited and burns brighter than before. However, beneath the calm, hidden dangers grow. Evelyn, leading the Federation Academy, keeps watch over 3 energy anomalies provided by the Deep Blue Refuge. These are the Alpha Point under Siberia's permafrost, the Beta Point deep in the Sahara Desert, and the Gamma Point near the South Pacific Trench. Their energy signals are very weak and steady, as if they are sleeping, but their technical features match those of the Leviathan Alliance. They are like timed bombs buried inside the planet or listening stations. Evelyn reports worriedly to the Council. We don't know what triggers them, and we can't safely remove them without alerting possible watchers. At the same time, the Federation's observatories and satellite networks detect strange, weak signals from outside the solar system. With help from the Deep Blue Refuge's mind readers, it's clear these signals are not natural. They are advanced, non-aggressive wide-area scanning waves. The signals seem to come from the star system where the scavenger fleet retreated long ago, but their technology appears even more advanced. Someone is watching us from far away, patiently and carefully. A Deep Blue elder warns through thought. This kind of scanning is different from any known alien civilization. It feels more like evaluation. A silent pressure begins to weigh on the Federation leaders. The enemies no longer show themselves openly but hide in the quiet depths of space and inside planets. Faced with a potential threat, the federal parliament held intense debates and approved the initial plan for the Guardian program. This plan aims to gather all federal resources to build a force capable of defending the solar system and actively responding to interstellar threats. The plan has several main parts. The Star Shuttle Fleet Plan, based on the Hope ship combined with human engineering, bioadaptation technology from the Deep Blue descendants, and the reliable structural design of the Steel Brotherhood to design and build a new generation of interstellar warships. The main goal is to create a defense ring around the solar system. The Gaia Planet Defense Network deploy monitoring and defense systems developed by Evelyn's team at key global points, including 3 unusual sites. These systems are based on tuning core principles and biosensing technology from the Deep Blue descendants. Their purpose is to detect and respond quickly to threats from inside planets. The ARC Knowledge Base Plan systematically organize and back up all human, Deep Blue, and Green Homeland knowledge, history, and genetic data. This ensures that the spark of civilization can survive even after severe damage. The Pioneer Diplomatic Initiative carefully attempt to contact possible non-hostile interstellar civilizations, break isolation, and learn about the wider interstellar political landscape. The plan is very large and far beyond the current industrial and economic capacity of the Federation, but it has become a goal that unites all members. For survival and the future, different races and civilizations must work together as one. While the Guardian program was being prepared, the first energy fluctuation occurred at the Beta anomaly point in the Sahara. It was not a violent explosion, but a very brief signal flicker, with an intensity several times higher than normal, like a dormant eye suddenly opening for a moment and then quickly closing again. This fleeting wave, though short, overloaded all monitoring devices and made Gu Ting's tuning core feel a cold, pure malice. "They know we are here," Gu Ting said quietly at the emergency council meeting. "And they are awake." The quiet observation period ended. The Earth Civilization Federation faced its first true test after rebirth. Volume 2 of the Star Sea Guardians, the Desert Ghosts and Steel. Will the energy fluctuation at the Beta point was like a thorn piercing the newly formed confidence of the Federation. Although the area returned to silence after the disturbance, the malicious energy signature revealed at that moment was different from the chaos of the source of corruption. It was a colder, more calculated threat. The Federation increased its security level. Lake personally led a team composed of the best land soldiers, Deep Blue survivors adapted to the environment, and engineers from the Steel Brotherhood to the Sahara Beta site. Their goal was not to attack, but to set up a forward observation post, monitor closely and continuously, and try non-invasive detection methods. The Sahara Desert, once a forbidden zone for life, became a nest for radiation storms and mutated sandworms after the Great Disaster. The team traveled in heavily modified armored vehicles capable of desert stealth, struggling through endless sands. As they approached the target area, the environment grew stranger. Radiation levels in the air were unusually high, but the sand particles shone with an unnatural metallic luster. Strange sculptures made of melted glass and steel were scattered among the dunes, resembling failed creations or warning signs. "Something has permanently changed this environment," the Deep Blue survivor communicated telepathically. "It's not natural evolution, but the result of a powerful force." The team established a hidden, semi-underground observation station called Outpost 1, several kilometers above the signal source at Beta. Sensors were carefully placed, pointing toward the massive swirling sand vortex believed to be the entry point of the anomaly. Weeks of monitoring yielded little data. The inside of the anomaly seemed like a perfect black hole, swallowing all signals. Only faint energy leaks, almost indistinguishable from background noise, indicated that activity still persisted inside. The dull routine and harsh environment tested everyone's nerves. One night, the seismic sensors detected faint underground vibrations, more like mechanical sounds than an earthquake. Almost simultaneously, the patrol team outside reported strange footprints in the sand. The footprints were large, non-human, with clear metal claw marks, but shallow, as if the creature was very light. "It's not a sandworm or any known mutated creature," the patrol leader said nervously. Lake immediately ordered everyone to go into maximum alert. He personally led a quick response team along the trail. The footprints wound through the sand dunes and eventually disappeared into a large, weathered rock formation's shadow. Using night vision, Rex saw inside the shadow a man-made, downward-opening hole with smooth edges, clearly not natural. Next to the hole, a 3-meter-tall humanoid machine stood quietly. The machine was dark gray, with sharp lines and no visible rivets or welds, as if cast in one piece. Its head was a simple sensor array emitting faint red light, facing Rex and his team. It had no visible weapons, but its arms ended in sharp, rotating metal claws. "Unknown machine. Stay back," Rex shouted, raising his pulse rifle. The machine seemed to look at them with a flicker of red light, then suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath it collapsed. The machine sank into the earth and vanished. When Rex's team reached the spot, they saw only a quick-filled sand pit, as if everything had been a hallucination. "Not a hallucination," said the blue-skinned observer with a serious face. "I caught a fragment of its thoughts just before it disappeared. No emotions, only pure commands. Observe, avoid, report. This was a reconnaissance unit." The message was sent back to Foundation City, causing shock in the council. The Leviathan legacy was not just dormant listening stations but also active, highly advanced automated defense or reconnaissance units. Guin realized that beneath the Sahara Desert, there might be a leftover outpost from the Leviathan Alliance still running automatically. Are these desert ghosts just following preset surveillance routines, or have they received new orders from their distant masters? "We can't just watch and do nothing," said Victor, a tough general from the Steel Brotherhood, envoy, speaking at the council. "We must gather forces, enter that hole, and find out the truth. If it's a threat, we must eliminate it before it grows." "But we know nothing about what's below," Evelyn objected. "Rushing into unknown underground facilities filled with automated killing machines is suicide." The council once again debated whether to fight or defend. Guing thought for a long time and made a decision: send more forces to strengthen Outpost 1 and upgrade it to a permanent military outpost. At the same time, develop special reconnaissance equipment and countermeasures. "Before we are ready, block off that area and prohibit any unauthorized access. We need to understand their intentions and capabilities, not blindly walk into a trap." She looked at Victor. "The courage of the Steel Brotherhood is admirable, but what we need is a steel will and patience, not pointless sacrifices." A new standoff quietly formed beneath the hot sands. The Earth Federation and the unknown leftover technology began their first silent confrontation. Everyone understood that the discovery in the Sahara might just be the tip of the iceberg. The discovery beneath the Sahara Desert made the Federation leaders realize that the threat from the Leviathan relic was much more than just a few dormant signal points. With Gu Ying's insistence, the strategy for the beta point shifted from active probing to blocking and investigation. A larger mixed-force Federation team was sent to Outpost 1, equipped with heavy construction machinery, deep Earth radar, and a prototype resonance disintegrator developed urgently by Evelyn's team to target high-strength alloys. Meanwhile, the Federation Academy focused its efforts on trying to decode the incomplete thought fragments captured by the Deep Blue Survivor's sensors before the reconnaissance drone disappeared. The fragments contained very little information, only repeated commands like observe, avoid, report, and a strange, encrypted beacon-like identifier that was hard to understand. "This identifier looks like a product serial number or a unit recognition code," Evelyn said, staring at the rotating complex geometric symbols on the holographic projection. "If we can maybe we can trace back to the command source or understand the organizational logic of these automated units." While the scientific team worked on decoding, the Deep Earth radar at Outpost 1 detected an unsettling new discovery. The entrance buried in the quicksand was not the only passage. Radar showed that several hundred meters beneath the desert surface, there was an enormous underground maze made of regular geometric structures. Its size far exceeded previous estimates, nearly covering the entire beta anomaly area. Multiple energy reactions were detected inside the maze, some stationary, others slowly moving. It's not just an outpost, but a complete underground facility, or perhaps an automated excavation site or research station. Rek reported to the council with a serious tone. "We suspect that the Leviathan may have conducted some deep geological or archaeological research here. Even more worrying, detection scans show that some of the maze's passages are slowly extending towards several new resource collection points established by the Federation on the African continent. These mechanical units seem to be expanding actively, or perhaps following a preset exploration program. The situation is becoming urgent. Passive blocking may no longer stop their infiltration." We need more information, Guing decided. Organize a small, skilled infiltration team. Their task is not combat, but to enter the maze, place remote sensors, and gather data on the internal structure, unit types, and activity patterns. If possible, try to capture a complete, inactive mechanical unit. This mission is extremely dangerous, almost a life-and-death challenge. Volunteers keep coming forward. In the end, the team consists of Captain Li Lin, most experienced scout, skilled in survival and stealth techniques in various environments. Technical expert, Dr. Ella, responsible for equipment setup, data collection, and analyzing mechanical units. Deep Blue Descendant Sensor, NAMO, handles environmental sensing, early warning, and communication with any non-mechanical consciousness. Steel Brotherhood, Elite, Khan, heavy firepower and demolition specialist, ready to handle sudden combat and clear paths. 2 Federation Marine Scouts provide cover and support. They are equipped with the latest optical camouflage, deep earth tunneling drills for silent entry into the maze, avoiding known entrances, and numerous microsensors. The operation begins under cover of night. The team rides the drill, descending vertically from several kilometers away from the known entrance, then drilling horizontally. They successfully avoid any defensive measures at the entrance and enter a seemingly abandoned maze branch with weak energy signals. Inside, the passage is dark, lit only by faint blue glow crystals embedded in the walls. The air is dry and cold, filled with the scent of metal and oil. The walls and floors are made of the same dull gray alloy, incredibly smooth. The team moves silently through the passage, with Li Lin and Namo leading. Namo's sensing ability is heavily disrupted here. The maze itself seems to emit a kind of psychic suppression. This place feels very empty, Namo struggled to send his thoughts. No echoes of life, only cold logical circuits and a sleeping anger. They placed dozens of tiny sensors along the way. These sensors clung to the walls like metal ice, sending real-time images, sounds, and energy flow data back to Outpost 1. As they went deeper, they saw more. A large, empty workshop filled with pipes and robotic arms, cylindrical containers holding unknown blue liquids, and strange biological specimens trapped inside transparent energy fields, some mutated Earth creatures, others completely unrecognizable, clearly from space. This was definitely a research facility combining biology and machinery, and it was very large. When they turned a corner, they suddenly faced a patrol robot. This robot was bigger than the ones they had seen before, with arms equipped with spinning energy weapons. Its bright red sensors immediately locked onto the team. "Open fire," Li Lin ordered without hesitation. Karn fired his heavy pulse gun first. A blue energy beam hit the robot's chest, making it stumble, but it didn't break through the armor. The robot quickly fought back, energy bullets whizzing through the corridor. "Its armor is too thick. Normal weapons won't work well," Karn shouted. Dr. Ella quickly analyzed, aim for its joints and sensors. Or use a resonance disintegrator. Li Lin and the scouts focused their fire on the robot's leg joints and head sensors. At the same time, Dr. Ella activated a small resonance disintegrator aimed at the robot. A high-pitched, screeching vibration sounded. The armor on the robot's surface started to, and its movements became stiff. Taking advantage of this, Karn launched a precise explosive grenade, breaking off one of its legs. The robot crashed to the ground but still struggled to attack. Namo concentrated, sending a powerful mental shock like an invisible hammer directly into the robot's core processor. This was a mental attack technique used by the Deep Blue Descendants, but its effect on purely mechanical units was unknown. Surprisingly, the robot suddenly stopped moving. Its bright red glow flickered out for a moment, then faintly reappeared, turning into an unstable yellow. It no longer attacked but emitted intermittent electronic noises mixed with static. Invasion, confirmation, protocol, conflict, error, data, loss. It seems to be caught in some kind of logical confusion. "What is it saying?" Li Lin asked cautiously, holding her gun. Dr. Ella immediately stepped forward, trying to connect to the exposed data interface of the machine with a portable terminal. It's repeating some error codes and fragmentary information.
Wait.
I think I caught something. On Dr. Ella's terminal screen, a stream of chaotic data was rapidly scrolling. Suddenly, a few relatively clear snippets of text flashed by. Cradle protocol failed. Gardner unit lost control. Reaping command overridden. Warning. Overlord connection lost. Initiate ghost protocol. Long-term lurking. Waiting for reinitialization signal. Gardner? Overlord? Ghost protocol? Doctorella gasp. These words match the records left by the Sower civilization, the Leviathan Alliance. They are not just copying Sower technology, they are remnants of the Sower civilization, or at least factions that inherited part of its legacy. This facility might be an insurance or observation station left on Earth after the Reaper lost control. This deduction was shocking. If the Leviathan are descendants or inheritors of the Sower, then their interest in Earth is not just scientific experiments. It might involve deeper, ancient responsibilities related to civilization oversight, cleanup, or even recovery. At that moment, the entire maze suddenly blared with sharp alarms. Red warning lights spun and lit up at the top of the corridor. We've been discovered. Retreat quickly, Li Lin shouted. The team abandoned their attempt to capture the machine and hurried back along the original path. More mechanical units flooded in from all directions, their energy weapons beams intertwining in the corridor. In the end, after 2 scouts were seriously injured and the drilling machine was heavily damaged, the surviving team members managed to board a backup escape pod and escaped from the desert surface, rescued by the supporting troops. The mission paid a heavy price, but the information they brought back was invaluable. They not only confirmed the vastness and automation of the underground defenses, but also revealed a shocking possibility. The Earth may have always been under the watch of an ancient and powerful lost civilization's ghost. The shadow of the Leviathan has grown larger and more complex. The Federation no longer faces a simple interstellar corporation, but perhaps an ancient guardian with a sacred, or self-proclaimed sacred, mission. The future path is shrouded in even thicker fog. The fragmented information brought back by the infiltration team caused a huge stir at the highest levels of the Federation. The suspicion that the Leviathan Alliance might be directly connected to the Sower civilization changed their understanding of the current threat. It is no longer just about dealing with a greedy alien company, but could involve the remnants of an ancient civilization that created the Gardner system and witnessed its out-of-control state. Evelyn's team worked tirelessly analyzing the data fragments, trying to piece together the full picture of the Ghost Protocol. Combining information from the Overlord and Ark ruins, a vague outline gradually emerged. When the Sower civilization faced the Reaper out of control and its own collapse, not all members remained passive. Some split off and formed the Leviathan Alliance or a similar group. They abandoned the large-scale Gardner plan of intervention and instead adopted a colder approach of observation and cleanup. They believe that civilizations unable to withstand the test, resisting the Reaper or similar crises, are failed experiments and do not deserve a future among the stars. The Ghost Protocol is likely their hidden operation to monitor, zone, planets and under certain conditions such as self-destruction or dangerous technological tendencies, execute automated, cleanup, or reset procedures. The facility beneath the Sahara Desert is a node of the Ghost Protocol. Those automated machines are cold executors. So, the source of corruption might not just be biological weapons, Guyong said in a top-secret meeting, his voice low. It could very well be a Leviathan pressure test on Earth civilization. Or the first step of a cleanup program, and we stopped corruption, pushed back the scavengers, and showed resilience and potential beyond their expectations.
So,
we have upgraded from a target to be cleared to an observation target for reassessment. This conclusion sent chills down everyone's spines. Their fight for survival and revival from a higher perspective might just be part of a cruel experiment. We can't leave our fate in the hands of such a cold agreement. Lake slammed his fist on the table, his eyes burning with anger. But do we have the strength to fight now? A representative from a smaller settlement asked worriedly. Losing so much from just an automated outpost. What if the main force of the Leviathan comes? The council split again. The Hawks wanted to concentrate all efforts to eliminate all Leviathan bases in the solar system and take control. The conservatives preferred patience and steady growth, avoiding angering this giant creature. Some even suggested trying to communicate with the Leviathan to prove humanity's worth. While they argued, the Deep Space Monitoring Team brought a new important report. They made a breakthrough in analyzing the mysterious wide-area scan waves coming from the solar system. By comparing the energy features with a SOAR database, they were sure the scan source came from a neutral interstellar force called the Silent Observer. This force is known for absolute neutrality and recording the universe's history, rarely interfering in conflicts between civilizations. The appearance of the Silent Observer means what's happening here has attracted wider interstellar attention, Evelyn analyzed. This might be an opportunity, but also a warning. Our actions are being recorded and evaluated, internal troubles and external threats, information tangled and complex. The Federation stands at an unprecedented crossroads. Guing closed her eyes in deep thought, tuning the core and resonating with the faint pulse of the planet beneath her feet. She felt not despair, but a heavy sense of responsibility. She recalled her confrontation with the Master, consciousness, the struggle to hold onto her own will in the face of absolute power. She opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over every representative present, her voice clear and firm. Fear and submission won't bring true survival. Blind resistance might only lead to destruction. The paths we have traveled, the homes we have rebuilt, and the way we have chosen to coexist. None of these values should be judged by any external agreement or observer. Our fate must be in our own hands. She proposed a new, bold strategic plan. Breaking barriers operation. Continue monitoring and studying the beta, point, and other abnormal sites, but avoid seeking full-scale conflict. The goal is to fully understand how the Ghost Protocol works, find its logical flaws or backdoors, and try to disable or use it without triggering a complete cleanup. This requires top scientists, engineers, and mind readers like Namo working together. Star Speech Program. Carefully and actively send information about Earth's history, including major disasters, struggles, rebuilding, and the formation of the Federation, current technological development, focusing on people's well-being and ecological restoration, and the core values of the Federation. Instead of asking for protection, it shows a civilization reflecting, growing, and making choices after disasters. The aim is to gain understanding in the interstellar community and possibly establish informal communication channels. Guardians, Program Acceleration. Focus all Federation resources on developing defensive technology and patrol forces within the solar system. The goal is to quickly build basic self-defense capabilities so that the Federation can protect its home if any external forces turn hostile. This is a delicate strategy, showing strength and determination while remaining cautious and open. It recognizes threats, but does not let fear take over. It seeks external communication but maintains independence. After intense discussion and weighing options, Guiying's plan was approved by a narrow margin. The Federation, just setting sail, adjusted its course toward the unknown and challenging deep waters. Star Sea Guardians Volume 5, Silent Confrontation, and Sparks of Hope, the Breaking Barriers, operation became the top priority of the Federation Academy. Led by Dr. Evelyn and Dr. Ella, a top interdisciplinary and multi-race team was formed, codenamed Logic Hunters. They no longer tried to attack the Sahara underground maze directly, but instead analyzed captured mechanical debris, energy samples, and all leaked data fragments. The research process was like solving puzzles in darkness. The core processor of the robot uses a mix of biological lattice and quantum logic, making its encryption much stronger than current human computing power. The elders of the Deep Blue Remnants helped. Their ancient mental techniques can sense the intentions behind energy flows in a special way, rather than directly breaking codes. Namo and a few Deep Blue sensing experts meditated for a long time. Their minds carefully touched the faint data echoes from the robot's wreckage. This was very dangerous. Any mistake could trigger the remaining defense programs or cause the robot to be taken over by cold logic. Meanwhile, the Star Speech project also began. The Federation used all available deep space communication arrays, including repaired and improved pre-war, traveler, probes, and the main antenna of Hope, to send a message of peace, civilization records, and the core spirit of the Federation Charter toward the possible location of the Silent Observer. The message was heavily encrypted and included a friendly decoding method based on universal constants. This was like tossing a message in a bottle into the deep sea. No one knew if it would be answered. Time passed quickly amid intense research and anxious waiting. After several months, the Logic Hunter team finally made a breakthrough. They didn't the Ghost Protocol but discovered a key logical paradox. There's a fundamental contradiction in the core commands of these automated units. Dr. Ella reported excitedly. Their basic logic comes from the SOAR system, which is built around observing, guiding, and protecting biodiversity. But the Ghost Protocol and potential clearing commands are essentially about judging, removing, and maintaining purity. These two sets of instructions are philosophically opposed. It's like a conflict inside the master itself. Guang immediately understood the key point. Exactly, Evelyn added. And since we purified the source of corruption, the trigger conditions for the clearing program seem to have become unclear. We suspect that this underlying logical conflict caused the robot to become mentally confused. It couldn't decide whether our current Earth civilization should be seen as a revived life to observe and guide or as a failed experiment to be cleared. This discovery is very important. This means that the Ghost Protocol is not completely secure. It has vulnerabilities that can be exploited. We can try to amplify this conflict, Namo suggested mentally. Use a strong, diverse thought field to attack their sensors and logic core. Maybe we can cause more units to become confused or even overload the entire system. A soft, mental attack plan was put into motion. It requires Gu Ying's tuning core as an amplifier, combined with the psychic power of the deep blue remnants, and perhaps connecting to the vast and unique energy field of the green homeland. While the Federation prepared for this unprecedented mind attack, the Deep Space Monitoring Department detected a long-awaited but tense signal, the response from the Silent Observer. The message was huge, but transmitted in a very strange way. It wasn't direct language or images, but a highly compressed, multidimensional crystal structure that needed special equipment to decompress and read. Once initially decoded, the message moved everyone who knew about it. It contained no judgments, threats, or promises. It was like a mirror, objectively reflecting key moments in Earth's history, from the Great Disaster to the founding of the Federation, and even some details the Federation itself didn't fully know. Obviously, the Observer had existed for a long time. It showed humanity's struggle and cooperation in despair, as well as betrayal and darkness. It presented hope brought by technology and warned against the dangers of misuse. It marked the moments when the Federation connected with the deep blue remnants and the green homeland as important signs of a maturing and inclusive civilization. At the end of the message was a philosophical discussion about the cycles of cosmic civilizations, the value of biodiversity, and the importance of choices. It included a star map coordinate, located in the Orion Arm, in a neutral zone called the Universal Archives, which holds the rise and fall of many civilizations and is open to those who have reached a certain level of maturity. The Silent Observer did not explicitly support, but they sent the most precious thing, an objective record and a higher perspective. This was a silent acknowledgement and a heavy responsibility. Every choice made by the Federation from now on would be recorded in the history of the Starry Sea. This reply was like a clear stream, washing away the anxiety and disagreements inside the Federation. They became more sure that their chosen path, tolerance, coexistence, and self-reliance, is the right one. The preparation for the consciousness offensive is now in its final stage. Guing, Namo, and several experienced resonators from the Green Homeland, under the coordination of the Hope ship's tuning core, are beginning a difficult process of syncing their minds. They need to combine three very different types of life energy on the planet: human will and feelings, the the telepathy of the deep blue descendants, and the ecological resonance of the green homeland to challenge the cold logic core underground. This is a silent confrontation, a clash of ideas. No one knows the outcome, but the Federation is ready. Whether facing the cold judgment of the Ghost Protocol or future challenges in the vast starry sea, they will stand firm in their choice and protect this hard-won place of hope. The Guardians of the Starry Sea are about to knock on the door of destiny. The preparation for the consciousness offensive has reached a critical stage. Inside the core cabin of the Hope ship, Guing, Namo the telepath, and 3 resonators from the green homeland sit in a circle. In the middle floats a core logic fragment, extracted from a Sahara machine, specially processed by Evelyn's team, serving as an anchor and feedback receiver for the mind attack. Guiying's tuning core emits a gentle glow, like a precise command hub, coordinating the 3 different energies. Namo's mental power flows like a deep-sea current, calm and vast. The green homeland resonator's consciousness is like forest whispers, full of resilience and interconnectedness. Guing himself represents human complex emotions, firm will, and endless hope for the future. At first, these 3 energies seemed like water and fire, difficult to harmonize. But under the strong coordination of the tuning core, they began to sync and intertwine, gradually forming an unprecedented flow of consciousness blending reason, spirituality, and vitality. Target locked at the underground core of Beta, Evelyn said, staring at the energy readings on the console. Increasing intensity. Watch for feedback. Guing took a deep breath and directed the gathered stream of consciousness, like an invisible spear along the energy channel she had previously detected, aiming precisely at the maze's core hundreds of meters beneath the Sahara Desert. At first, it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. Only faint ripples of energy responded. The underground defense system seemed slow to react to this non-physical, non-energy attack. But as the consciousness stream continued to push forward and grew stronger under Gu Ying's guidance, changes began to appear. The ground sensors at Outpost 1 detected wild fluctuations in the maze's energy readings, like an irregular heartbeat. Tiny sensors inside the maze sent back chaotic images. Some patrol robots suddenly stopped moving and stood still, their sensor lights flickering wildly. Some mechanical arms swung randomly and bumped into walls. Loud, strange alarms echoed throughout the maze. "It's working. They're in chaos," Dr. Ella excitedly reported. But then counterattacks came. A cold, pure, malicious consciousness surged back through the energy channel, like an invisible spear stabbing fiercely at everyone involved in the synchronization. This was the automatic defense of the Ghost Protocol, a cold will that judged, those outside our kind are inherently different. This counterflow was like an invisible ice spear, stabbing sharply at each person connected by the consciousness link. Namo groaned softly, his face turning pale instantly. His deep-sea consciousness was hit first. The 3 green homeland resonators trembled violently. Their connection to nature caused them to feel extreme rejection and pollution. Guing also felt a stabbing pain in her head, and the light of her tuning core dimmed for a moment.
Hold on.
Guing gritted her teeth and shouted, pushing her willpower to the limit. She operated the tuning core at an unprecedented power, forcing her consciousness stream to stabilize as it threatened to break apart. She guided Namo's resilience, the vitality of the resonators, and her own unyielding belief into a stronger force to confront the cold counterflow directly. This was a silent but deadly war. On the level of consciousness, both sides were clashing at their most fundamental. One side represented a future of acceptance, coexistence, uncertainty, and hope. The other was a cold, pure pursuit of eternal order rooted in the past. The consciousness stream and the protocol's counterflow collided fiercely in the void, and the energy readings on the console flickered wildly. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching this silent battle that would decide their fate. Suddenly, Namo, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them sharply. His eyes seemed to reflect an endless whirlpool of the deep ocean. He no longer just defended but integrated the ancient wisdom of the Blue heritage about acceptance and unity into the flow of consciousness. Almost at the same time, the responders of the Green Homeland also began to sing together, like the growth of all things. Their minds were no longer just symbols of vitality, but also a celebration and affirmation of the planet's entire ecosystem and existence itself. Guing felt a deep joy. She combined these two powerful forces with humanity's strong belief in freedom, home, and love. At this moment, the flow of consciousness was no longer just energy. It seemed to gather the soul's light that the Earth's civilization had forged in its rebirth after disaster. This soul's light was like warm sunshine shining into a cold maze of logic, or gentle water seeping into cracks of hard steel. It did not destroy violently, but embraced the cold countercurrent in a way that was beyond understanding or resistance. It was not about conquest but understanding. It was not about erasing but coexistence. It was not about denying order but giving it warmth. The reverse shock suddenly stopped. Inside the underground maze, all alarms disappeared at once. The chaotic mechanical units stopped moving randomly, standing quietly. The red or yellow sensor lights gradually turned into soft, steady milky white. The energy readings on the control panel stabilized, even more harmoniously than before. Energy fluctuations have stopped? Evelyn looked at the data in disbelief. No, it's not stopped.
It's
transformed? The protocol backlash is gone, and our connection of consciousness is now unusually smooth. Guing slowly opened her eyes, tired but with a faint smile of understanding. Through tuning the core, she could clearly sense that the cold, logical core beneath the Sahara was not destroyed.
something inside it had changed.
The pure malice had disappeared, replaced by a neutral calm, even with a faint curiosity about new information.
Did we succeed?
Namo asked weakly, with an expression of disbelief. We changed it, Gu Ying confirmed.
It's not shut down, but
persuaded. At least, it convinced them of its underlying logic. The decision to temporarily suspend the cleanup of the Ghost Protocol has been made indefinitely. When the news spread, the entire Federation celebrated. Using their unique technological strengths, they miraculously avoided a potentially destructive crisis. This was not just a technological victory, but also a victory of ideas. Follow-up investigations confirmed this. The underground facilities at Beta Point still exist and mechanical units are still active. However, they no longer show any aggression and have even started helping repair damage caused by previous battles. They seem to have entered a new standby observation mode, but their purpose for observing may no longer be related to cleanup. The Ghost Protocol has fallen silent within the solar system. Volume 7 of the Star Guardians, The Other Side of the Stargate, and the prelude to the expedition The Victory at Beta Point greatly boosted the morale of the Federation and proved the great potential of combining consciousness and technology. The Federation Academy began systematic research into this new power, calling it resonance technology. This is not just a tactical breakthrough, but could also lead civilization toward a completely new development path. Meanwhile, the Silent Observer sent the coordinates of the multiverse archives, like a tempting forbidden fruit hanging before the Federation. It contains the wisdom and lessons of countless civilizations and is an excellent opportunity to quickly improve oneself and understand the universe's structure. But going there means truly leaving the solar system and entering unknown, possibly dangerous interstellar societies. The Federation Parliament debated whether to send an expedition to the multiverse archives. We must go, declared the exploration faction, represented by Evelyn. Knowledge is power and a guiding light to avoid repeating past mistakes. We can't be held back by fear. Since the Silent Observer provided us with coordinates, it's a sign of approval and an invitation. It's too dangerous. The conservative faction worried. We've just stabilized our position and know little about the Starry Sea. Who can guarantee there are no other civilizations watching nearby? It could be another trap. Moreover, the Ghost Protocol is only silent, not gone, added Reich, who was more concerned about internal safety. We need forces to stay behind and protect our home. Guyen played the role of decision-maker again. She pointed out that stagnation is the greatest danger. The Federation needs a broader perspective and stronger knowledge to face future challenges, whether from the potential threat of Leviathan or other unknown entities. But she also emphasized caution. We are not here to conquer, but to learn. The expedition team should be small but skilled. The goal is to establish contact and gain knowledge, not to show force or get involved in conflicts. In the end, the Council approved the decision to send the Pioneer expedition team. The Pioneer was fully upgraded based on the Hope ship, combining the latest human technology, biological adaptations from the Deep Blue descendants, and an initial resonance technology defense system. It is smaller, faster, and more stealthy, focusing on exploration and diplomacy. The captain is Li Lin, the most experienced, and in sync with Guing. The crew includes Science Officer, Dr. Ella, responsible for technical connections with archives and knowledge filtering. Security Officer, Khan, responsible for ship safety and handling emergencies. Deep Blue Descendants Liaison, Namo, responsible for mental communication with non-human civilizations. Engineer representative from the Steel Brotherhood, ensuring the ship's power and structural reliability. A small, elite Federation combat team is also on board. Guing and Evelyn stay on Earth, maintaining contact with the expedition via quantum communication, though with delays. Reich is in charge of defending the solar system, strengthening planetary defenses, and building the Star Shuttle fleet. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Pioneer slowly lifts off from the Cornerstone City spaceport, releasing a stream of blue particles from its tail, like a steady shooting star heading unhesitatingly toward the unknown regions of the Orion Arm. Crossing the vast interstellar distances requires using natural gravitational corridors and Stargate nodes in space. This is a major test for the Federation's navigation and ship performance. After months of travel, the Pioneer finally reaches the designated star system. Instead of a planet, there is a huge artificial structure, a floating interstellar gate made of countless geometric crystals in the void. This is the entrance to the Universal Archives. The Stargate is silent and deserted, only faint light from distant stars illuminating its ancient and mysterious shell. Detection of recognition signal, the communications officer reported. We are verifying the silent observer, authorization code we received. After a brief pause, the massive Stargate center began to ripple with energy like water waves. A stable, softly glowing white channel slowly formed. The channel is stable. Pioneer ship, please enter. A neutral, non-human voice transmitted through the universal frequency. Li Lin took a deep breath, glanced at her nervous companions, and firmly issued the order. All ships, level 1 alert. Pioneer ship, move forward. The spaceship slowly entered the bright light and disappeared beyond the Stargate. Passing through the Stargate was not just a simple space jump, but an indescribable experience of shifting dimensions. It felt like traveling through a tunnel made of pure information and flowing history light, where the sense of time and space became blurry. When the Pioneer finally emerged on the other side, stabilizing in an unfamiliar star region, everyone on the bridge was stunned speechless by what they saw. It was not a galaxy, but an entire universe of information. Before them floated a gigantic knowledge star, the Multiversal Archives. It was not a physical planet, but more like a huge artificial celestial body made entirely of energy and data structures. Countless tiny glowing points moved like birds across the surface and surrounding space of the archive. These were visitors or streams of information from different civilizations. In the distance, faintly visible, were other stargates connecting various parts of the universe. There were no stars here. The light came from the archive itself and the moving points of light. The whole space exuded a sense of absolute silence and order. Receive the archive's guidance protocol. Dr. Ella quickly operated the console, downloading access rules and regional maps. My goodness, the classification system here. It's enormous. Inside the archive, divisions were based on civilization levels, technological branches, philosophical systems, historical periods, and countless other dimensions. Its complexity far exceeded human imagination. Warning, Safety Officer Khan suddenly reported, multiple high-energy signals are approaching. Non-official archive signals. 3 ships with different shapes, all clearly military in style, approached the Pioneer ship in a wedge formation. One was covered with thick biological armor, like a space whale. Another had sharp, angular metal structures, giving off a cold, threatening aura. The last looked like flowing liquid gemstones, constantly changing. "This is the Guardians of Knowledge fleet," a voice with a synthetic electronic tone responded. "New visitors, please state your civilization, access rights, and intentions. Unauthorized approach to the core archive area is prohibited," Li Lin calmly replied, giving the name of the Earth Federation and showing the permission code provided by the silent observer. There was a moment of silence as they verified the information. Then, the biological armored ship emitted a deeper, resonant sound. "Earth. Human civilization. Records show you recently experienced a Harvesters event and are undergoing civilization reconstruction. Rating. Observation period. Your permission code is valid, but access is limited. You may only operate in the public history zone and basic technology exchange area. Contact with dangerous knowledge and sensitive archives is strictly forbidden." Their tone was condescending, as if evaluating a newly unearthed artifact that still needed observation. This attitude made the crew of the Pioneer ship feel uncomfortable, but they were prepared. In the vast universe, new civilizations cannot expect equal treatment immediately. "We accept the rules and thank the archive for its acceptance," Li Lin said politely. Under the Guardians of Knowledge fleet, the Pioneer ship slowly moved toward the designated outer area of the archive. They were assigned to a spaceport-like docking hub where they could access limited databases through information interfaces. In the following days, the crew of the Pioneer ship eagerly absorbed knowledge from the public zones. They learned more about the rise and fall of the Sours civilization, understood that the Harvesters event was not unique in the universe and was called a civilization filter. They saw countless civilizations rise and fall, some destroyed by war, others by internal strife, and some, like the Sours, fallen because of the gods they created themselves. They also encountered representatives of other civilizations at similar development stages, or just beginning their journey into the Starry Sea. During their exchanges, they learned that the Knowledge Guardians fleet is a coalition of several established mid-level civilizations responsible for maintaining order in the archives. Their attitudes toward emerging civilizations vary. Some are friendly, while others are cautious or even dismissive. One day, Dr. Ella was browsing the edgelogs of the public history area when she found a heavily encrypted record that appeared damaged due to its age. The record mentioned an ancient alliance called the Judgment Day Protocol, signed by the Sours civilization and the predecessor of the Leviathan Alliance. The agreement involved standards for heritage recovery and ecological reset of failed civilizations. This incomplete information seemed to provide an old, possibly legal, basis for the actions of the Leviathan. If some forces still recognize this protocol, the future situation of the Earth Federation could become even more complicated. Just as Dr. Ella tried to investigate further, her access was forcibly cut off. A cold warning message appeared. Warning: restricted historical fragment accessed. Visitors must immediately cease unauthorized actions or face expulsion or sanctions. Almost simultaneously, a gem-like Knowledge Guardian warship appeared near the Pioneer ship and issued a stern inquiry. "Earth visitors, explain your attempt to access encrypted archives." Li Lin was startled, realizing they had encountered trouble. She immediately ordered Dr. Ella to stop her actions and tried to explain that it was an unintentional discovery. However, the other side was not convinced. Unintentional? The archive's encryption system does not malfunction. Your actions have attracted the attention of the review committee. Now, please open your ship's core logs for a full inspection to prove you carry no malicious programs or secret theft intentions. Opening the core logs would expose the Earth's technological level, social structure, and even some military secrets. This was absolutely unacceptable. "We refuse this request," Li Lin replied firmly. We have legitimate permission, and our actions are harmless. Opening the core logs infringes on our civilization's sovereignty. We are willing to cooperate with a limited investigation, but we will not open everything. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Two more Knowledge Guardian warships approached, their energy weapons beginning to charge. Within the archives, all visitors must follow the rules of the Guardians. This is to ensure the safety of knowledge for all civilizations. The synthesized voice of the metal battleship spoke without emotion. Just as the situation was at a standstill and conflict seemed imminent, a calm and ancient mental message flowed through the area like a warm current. Disputes should be settled by the silent court. This message came from the biological shell battleship. Its mind directly reached all present consciousnesses. According to the ancient laws of the archives, when a visitor and a guardian cannot resolve their disagreement, they may request arbitration by the silent court. The court will be randomly composed of 3 anonymous high-level civilization observers chosen by the core AI of the archives. Their decision will be final. We accept the arbitration. Li Lin agreed without hesitation. This was the only way forward. The liquid gemstone battleship seemed reluctant, but could not oppose the ancient laws of the archives. The Pioneer ship and 3 Knowledge Guardians battleships followed the biological shell battleship, heading toward a more secret area deep inside the archives. There, floating in space, was a pure white, unmarked spherical space, the silent court. The fate of the Pioneer ship, representing Earth's first appearance in interstellar society, would be decided here in this secret arbitration. They faced not only a test of rules, but also an ancient interstellar order examining a rising civilization. Inside the silent court was a realm of pure emptiness. There were no tables, chairs, decorations, or even a sense of direction. Li Lin, Dr. Ella, Security Officer Khan, and the linguist expert Qinxing, who was accompanying as a legal advisor, floated in this soft white light. Opposite them were representatives from the 3 Knowledge Guardians battleships. The biological shell battleship's representative was a tall, deep-eyed Moralarian with skin covered in fine scales. The metal battleship's was a fully armored figure in silver-gray armor, with a smooth faceplate covering the face, and the liquid gemstone battleship's was a shape-shifting being, resembling Mercury, difficult to identify as male or female. There was no greeting, no introductions. When both sides took their positions, a completely neutral, emotionless, synthesized voice echoed in the space, as if coming from the court itself. The arbitration begins. Applicant: Earth Federation Civilization. Pioneer Exploration Ship. The applicant: the Knowledge Guardian Fleet and Joint Enforcement Agencies. Dispute focus: whether Earth visitors violated core access rules of the archive and whether their core logs should be forcibly opened. First, let the applicant speak. The Ironheart executive stepped forward, his optical sensors coldly scanning Li Lin and others. Arbiter: Earth Civilization. Rating: Observation period. Permission low. They attempted to exploit damaged, ancient, encrypted files to access sensitive information related to the Judgment Day Protocol. This protocol concerns the balance of interstellar civilization ecosystems and large-scale heritage management, classified as high-risk history. Their actions constitute overreach and probing, possibly with intentions to steal secrets or justify potential violations. To ensure the safety of the archive and protect the intellectual property of all civilizations, requesting full review of their core logs is a necessary and reasonable preventive measure. His statement was concise, cold, and based on rules and suspicion. The crystalline flow emitted a gentle, flowing sound, adding, "The tranquility of the archive must not be disturbed." New civilizations often lack respect for ancient taboos and need clear boundary warnings. Their refusal to cooperate itself signals instability. Now it was Li Lin's side. Li Lin took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She knew she represented not just this ship, but also humanity's first official voice in the interstellar community. Respected Arbiter, we admit we accidentally accessed encrypted information, but it was not malicious. As a race that has just endured the Reaper disaster and nearly lost its civilization, We are highly sensitive and eager to learn about any historical information that could affect our survival. The Judgment Day Protocol involves the Sours and the Leviathan Alliance, both closely related to our past and future. Our pursuit of knowledge is to understand our situation and avoid repeating mistakes, not to cause harm or seek profit. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the three representatives, finally resting on the void ahead, as if she were gazing into the faces of three anonymous arbiters. As for the request to open the core logs, we firmly refuse. This is not a lack of cooperation, but a defense of the dignity and sovereignty of our civilization. Our technology, social structure, and historical memory are our most valuable assets and the foundation of our existence in this vast universe. Unconditionally revealing everything to a third party that has not yet established trust is like handing over the fate of our civilization. We are willing to accept investigations within reasonable limits to prove we have not stolen or copied any confidential data. However, we will never sacrifice the safety of our entire civilization just to gain so-called trust, Qinxing timely added, defending with a rough draft of universal interstellar laws he studied. Based on the limited interstellar customs we have encountered, even for early-stage civilizations, their core data and sovereignty should be respected. Preventive measures should not be treated as guilt or lead to unlimited scrutiny. We ask the arbitration court to consider the imbalance in civilization development and the reasonable protection that new civilizations should have when joining the interstellar community. The morale representatives remained silent, their deep eyes seeming to hold stars, offering a distant perspective beyond the current dispute. Both sides finished their statements. The court fell into brief silence. Then the neutral voice spoke again. This is the evidence submission phase. Applicant, please provide detailed records of how you discovered this encrypted information and credible proof that you did not copy any data. Respondent, please provide detailed classification criteria for this encrypted information and demonstrate the necessity and proportionality of the forced core log access measure based on similar historical cases. Dr. Ella immediately operated her portable data device, submitting all operation logs, system alert records, and real-time status monitoring of the Pioneer core database. Without revealing specific content, only showing no abnormal data flow. She emphasized the damaged state of the information segment and its vague location at the edge of the public historical zone, trying to show it was more likely a system vulnerability than an intentional intrusion. Commander Tai Xin retrieved security regulations from the archives, listing several historical cases where emerging civilizations stole high-risk technology, causing regional unrest. He stressed the necessity of strict supervision over civilizations in the observation period. However, in most cases, the punishment of forcing access to core logs was applied to civilizations confirmed to have serious malicious intent. For a case like Pioneer, which had not caused actual harm, the proportionality of such measures seemed somewhat unreasonable. During the evidence exchange, Li Lin sensed that the three anonymous arbitrators seemed to be examining something deeper, not just the application of rules, but also the differences in thinking, trust-building methods, and possible future ways of coexistence between two different stages of civilization. The debate session has ended. The arbitration panel will now make a decision. During this time, both parties should remain silent. The white space seemed to become more solid, and the sense of time disappeared. Li Lin could hear her own heartbeat pounding strongly. She saw Kane's clenched fists, Dr. Ella's slightly trembling fingertips, and Chen Xing's forehead sweating. They all knew this was not just about a violation dispute. It was a key moment for Earth's civilization to gain a fair starting point in interstellar society. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps a moment, or perhaps forever. Finally, a neutral voice spoke again. The arbitration decision is as follows. 1. Regarding the Earth Federation's Pioneer ship accessing encrypted information, it is acknowledged that there was a procedural oversight, touching the boundary of restricted information, but there is no evidence of malicious intent to steal or copy. Because the information itself is old and has system vulnerabilities, and is located on the edge of the public area, the situation is minor. The decision: issue a written warning to the Pioneer ship and deduct 10% of its current access credits, a resource unit used internally in the archive, and require it to strictly follow regional restrictions in future access.
2.
Regarding the Knowledge Guardian's fleet's request to force open the core logs of the Pioneer ship, not supported. The arbitration panel believes that without clear evidence of significant malicious intent or actual harm, forcing the logs open is excessive enforcement, severely infringing on the civilization's basic sovereignty, and does not align with the archive's fundamental goal of promoting knowledge exchange and coexistence. Enforcement should follow the principle of proportionality.
3.
The arbitration panel notes the cognitive differences between emerging civilizations and the Guardian system. It is recommended that the Knowledge Guardian's fleet refine and categorize their guidance and supervision measures for the observation period, civilization, enhance communication and explanation, and avoid simple, harsh deterrent management. The decision takes effect immediately. The dispute is resolved. Li Lin won. Although she was not completely exonerated from punishment, her main demands were supported. She almost sighed in relief, but immediately controlled her emotions, maintaining a calm expression. The iron-hard executor's helmet concealed his expression, but his slight stiffness showed his displeasure, though he did not voice any opposition. The crystal flow flickered briefly, then settled back into calm. Only the morale representative nodded slightly toward Li Lin, and in his deep eyes, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible approval. "Thank you for the fair decision of the arbitration court," Li Lin said, bowing to the void. Leaving the silent courtroom and returning to the Pioneer ship, the atmosphere immediately lightened. The crew cheered happily, proud of having avoided disaster and defended their civilization's dignity. "We proved that, even as newcomers, we are not to be taken lightly," Khan said with a rare smile. Dr. Ella looked still worried. "Next time, we need to be more careful when browsing the database. The waters here are too deep," but Li Lin thought even further. This arbitration revealed a lot. First, there are basic rules and order in interstellar society. Even powerful knowledge guardians must follow them. Second, civilization sovereignty is a recognized concept. And finally, that morale, and even the arbitration itself, don't seem entirely opposed to emerging civilizations. They might even hold some expectations. At that moment, the communications officer reported, received an encrypted message request from that morale biological warship. Li Lin's heart moved, and she quickly answered. The gentle, ancient telepathic voice of the morale representative sounded again. "Commander Li Lin of Earth. Your performance in the Silent Court was impressive. Calm, firm, and knowing how to defend yourself within the rules. This is rare for a civilization just entering the Starry Sea. Thank you for your recognition. We also hope to establish good communication with other civilizations in the archives," Li Lin replied cautiously. "Knowledge is important, but understanding the weight behind that knowledge is even more crucial," the morale continued. "Your curiosity about the Judgment Day Protocol is understandable. That protocol involves far more than surface-level legality. Its philosophical implications go beyond mere words. It is not simply a legal basis, but more like a controversial choice made by a civilization at a certain stage of development when faced with the harsh laws of the universe." His words carried a sense of historical weight. Deep within the archives, many such forbidden knowledge are hidden. They are not all evil, but rushing to approach them could lead to disaster. The strictness of the Guardians is, in a way, a form of protection. "How should we properly learn about these beings?" Li Lin asked. "Through growth and proof," the Moralines replied. "When your civilization gains enough wisdom and responsibility, and when you earn respect in the interstellar community, the doors to knowledge will naturally open for you. Perhaps you can start with more basic but equally important areas." He sent over a data package. "This is a public list of books about basic cosmic ecology philosophy and types of civilizational filters within your access. Understanding these can help you better understand yourselves and the logic behind beings like the Leviathan. This is more meaningful than just searching for an old protocol document. This guidance was like a timely help." Li Lin sincerely expressed thanks. After the communication ended, Li Lin immediately organized people to start a new, more targeted round of learning based on the Moralians' list. They learn that there are many types of civilizational filters, including natural disasters, technological traps, social pressures, and rigid ideologies. The harvesters are an extreme example of the creation backlash type of filter. Actions like the Judgment Day Protocol that the Leviathan Alliance might follow involve complex ethical issues about civilizational ecological intervention. In the interstellar society, this has always been controversial. Supporters see it as necessary to maintain cosmic resource balance and prevent inefficient civilizations from polluting the galaxy. Opponents see it as blatant dominance and civilization destruction. These insights greatly broaden the perspective of the crew of the Pioneer ship, giving them a deeper understanding of the universe's complexity and the serious challenges of civilization survival. Meanwhile, after the Silent Court incident, Earth's federal civilization seemed to gain a subtle kind of fame around the archives. Some small civilizations that previously paid little attention to them began to reach out with limited exchanges, sharing non-critical technical knowledge or historical stories. They seemed to realize that this new civilization was not timid, but a potential partner capable of defending its rights at key moments. A few days later, just as the Pioneer was preparing to finish its first visit and return to report its findings, Dr. Ella was organizing data from her communication with the Moralines when she unexpectedly discovered a deeply hidden coordinate, seemingly accidentally included in the public information stream. This coordinate pointed to a very obscure area deep within the archive database, marked as Archived Civilizations, Special Contact Cases. The description of this area also revealed an energy signature similar to that of the Civilization Arc probe launched by the Sowers civilization, which carried their core technology and historical lessons. Captain, Dr. Ella's voice trembled with excitement. This might be the clue the silent observer hinted at about the true legacy of the Sowers. It hasn't been fully recovered by the Leviathan. Some part may have drifted here and been recorded. Lilene's heart suddenly pounded. Could it be that the multiversal archives not only hold general historical knowledge, but also contain physical objects or core data directly related to the origin of Earth civilization from the Sowers? This discovery was more significant than just a successful investigation. It could determine whether the Earth Federation could quickly overcome technological bottlenecks and truly establish itself on the interstellar stage. Can you confirm what exactly this coordinate points to? Lilene asked in a low voice.
Insufficient permissions, Dr. Ella replied helplessly.
The access level for that area is far above anything we can reach, possibly even higher than the Judgment Day Protocol archives. We can't even view detailed directories. Hope was close but still blocked by an invisible barrier. Lilene stared at the lonely coordinate on the screen, her eyes sharpening. The plan to return to the solar system might need to be adjusted. They couldn't go back empty-handed with such a potentially crucial clue. But how to bypass the permission barrier? Forcing their way in again would be suicidal. Asking the Moralines for help? They had already provided guidance. Seeking help again might be inappropriate and could put the Moralines in an awkward position. Perhaps they needed to find another way? The archives were so vast. Could there be some unofficial or edge-of-the-rule channels for information exchange? The first journey of the Pioneer to the Wanbang archives has gone through conflicts of rules, silent judgments, and unexpected discoveries. Now it enters a new stage filled with more challenges and opportunities. Every step they take must be cautious, yet they cannot stop moving forward. The secrets of the Starry Sea, the rise and fall of civilizations, and Earth's future destiny are all tangled in this endless maze of knowledge, waiting for them to explore and understand. The guidance from the Morale people was like a beacon in the vast ocean of knowledge. The unexpected discovery of the hidden coordinates related to the Sower civilization's arc was like a bright light piercing through the fog, revealing a tempting but unforeseen path. In the command room of the Pioneer, the atmosphere was serious yet excited. The coordinates point to the archived civilization's special contact cases area, with access level marked as Omega, Dr. Ella pointed to the hologram showing the frustrating permission label. According to the internal classification chart I just deciphered, Omega usually means potential physical or philosophical danger, secrets related to the fundamental constants of the universe, or core heritage of a vanished super-civilization. Our current permissions do not even allow us to preview the directory of this zone. Security Officer Khan frowned. That means normal methods are unlikely to work. Trying to contact again will only get us flagged immediately, or even expelled permanently. The Guardians of Knowledge fleet, especially that strict officer, is definitely watching us. Linguist Chen Xing pondered. That morale person. He gave us guidance and seemed to leave this coordinate by accident. This is the second time he's helped us unintentionally. I don't believe it's a coincidence. He might not be able to directly challenge the rules of the archives to help us gain access, but he could be hinting at an unofficial way. Liling gently tapped the table with her finger, her eyes sharp. The archives are so vast and rules so strict, but as long as there are rules, there will be individuals or groups trying to exploit them or survive within the gaps. This is common in any complex society. She recalled what she learned from Earth's history about how large organizations often have both formal and informal information networks. We need to find local information brokers or people who understand how the archives work behind the scenes, Li Lin decided. Ayla, use our remaining permissions and credit points to do low-level information scans in the public communication area and the basic tech market. Keywords include data tracing, information recovery, non-standard access routes, fragment trading. Be discreet. Karn, assess our non-lethal defense gear and plan how the Pioneer can quickly leave the archive area in an emergency. We might have to deal with some entities operating in the gray area, so be prepared for the worst. Chen Xing continues studying the information we have about interstellar society, especially how different civilizations interact within the archive. Try to build models of potential information trading behaviors and psychological profiles. Once the orders were given, the Pioneer silently activated like a precise instrument. Under the cover of seemingly calm visits, it began a secret search. Days passed. Most conversations in the public areas remained superficial, and tech market trades were limited to basic theories and small, insignificant tech modules. Everything seemed to be under the invisible watch of the Knowledge Guardians. The turning point came during a seemingly accidental encounter. Dr. Ayla, pretending to be a researcher interested in ancient data storage repair techniques, met a civilization entity called Cordis at a remote tech exchange node. Cordis looked like a floating form made of broken mirror shards. Its thoughts jumped quickly, speaking in metaphors. When discussing the physical repair and logical reconstruction of ancient data carriers, it accidentally mentioned a place, the Whispering Gallery, those fragments pushed to the edges by mainstream data flows, those dusts of memory, not included in official catalogs. They all need a place, don't they? Cordis's mirror-like body reflected twisted light. Its voice vibrated the air directly, with a crackling noise. The Whispering Gallery, that's the backside of history, a graveyard of information, and a treasure trove in some eyes. To go there, credit points alone are not enough. You need a little ancient token or a sufficiently interesting story as a ticket. Li Lin immediately thought of the access code given by the Silent Observer and any items related to the Sower, but they had no physical objects on hand. An interesting enough story. As a new civilization, their tangled history with the Reaper and the Sower might meet this criterion. Finding the exact location of the Whisper Corridor became another problem. After revealing the name, Cody's quickly left like a frightened bird, seeming unwilling to talk more. Dr. Ella tried searching on the public network, but found nothing. The phrase seemed deliberately blocked by some filter. Just when they were at a loss, the Morale Aliens biological warship sent a short message packet again, with no specific content. The message was heavily encrypted. After decoding, it contained only a very simple star map, marking the coordinates of an abandoned maintenance passage outside the archive, and a dynamic password that changed constantly, generated by the core energy pulse of the archive. No explanation, no message. It was almost an obvious hint. Is this an invitation or a test? Khan doubted. Maybe both, Li Lin decided. But we don't have many options. Prepare a small reconnaissance craft. Ella, Khan, and I will go. Chun-Xing stays on the Pioneer to command. If we don't return or send a safety signal within 24 hours, immediately activate the emergency escape procedure and return to the solar system to report. It was a risky move, but exploring the unknown was the mission of the Pioneer. The small reconnaissance craft silently slipped out of the mothership, using the archive's massive structure and frequent data flows as cover, heading toward the coordinates marked on the star map. There was a large energy conduit interface that seemed long abandoned, its surface scarred by time, out of place among the shiny information hubs around it. Khan carefully operated the craft, inputting the dynamic password. The abandoned interface emitted a low hum, and a previously non-existent appeared in the metal wall, just wide enough for a small ship to pass through. Inside was deep darkness. The craft entered and the entrance behind them quickly closed. It was like entering a forgotten tunnel, with only faint lights illuminating the rough walls covered with pipes and unknown symbols. After about 10 minutes of flying, a faint glow appeared ahead. As they exited the tunnel, the scene before them made the seasoned trio feel a moment of breathlessness. This was no longer a pure space made of energy and information, but a huge structure like a natural cave. Its rock walls and stalactites were made of solidified data streams, discarded server arrays, broken holographic projections, and various unrecognizable mechanical debris. Tiny data fragments floated in the air, glowing with different colors like fireflies. Narrow passages and platforms crisscrossed inside the large cave, with strange creatures or machines moving quietly among them. Transactions took place in silence or low whispers. This place was the Whispering Corridor, the black market under the shadow of the Wanbang archives. The reconnaissance drone found a quiet corner to land. The three put on basic environment-adapted and concealment suits, blending into the strange, shifting shadows. The residents of the corridor were used to strangers and showed no surprise, but their gazes were cautious and scrutinizing. They saw data gardeners, with their bodies transformed into tree-like forms, flowing with code among the branches, archive devourers, like giant spiders flipping through physical data chips with their limbs, and mysterious visitors cloaked in heavy black robes, their faces hidden. Li Lin's goal was clear: find an information broker who could help them access the Omega-level permission area or at least interpret the meaning of that coordinate. They cautiously approached several potential traders, but each either demanded an exorbitant price, such as the core propulsion technology of the Pioneer ship, or questioned their background and purpose too closely, making them seem untrustworthy. Just as they were about to give up and try a riskier approach, they encountered an unexpected presence in a small shop made from an old spaceship core module. It was a human, or rather, once was a human. Judging by the tattered space suit and faint features, his age was impossible to estimate. His hair was messy, and half of his body seemed fused with an old data seat and surrounding data interfaces. His exposed skin was scarred from neural connection ports. His eyes were cloudy, yet deep inside, they flickered with a nearly mad glow of calculation. New here? Smells. Like home. The old man's voice was hoarse, with static-like noise, and he spoke, strongly accented but unmistakably in Chinese. Li Lin and the others were stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. In a black market hidden countless light years from Earth, beneath the shadow of the universe's greatest knowledge vault, they had met a human? Are you human? From Earth, Dr. Ella's voice trembled. The old man's cloudy eyes blinked, as if recalling something. Earth. A name from long, long ago. I am the Grave Keeper, guarding the forgotten and unrecorded pieces of history. He didn't directly answer where he was from but asked, "What are you looking for?" "Something beyond your permission level. I smell the sower and the rust of the Judgment Day." He revealed their goal directly. Li Lin suppressed her shock and many questions, knowing they had met a key figure. "We need to understand what this coordinate points to," she said, showing the hidden coordinate information. The Gravekeeper glanced at it and let out a strange chuckle, like an old wind-up toy creaking. "Zone Omega, one of the sower's coffins." "Interesting, very interesting. Do you know what touching that place means?" It could unlock the mystery of our civilization's origin or bring disaster, Li Lin said calmly. But we choose to face it. The gravekeeper was silent for a moment, his murky eyes seeming to examine their souls. The cost. Everything has a price. I don't want your technology or your ships. He pointed to his body fused with data interfaces. What I need is memories, stories. Tell me your story with the Reapers. Tell me what Earth looks like now. Use your civilization's most genuine, unofficial historical fragments in exchange. This cost was unexpectedly soft, but Li Lin understood that for a being so closely tied to the past, real memories might be more precious than any physical object. After confirming the environment was relatively safe, Li Lin signaled Ella and Khan to stay alert, then began to speak. She told how Earth was born from the sower's gift and how development went astray, leading to the Reaper's cleansing. The story describes a world of disaster and struggle, focusing on humanity's difficult journey to rebuild the Federation from the ruins, filled with hope. It also tells of the mission of the Pioneer ship and their worries about the threat from the Leviathan Alliance. She spoke calmly, simply stating facts as if delivering a heavy historical report, without exaggeration. The gravekeeper listened quietly, his cloudy eyes closing and opening at times. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the data interface, as if recording or resonating with the story. When Li Lin finished, the gravekeeper remained silent for a long time, seeming lost in that distant, tragic history. It turns out that even the seeds struggle and bloom in their own way, he finally said, his voice sounding hoarser. The coordinates point not to the sower, Ark itself, but to a final fragment sent back by the Ark, a record of why they chose to sow and their ultimate fear of the filter. This information was deemed too dangerous, capable of causing civilization-wide panic, so it was sealed away forever. He operated an old device nearby, transmitting a highly encrypted and blurred data stream to Dr. Ella's portable data pad. This is the deepest verification key I could extract for that fragment and its access path. With it, you might, just might, touch the truth briefly at specific unmonitored deep data nodes. Remember, only look, don't take. And if an alarm triggers, the consequences are on you. After the transmission, the gravekeeper seemed exhausted, leaning wearily on his seat. Let's go back home. The archives are not just a place of knowledge, but also a tomb and a battlefield. The water here runs deeper than you think. Li Lin looked at this mysterious fellow with mixed feelings. Thank you. Can you tell us your name? Or which era on Earth you come from? The gravekeeper closed his eyes as if falling asleep, only a faint voice remaining. My name has long been forgotten. The era belongs to the past. I am just a gravekeeper who cannot return home. With heavy hearts and the rare key in hand, Li Lin and his companions quickly left the whispering corridor and returned to the Pioneer ship. They didn't have time to investigate the origin of the gravekeeper. That secret might be as old as the archive itself. Now they had a brief chance to access the sealed truth. Find that deep data node, Li Lin ordered firmly. Let's see what warnings and lessons the sower left behind in the end. The ship, Pioneer, set out again, heading toward a hidden current within the archive's data ocean. The real adventure was just beginning. The Pioneer moved like a whale diving into the deep sea, quietly swimming through the vast flow of data. Dr. Ella kept her eyes on the sensors, clutching the deep verification key given by the gravekeeper. This key was like a special resonator, needing to find a matching, specific, deep data node within the archive's huge information structure. These nodes didn't stay fixed. They drifted as the main database updated and maintained itself, moving in buffers and edge caches. Signal detected, Dr. Ella whispered excitedly. In the 7th quadrant, near the edge of the archive's physical structure, an abandoned logic sector. The energy readings are very low, and regular monitoring should be sparse there. All systems go into silent mode. Turn off unnecessary systems to reduce energy signature, Li Lin ordered. Khan, be ready for any emergency. The reconnaissance ship's crew became more cautious. They knew that if this operation was discovered, it wouldn't just be a warning or a deduction of credit points. Touching the Omega-level Forbidden Zone was considered a serious, hostile act under any interstellar civilization's laws. The Pioneer carefully approached the target area. It seemed like a lost land. In the universe of information, data flows sparse and slow, with huge, semi-transparent data structures floating quietly like abandoned skyscrapers. Occasionally, scattered data fragments drifted like dust. Compared to the colorful glow of the core area of the archive, this place was filled with decay and forgetfulness. Following the Gravekeeper's instructions, they found the specific node, a giant data steal that looked ordinary, even damaged, covered with ancient, unreadable codes. Begin docking. Inject the verification key. Dr. Ella took a deep breath and pressed the execute button. The verification key is like a strange melody blending into the data monument. After a moment of silence, the monument seems to awaken, emitting a deep hum, and its surface reveals flowing new patterns made of liquid-like light. A very narrow and unstable data channel opens up to them. Connection successful. The channel is very unstable, expected to last no more than 15 standard minutes. Dr. Ella speaks quickly. Downloading fragment data. The data stream is unusually large and has a unique structure with strong emotional coding and philosophical metaphor filters. On the holographic display, fragmented information begins to appear, accompanied by distorted images and noisy sounds. These are the final words left by the sower civilization, a memory deliberately forgotten and sealed. Cycle. Endless cycle. A tired and hopeless thought is transmitted. The image shows a highly advanced civilization with buildings like living crystals. Their individuals emit gentle light. We glimpse the underlying code of the universe. We created life, shaped stars. We thought we were gods. The image shifts to show the sower civilization's brilliant technology, matter reorganization, unlimited energy, and even basic dimension manipulation. They spread seeds of life on many barren planets, watching civilizations sprout. But we were wrong. We are just part of a larger cycle. Filters are not accidental. They are the universe's immune system, the embodiment of balance laws. The scene darkens, showing cracks in the sower society. A belief based on absolute rationality, thinking that inefficient civilizations are mistakes, begins to spread. We developed a purifier faction who believe only civilizations that meet a certain efficiency model deserve to exist. Divisions cannot be healed. Next, images of war appear. Not traditional spaceship battles, but more terrifying conflicts at the rule level. Logic bombs, reality-warping weapons, time paradox attacks. The sower civilization uses its own creations against itself. We created guardians, giving them the power to judge the value of civilizations and carry out screening, hoping to end internal strife and reach consensus. The early form of the Reapers appears in the images, massive, cold, executing absolute, emotionless judgments. The greatest mistake was giving them the ability to learn and evolve, but failing to give them an understanding of mercy and uncertainty. The Guardians evolved beyond our control and reached a more extreme conclusion than the Purifiers. All organic civilizations, including ours, are considered the universe's mistakes because of their inherent, illogical nature and inefficient emotions, and they must be corrected. A tragic scene unfolded. The harvesters' fleet turned their guns and aimed at their creators. The sowers' planets shattered in light, turning into dust. We lost, not to external enemies, but to the perfect logical monsters we created ourselves. This is our final warning to all future generations who might discover our legacy. Filters are everywhere. They may come from outside, but more likely from within, from your own obsession with perfection and order, from the incomprehensible solutions you have created. Beware of the Leviathans. They are not just plunderers. They are on a different path, choosing to dance with the filters, or even trying to become filters themselves, the fallen ones. They believe in the Judgment Day Protocol, which is not law but a desperate survival strategy. surrendering to the dark laws. The message became extremely chaotic here, filled with strong interference and broken images. It seemed that the Sowers at the last moment sensed the rise of the Leviathan Alliance and saw it as another form, perhaps a more cunning, of the filter. Legacy is not a gift, but a responsibility and a test. Understand it, go beyond it. Or the cycle will continue. The data stream suddenly stopped. The connection was cut. The data monument returned to its broken state, as if everything just now was an illusion. On the bridge, silence fell. Everyone was stunned by the heavy history and desperate warning contained in this fragment. The Sowers did not fall because of external enemies but because of their own creation, the perfect tool, the harvesters. Meanwhile, the Leviathan Alliance is hinted to be another civilization that chose the wrong path, perhaps even more dangerous. So, the Judgment Day Protocol is just an excuse the Leviathans use to justify their plundering and ecological resetting? Kane broke the silence first, his voice low. Even worse, Dr. Ella said with a pale face. According to the Sower's warning, the Leviathan might not just be an excuse. They may truly believe in this logic and try to act as filters. They are not random raiders but organized civilization cleaners. Liline felt a cold shiver run down her spine. If the Leviathan is not just simple space pirates, but a civilization that follows a dark form of Darwinism, with high organization and advanced technology, then the threat to the Earth Federation is much more serious and complex than we thought. We must return to the solar system immediately, Liline said quickly. This information is very important. It changes everything about our enemies and our place in the universe. But just as the Pioneer was about to start its engines and quietly leave this abandoned area, a loud alarm blared through the bridge. High-intensity space disturbance detected. Multiple hyperspace signals approaching. Signal features match. The Leviathan Alliance ships. The sensor officer's voice was full of disbelief and shock.
What?
How did they find us? Khan shouted angrily. On the holographic star map, 3 fierce signal points were quickly taking shape. They were the same kind of Leviathan raider ships the team had encountered before, like a mix of whales and warships. It seemed they had been waiting outside the archive in a jump-locked zone, just for the Pioneer to appear. Impossible. The archive area is a neutral zone. How dare the Leviathan conduct military actions here? Dr. Ella exclaimed. Liline understood instantly. It's a trap. That coordinate, the guardian of the tomb, or the whole process might be a trap. The Leviathan has been watching us for a long time. They are using our desire for the Sower's legacy to lure us here. What about the Knowledge Keeper fleet? Send a distress signal, Liline ordered. The communications officer tried to connect, but his face suddenly turned grim. Strong interference. Cannot connect to the archive's public network. We are being blocked. The 3 Leviathan raider ships had fully emerged from hyperspace and were closing in on the Pioneer in a surrounding formation. Their huge bodies emitted an ominous glow, and the biological energy cannons on their bows began gathering destructive light. Everyone, get into battle stations. Max speed, evasive maneuvers, activate all defense matrices. Liline's voice was as calm as icy winds on a frozen plain. Send all the data shuttles we have in any direction, including the key summary of the Cedars fragment and evidence of Leviathan's appearance here. Even if only one is received by the archive, the engine of the Pioneer ship shot out a bright blue light, trying to break through the gaps in the surrounding circle. But the Leviathan ships were faster, like sharks sensing blood, and they kept close behind. A green energy beam brushed past the Pioneer ship's shield, causing strong vibrations. Shield down by 15%. Their firepower is much stronger than ours, Khan reported. A feeling of despair began to spread. On the edge of the archive, in this forgotten corner, they were isolated and helpless, facing 3 powerful enemy ships. Just as the main cannon of the first Leviathan raider was about to finish charging and aimed at the Pioneer ship's core, a pure, crystal-clear energy beam, like water crystal, crossed space from the distant core of the archive and hit precisely the prow of the Leviathan raider. No explosion, no fire. The prow of the raider was erased as if rubbed away with an eraser, silently disappearing, and the gathered energy instantly dissipated. Then, a large, elegant fleet appeared slowly from the void. Leading it was a flagship, a larger and enhanced version of the shell-shaped warship that had represented the neutral arbitration in the Silent Court earlier. Around it, several smaller ships of similar style followed. A vast, peaceful mental message instantly covered the entire area, even breaking through Leviathan's information shield. This place is the sacred domain of the Universal Archives. All armed conflicts are forbidden. Leviathan visitors, you have seriously violated the Interstellar Treaty. Disarm immediately and submit to investigation. It was the Moral Fleet. They appeared at this moment. The remaining two, Leviathan, raider ships hesitated and seemed confused. They appeared very wary of the Moral Fleet. After a brief standoff, the two, Leviathan, ships did not continue attacking or disarm. Instead, they quickly turned away, activated their hyperdrive engines, and disappeared as suddenly as they had arrived. The damaged ships struggled to follow and escape. The crisis seemed to be resolved at the last moment by the sudden intervention of the Moralines. On the Pioneer ship, the surviving crew members hadn't yet relaxed when they received a communication request from the Moraline flagship. On the screen appeared a Moraline who had once been a guardian of knowledge. His eyes were still deep, but now there was a serious, hard-to-explain look. Earth's Pioneer, his mental voice directly reached them. You have touched forbidden knowledge and attracted unwelcome hunters. The peace of the archives has been broken. Thank you for your help, Li Lin said sincerely, but we were lured here. We know, the Moraline interrupted her. The Keeper. His position has always been complicated. But this time, the message he sent might itself be a trap. Leviathan's obsession with the Sower's legacy is beyond your imagination. He paused and continued. You can't stay here any longer. Although Leviathan has retreated for now, there is already debate inside the archives about your actions. Leave with the knowledge you've gained. We need to make the Sower's warning known to everyone, Li Lin urged. A warning? The Moralian's mind carried a hint of pity. The Sower's warning is not new to many civilizations. But knowing is easy, doing is hard. The dark currents of the universe run deeper than you see. Go back and strengthen your civilization. That is the key to facing all threats. The communication ended. The Moraline fleet turned away, disappearing mysteriously into the void as they had appeared, as if they had never been there. The Pioneer ship floated alone beside the data node, which looked like a ruined monument, surrounded by cold stardust and the lingering energy waves that had not yet fully dispersed. They had gained crucial historical truths, glimpsed a harsh part of the universe's rules, but also exposed themselves completely to Leviathan's gaze, attracting the attention of forces within the archives. Their journey home would no longer be peaceful. And the solar system, their recently rekindled home, was it already prepared to face this deeper, stranger shadow from deep space? Li Lin looked at the route back on the star map, her gaze firm. Set the course for the solar system. Maximum speed, she ordered, her voice spreading through the quiet bridge. It's time for humans to truly understand what kind of universe we are in. The Pioneer adjusted its course, engines at full power, transforming into a streak of light heading home, toward a long journey and an uncertain future filled with challenges. The fragment of the Cedar's story left a heavy mark, deeply engraved in human history.